For the last 15 years, the young noble Irene Pereira has done nothing but sleep his depression away. That is, until one day, a recurring dream of a swordsman diligently practicing inspired him to get out of his depressive state. With renewed vigor from his dream, Irene takes up the blade and enrolls in one of the most prestigious schools to become a master swordsman and live up to the man in his dreams. It all started with the diary of an old man who is living in a rural village. One day, a stranger walks into the village, carrying with him a gigantic sword. It was hate at first sight for our narrator. But seeing this lone stranger, there's a certain determination burning in his eyes that even the narrator himself couldn't help but notice. He was hoping the elder of their village would reject the hooded stranger, but he was accepted easily and welcomed warmly. Well, whatever, the man thought. Now, it's been 4 days since their new neighbor arrived, yet he keeps mostly to himself and is quiet as a mouse. Is he even alive? Some of their nosy villages tried to befriend the stranger, but they weren't successful. It's not like he cares anyway. Then just like that, a week already passed, then 10 days, and finally, he now knows what the stranger does. Some of the village kids happened to see it and told him. The stranger practices with his sword every day. The narrator figured out on the get-go that the stranger must have some backstory, but who cares, right? Not his business to mind. Now, it's been a month since he first stayed here, and talks of the stranger diligently practicing his sword daily are still a popular topic in the village. Still, the narrator refuses to see the man practice with his sword. Then another month came and passed, and another. The people of the village continue to talk about this mysterious stranger, and by now they have already formed various stories about why he continues to wield his sword. Some say he's a knight, practicing for the day he could exact his revenge, while others claim that he's a famous mercenary. You know, the usual folktales. Our narrator still wasn't interested in all of this, but now, he has got to see the man wielding the sword at this point, right? Like, come on. The dude's been training consistently for the last 6 months. Nobody's that dedicated, or so he thought, so he has got to see this for himself. Is he a skilled swordsman? How fast is his technique, and is he strong? All kinds of questions popped into the man's head, so he decided that he'll see how this mysterious swordsman practices his craft tomorrow. Then came tomorrow. For all that hype, this swordsman's skills look pretty basic, at least according to our narrator. He has worked at a firm and has seen how swordsmen test their swords, and this man's skills are nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, sure, maybe he's got his reasons why he's practicing so damn hard. Maybe a sob story, but that ain't enough to sharpen his skills. Whatever this swordsman's reasons may be, it's downright stupid and pitiful according to our narrator. Now, he won't be affected by what the townsfolk say about this swordsman. After some time, a new family came into town that consisted of a mercenary, his son, and a daughter named Rima. Now, our narrator got pretty smitten with Rima, who he calls an angel and greets everybody with a smile. Our boy's already feeling breezy and plans to make a move on Rima the next day. And not relevant at all to the story, says the narrator, but their village has always been at the mercy of the sword for the 3rd year by now. Many years passed, and now the narrator continues to log into his diary after a long time. After courting Rima for 2 years, they got married, which he considers the happiest day of his life. But even if that is so, he can't help but feel that he's not in a relationship. By now, it's been 5 years since the stranger was welcomed into their village, and despite many people experiencing a lot of different things, the swordsman continues to swing his sword without fail every day. Is it really for practice, or is he torturing himself? Haunted by this thought, our narrator took it upon himself to check on the diligent swordsman daily. By now, it's been 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days since he trained with his sword, and you went in to check up on him the next day, and the next, and the next, and in a blink of an eye. It's been 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days since he trained with his sword. Then it's 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days, of which the days as of late have been snowing for a while. But the swordsman's desire to practice is stronger. He's still at it. While he's busy swinging his sword, our narrator now welcomes his first child with Rima. Many of the townspeople celebrated this event, and yet the swordsman remains unfazed, choosing to continue to wield his sword instead. Damn, who made this guy his enemy? Through rain and snow, he continues to wield his sword. But what for? Then came a day when our narrator didn't check up on the village swordsman, but he's still probably swinging his sword, right? If there's one thing you could expect him to do, is wielding the sword. Now, the narrator has grown old, his children having kids of his own. He's woken up one day by Jan Siak, his grandson, as his daughter Laura informs him that they'll be visiting the village market. She invited him to come along with them, but he refused, choosing to walk around the village instead. Now, he's regarded as the village chief, revered by the people, and just like anything that time touches, the village has also changed, except for the lone swordsman. Stopping by the rugged gate of the swordsman, the village president thought to himself that it's been 37 years since this stranger stepped foot in their village, and just as he laid eyes on what was beyond the doors, his eyes widened in shock and he came running towards the swordsman who was kneeling on the ground, unmoving with his sword still in his hand. With long gray hair and worn-out clothes, the swordsman died with his eyes wide open, yet his grip on the sword was firm as ever. The narrator was awestruck with this view, a silver light emanating from the swordsman now gone. He then quickly laid his body to rest, closed his eyes, and told the swordsman that he hoped he went to a good place. And that's exactly when a blonde-haired, blue-eyed prince woke up with a sweat. What in the inception is this? Enter the Pereira estate, famous for several nobles' places of training. It sits in the southern part of the Heil Kingdom. But what this region is most known for are the Pereira Baron's children, at least according to what the guard said. What's more, according to him, Lady Curl is famous throughout the lands and she received her official title despite being 11. Another guard asked if she was appointed by the royal family, but the first one stressed that it was because she's a sorcerer, which is pretty rare and special, even rarer than high magicians. Then again, the third guard says it doesn't matter anyway because the firstborn is Lord Aaron, which left the two guards speechless. So what's his deal and what's with that reaction? Well, it turns out Aaron is pretty infamous and the rookie guard already knew about it. Duchess Keel, commonly known as Princess Curl, is known for her magical prowess, but her brother Aaron is more well known throughout the land. He earned the nickname Lazy Lord because he could not do anything after the passing of his mother at a young age. From this tragic event, he refused to partake in any activities and just slept, staying cooped up in his room, which is where they got his moniker. Can't blame him really. Lad watched his mother die right in front of him after all. As the three guards continue their idle banter, their attention is caught by a voice from behind, and it's none other than Princess Curl Ferreria and her mother, Amelia, the second wife. Princess Curl, a blue-eyed blonde with her hair partially covering the right side of her face, stood glaring at the guards. As if her intimidating aura is not enough, she also questioned these guards who taught them to play hooky while still working, but they were all quick to bow and ask for forgiveness. Now that is quite the 90-degree bow they got there. But Princess Curl was relentless. She continued to grill them about what they were sorry for, asking what they did wrong until her mother intervened and saved these guards' butts. With a sly smile and a sideward glance, she asked them if they already knew what they did wrong, to which they easily agreed and bowed hastily again. Finally, mother and daughter seemed to be satisfied with their answers, so they walked away, and as soon as they did, the guards released a sigh of relief. Mother-daughter combo. Thinking about them, they can't help but wonder how different Lord Aaron is from them. Meanwhile, inside the palace, grunting sounds can be heard, and it's coming from the lazy Lord, Aaron Ferreira himself. Seems he has trouble trying to sleep, which is pretty surprising since he's known to sleep by this time. And the root cause of this, the recurring dream he has, he swore he could taste the tiredness in his mouth from swinging the sword, even the muscle pain that came with it. But what's the most shocking out of all of these is that his body is full of energy. So full of energy that he can't stop shaking. He's got to do something. With a shaking voice, he called out to someone, but his butler was quick to answer. At first, he was hesitant to say what he wanted, which left his butler feeling puzzled, but thankfully, the Dutch managed to speak a few words, asking for a sword and his wish to swing it. The butler stood in silence, staring at him blankly. Nani? Did he just ask for a sword? Shocked at the request, his butler could only answer yes in a questioning manner. At the Ferreira household's training hall, everyone's trying their best to focus on their own respective tasks, but they can't help but notice the elephant in the room. This is not a hallucination, right? All of them are seeing the same thing, right? The whispers grew louder as Aaron Ferreira, along with his butler, walks into the training hall. Is this the second coming or what? The guards continue to whisper behind his back that it's difficult enough to see him as of late, but to make an appearance in the training hall, totally unheard of. They were just wondering if he was out here trying to learn how to wield the sword when he suddenly approached the weapons displayed on the wall, eyeing the said weapon with the biggest blade. To this, his butler explained that there are various kinds of swords, even wooden ones, and that if he can wait for a bit, he's willing to bring someone who is quite knowledgeable about this weapon. However, Aaron dismissed his suggestion and continued looking at the weapons in front of him, and he did. In fact, choose the one with the biggest blade. By this time, the guards are pretty riled up, and one of them even asked his fellow guard to pinch him in the cheeks if he was dreaming or what. Nope, not a dream. However, a grunt left everyone distracted and the rest of the guards curious as they continued to eye Eren, holding a sword in his hand. Even his butler was watching him closely as he shakingly gripped the heavy sword and got into position. With everything he has, he tried to swing the sword, but knowing his stamina and lack of knowledge about the weapon, it was flimsy at best. Many of Eren's spectators already expected that he'd be pretty bad at it given his history. Everybody knows that he's lazy and sleeps all the time, but seeing him come out of his room for the first time in a long while was something worth seeing. But what in tarnation made him take up sword training? One of the palace's drudges chimed in the conversation that maybe it was because of Lord Jiren who made Eren get up on his feet. According to his neighbor, our novice swordsman was humiliated by Lord Jiren last month. So that's what happened. At least they all thought. Although many people saw this, not all were in the loop since Eren was just sitting quietly at the time. Humiliation is a proven motivation after all, so can't blame him. The question is, how long can he do this? As the palace's drudges went back to work, Eren continued to wield his sword while his butler side-eyes these people. They even had the balls to say that Eren will last only 3 days doing this, while the other said he'll only last 30 minutes. His butler could only look at them in disdain, thinking to himself that everyone is not the same, and then changed his focus to Eren instead. He told the young noble that swordsmanship takes a lot of effort, and it's not for everybody, adding that he'll put out a call tomorrow to start looking for someone to help him. But Eren was in the zone right now, with the sword in his hands. He could feel the pain all over, especially in his arms. Even he starts questioning himself on why he does this as he continues to swing the sword. Wielding it with such force despite having a frail body, he ends up being out of breath and lies on the ground, panting. But why does he feel at ease? Does this dude happen to be a masochist of some sort? The more he continues to copy what the swordsman in his dream does, the more his heart's burdens light up. And with every swing of the sword, all the bad memories and confusing thoughts disappear from his mind. He can't stop this addicting feeling. The only thing that snapped him out of this reverie is his butler, who had to physically stop him from swinging the sword since it was already sundown. What? Already? Still a bit high from the feeling, Eren is confused why he was stopped until he collapsed in his butler's arms, his body giving out from exhaustion. With his vision finally focusing on the surroundings, he finally noticed that it was indeed sundown while his butler worried over him. But how did the day go by so fast? As he clings to his butler, he asks him why he didn't leave, but his butler knew better than to leave him alone. He waited for him patiently and even called out to him many times, but to no avail. But finally, Eren is ready to rest, so he assures him that what he did was good training, but it's best not to overexert himself, which he agrees not to do again. Back in his room, Eren complains about the pain in his body, thinking he couldn't do something like this. It's all the dream's fault. How exactly can he sleep with all this pain and heaviness? And just like that, he was out like a light 5 minutes later. A few days later, a shocking scene continues to haunt the palace walls, this time in the dining hall. Eren gobbles his sandwich with so much gusto that even his butler still can't believe the prince is up on his feet and out of his room. Still shocked, he asks Eren if he will train today as well, which the latter confirms. Thinking to himself, Eren wonders about how he's haunted by the recurring dream of the swordsman and how, if he continues to practice, the pain is relieved. So he took it upon himself to wield the sword. He did, however, have a moment's thought that he may be losing his mind, but whatever, it's worth a try, and to continue wielding it. He needs to eat up and have more energy. As soon as he thought of this, he ordered more sandwiches and milk. Finally, that's the main character's energy we're looking for. Back in the training hall, the guards are once again speculating if this will be the day. Many of them even placed bets, adding the new guard into the loop on what he thinks will happen today, until a lone hooded figure approached them from behind. It turns out to be an old man, leaning into his walking stick, asking where the palace training grounds are located. You just know whenever someone like this pops out, our hero is about to be schooled real good. The guards question him on the location he wants to go, but he reassures them that he's but a wandering traveler and a former swordsman who just wants to watch from the sidelines. To prove his identity, he even says that he has a proper license, but the guards didn't ask for it anymore and led him to the training grounds with ease. So off they go to the palace's training grounds, the guards already thinking about the bet, and as they reached the area, the older one exclaimed in shock, seeing none other than the once lazy prince, Eren, training hard with the sword. It's already the 4th day since he started this whole gig, much to the younger guard's happiness. Turns out this guard actually betted that Eren would still be up and running by this time. Good call. And yep, his sword practices became a betting game for a lot of the guards by now. As the younger guard collected his payment, he also said that Eren may still be at it for a while longer since Garen's son, Lord Jiren, got him real good last month. Humiliation is a good motivation, remember? As they continue to banter, the Gandalf-looking character only looks on and watches Eren in silence. He's been assessing his form, which is not too bad considering he started days ago, and he thinks he's not wasting time by doing so. But you gotta admit though, Eren's swordsmanship is pretty lousy. Not to mention the fact that at his current strength, he can't handle the weight of the sword at all. Plus, he's already out of breath, indicative of his poor stamina and how he's badly pacing himself. How long will he continue at this rate? The old man wonders if Lord Jiren really is the cause behind the young noble's abrupt training. This kind of horsing around with the sword isn't good, and how much mana will he use? All these thoughts ran into the old man's head, but his reverie is broken after a strong gust of wind blew in the palace grounds and one of the guards exclaimed in shock as a griffin, one of the legendary animals, flew above them, ridden by none other than Princess Curl herself, wearing a long scowl on her face. So here's a rundown on what a griffin is. This legendary creature has the head and wings of an eagle with the body of a lion. It has a pretty hard coat similar to steel with a commanding presence to boot. But what's the most shocking about this creature is that it's not supposed to exist. It's a thing of legend. Well, that's until Princess Curl came flying with it. No biggie. She flew down in front of the guards, who are now shaking in fear at the princess' talent, how she can move her creations at will, and her ability to give life to them as if they were really alive. That's Princess Curl for you. But now, they have a new fear. The princess continues to glare at the guards and even calls each of them out, even the old man himself. But she was quick to dismiss him and only paid attention to the guards who were slacking off during work times. How many times does she have to tell them not to play hooky during work? One of them was quick to reason out that he had just finished his shift, as the old man listened on. Reduced to a poorly drawn side character in the panel, the man wasn't even colored. Sweating. The older guard explained that he was on the afternoon shift and that he didn't do anything wrong. But Princess Curl only scrutinized him all the more, even telling him that maybe he was just vomiting words at the spur of the moment. She even knows that this guard doesn't even work in the training grounds, and that he's just pretty nosy about what's happening lately. She would have continued grilling him if Eren didn't step up and called her attention, wondering why she was acting such. She was quiet for a moment and looked at the guards, then told her brother to stop doing whatever it is that he's doing. Eren was left confused, but the princess only told him to just stop it. To this, Eren turned his back and just continued practicing with the sword again. Seeing this, Curl got aggravated, shouting at him that swordsmanship is no easy task, especially for someone like him who's been sleeping it out for the last few years. Did he actually think he'll be able to pull it off? Curl questions him. Eren remains silent, but she continues by even comparing his skills to the rookie guards, telling Eren that they're even better than he is. She would have continued to pop off if only her mother, Queen Emilia, didn't come waltzing down the stairs with a smile much to the guard's shock. She told the princess not to bother her brother and asked that she come with her, but Curl was about to reason out, but thankfully, the queen is the only one who can call the princess out like that. Emilia then praised the guards for their hard work and told Eren not to overwork himself with practice. With that, the two of them walked away, which left the guards breathing a sigh of relief, but let's not forget the Griffin's still here. The creature gave a loud squawk that made them jump from their armor. As they shouted in frustration why the princess didn't bring her creation with her, the old man was smiling to himself, thinking about the famed princess and how it seemed like a storm passed by the scene. Anyway, he was quick to shift his focus on Eren and with a sharp eye, assessed that even with all the fiasco, the young noble only continued to practice with the sword, not even bothered by the things going around him. With this in mind, the old man thought that he would continue to observe Eren for a few more days. Then suddenly, it's nighttime, and in the palace hallways, one can hear quiet footsteps. The owner of these footsteps is none other than the princess who's trying to sneak in if not for Eren's butler who appeared from behind her, telling Curl that the young master is already sleeping. Startled at his appearance, Curl answered with a pout that she had something to say to him, but his butler said that it would be better to visit him later and wait until he woke up. The princess was quiet for a moment, then turned to face his butler, emitting her power and a strong gust of wind encircling her, while asking if the butler dared to talk back to her. And this, my friends, is a literal power-tripping scene. Eren's butler, shocked at her actions, is surprised and at the same time scared of the princess' menacing aura. But thankfully, Kurl was quick to dissipate it and told him not to tell anyone of what happened just now. By now, Aaron's butler was on his knees and only looked on as she walked away. Come morning, a red cat, dressed in a suit complete with a bowler hat, was playing the flute by Aaron's bedside table. The young noble woke up from his sleep and was surprised to see this latest addition to his room, noticing the letter placed at the foot of the cat. He opened it and read that it came from her sister. In it, she apologized for what she said back in the training grounds after she heard that he was overworking himself. She was only worried for him and told him that she left her a doll with relaxation properties, hoping it will help with Aaron's recovery. Well, isn't she lovable? To this, the prince looked at the cat who gave a small bow. In the letter, the princess also told him not to tell their mother that she stopped by since Queen Amelia already told her not to. After reading, Aaron flipped the back of the letter only to see there was more to it. This time, it's the queen's writing at the back of the letter, telling Aaron that if his sister bothers him too much, she should tell her while also telling him that they should keep this a secret from Kurl. Wow, not an evil stepmother. That's new. With a smile, Aaron thought to himself that both his mother and sister cared about him so much while petting the cat, even if he has done nothing but sleep for the past decade. As if on cue, a knock came on his door, with his butler telling him that breakfast is ready. Thinking of breakfast, Aaron was struck with an idea. He decided to join his family for breakfast. His butler, with quick strides, hurriedly went off with a smile, thinking that the prince has changed and for the better. It's not every day that the whole royal family comes together for meals, especially not them. With Aaron present, Kurl kept putting one parcel of food after the other on his plate as their parents looked on, smiling. As the queen was about to tell Kurl to take it easy, Aaron spoke, thanking both his parents and Kurl, even if the only thing he did in the past was sleep like a fool. He told his family that he couldn't bring himself to say it back then, but now he can say that he's sorry and that he loves all of them very much. Even his father echoed the sentiment of love as Aaron says he's sorry for causing concern, but fortunately for him, his father was quick to dismiss that. And since Aaron already began the conversation over the meal, his father also brought up the topic of him practicing his swordsmanship skills. Like his mother, he also reminded Aaron that he shouldn't overwork himself, applauding his son for his efforts despite starting late on the craft. Now, don't we all wish we have supportive parents like them? Aaron replies to his father, telling him that he's not overworking himself and that there's no need to worry about him at all. Thinking about the recurring dream he had, Aaron thought to himself that this kind of strain is nothing compared to that. So now, we're back at the training grounds. The guards are still wondering how Aaron's still at it, and it's been 2 weeks since he started with the sword. And what's even more impressive is that he never missed a day of training. So did this once lazy prince really change for the better? The other guard claimed that might not be so and that the prince will probably tire of this soon, though it doesn't seem like he's about to give out anytime soon. As they're having this convo, one of them can't help but notice the hooded old man sitting by the corner. One of the guards told the other that the old man was just here to watch and even has the approval of the higher-ups, so he doesn't need to be bothered by him. Now let's take a look at the old man, who has his eyes closed deep in thought. He's thinking that it's been 10 days since he started observing Aaron's training. Like many others, at first, he thought the young noble's motivation for training was fueled by his sense of pride and inferiority, which is not enough reason to fuel such diligence. But boy, was the old man completely wrong. Because he has spent a lot of time in the training grounds, the old man is also aware of Aaron's nickname, the Lazy Lord, but from what he's seeing, the young prince is far from it. First of all, for someone who has had no formal sword training all his life, how could he continue such rigorous training without showing any signs of irritation? Was he enlightened by Buddha or something? Because of this, the old man can't help but compare Aaron's training to that of a blacksmith who hammers his steel every day. It's like he's been doing this for decades now, without showing any signs of faltering. The old man can't even remember anyone from the past who has such a steadfast work ethic. But wait a minute. It takes a long time to develop such work ethics and willpower, even decades, and yet he's seeing it in 15-year-old Aaron. If this goes on, he could discover his true potential, and with the right mentor, could he become one of the greatest swordsmen to this day? Putting all of his weight on the sword, Aaron continues to keep on practicing his swing as many of the palace guards, as well as the hooded old man, watched on. This time, the old man called out to the arena's keeper, asking him if Aaron has any history of a private swordsmanship tutor. But the arena keeper only told him that Baron, Aaron's father, is setting up a tutor for him. Seeing all his efforts, it'd be a shame to put it all to waste if he wasn't guided accordingly, the arena keeper also added. Curious about who could be his tutor, the arena keeper answered that from what he remembered, it would be Sir Orlan Jukran. No. The arena keeper was shocked to see the old man so close to him with a grave look on his face. To be fair, he has grave room for concern. According to the old man, this supposed teacher of Eren is a notorious drunk who has a habit of drinking before giving formal training. And because of this, he does nothing but yells at the soldiers and novices. That drunkard is no good as a teacher for a budding swordsman like Eren. The old man quickly turned around, and with a stride, thought to himself that he needs to act fast. A precious gem like Eren shouldn't fall into the hands of a negligent tutor like him. He hurriedly went off to see his father, and in no time at all reached his office. Back in his father's office, he was kind enough to hear what the old man had to say and was bewildered by what he heard. He asked if it was all true, to which the old man grimly confirmed. It was about Eren, who actually has the potential to be an expert swordsman. Who would have thought? Baron was shocked and pleased, and at the same time worried. After all, the old man already presented him with a letter of recommendation for Eren to attend the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. It's like the Swordsmanship Academy for the elite of the land. Only the most exceptional talents can get into the prestigious academy. It doesn't matter if you're from royalty or not. And if you ever did get accepted in Chronos, you'll be treated much better than most nobles. That's how elite this school is. Its reputation is even greater than that of the Royal Academy. Sure, it's one thing to get accepted into the school, but it's an entirely different matter to become a trainee there. Can Eren, who just started his swordsmanship training a few weeks ago, manage to hold out? This is the thought that bothers Baron the most. I mean, just look at Eren. Dude ain't even at novice level yet. Still, Baron decided to call his son to the office to inform Eren that he received a recommendation letter to attend Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Obviously, Eren is the most shocked to even be considered in such a top-notch school. But like every good father, Baron didn't force him to make a decision right then and there, but only expressed his support on whatever Eren may choose, and that it's his call to make. Gon's dad could learn a thing or two from Baron's parenting, don't you think? Now back to Eren, naturally. He was dumbfounded by this and just told his father that he'll think it through for the next couple of days. In his room, Eren sat contemplating in the comfort of his luxurious bed about what transpired a while ago. But his main thought was on whether or not he had the capacity to do this, could he? Well, our boy hasn't been the most active in the last 10 years, only sleeping until God knows when. And now an opportunity to attend a swordsmanship academy. But then again, if he didn't have the potential, this opportunity wouldn't have come, right? Gripping his bedsheets firmly, he decided that he doesn't want to spend the rest of his days lying down in despair anymore. He came to this decision not just for himself, but for his loving family too. Attaboy Eren. And just like that, Eren went directly to Baron's office, announcing the firm determination that he'd like his hand at the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Next thing we know, Eren is already saying goodbye to his family from the entrance of the palace grounds, with murmurs surrounding the prince's abrupt decision. With tears in her mother's eyes, she bade him farewell while his father looked on fondly and Kurl wished him safe travels. On the road was only his butler and Eren in the carriage, with the former asking Eren if it's the first time he's leaving the family estate. Thinking about it, Eren said that it was, indeed, the first time he left the family estate. While he was busy staring outside, his butler pulled something from his belongings and told Eren that Kurl wanted him to have something of hers, a necklace, with a pendant fashioned into a small sword, leaving Eren's eyes wide in shock. Smiling to himself, he took the necklace and thanked his sister silently. It didn't take long for the two to reach the entrance of Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, and Eren was awestruck at the towering facade that was filled with aspiring novices left and right. His butler was about to escort him to the entrance, but he declined, leaving the former stunned. Eren then told him that from now on, he's just a mere trainee and that he has to get used to being on his own. Hearing all this, his butler can't help but be proud of the young master, and with one last look, Eren told him to take care and proceeded to go inside. His butler bowed humbly and wished him well, while Eren continued walking with a nervous stride. It's like the first day of school, of course. It's nerve-wracking and exciting. As he neared the entrance to the academy, Eren saw that there was another boy before him escorted by two older guards. The boy, a blue-haired talent wearing a smirk, was introduced by one of the guards as Lord Brett Lloyd, the son of Count Lloyd, who was one of the most esteemed families in the Gavira Kingdom. What's more, Brett was also recommended to the academy by Sir Cole Swady. One of the palace guards welcomed the young noble, saying how honored he is to welcome such a figure. Just then, the other guard, one with a vertical scar on his left eye, sporting red hair and streaks of white on it, noticed Aaron approaching. As he did so, Aaron was quick to introduce himself as the son of Baron Pereira, and along with it, he presented the recommendation letter from the wandering knight, Sir Brand Somerville. Well, what do you know? Turns out the old man's a legit knight after all. Like what they did to Brett, the first knight also welcomed Aaron with open arms and told him that they're also aware of who Sir Brand Somerville is. He's a knight on active duty and is the one behind subduing many of the creatures for decades now. Additionally, this knight also told Aaron that if his recommendation came from Sir Bran, then there's no doubt that he passed easily. After that, he was quick to direct Aaron to the auditorium and also wished him luck with our young hero, walking away and thanking him for the encouragement. As soon as Aaron was out of earshot, the red-haired guard said out loud that he didn't expect Sir Bran to be the type to write letters of recommendation for anyone. His fellow guard also agreed, most especially not for the lazy prince. To this, the red-haired guard asked who the lazy prince was, and the other was quick to explain about the lazy young lord of the Ferreira family. Aaron's reputation sure preceded him, so here's to hoping his reputation improves from here on out. Hearing all this, the red-haired guard can't help but agree, seeing how Aaron's physique is subpar, making him look weaker in person. So what exactly did the old man see in him? By now, Aaron has reached the door to the auditorium and with a gulp, pushed the wooden door open. In doing so, he was met with many glares and judging looks, including the blue-haired boy from before, as well as a girl with short bright red hair. Another girl with long silver locks tied into a pony only gave him so much as a side glance, but Aaron had no time to think since he was distracted by the figure approaching the podium. It was none other than the red-haired guard from before, and as soon as he reached the podium, he was quick to announce that there are 400 preliminary trainees present there and introduced himself as Ahmed. From today onwards, Ahmed will serve as their instructor, who will also be teaching and evaluating their progress. From his position, Ahmed gave a quick scan of the crowd and noted to himself that there are several promising candidates for this year, including the blue-haired boy, the silver-haired girl, as well as the girl with bright hair. But out of all these candidates, the one that stood out the most is the silver-haired girl named Ilya Lindsay from the genius family of Lindsay. It's been told that she's the second genius from their clan, which made Ahmed wonder just how talented she is. Hearing how she's more gifted than her older brother, prospective waifu detected. But Ahmed wasn't the only one looking at Ilya. Brett was also glaring at her from a distance, wondering why she had to attend the academy since she was already talented enough as she is. With her present, Brett thought to himself that acquiring the top position is no longer an easy win for him. Watch out, we got pretty ambitious lad right here. Ahmed continued with his speech, telling everyone that they were all preliminary trainees and not official ones yet. What's more, he reminded them how challenging the swordsmanship training is at the academy, and that if they manage to pass the 2 upcoming exams and hold out for a year, only then will they be considered official trainees. But then again, once they become official, training will only get harder. After saying this, Ahmed made them leave their belongings and follow him outside, saying there was a place he wanted them to see. Once outside, they're gathered in an oval track, and Ahmed, now bare from his suit of armor, explains that it's the location for physical training sessions to improve cardio and muscular endurance. It's relatively flat, though there are a few slopes that will serve as their running course. And without any warning, Ahmed came to a running start, dashing forward that signaled the start of their endurance test. As if that wasn't fast enough, he decided to quicken the pace, zooming past the front line of trainees, and even then, he decided to go faster still. He was already a few paces ahead of them, while the rest of the trainees scrambled to catch up to him, many already panting hard, including Aaron and a few others. Brett was already thinking to himself that he needs to maintain his pace since this is a long-distance run while running from the back. Of course, he looked back and saw that the lazy prince was already lagging far behind, on his knees and sweating buckets. Brett thought to himself that Aaron wouldn't get that nickname for nothing. Meanwhile, Aaron was already deep in thought how hard the first task is, huffing extra hard while doing so while the rest of the trainees ran further from him. On the opposite side of the track, Ahmed was quick to notice Aaron had stopped, but he didn't comment or anything and continued to run further. As they continued to run, Aaron started to get up, his whole body trembling and him still panting, only to take another step forward and continue to run. Seeing this, Brett was beyond shocked, while Ahmed only smirked at the young noble's determination. Aaron thought to himself that this hardship is nothing compared to what the swordsman in his dream went through. He thought to himself how he wanted to be like him and to be on the same level as the swordsman in his dream. To do that, Aaron told himself that he needs to overcome his past self, which is the lazy lord. On the side, one of the guards who welcomed Aaron, the one with the moss-colored hair, was also watching the endurance test. Like Ahmed, he's also rid of his armor and was observing Aaron, surprised that our young hero pushed through despite being on his knees and out of breath. That's our main character for you. However, this guard was suddenly alarmed at Aaron's condition. He was already coughing unnaturally and was close to losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Ahmed and the rest of the trainees are catching up behind Aaron, as our hero takes a stumble, startling the approaching bunch. Fortunately, this other guard made a run for it and quickly caught Aaron as he was about to be run over by the rest of the batch. Taking a closer look at Aaron, the guard thought to himself that Aaron didn't just faint. He pushed his body way past its limits, which resulted in him losing consciousness. Damn, that's next-level effort. Still, this guard can't help but wonder at this curious kid, as he lay panting with his eyes closed shut. Aaron woke up with a start, quickly getting up from bed and scanning the room, thinking to himself where he was. A voice from his left told him that he was just dandy fine and introduced himself as the instructor of Rune Tarhal, as well as the person in charge of the recovery room. Aaron was quick to say his thanks, to which the instructor said he should dang right be grateful because he just made our hero recover faster. But with a smile, he also told Aaron that maybe they'll be seeing each other more frequently, which Aaron didn't get as a joke. Right after, he handed Aaron a scroll which turns out to be the ranking of the test, but he was also quick to say that it isn't part of the finals and midterm exams that will dictate if they made it as official trainees or not. Among other things, the endurance test they did was just a quick look to see the candidates' current levels. And no surprise there, Aaron saw himself ranked 400th in the test. The instructor then tried to console him, saying that ranking high on the list boosts one's esteem, while those ranked lower are motivated to work even harder. Plus, this ranking is bound to change in a year, he said. But the instructor is quite surprised at how calm Aaron is. In fact, he doesn't seem to be fazed that he's the last one in the ranking. Seeing that Aaron seems to be okay, the instructor was quick to shove Aaron out of the recovery room, and off his way he went. Come the next day, the trainees were already seated at the lecture hall when the moss-haired guard greeted them a good morning from the podium. With a smile, he seemed pleased to know that most of the preliminary students slept fairly well and introduced himself as Karaka, who will serve as their instructor for today. Karaka quickly presented to them a new schedule they will follow for today, which includes getting up and having breakfast from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, quickly followed by a morning training session until noon. From there, they're given an hour's break and will start afternoon training at 13 o'clock until 17 o'clock, followed by a 1-hour dinner until 18 o'clock. After dinner, they will have a 1-hour mental training and liberal art class. After they finish the schedule, they're free to do so as they please. Additionally, starting today, Karaka also said that all training halls, fitness rooms, and other training facilities will be open for their use, especially for those who wish to train more anytime. Hearing this, Aaron thought to himself that he could resume his swordsmanship training, but his thoughts were cut short after Karaka said that weapon training is not allowed. A swordsmanship academy that doesn't allow sword training? Come on now. The day flew by, and suddenly, dusk was already settling on the palace grounds. Red is seen walking, accompanied by his mean girls, 4 other trainees. As they were walking, one of them asked him if he thought the liberal arts class boring, adding that the academy is a bit much by making them take another class after a whole day's worth of training, but Brett only kept smiling. One of the other trainees countered, saying that the first training was having a hard time because he didn't understand the lesson. And soon enough, they reached the door to one of the training facilities. Inside, they were shocked to see that the area is a lot bigger than they thought and that it was already full of other trainees busy with weight training. As they walked around, looking at the other trainees, one of them commented how everybody is hard at work, while the other one said that it was only a matter of time before they drop one by one. However, Brett's attention is directed toward Ilya, who's pretty busy lifting weights that look a little too heavy for any girl out there. But then again, she's a genius prodigy after all. While Ilya is busy squatting them heavy barbells, Brett could only look on and gulp in fear after seeing her in action, admitting that her presence overwhelms him. Brett's train of thought continued to spiral, thinking that Ilya is in no way on the same level as they are, making him feel inferior and not jealous at all. It's like there's a whole gap of stairs between him and Ilya, a different level from the others. Even Brett's clique was surprised at her ability to lift such weights with that body. But the other trainee gasped in shock, seeing that the lazy lord is also busy doing weightlifting, but on a much lighter scale. The 2 trainees continued to make fun of Aaron, saying how he wasted his life sleeping instead of training back then, but our hero paid them no mind. They continued to make fun of him, saying how he will faint again when Ilya notices Aaron's attempts. Brett told the other two trainees to cut it out and told them that they were leaving when this time, Brett noticed the short-haired girl with bright red hair also busy doing hammer curls by the bench. Brett knew that this girl's name was Judith and that she was the only commoner among the nobles. And how could he not know her? She's the one who beat Brett for second place. And this blue-haired boy doesn't let things like that go. Your boy's shooting daggers in Judith's direction, in his thoughts, promising to never let her get second place again and emitting a menacing aura when Judith calls him out on his BS. The aggravated girl called him out to stop staring, which caught Brett by surprise. Is this commoner talking to me? Judith is not one to back down though, and yeah, she's definitely talking to him and told him to beat it since he's making her lose focus. Of course, Brett's small fry henchmen are quick to jump to his side, calling Judith out for her brashness and for not paying respect to Brett, but this red-haired girl only asked them if it's cute just following Brett around. One of them got pretty heated and demanded Judith to apologize to him immediately, but she just kept adding fuel to the fire, even telling him that his mouth stinks. Just as he was about to retaliate, Judith told him to shut up while focusing on one corner of the training area that even Brett got curious and also turned to look. What they both saw, what all of them saw, shocked them to the core. Ilya approached Aaron, pulling him aside for a quick talk. Even Aaron himself got pretty shocked, the bar still in hand. From their area, no one can actually hear the conversation between the two, with them whispering and Ilya pointing something out to our hero. The whole training hall was silent. You could actually hear the tumbleweeds rolling. Aaron and Ilya's conversation soon ended with her walking away while Aaron bowed to her shyly, as soon as she slammed the door shut of the training hall. Aaron now has a new concern, various eyes staring at him. But when he looked back to see, all of them averted their gaze and continued working out. This scene looks like it came straight out on a classic slapstick comedy. Judith and Brett were both thinking the same thing. They couldn't hear what the two said. So Judith, impulsive as she is, got up and dropped the dumbbell on one of Brett's henchmen and walked straight toward Aaron. She called him out, but Aaron, shocked for the second time today, was too stunned while Judith is as impatient as ever. She told him that she should respond when someone talks to him, so Aaron was quick to get up and talk. However, Judith straight up told him that she was not interested in him and that he should tell him right now. Huh? Aaron is still dumbfounded. Well, turns out Judith wants to know what Ilya Lindsay had to say to him. So what exactly did the top students say to the one who ranked last? Shocked, Judith was annoyed and glaring at Aaron. Did Ilya Lindsay really just walk over to Aaron just to tell him how to use the equipment properly and to correct his posture? Who would believe that? But Aaron swore that he was telling the truth, so Judith had to ask if the two of them knew each other from before or if they were lovers. But Aaron said that this is the first time he even saw her today. Judith seemed satisfied with Aaron's boring answer, so she turned to go. But before she stomped away, she told him to loosen up since the other trainees might think she's bullying him. Aaron just thought to himself how brash Judith was, and as he was about to resume his training, remembering Ilya's advice, he got cut off again, and this time by Brett. Like Judith, he was quick to ask what Ilya had to say to him before and what he and Judith talked about later on. Just like that, 1 month passed by, and as usual, Brett stood drinking his water, surrounded by the same henchmen from before, though it's only 3 of them now. They're at the training halls, and just a few feet away from them is Aaron, practicing his weightlifting while Ilya watches over him, correcting his form and coaching him. As Aaron struggles with the squat, Brett turns to himself, saying that he won't concern himself over these two. Admittedly, he also thought to himself that he'll never win against Ilya, and that she is, without a doubt, the top trainee for this year. But for Aaron, there's not much threat to him. He's still the last-ranked trainee out of all of them. If anything, Brett's pretty convinced that Aaron bribed his way to get a slot at the academy. He thinks that Aaron, who has done nothing but be lazy for his whole life, can never reach the level Brett's currently at. Even with Ilya's coaching and encouragement, Brett really believes that sooner or later, Aaron will return to being the lazy prince, which is his old self. Brett then told his pack that they'll be heading out to the track while thinking to himself that he was settling for second place. But as he approached the track, he was annoyed to see that Judith beat him to it and was already running hard. One of his henchmen can't help but praise Judith's intensity and how she always got to the track first. His other henchman only commented that it's only natural that she works this hard. She's a commoner after all. But Brett was already pissed and told them that they'll start running anyway. They were shocked to hear this, but with a glare, Brett told them that they could follow slowly if they find it too hard. Otherwise, he told him, with a menacing aura, that they should run after him as if their lives depended on it. This kid sure needs to bump his pep talk. Then came 3 months later. Ahmed and Karaka dropped by the training halls to see that only a few trainees remained, many notwithstanding the harsh training in the academy. But Karaka said with a smile that compared to last year, there are a lot more of them this time around. The big three, Judith, Brett, and Ilya, are still going at it at their own pace, with Judith doing weightlifting, Brett running track, and Ilya with her own exercises. And then there's also the lazy. Nope, not anymore. Can't call Aaron lazy anymore. Can we? Not after all the hard work he put through. The next day, they were all gathered in the lecture hall when Ahmed made a big announcement. It was time for their midterm evaluations. Many of them were surprised while Ahmed continued to explain that for this evaluation, they will undergo a certain course. To pass, they just need to complete the course within a certain time frame. Seeing the track, many were already airing their frustration and dread at the difficulty abound in the course, even Judith herself frowning at it. However, Ahmed continued to explain by saying that the course is nothing out of the ordinary and is a culmination of the things they have been doing for the past 3 months, which will include running and swimming. The actual course will serve as the evaluation, and as long as they finish it within the time limit, they're all good. Plus the good part is that rankings don't matter in this evaluation. And here's the fun part. Ahmed also said that the academy head will be giving out a reward. Just to boost morale? No biggie. The midterm evaluations will commence 10 days from now at exactly 9 in the morning. To give focus to the evils, there are no classes and the trainees are free to do as they please. With that, he wished them the best of luck. As usual, Brett's henchmen were quick to question their dear pack leader if they could finish the evaluations, one of them even saying that, duh, of course, Brett can do this. He is Lord Brett Lloyd after all. But while they were bickering, Brett was deep in thought, thinking about Ilya and Judith, while also contemplating a few others. Still, he was confident that he'd get into the top 5 spot and there aren't any risks for this. However, he couldn't help this shaking and uneasy feeling as he glared toward Aaron, who was busy running track. It's a different day and most of the trainees are pretty busy doing their own thing, with Judith focusing on breaking a new PR in weightlifting. She was happy with what she accomplished and was about to call it a day when she heard barfing sounds from the corner. Looking at the direction of the sounds, she saw that it came from Aaron, who was on his knees, panting and out of breath. Judith thought to herself that Aaron is pushing himself beyond his limit once again. It made her think about when he first stepped foot in the academy. Compared to back then, she thought of how Aaron improved tremendously and asked herself how he's able to accomplish such a feat. Clenching her fist tightly, Judith can't help but compare if her willpower is lesser than that of the lazy lord, so she did what she had to do. She resumed training. She's not having it. Days flew by so fast that suddenly, it's only a day before the midterm evaluations. Karaka wonders out loud how many trainees will be able to pass the course, and Ahmed estimated that there would probably be 30 of them. Hearing this, the head sword master popped out in between the 2 instructors, which surprised Ahmed, asking him what he's doing there. The head sword master of Kronos Academy, Ian, a bald man with a white mid-length mustache and beard, told the 2 instructors that he fancied seeing how the trainees are this year rather than hearing it from somebody else. After that, he quickly greeted Karaka, who he knows as the new assistant instructor from the Kingdom of Adon. While they were shaking each other's hands, the headmaster was quick to ask Karaka how old he think he is, and the younger instructor, obviously flustered, answered 55. Well, it seems to flatter the old man since he broke into a smile, telling him that he hates outright flattery at the same time will double his wage. Karaka only smiled and thanked him, but in reality, Ian is actually 90 years old, and Ahmed told him from the side not to believe what the head swordmaster says because he doesn't handle the finances. Now, back to the trainees. Even the headmaster himself noticed that this year's batch of trainees is a lot different from last year's. Is this the result of Ahmed and Karaka's combined teachings? But Karaka only said that he's given him way too much credit. Suddenly, Ian's attention was drawn by a certain trainee, and Karaka noticed, following his line of sight. He was quick to explain that the trainee they were looking at is the second genius of the Lindsay family, Ilya, who is busy doing lifts. He further elaborated that she's the top student among the trainees and is a prodigy who lives up to her reputation. That may be true and all, but the headmaster sees something different in her. While not taking his eyes off Ilya, he pitied how she was so obsessed with the path chosen for her, instead of pursuing what she wanted. Hearing this, Ahmed was surprised, but there's more where that came from. The headmaster also said that she hoped she could get rid of this useless obsession one day and question how society pushed her to become as such. Then he was quick to see Judith doing barbell squats and only said that Judith is overworking herself. He then asked the instructors if they already warned her about overexerting herself, which they did. Karaka even added that Judith is the most hard-headed out of all the trainees in this batch. To this, the headmaster told them that they should still warn her and started walking towards Judith, while also saying that it'd be a waste if she gets burned out. Another reason why he wanted to approach her is to find out the reason why she works so hard. With a few strides, the headmaster is already in front of Judith, but their conversation can't be heard. Karaka wonders out loud if he could stop Judith from overworking, and Ahmed was quick to say that surely she'll listen to the headmaster's warning. But as soon as he turned his back and walked away, Judith continued with her workout. Damn, this girl really doesn't listen. Ahmed was just about to question the headmaster when the latter told them that Judith is indeed stubborn and will only stop exerting herself if he gave her a good reason to do so. The headmaster quickly changed the topic by asking where Aaron is and made a quick glance across the halls. Only the sounds of the various pieces of workout equipment can be heard, with Karaka and Ahmed standing silently side by side. Ahmed asked how long it's been, and Karaka answered that it's been 30 minutes since the headmaster observed Aaron, who was busy doing barbell squats. And without saying anything, the old man quickly turned away and told the two to not bother Aaron. They clarified the headmaster's wishes, of which Ian told them not to stop him unless Aaron himself chose to give up. He was quick to assess that Aaron has complete control of his body. When night came, Aaron plopped down on his bed, full of muscle patches to help relieve the pain from his workouts. While lying, he contemplated on the things that happened in the past few days, such as his fellow trainees who mocked and ignored him, namely Judith and Brett, are now starting to become more conscious of him, which is such a weird feeling. Then there's the top trainee Ilya, who's lending a hand to Aaron's workouts. Why is she doing that? She's not the type to just reach out and help other people out of pity. As soon as he closed his eyes, Aaron fell into a deep sleep and dreamt that he was in the arms of a woman, clad from head to toe in a long, flowing red cloak. The woman told Aaron in the dream that it's been a while, and suddenly he remembered why he never left his bed. It's to be in the arms of his beloved mother. But Aaron knows this figure isn't really his mother, though its embrace is warm as ever, which made him think that it would be nice to just fall asleep all over again like before. However, a sudden spark was ignited that caught Aaron's attention, and along with it came a blinding light, and it soon revealed as the swordsman in his recurring dream, slashing the red cloak of the figure that surrounded Aaron. Looking at him in awe, Aaron got up and was about to move closer to the long-haired swordsman when a hand reached out and grabbed his arm, stopping him from doing so. Aaron gently removed the figure's grasp from his arm while also thanking it with a smile, saying that he must go now. And just like that, Aaron woke up with a different aura. He seems to be generating a different kind of energy that's full of intent and determination. What will Aaron do next? Aaron walks into the course on the day of the evaluation, looking more beaten up than usual, which earned him a few whispers behind his back. Some even think that maybe he overdid himself this time, even one of Brett's henchmen. Brett only stared at Aaron in silence, then shifted his gaze to another trainee who looks a little worse for wear, Judith. Judging from her looks, she once again overworked herself and is in the worst condition she's ever been in. Seeing this, Brett smirked, thinking the second place is as good as his right now, as long as he doesn't let his guard down. Ilya also threw a glance at Aaron, who's been pretty quiet the whole time, but everyone's attention is now focused on Ahmed. With only 5 minutes before the midterm evaluations, Ahmed went over the rules one last time, explaining that it has 4 stages with different instructors set for each course. Once they finish the target point, they're free to proceed with the next location and challenge. He also stressed that this exam is based on an absolute grading scale. Everybody should focus on their own progress and show the instructors how much they've improved. The trainees already got into position at the first location, with everyone feeling the intensity of the activity. For the first challenge, the trainees were made to do push-press. And contrary to what Ahmed said, Brett's being nosy about others' business once again, and is looking at how fast Ilya performs the challenge. Looking at her while finishing his own, Brett thought to himself that he'll never be as fast as her, then thought that he still has a run for second place. Brett and his boys were still struggling hard to finish the first task, when one of his henchmen noticed something strange that made Brett look as well. And boy, was he not pleased with what he saw. Aaron was doing the fastest push presses out there, with a beaten down body. How does he do it? Even Karaka, who was overseeing the location, was surprised at his intensity, but Aaron was purely focused and didn't slow down or take a break at all. Seeing this, Brett was shocked, thinking that Aaron wasn't pacing himself well for the challenge. Did he want to burn out that fast? As he was busy looking at Aaron, Ilya already finished her set, leaving him surprised as usual, but he was even more surprised when the instructor called out Aaron's name, announcing that he was also done with the challenge. With one last huff, Aaron dropped the barbell and walked towards the second location. Many of the trainees were shocked at his progress. Even after he finished the first task, Aaron still hasn't said a single word and proceeded to the next location, close behind Ilya. Some of them just ignored him, while others claimed that he'll get disqualified anyway, so it wouldn't matter. But unbeknownst to them, Aaron could hear what everyone was saying behind his back as he walked towards the second challenge, which were box jumps. He immediately started on the box jumps, thinking that if they were surprised at his performance so far, more so him. Like the dude practically spent his last few years sleeping, so how was he pulling this off? Aaron thought that there was something different about his body today, like it was burning, but he's in complete control and doesn't feel like he's nearing burnout. This made him think that maybe he will if he went faster, but no, he needs to do more. He can do more. Faster. More. With everything he got, he managed to finish doing box jumps at an alarming speed. Even Ahmed is pretty shocked at this, and just like that, he announced Aaron's completion of the second task. Hearing this, Rhett looked scared, but he didn't have enough time to focus on him since he got distracted by a loud yell from behind. Judith is in overdrive mode, doing her best to finish the first task as the headmaster looked on. Then came stage 3, which is long-distance running. By this time, it's only Ilya leading the run with Aaron close behind her. While panting behind her, Aaron thought to himself that there was something strange, a different feeling that made him want to beat Ilya in the course. As he readied himself to overtake her, another figure crept up fast behind him with a sprint, and he was surprised to see that it was Judith. This overworked trainee even managed to overtake Ilya, which surprised Aaron. With Judith leading stage 3, she thought to herself that she wouldn't lose. With every step, she looked back on everything she did to get here, even remembering how she got dissed when people heard she applied for Kronos Academy. These malicious voices tell Judith to tell her that she's delusional and that it's too big for her boots. But she persevered, fueled by her want to get accepted into the academy and pure hard work. She continued thinking to herself that she will never allow anyone to beat her, ever. With a shout, Judith yelled that she won't lose to anyone, just in time for her to reach stage 4, which is long-distance swimming. Judith dived with much gusto into the waters and continued swimming with such intensity, and suddenly, she felt it. The stabbing pain and a cramp on her left leg. Why now, of all times? But are we even surprised, since she's been going at it too hard? Despite the pain, Judith still continued to swim in the water with tears in her eyes, and in a flash, she was surprised to see Ilya already overtaking her so easily. As she looked at Ilya's back, who was moving further and further away from her, Judith thought to herself that even though she knew she worked herself too hard, but even with all that hard work, is it really not possible to beat Ilya? This time, Judith's other leg starts to cramp too. As she continues to look at Ilya's back, Judith cries in frustration, and she now starts to give in to her exhaustion. She stops paddling and soon finds herself sinking deep into the dark waters of the lake. However, she was broken out of her reverie with a splash when suddenly a hand reached out and pulled her from under the water. With her eyes still closed, Judith is conscious that someone is dragging her out of the water, strong muscles gripping her firmly. She gives out a loud cough as her rescuer continues to swim. Now, Judith slowly opens her eyes and sees that it's Aaron who came to her rescue. But what about the evaluations? Pwah! With a loud breath, Judith's conscious again. Still feeling groggy, she asks Aaron what he's doing. Annoyed at his effort, as Aaron assures her that they're almost at the shore. As soon as they made it, Aaron was just asking if she was okay when Karaka came running, telling Aaron to leave and continue with the evaluations. That's right, boy, get your head in the game. As he stood up, Rhett just dived in and started the third challenge, followed by 2 others. Feeling the fatigue physically and mentally, the last thing Judith saw was Aaron's back as he dived back into the lake, thinking how much of an idiot he is. A life-saving idiot at that. And just like that, the sun has set, and along with it came many tears from many trainees unable to finish the course. Feeling depressed over this failure, Karaka approaches one of them, telling him with a smile that he could make it up at the second round of the evaluation. What's more, compared to this one, the second evaluation has lower standards, so he'll be sure to pass as long as he does his best. With renewed hopes, the trainees ran to the sunset as Ahmed approached Karaka, saying that there are a lot more successful candidates this year than last year. Karaka echoed the sentiment with a smile, but out of all the trainees this year, the one that stood out the most is the second to the last candidate, today's hero, Irene Pereira. Finally, the MC is MCing. If there were people who applauded Aaron's choice to save Judith, then there are a couple of numbskulls. I mean, conceited brats. I mean, other trainees who scoff at Aaron's choice. Oh, and this dude ended up on the 5th place, much to the rest of Brett's followers' surprise. Of course, congratulations are in order, so Brett, who ranked 2nd place, came forward congratulating Lance, the 5th in place for today's evaluations. But Brett already got his eyes on Aaron. Even Brett's aware that Aaron's performance today was on a whole different level, something he can't catch up to. It's like he was on a booster, if he didn't save Judith at the last minute. Brett thought that he'd be in 4th place, and that he lost to Aaron today. The next day, Aaron was busy training by himself while running in the tracks when Ilya came out of nowhere, asking why he did it. Obviously, Ilya is not pleased that Aaron prioritized saving Judith over finishing the midterm evaluations. As for Aaron, well, it was a no-brainer. He just felt that he had to do that. Spoken like a true main character, you all. She counters that any of the instructors on standby would have saved Judith if he didn't. He just wasted the chance to be trained by the head sword master, and he'll still be mocked by the other trainees. Aaron was quiet for a moment, then answered that he knows how people called him a deadbeat noble behind his back. For the longest time, he felt like he was stuck in a swamp, and it was only thanks to his family that he was able to get out of it. So how could he sit idly by when he sees someone who was once in the same boat as him? It's not right to leave people drowning like that. Ilya was not satisfied with his answer and decided to walk away, stressing that swordsmanship training is different, and Aaron just threw his one chance to seek guidance from the head swordmaster and for his foolish decision. Ilya told him that he won't help him anymore. But before she walked away, Aaron asked her why she helped him all this time, and her answer is that she just hates it when people talk smack behind other people's back. And then finally, the announcement of the evaluation's results. Every trainee gathered in the auditorium as they announced that 35 candidates passed the first while 78 more passed in the second, which totals to 113 trainees. Additionally, Ahmed announced that the top 5 from the first evaluation will be personally rewarded by the head swordmaster after their individual interviews. But hold up. The head swordmaster himself interrupted Ahmed's speech, asking Ahmed if he may have missed a certain someone. Yep, that's right. Preliminary trainee number 311, Irene Pereira, also known as our homeboy, was asked to come up to the podium. Everyone was shocked. Well, it just goes to show that no good deed goes unrewarded. The head sword master then went on to say that sometimes a lot of us are too engrossed in chasing those in front of us that we forget to see what's happening around us. But not Irene Pereira. He chose not to be blind, and in doing so, saved the life of fellow trainee Judith, even if it meant sacrificing the evaluations. With this in mind, the head swordsmaster, along with the other instructors, decided that he was fitting to receive the reward as well, with the auditorium bursting with applause. Back in the head swordmaster Ian's office, Brett was the first to be interviewed by the old man. He was already being hard on himself, but the head swordmaster reminded him that there's no need for self-condemnation. He assessed Brett as someone who's willing to work over himself to get better and can lead those around him. Then came Ilya, who downright asked the head swordmaster to teach her personally. But he advised her not to get too caught up in her obsession and learn her family's way instead. But she won't take no for an answer, so the head sword master ultimately relented and told her that she'll teach her in his office. And lastly, there's Aaron. Now, as the least experienced trainee of all, what could he ask for? But he was not at all prepared for Aaron's request. The young lad was asking the old man what does he need to do to make up with someone. Did we hear that right? The head swordmaster was calm and decided to hear what Aaron has to say. Considering he's never left his room for more than 10 years, and he's already 15. Of course, he doesn't know how to socialize. Okay, so let's hear him out. It's finally time for an elder to help our boy out. So Aaron spent his time explaining what happened between him and Ilya as the head swordmaster listened patiently. After sharing the story, Aaron shared his thanks, but like every good teacher, Ian said that he was happy to help, and that it was nice to advise on a different topic. The older man didn't expect Ilya to be the source of Aaron's worry, but brushed it aside and asked the fledgling swordsman about the main topic, and that's the award. Surely, Aaron wouldn't settle for a counseling session with the greatest swordmaster at the academy, right? He's not satisfied with just this, so he reminded Aaron that he could teach him how to wield the sword in detail and even more invaluable advice. Great deal, right? But Aaron, our boy, kind of short-circuited and started babbling about he has no idea what to ask, and that he just started sword training a month ago, and he feels embarrassed at his lack of idea, and clap. The older man clapped his hands to stop Aaron from babbling. What's he so nervous about? A swordsman should be confident. Since Eren couldn't decide for himself, the head swordmaster decided that he'd give Eren's reward some other time or teach him, when he believes the time has come. Our hero seems to be pleased with this suggestion, so off he went his merry way. Still, Ian was surprised at Eren's demeanor and something seems off. It was like he was not even nervous at all and like he already has someone guiding him. Thinking of this made Ian remember a similar trainee from years back with remarkable talent and an unpredictable personality. But nah, Eren's way too different from that. Next thing we know, Eren was busy working on his games when he was approached by Judith. Well, she's not surprised that our boy's hard at work as always, but is it really okay to keep training like that? Especially since they'll be starting sword training tomorrow. But more importantly, what was she doing here? As soon as Eren got up to ask her, she was quick to explain that she had to say something. Thank you. For Eren, it was no biggie, but apparently for Judith, it means a lot, so she proposed that they should stick together and help each other out from now on. Yay, now there are two of them, new friend unlocked. And it turns out Judith's the type who can get a little too comfortable with someone real quick, as she's already got their activities mapped out for the next day. They'll be having meals together from now on and will work to start training the sword together, even threatening Eren in the process and playfully smacking him. But still, he thought to himself that this isn't so bad, so just like that, he gained a big sis, even if she's 2 years younger than him. The next day, Judith really did stick to Eren like glue. She's even sharing songs with him, much to the surprise of everybody, especially Brett and his group. Even though they were weirded out by Judith's closeness, what's stranger for Brett is Eren and Ilya seem to be distant from each other. His nosy butt can't help but think that something must have happened. He didn't have time to wonder much since Ahmed called their attention that from today onwards, they'll be starting their sword training. For the next 2 hours, the trainees are free to train with the sword as they like and choose a wooden sword of their liking for practice. Like bees to honey, they went straight for the swords. Judith's been swinging hers wildly, happy that it doesn't break, and Ahmed can't help but think that it's the result of their training for the past few months, enhancing and strengthening their stamina. Brett, too, could feel the difference and the lightness from handling the weapon. As everyone chose their weapon, the room suddenly went quiet as all eyes were on Eren. Carefully, he stepped forward and stopped in front of the biggest wooden sword that looks a lot like Guts' Dragon Slayer. As he picked it up, Eren put all of his focus on the wooden weapon as the head sword master watched silently from the sides. With utmost focus, he gave the sword one big swing. Obviously, nothing happened, and Brett's group was quick to diss him, but Ahmed and Karaka saw it. It may be rough, but Eren's stance is pretty close to the standard. Ilya too was speechless, only observing from the sides, but as Brett's henchmen babbled about how Eren's just a show-off, the blue-haired lord started walking towards Eren with his sword drawn. I challenge you to a duel, Brett said to Eren, much to the immediate shock of everyone in the room. Eren too was shocked, but only looked to Ian for permission. The old man was quick to nod and Eren accepted. So the duel's on. The trainees parted like the Red Sea and gave the two space while Ahmed was quick to blow a fuse, calling them out that they can only duel after formal swordsmanship training, while Karaka is lost in thought, wondering why Brett would do such a thing. Ahmed was about to continue his litany of reminders when Ian cut him off, saying there may be exceptions at times, and allowed the duel to take place. But before the two could start, he warned them that he would intervene if he finds it risky. With that, the head swordmaster stepped away to leave the two to their devices. As soon as the old man did that, Brett lunged forward and dashed straight toward Eren at an alarming speed that caught our hero by surprise. Eren could only stand as Brett delivered the first blow, a slash to his right side, but thankfully, Eren managed to block it. What do you know? Brett could actually walk the talk. Brett only looked at our hero with piercing eyes as Eren looked at the place where Brett attacked. His opponent, though, didn't let him breathe, since Brett quickly dashed back towards Eren and this time sent a straight thrust to his head, which Eren barely dodged with a hair's breadth and is now pushed back thanks to Brett's barrage of attacks, who's not even giving Eren time to regain his footing. Plus, there's his speed too, which makes it near impossible for Eren to counter. The crowd of trainees continue to look on, but they're most surprised that Eren was able to hold out. On the other hand, Judith's gritting her teeth in anger because she knows what Brett's doing. He's testing Eren. With laser focus, Brett gives another swing towards Eren, which the latter blocks before Brett stepped back. He's thinking to himself that for a beginner swordsman, Eren's reflexes ain't bad, but his balance is crap. Not to mention the fact that his posture and movements are pretty sloppy, which made Brett think if Eren's serious about swordsmanship training, he sucks real bad. It's about time to wrap this all up, but Brett made a dash towards Eren. curious to know his power levels, but Aaron, bless his reflex, saw through it and decided to go for the offense and readied himself to slash Brett in one straight swoop, emitting a powerful aura while doing so. His opponent, seeing him take the stance, was shocked by his movement, so Brett spun around and stepped to Aaron's slide before disarming our hero of his weapon. Now weaponless, and Brett's wooden sword on his neck, it was declared that the duel is finished. Everyone applauded and the blue-haired boy walked away without a word. They concluded today's first sword training by announcing the division of classes starting tomorrow as stated by Karaka. Ilya, Brett, and Judith, along with a few others, will be part of Class A since they're the top students. He then proceeded to name students that belong to Classes B and C as Judith expresses support to Aaron. But then Aaron's name isn't called even in Class C. With a frown, Karaka announced that Aaron is the lone student in Class F. But are we even surprised at this point? Judith is mad. She starts ranting about how annoying Brett was with what he did and continues to call him a show-off and belittles Aaron. Our hero, on the other hand, is calm and continues practicing the sword on the side, as she keeps on babbling about encouraging Aaron and nitpicking Brett's cronies. Aaron only looks at her and calmly tells her that she shouldn't get mad on his behalf. Flushed at his comment, Judith retaliated the only way she knew how, through sheer violence. On the other hand, Brett just finished freshening up and laid in bed. He can't stop thinking about Aaron's last move. There was so much focus and determination in it that he found himself dodging it on instinct. His sword, eyes, expression. Everything in that moment was so focused that Brett started to wonder something else. What kind of impression does Brett wear when he wields the sword? The next day, everyone starts their official sword training and Aaron is the lone student at Class F since the only thing he knows is the vertical slash. Here, he is guided by the temporary Class F instructor, Ron Tarhal. Yep, he's the same dude from the infirmary from before. Before everything else, the instructor gave Aaron a pep talk on something he needs to catch up to compared to everyone else. For Aaron, he thinks it's talent, but no, with a firm grip and a powerful slash. Ron told Aaron that it's talent he needs to catch up to. Of course, hard work has to factor in as well, but for Aaron, who's more than a couple of years behind, that's a lot of catching up to do. Ron gave him 1 week to master all the sword basics, and if Aaron manages to do so, he'll be promoted to Class C. But if he can't do that, then he's stuck with Ron as his teacher in Class F. Ron did tell him, though, that if he can't even manage that, then it's better to leave the academy altogether. Well, that lit a fire up Aaron's butt. The lad's more determined now than ever. Days went by quickly, with Aaron hard at work and Ron watching over his form and throwing a tip or two and praising what Aaron did good now and then. By day 6, Ron realized something. Aaron constantly improved as the days went and at an alarming rate. He acknowledged that this young lad has quite the gift with swordsmanship. The day before his exam, Aaron was hard at work and asked Judith if she could look over his execution one last time. By then, this literal redhead is already fed up with Aaron's requests and already told him that he's doing great, but deep inside, she's happy that someone's asking for her insights. So with one fell swoop followed by a swing and slash, Aaron asked her how it was, but Judith didn't need any words. She gave it a thumbs up with a smile. The next day, Ron Tarhal is already back in the infirmary drinking tea when another instructor saw him. And yes, that only meant that Aaron got promoted and is already in Class C. Judith's mouth has 2 uses. One is to talk smack and the other is to eat big. She even eats more than the rest of the male trainees, as seen in today's cafeteria where she's already in her 6th plate. She also encourages Aaron to eat more, but was told off by one of Brett's cronies, Lance. Never one to not talk back, of course, she had to drag Lance, even asking him if she has a crush on her, since he always teases her. But as soon as he was about to retort, Brett called him off and also told the rest to stop bad-mouthing the others. Judith may not look it, but she's pretty glad that Brett called him off and is happy that he's keeping a low profile recently. Then Aaron noticed Ilya from the other side, something Judith also took note of. She was quick to pick up that the two are quite distant from one another lately and might have had an argument. Aaron isn't too sure if it's an argument, but he was curious to know how his former mentor is doing. Annoyed at this, Judith just told him to ask Ilya herself, but of course, she's just playing with Aaron. She then proceeded to tell our MC that because of Ilya's exceptional talent and aloofness, no trainee dared to approach her, aside from the fact that they were pretty much overwhelmed by this genius. However, Judith also said that this lone prodigy practices her family's vision swordsmanship at the small training hall at night, so Aaron could either talk to Ilya during this time, or he should just work hard and get promoted to Class A. After class, Aaron and Judith were practicing in the training halls. From the looks of it, They've been at it for some time now while Brett stands from the sides, observing the two's fight. In the blink of an eye, Erin and Judith commenced the swordsmanship training as Brett looked on. When she really puts her mind to it, Judith gives off a threatening aura, especially with a sword in hand as she runs straight to Erin with a slash. Erin, who has greatly improved now, quickly ducked from Judith's attack, but she was quick to change direction and sent another swing which Erin barely managed to block. Erin's aware too that Judith's attacks are hard to parry, especially when she's all focused. She's quite the monster. This time, it was Erin who came to a running start and was about to deliver a vertical slash to Judith, but as she raised her sword to block it, Erin quickly changed it to a side slice, so Judith lowered her weapon to block Erin's attack. Sneaky Lou, our hero's starting to use feints now. With grit, Judith applauded his tactics and changed her grip on the sword, this time leaning into it with more force that caught Erin off balance, staggering onto the sides. As he lay on the floor, Judith complimented him on his improvements, but still not at her level though. With that, she called it a day even though Erin clearly wanted to train more. Instead, she told him that he should go to the small training hall now instead, since he might chance upon a silver-haired trainee practicing there now. True enough, Ilya is practicing by herself and was just about to start when she heard light footsteps approaching her. Annoyed at the distraction, she looked back to see Erin with a couple of things in his hands. Ilya was not pleased that her precious practice time was interrupted, but Erin said he's just there to give her a gift along with a letter. Thinking it's a bribe, Ilya asked why he was giving it to her, and Erin was quick to explain that back at home, she has a younger sister who he frequently gets into fights with, since they're both not good at socializing. After their fights, she'd wake up to find a letter and a small gift from her sister as a token of apology. Now that he's in this situation, Erin understood why her sister preferred to write him letters instead, since his feelings were easier to organize once he wrote them down. But Ilya won't budge, asking him if he thought that she'd get back to mentoring him with this gift, but Erin only told her that it's okay if she didn't and only wanted to give him the letter and his gift from home. Back in her room, Ilya did read the letter after all and even broke a sheepish smile, thinking how childish Erin was. She then checked the content of the teal pouch he gave her and found that it has a bracelet in it. But wait, it's no ordinary bracelet. Ilya, with her eyes widened in shock, holds the silver trinket in her trembling hand. It's an Adonis. She started to sweat and panic, then just as quickly regained her composure, thinking that maybe she might have been a bit oversensitive towards Erin. The next day, Judith and Erin were getting ready for another duel, with her telling Erin that they'd go even harder today. Just as suddenly, a lone figure started to walk towards them, and it's none other than Brett. Judith was annoyed, thinking that this blue-haired lord might want to pick a fight with them, but he only told her that he has something to say to her later. For now, he switched his attention to Erin and expressed his wish to interact more with him. Everyone in the auditorium was dumbfounded, like, did he knock his head or something? But Brett explained that seeing how Erin was during the midterm evils and duel made him take notice of Erin's unbelievable level of concentration, so he asked our hero to teach him that. In return, Brett offered to teach him swordsmanship as well, saying that he wants the both of them to overcome these shortcomings and grow stronger together. Well, that was unexpected. The proud young lord of the Lloyd family proposing a deal, and with the last-ranked trainee too, scandalous. There was a deafening silence in the training hall with what Brett just said to the two. It was Judith who spoke first, asking him what his play was, since he tried to gauge Erin's skills before. Now he wants to use him to improve. Thinking for a moment, Brett was quick to admit that he does want to use Erin. Judith couldn't believe his audacity, but then again, what's so bad about that? Brett's pretty confident that he can improve on his own, but he's more aware that such training is inefficient in this setting. He was also quick to point out that it's a two-way street. They could use him too. He noticed how Judith only trains with Erin apart from their official classes, and he points out that it's better to learn by interacting with the other trainees and look at things with a broader perspective. Boy, we just love this non-toxic competition happening right now. Brett said himself it would be a great opportunity to achieve high-quality growth. He's not just a nosy brat after all. Even the other trainees who heard Brett's proclamation were inspired by him, especially since he's from Class A and Erin is from Class C. Erin agreed, but he opened up about how he's lacking compared to Brett, who's already leagues ahead of him. But the blue-haired boy assured him that he has something that he doesn't. Brett has always been aware, since the midterm evaluations, that Erin managed to maintain the intensity of his training because of his focus. This is what Brett wanted to learn from him. How was he able to maintain that level of concentration throughout training? To this, Erin slumped, saying he has no idea how he does it, but Brett just walked away with a smile. That's what all geniuses say. Although Eren doesn't consider himself as such, Brett sure does, since being able to concentrate consistently is a skill. Us people who suffer from ADHD can't relate. As he walked away, he told Judith that she'll also be training with him starting tomorrow, but she continues to reject his proposition. And one last thing, he told Eren to hold himself high and not lower himself as such. He's of noble blood after all and is from the Pereira family. So be proud. True to his word, Brett started coaching Eren the very next day from the minute movement of Eren's hands to his posture and stance, guiding him on how to thrust the sword properly and even sampled it in the end. Unlike Eren, Judith won't budge and refuses to duel with Brett, but Eren tells him that maybe she'll cave in after a week since she didn't curse this time. During lunch, Judith and Eren continue to eat together. But what's this? It's the first time Ilya acknowledges Eren after a long while. As she passes him by, she thanks Eren for the letter which Judith assumes is a confession. Girl, our genre is shonen and we're staying in this lane, okay. Soon, it's light outs as everybody is snoring. Eren lies awake in bed thinking of what Brett said to him about his level of concentration. The question is, how can he enhance it? While thinking of this, he closed his eyes and remembered the old swordsman in his dreams. Instantly, he's transported to his dream about the practicing swordsman, but something's different this time. He can actually feel the sensation in his hands. Not just his hands, but his whole body, as the skilled swordsman continues to practice his vertical slash. Eren woke up with a start and noticed that it was still nighttime, but he didn't want to let the sensation fade, so he acted quickly and grabbed the sword to start practicing. Come morning, Judith noticed the sunken-eyed Eren, obviously deprived of sleep. And look, she did cave in and is now dueling with Brett, who called her out for her lack of focus. But as soon as he said this, it was he who got distracted this time. And that's because he found it odd that Eren is sleeping in the middle of practice. Judith was about to unleash a mouthful, but Brett advised her against it. And then suddenly, Eren's up again, sword in hand, and starts practicing the vertical slash. Then he goes back to nap, which is weird. Brett, curious as ever, decided to approach him and ask what he was doing. And our simple-minded MC just answered that he's training to improve his concentration, which Brett assumed is meditation training. He went on to explain that it's a technique that priests do, so desperate to learn Eren's ways, he also positioned himself to sleep. He now starts to feel calmer, until he wakes up to the view of Lance calling him. Your boy Brett did fell asleep. But of course, Lance couldn't say that out loud and only told the blue-haired young lord that he looks like he was sleeping. Brett explained that he's meditating, but Judith saw it all, saying that is it normal for people to drool and snort while meditating. He was quick to wipe the drool off his face as Lance only looked on, not saying a word. So, change of tactic. It has to do with the position. Now, Brett sat down cross-legged, but Judith keeps on saying that it was different, since Eren's is a special case. But Brett still continued with his meditation. In his office, the head swords master listens to Karaka's report of the recent activities, which includes Eren's promotion to Class B, something made possible with the help of Judith and Brett. But more than that, Karaka told the old sword master that he was right about Brett. He's influencing the other trainees, and now pretty much everybody is practicing meditation with him. Someone's sword lands on the ground, signaling the end of the duel. And the owner of this sword is none other than Judith, who lies on the ground, with Ahmed announcing Brett as the winner. It's the end of time this red hair has lost to Brett and was asking for another go when Ahmed reprimanded her. So they decided to do it after class instead, which left Ahmed with a sheepish smile. This year's trainees sure are full of energy, especially Brett, who's in a different league from Judith and is improving quickly. Brett himself can even feel that he's improving significantly. Maybe if he keeps at it, he'll soon catch up to Ilya Lindsay. On the other hand, we have Eren, who's out busy training by himself. It seems like meditation did the thing. He's now training better than ever. But as much as he's improved, it's still not enough for our MC. His trail of thoughts gets broken once Brett calls for him along with Judith, since the Swordmaster has called for them. This time, they're meeting in the martial arts hall. So is it time for taijutsu? Now that every trainee is gathered in the hall, the headmaster congratulates them for enduring the 9 full months of grueling training. Still, now it's about time he discussed the final evaluation, much to the shock of everyone. The head swordmaster continued that unlike the midterms, the final evaluation is not assessed via quantification methods, but instead, they will be looking at the trainee's potential. Basically, the old man just told them to show them what they got and to demonstrate the skill they excel at the most. Whether it be a fatal strike or an ever-changing swordsmanship, He gave the go signal for the trainees to do whatever they please and to do their best in the last 90 days. As a bonus, the head sword master removed his dress robes and presented the trainees with his very own sword dance. In a blink of an eye, Ian's aura changed and he was quick to deliver a slicing blow so powerful he almost cut the air. Even Ilya was stunned and he went ahead and swung the sword back with so much force it's like he's commanding the very air they breathe. The head sword master continued with this complex and captivating sword dance, quick on his feet but with blows so majestic they can't help but look. Despite his old age, he's still pretty agile and launched several continuous blows that are just as powerful. Aaron stood silently, watching Ian and for his final move. He delivered a powerful thrust which reminded Brett of his own technique, though the trainees is nothing in comparison to the old man's. As soon as he ended, he bade the trainees good luck and walked away, leaving the halls with a tense air. Because of what they say, it made some of the trainees think about what kind of swordsmanship they have. The next day, Judith and Brett are taking a breather, but she's not her usual raging self. She's awfully quiet today too. Brett was trying to break the silence with casual talk, but she got pissed at his effort. Finally, a reaction. Turns out she's pretty worried over Aaron, who has done nothing but meditate as the finals drew near. Brett's pretty confident with Aaron though and reminded Judith that the criteria for the finals is potential. To be specific, future potential, and out of all the trainees in the academy, Aaron is the one who has shown the greatest improvement in the past 9 months. Brett's argument definitely cheered Judith up, so she's back to her loud self, even proclaiming that she'll get first place. But he was quick to counter that. Ilya will still hold the top rank, especially since she's from the noble and esteemed Lindsay family. But Judith's not putting up with this kind of talk, like what's the point of the finals if they already decided the top student? Now, her voice is louder and even called out that if their family is so great, then how come his genius older brother got defeated by a common orphan? But Brett was no longer listening to her and was looking past Judith to see Ilya just a few feet away from her. She'd heard the whole thing. Oh no. With a glare, Ilya told Judith that she doesn't really care about what they say behind her back, whether it be about her or her family. But Judith's just as angry and asks her to duel if not for Brett stopping her. Ilya then walked away and told them that she'll be the first place during the finals and will continue to do so. Even without the Academy's teachings, she said she could easily prove how far ahead she is compared to everyone. But before she could walk away fully, Brett caught up to her asking about Sword of the Sky, the Lindsay family's swordsmanship. It's said to be the technique used to defeat the dragon of the demon race 400 years ago. Turns out Brett wants to see it, but Ilya said she won't be showing it. However, Brett taunts her that if she doesn't showcase it, he'll be the one to take the first place in the finals, which caught Ilya off guard. Men and their friggin' audacity. Aaron continues to train the vertical slash by himself, but there's something off. This isn't how it felt, he thought. Our MC thought he was getting better at this thanks to meditation, but lately, the swordsman from his dream keeps getting further away from him. So he tries to meditate again and sat cross-legged, but wait. Will it be better if he holds the sword as he meditates? And so he did. Meanwhile, in the training halls, side character Lance is pretty fired up, winning one duel after the other that Brett himself can't help but praise him for. But Lance said that it's all thanks to the blue-haired lord's influence. They got pretty pumped up after hearing what Brett said to Ilya before, just as Brett brushed off the flattery. Judith comes walking and asking Brett for another duel. The two were at it, clashing swords, but Brett is faster as he sends a powerful thrust to Judith, which almost got her face stabbed. Thankfully, she dodged in time and she countered with a slash, leaving her left side open where Brett chose to land another powerful swing. Judith blocked it using both of her hands gripping the sword, realizing that Brett got more powerful as well. As she swung back, he stepped back to put some distance between them as Judith catches her breath. She thought that maybe this time, there was a chance that Brett could really defeat Ilya Lindsay, even if Judith didn't want to admit it. It's frustrating, but he gave her another goal this time, to aim higher. As she braced for the next attack, Judith decided that she'll defeat Brett when they finally become official trainees. We just love the healthy competition in this manhwa. After a while, Brett called it quits, saying that they shouldn't overwork themselves. Surprisingly, Judith didn't put up a fuss this time, saying that she's got other things to do, and when Brett asked her what those are, she just told him off. Now by himself, Brett once again thought that he's definitely changed for the better, and this time, maybe it's really possible for him to be on par with Ilya Lindsay. And not just that, maybe this time, he can take Aaron's blows too. Speaking of Aaron, our MC is still pretty deep in meditation, sword in hand. But nothing significant is happening. Now this is getting frustrating. Just as he starts to worry about what to do, he hears a voice asking him if he doesn't feel stuffy. Holed up in the training hall all day. It was Judith. She then asks him to come out and take a breath of fresh air with her. Outside, Ilya saw the two of them get out into the open fields, but the two friends only lay down in the green grass with the setting sun in front of them. Judith wasted no time and asked Aaron how he's been preparing, but Aaron seems to have forgotten that they have an upcoming final evaluation. But he told her anyway that he was just doing what he usually does and asked her in return. But unlike Aaron, Judith's pretty confident with her skills. If anything, he should be asking her if she could beat Ilya this time. And they went on with that banter for a little while until the two fell into silence. Sorry, Judith suddenly said out in the blue. Aaron was about to ask what for, but she was quick to say that it was because she's been MIA lately and hasn't practiced with him for a while. Aaron, as usual, seemed pretty chill about it, but Judith opened up about she's an orphan. She didn't say this to gain sympathy from Aaron, but rather explained to him how growing up, she had to steal to survive. Soon after, she noticed that everybody else was pretty much like that, so it didn't occur to her to be grateful to people nor thank them until Aaron saved her from the midterm evils. But because she wasn't used to people doing things for her, she got angry towards him instead, which feels a bit weird to say up front. But a Lannister always pays their debt. I mean, she never forgot her debt, so she returned the favor to Aaron in the only way she knows how, but it seems it's not working. Judith urged Aaron to pass the final evaluation so by the time they become official trainees, she'd be able to help him fully, and she won't be uncomfortable over the fact that she owes him something. Aaron nodded and smiled in return, and with Judith finally able to say what she had to, she took her leave, telling him to leave after a few minutes because it would have been embarrassing if they were seen together. Too late. Ilya saw you two at that again and she doesn't care. Aaron thought to himself that he should be the one to apologize to Judith since he was not the one there for her. Looking back, a lot has changed considering a few months back, he was still lying in bed, but now, he's out here admiring the sky and thought to himself spending his time at the academy ain't so bad. He feels grateful to be able to experience all of these and thought about the things he received from Ilya, Judith, Brett, and even the drill masters, so it's about time he reciprocate the gesture. Aaron starts to resume his meditation training, but this time, it's different. He finally figured out that meditation is the act of training the mind when all he has done this time is imitate what the old swordsman has been doing. This time, it's different. With a golden aura, Aaron starts to meditate with the swords still in his hand. 2 weeks later, the final evaluation commenced. Every trainee is hard at work, showcasing the skills they've developed and honed for the past few months. One of them made a dazzling swordsmanship display of cutting fallen leaves with such accuracy. Ahmed was quick to tell the head swordmaster that even the trainees from the lower ranks have improved a lot, so there's a chance that the rankings may differ this time. Meanwhile, it's Lance's turn, and for his skill, he cut clean a piece of rock in one fell swoop. It's all well and good, but the head swordmaster is not quite satisfied just yet. And finally, Ahmed called out Judith's name, but before she proceeded with her skill, she asked the head swordmaster if it was possible to be evaluated along with another student. She explained that along with a fellow preliminary trainee, they'd be able to showcase their skills through dueling, plus she got the other trainees' permission as well. The headmaster thought that it's an interesting proposal, so she asked who the other trainee is, and it's none other than Brett Lloyd, who was already stepping forward. Brett raised his sword, readying himself for the duel, while Judith was busy checking her weapon, then told her that she wanted to go easy on him. But this time, she won't. With a shout, she told Brett that she'll surpass him today. Brett appreciated the fervor, and with that, Judith braced herself, sword in hand, and leaped towards Brett to deliver the first blow. But he was already waiting for her, so he managed to block it easily. Judith wasted no time and started a barrage of quick and powerful blows to Brett, pushing him back but still managing to block her attacks. The trainees were in awe. Just listen to the sounds of their swords clashing. They could never. Brett's quite shocked with the amount of power Judith is putting in her attacks, but she was relentless as ever. With a firm grip, she pushed forth and broke Brett's defense, but he was quick to step back and evade her next slice. Thank God Brett has quick reflexes, since it allowed him to dodge Judith's attacks barely, as she kept on slashing the blue-haired boy. Despite her quick movements, her attack power never decreased, which was praised by the other trainees too. Now, Brett is on the defense and is finding his momentum by stepping back, but Judith kept chasing after him, delivering one blow after another. She was like a fiery beast on a hunt. Brett tried to break her focus by taking a swing, but Judith jumped just in time to evade this and was about to deliver her finishing blow from the air, but Brett managed to parry the attack. This exchange of blows and Judith chasing Brett as he parried her attacks went on. Ron Tarhal was even surprised at how great they both are. Leaping from one direction to the next, Judith dashed towards Brett, and if you don't have trained eyes, you'll most likely miss the speed of these trainees' weapons clashing against each other. Many may think that Judith's got the upper hand, being offensive and all. But Ahmed was quick to discern that Brett is deflecting all of her blows perfectly. He managed to see a window of opportunity and delivered a thrust straight to Judith's face, which she managed to dodge, but his weapon already grazed her cheek. It was a small movement, but it was enough to draw Judith back and regain her stance as her head starts boiling up again. It didn't help that Brett taunted her too, so once again, they found themselves locked in a vicious sword fight with Judith once again on the offense. For her, she thinks she has to strike harder, but Brett thinks he has to be faster. They clash one last time as the dust starts to settle. Both parties are standing at a distance from each other, but it was Judith who has a broken sword, while Brett remains unscathed, sword still intact. In the end, she thought she couldn't surpass him, but the head swordmaster said that it was an even match. Karaka spoke up in agreement but countered that Brett was the slightly superior one this time, eliciting a smirk from the blue-haired boy. All their efforts were worth it because Ian praised them both, claiming that it was a great match. The two bowed and thanked him, while also smiling at their accomplishment. Wondering who's next, Ian asked Ahmed since he was excited, and the red-haired instructor said that it was Ilya Lindsay. She was focused and had a chilling aura, but Brett was confident that he was stronger now and maybe he can finally defeat her as Ilya walked past him. Ian questioned Ilya about what she will show, and the top student answered that she'll demonstrate her family's swordsmanship, which Ian was quick to clarify as Sword of the Sky, the technique that slashed the neck of the Dragon King from the demon race. Ilya raised her wooden sword, her gaze at the tip while Brett looks on with a smirk. But in an instant, this smirk was gone, and he was left with eyes wide as Ilya started to cut through the air. With moves so graceful as a dance, the genius of the Lindsay family delivered one swing after the other, and in doing so, gusts of wind started to envelop the halls. The wind only seemed to pick up speed as Ilya braced herself to deliver a powerful slice with the wind beneath her sword. And she was quick to deliver a vertical slash with such intensity that it looks like she was commanding the air. Ilya continued with her swings and slashes until everyone could feel the wind cutting through and them doing their best not to get cut by these gusts. Judith couldn't believe it too. What the heck is this? Your girl Ilya wasn't kidding when she said she was way ahead of everybody else. As the gust came to a stop, Ilya stood silently in the middle of the hall. The head swordmaster has a serious face, seeing the Lindsay family's Sword of the Sky, while Karaka stood speechless at his side. Brett, too, was too stunned to speak, but he was more shocked at the fact that the Lindsay family's swordsmanship was the real deal. And just as quickly, he became aware of the fact that Ilya is a wall he could never overcome. What was he even thinking? He snapped back to reality as Judith calls his attention to the last trainee showcase, who is none other than Aaron. As Aaron walks to the center, Judith lets out a cheer that pierced through the crowd. And yes, it's a silhouette, but who else has bright red hair apart from her? As Aaron walked towards the center, Brett is left with a dreadful feeling, clenching his fists out of anxiety. He flashed back to a time when Aaron called him a good person and sang praises as to why many people followed him, but Brett brushed all of these off, saying he's not as good as Aaron thinks, and this moment was proof of it. Like a mantra in his head, Brett begs Aaron to not be exceptional like the others, finally succumbing to the jealousy and inferiority in his heart. With Aaron now in front, the headmaster, grinning with excitement, asks him what he will show. He was quiet, and everyone was already got their eyes on him before answering that he'll be demonstrating a vertical slash. Aaron, doing a vertical slash? Shocking. The headmaster only grinned widely as Judith hung her head in shame, while Ahmed is just as surprised. Lance, on the other hand, couldn't keep his cool and shouted at Aaron from the sidelines, which earned him a warning from Ahmed. But can't blame the kid's frustration. Even Ahmed is frustrated. Just what the heck is Aaron thinking, demonstrating a vertical slash in a crucial moment like this? But Aaron was already in position, sword in hand, held above his head and his eyes closed in meditation. He's imagining he's in a solemn space. The headmaster, on the other hand, is grinning in excitement, and it's because Aaron didn't desire his teaching. While the rest of the class stood in awe of Ian's swordsmanship display back then, Aaron is the only one who wasn't intimidated by it. Everyone's silent, waiting for Aaron to move, but now they're growing impatient. Ilya was the only one who noticed that Aaron is actually meditating right now. As he focused on his breath, Aaron starts to tense up every muscle in his body, then shifted his focus to the core of the heart. In doing so, he started to emit a blue aura as he imagines himself in the middle of the lake when suddenly, A hulking wave, many times his size, comes crashing in front of him. At this moment, Eren thought of the swordsman in his dreams who he doesn't know, who makes a gigantic appearance by his side. As the old swordsman braces himself for a big swing, so does Eren, all the while thinking that he just needs an iron will that makes him keep going through the pain and willpower as strong as steel. In real time, Eren starts to brace himself to swing the sword, and as he did, he gathered up a lot of energy and imbued it into his sword, empowering it before delivering a smashing blow that split the training hall grounds in two. Such explosive power, man. Everyone's mouth was hanging open, eyes wide in shock at this display of power as debris comes flying about. Judith was speechless while Brett's got both fists clenched, now bloody from how tightly he was gripping them. Judith noticed it too and was aware of how the other was feeling. The headmaster, on the other hand, was smiling at Eren's demonstration. Since Eren is the last, it didn't take long for the instructors to decide the final ranking for the finals. But before the headmaster announced their names, he was quick to say that the ranking now doesn't decide the formal admission since they also have a final interview to attend. After that, he began to announce the lowest rank, the 66th place, to Peter Nelson, then 42nd, and the list goes on until they reach the final four. Judith came in 4th place, followed by Brett in 3rd place, and Eren makes a shocking debut in 2nd place. Of course, the top spot goes to none other than Ilia herself. After announcing the ranks, the headmaster quickly dismissed them so they could start to rest. Later, Ilia makes her way to the training halls, and like a creature of habit, she wasn't surprised to see Eren training again despite the recent exam's conclusion. The two sat in silence for a while until Ilia broke the silence, admiring how strong Eren has come. Though she did admit that Judith and Brett were both strong too. Still, she says it's been a while since she felt that someone was quickly chasing after her. With such a narrow gap, normally, Ilia would feel bad, but now it doesn't feel as such, and she even called it a little fun. She even said that the vertical slash Eren did was quite intimidating, which left him feeling flustered, and praised Ilia's sword of the sky as well. Seeing him all flustered elicited a giggle from her, but soon she became serious again, telling Eren that she was leaving Kronos Academy. Huh? All those hardships and for what? Even Eren got pretty shocked, but Ilia admitted that she wasn't planning on becoming an official trainee on the get-go. If anything, she's only in it once she caps 1st place on both the midterms and final evaluations. Then she asks Eren this: "Do you know who used to be called the greatest genius in the continent?" Eren, who's been sleeping for years, obviously doesn't know, but Ilia was quick to answer that it was Carl Lindsay, her older brother. Flashback time. Ilia starts to open up about her childhood and how, at the age of 7, she remembers her brother being so famous that practically everybody knew him in every corner of the continent. Carl Lindsay, who looks like a kinder version of Sephiroth, was such a prodigy that at 10, he even won duels against knights. Such an exceptional talent is quite impossible for someone his age. Soon enough, his reputation preceded himself, and Carl Lindsay became known as the continent's greatest prodigy. It only got better over time until one day, his life changed forever, and it's all thanks to a commoner. Now this commoner was ranked 1st at Kronos Swordsmanship Academy, yet, strangely enough, didn't push through with becoming an official trainee. She was known as the 2nd prodigy in the land and was famous for organizing a mercenary army at just 14. Her name is Ignet, and out of the blue, she appeared in front of Carl and challenged him to a duel. The Lindsay family is known to never back down to any duel, so Carl was quick to accept. But just after 3 strikes, Ignet was declared the winner. Carl even ended up with a broken sword after the duel, while Ignet looked at him in disappointment as he knelt on the ground reeling from the shock. Ilia continued to narrate by saying she quickly ran toward her brother, her hero, witnessing his defeat for the first time, which led to her crying in his arms. Carl, like the older brother that he is, comforted Ilia, so she thought he'd be able to bounce back after this, which he never did. After his defeat, people started treating him differently, coldly even, and was the subject of mockery and criticism daily. Carl soon broke down in despair, and Ilia, seeing his brother suffer like that, decided that it was people's gaze that made him like that. So she vowed not to be swayed by the others so she won't be like him, and before she knew it, she was already swayed by it. Ilia revealed that she went to Kronos Swordsmanship Academy at 12 because Ignet won the top rank at the said academy when she was 13, and that the reason why Ilia wanted to be recognized as an official knight at the age of 14 is because Ignet was appointed as the Knight of Honor when she was 15. But now that Ilia has done what she came for, she's decided to stop chasing Ignet now. She doesn't say it directly to him, but it's thanks to Eren that Ilia has come to this decision. Seeing how he's not swayed by anyone, he continues to walk his own path. she's decided that she'll follow her own path, which earned her praise from Eren. For him, his trouble lies in the fact that he still has no clear goal, but Ilya just laughed his worries off and advised him to keep on grinding and work harder. If not, she'll widen the gap in her talent all the more. Ilya really sneaked in a cool outro as she walked away. What a cool girl. But this conversation only made Eren wonder if he's really doing all right. Is he really fine as he is? On the other hand, we've got Brett who's standing over the large crack on the floor Eren made with his technique. He stood there motionless until Judith popped out of nowhere and tried to cheer him up, joking that the area is off limits for construction. She was even asking him for another round of duel when suddenly, Brett said that he was quitting. Just like that, it just dawned on Brett how someone, who just learned how to wield a sword in less than a year, managed to improve that much when he has been training so hard. And for what? How could he reach Eren's level? Brett already got the eyes of a dead fish. This one's a real gunner, as he tells Judith that only chosen ones can do such things. With that, he bade his goodbye, but Judith grabbed him by the shoulder and took a swing at his face. The F-man? As Brett came crashing on the ground, he angrily asked Judith what that was for, but no. She was way angrier. She called him out that if he can dodge her sword attacks, how the heck was he not able to dodge her punch, then continued hitting him, one blow after another. It made Judith really angry that if he can't beat a coward like Brett, then is she, along with everyone else, just wasting their time at the academy. Brett didn't know he'd get humbled real quick in the academy, which pretty much pissed Judith off. So now, she told him that he could be proud later and brag about beating the continent's greatest swordsman in the exams back when he was younger. That's reason enough to boast for a lifetime as she walks away from a gloomy Brett. Flash forward to a few days later, the headmaster has just wrapped up the final interview with Ilya. She's made her decision and looks happier than ever, and with that, she took her leave. The next interview was far more serious, and the headmaster listed down all of Brett's accomplishments in the past few months, from having an outstanding grade, being a model trainee, and improving his weak points. But Brett was downcast despite the headmaster saying he had high expectations of him. Brett only answered that he was no longer confident in his skills, and even Ian saw that his eyes no longer have spirits in them, so he didn't push any further. With that, Brett left the room, and the headmaster hoped that this promising young lad would change his mind. And finally, Eren was called to the room with the headmaster immediately praising his performance at finals. Out of all the candidates, he was surprised by Eren's progress the most. Now, Ian wishes to share some advice with Eren, but before anything else, he has a question for our MC. What's your reason to wield a sword? Eren was taken aback by the question. His reason for wielding a sword? Because he's been awfully quiet. Ahmed assured Eren that he doesn't need to think too hard about this question. It doesn't matter what his reasons are. As long as it's not against morals nor principles, then it's okay to spill the tea. Eren was still quiet, and the headmaster took that as his answer and had his suspicions, but this just confirmed it. Eren didn't learn the sword out of his own free will. Ahmed was confused, but Ian couldn't explain much anyway, apart from having a hunch. Plus, he found it odd that Eren was the most diligent about the sword out or every trainee in, but there's not an ounce of emotion that should come with it naturally. For Brett, he was happier than others, especially when he realized he's improved greatly. Then there's Judith, who lost to Brett, and in blind fury, could fail to notice what's happening around her. His point was that each training went through a roller coaster of emotions during training, but for Eren, he didn't show much. With this in mind, the headmaster asked if Eren was trying to imitate a certain someone, and to this, he answered yes. The headmaster thought as much, but decided not to press any further. However, if Eren plans to continue wielding the sword, then he needs to give it serious thought from now on. And if he doesn't have a good reason for wielding it, then he might as well leave the academy. Ahmed and Eren were both shocked upon hearing this, but the headmaster continued that rather than swinging his sword in the school grounds, it's much better for Eren to discover who he is in the world out there. Hearing this eased Eren's tension, and with a bow, he thanked the headmaster for his final words. But Ian only laughed it off, telling him not to say that it was the final thing he had to say, and asked Eren to come closer so he could take a drop of his blood. Eren did as he was told, and just when he was pricked, the headmaster presented him with a gold plaque that stated Irene Pereira as the 27th season official trainee of Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Ian then told him that he has 1 year to find his way of the sword, and Eren promised he will with a smile. The sun is set in Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, and we see Eren and Ilya saying their goodbyes. The silver-haired girl asks Eren to come visit her and hands him the Lindsay family's crest, explaining that if he shows it to the gatekeeper, he won't be mistreated. She also said that she'll give him a flower too if he comes to visit. The the Adonis. It's the very same flower that's engraved in the bracelet he gave her a while back. Funnily enough, Aaron didn't know it. Gotta thank Curl for her magic. Ilya said that when she was younger, she plucked all of these flowers but intends to plant them again, so he should come visit when they're in full bloom during April or May next year. Suddenly, Judith pops out in between them, asking about Ilya's family crest, and asks Ilya to give her one as well. At first, Ilya's a bit undecided, but eventually Judith had her way and got the Lindsay family crest as well. Holding it up high, she admires it and finally understands why the nobles go loco over this. Bet it'd fetch a fair price in the market too. While she's at it, Judith also apologized to Ilya for her behavior last time, especially mocking her family that, and Ilya also said her sorry for being so condescending. The sentimental moment would have lasted longer had Judith not gotten annoyed by Aaron, who was smiling and observing from the side. But Aaron suddenly shifted his focus on the lone figure that appeared on their side, who is none other than the defeated Brett. Aaron approached him worriedly, hearing how Brett has decided to leave the academy, but the blue-haired young noble didn't want to disclose the reason why he was doing so, especially if the reason is right beside him. Brett was quick to change the topic, asking Aaron if he's leaving as well, to which the latter confirmed. However, Aaron said he'll return after he finishes his personal training. Hearing this made Brett think how hardworking Aaron is and how he feels useless, but his thoughts got cut short when Aaron thanked him. Aaron tells him that he feels alive when he swings his sword because of Brett, much to the blue-haired boy's surprise. He went on to say that because of what he went through at the academy and how everyone helped him out, he was able to understand and reflect upon himself. Before Brett could reply, his carriage has come to take him home, cutting their conversation short. The young noble went inside without replying to what Aaron had to say, and as he sat in his carriage, he could hear Aaron shouting and asking Brett to promise him that they'll meet again once they're stronger. Brett only held his fists and sat wordlessly as his carriage went further away. Ilya and Judith were pretty speechless at Aaron's outburst. Judith even joking that they look like lovers, but Aaron did it because he had a feeling he won't be seeing Brett again. And then suddenly, it's Aaron's carriage which arrives that has come to fetch him, along with his butler. Aaron was quick to introduce Ilya and Judith as his friends, which shocked him, then immediately thanked the two girls for befriending his young master. Soon enough, Aaron left, leaving Judith and Ilya alone. Awkward. Judith made a lame excuse about how her stomach was hurting just to get away from the situation, and they quickly said their goodbyes. Back at his office, Ahmed questions the headmaster if it's alright to let his top students leave the academy, to which the old man only laughed. Ahmed is especially concerned about Aaron's way of the sword, but the headmaster doesn't seem too bothered about it. After all, Aaron is the continent's fourth genius. He's a genius of effort. Now alone, Judith walks back to the academy thinking how she's by herself again, when suddenly, running footsteps could be heard behind her. A hand reached for her shoulder, and this time it was Brett who's making fun of Judith for looking so down. She was shocked, seeing how he just left moments ago, but Brett reasoned out that as the son of Lloyd, it's not in his nature to give up, plus the fact that no one else could handle Judith's temper now that Aaron has left as well. Judith only responded the Judith way by being tsundere, as she blushed in happiness now that Brett is back. Also, according to Aaron, when Judith stutters when she's cursing, it's a sign of affirmation. The banter went back and forth, with Judith letting out a string of curses while Brett continues to tease her as they made their way back into the academy grounds. Aaron's butler sat across him in the carriage and continues to look at the young master with concern, thinking why Aaron keeps looking out the window. But then again, he thinks it's pretty understandable, thinking that Aaron's depressed since he didn't get to qualify as an official trainee in Kronos. But he was quick to notice the object in Aaron's hand, and Aaron extended his hand, shocking his butler that it was the Lindsay family crest. Aaron said that it was given to him by a friend, a silver-haired girl he met earlier, Ilya Lindsay, which left his butler even more shocked. On the other hand, Aaron thought that the Lindsay family must be really well known for his butler to get shocked. Aaron then decided to take a nap, thinking of his way of the sword. Next thing he knows, they find themselves checking in at a local inn to spend the night. Aaron immediately meditated upon arrival, but his butler was trying to eavesdrop on what the young lord is doing. Since it's pretty quiet, he really thought Aaron's depressed, so he took it upon himself to cheer the young lord. Later, he went out to see more of the town when he chanced upon an unlikely figure, an orc. And no, this orc is not from Middle-earth, but he does look like he's related to Jinbei though. The fact that he got shocked was because orcs are usually seen in the northwest part, not here in the south region, and upon closer inspection. This orc wore a pentagram pendant and a sleeve tattoo, which signifies that he's a fortune teller. The next day, Aaron's butler brings his young lord to the orc just for lighthearted fortune-telling. Plus, meeting a fortune-teller orc is considered as good luck. As they approached his stall, the orc asked which of them would like to get their fortunes read, to which Aaron spoke up. His butler was at ease, thinking that this orc will most likely say good things for Aaron. As the orc asks Aaron what aspect of his life would he like to be read for, the creature stopped mid-sentence to ask for Aaron's age. This puzzled the two, especially the butler, seeing how Aaron is a teenager. Aaron was quick to answer that he's 16, but the orc laughs it off, saying he can't read his fortune if he lies. Clearing his name, the orc continues to laugh it off but told Aaron that he could be in any knight order if he wants, but Aaron's butler has had enough. Before he could read further, the butler popped off, calling the orc fake, and with a stomp, walked away while telling the young lord that the being wasted their time. But before Aaron could walk away, the orc handed him a piece of paper that will help him when things get difficult. Aaron received it with thanks and walked away, but the orc continued to look at his retreating body, assessing how powerful it is. It's hard to believe it belongs to a 16-year-old boy. The next day, the two were back on the road again, with his butler apologizing about the fake fortune teller, but Aaron, being kind-hearted as he is, didn't mind since the being didn't say anything bad. If anything, he gave quite a piece of advice with the paper he handed last night. One need not be alone to stand alone. But what does it mean? So does he need to Kagi Bunshin? Plus, the fact that the orc asked for his age, could he have seen the old man in his dreams too? His butler went on to rant about how he felt that he was a scam from the start, and that it was especially rude since Aaron's heading home after failing the exam. To this, Aaron corrected him, saying he wasn't disqualified and that he passed, just not right now. Kinda like a conditional pass, which left his butler's mouth hanging open. As long as he completes the task the headmaster assigned him, then he could return to Kronos, which left his butler even more shocked. And his shock came at the same time as their coach driver, who announced that the Garin family's carriage is approaching them. Hearing this, his butler peeped his head out to verify if it was really the house of Viscount Garin, and it's them all right. Out of all the houses, they were the ones who were most hostile towards the Pereiras, and they especially had their fun humiliating Aaron. And to make matters worse, it's Aaron Garin, the second son. A young lad with brown hair came out of the coach along with an older man, with both dressed in red robes. Aaron's butler announced the two and told him that he could stay in the carriage and deal with this himself, but Aaron's like, nah, it would be disrespectful. So if his butler could only follow his lord's wishes. The two eventually went out to greet the Lord Aaron Garin along with Sir Jack Stewart, and the Garin Weasel was quick to judge that Aaron has not only gotten taller but fit as well. Aaron starts making small talk, asking Aaron about Kronos Academy and even saying that he could barely recognize Aaron now. The academy sure did its job. Aaron also said that they were out on business to deliver a message from his father. He then asked if Aaron will continue practicing the sword, to which the other confirmed, but this little lord still answered with contempt and said that he should continue to practice with his family because he started late. Aaron's butler is already mad, thinking how disrespectful this kid is, considering he's a year younger than Aaron. Since there's not much to go on, Aaron asked the little lord if that's all he has to say, and that he'll be on his way since it was a long trip. The Garin's knight, Sir Jack, was surprised at Aaron's action, which he thought was a taunt. But this was enough to anger the little weasel lord, so before Aaron fully walked away, he asked our MC for a handshake. Aaron was starting to show annoyance like what for, but Aaron made up an excuse that swordsmen use it to gauge strength, even naming the famous swordsman Louis Sogard as the man behind it. To make it convincing, he even roped in Sir Jack, who only confirmed and went along with his trip. What a sicko. So once again, Garin extends his hand thinking he'll gauge how much Aaron has improved, but Aaron just stared and grabbed on. Thinking he won, Garin thought to himself that he'll use this chance to crush Aaron's hand using a tight grip, only to see Aaron staring blankly in front of him. Man's not budging at all. Meanwhile, Garin gets redder by the minute, exerting even more strength in his grip, and then Aaron remembered that he's supposed to grip tight, and that he did, shocking Garin with his grip strength that made the smaller lord pull his hand away in pain. Aaron only said a half-hearted sorry because it's his first time and he couldn't control his strength. Oops. This was so embarrassing for Aaron Garin, who, for the first time, is the first to pull away, but Aaron's pretty done and was ready to bounce when they heard another voice from the side. Disappointed at the lack of action in this face-off, a black cat with white fur on its paw, neck, and the tip of its tail was watching the whole scenario, and Sir Jack asked out loud if the cat was the one who spoke, but Aaron's butler already has his mouth open wide in shock. Could it be a sorcerer? And what's it doing here? In this world, some things are inconceivable, as well as those that cannot be explained logically, and things that could make one doubt what they're seeing. When people bear witness to such things, usually they'd attest it to magic. Well, that's what most say anyway. They're not wrong, but they're not exactly right either. If you want to go for the correct term, then handling manhwa would be more appropriate. This is grounded on reason and logic, but because it can't be seen by the naked eye, it's why people would use the term sorcery. This is exactly how they would describe the scene unfolding right in front of them, a talking cat. Might as well be Puss in Boots minus the boots. As Aaron's butler stands staring at the cat, you can't help but think of two things. Is that sorcerer who turned into a cat, or the other way around? On the other hand, Sir Jack is already thinking of a way out since it's been known that it's never a good idea to associate with sorcerers. That being said, he apologized to this fluffy being and said that it could visit the Garen estate in case it was offended. But the cat only ever moved forward and stood on its hind legs, front paws on its hip, disappointed that Aaron and Aaron won't be fighting at all. Still hoping they would, the cat produced a pink coin purse out of thin air, saying it'll lend them swords. This cat is like a cross of Puss in Boots and Doraemon. The cat managed to pull out a sword, although it's a little too short for our hero. As it kept swinging the sword, Sir Jack explained that this is all a misunderstanding and that the two families have a mutual relationship of trust and cooperation. Disappointed as it is, Sir Jack took this opportunity to bid their goodbyes to the Pereiras and ushered Aaron to the carriage, while Aaron and his butler did the same. As they left, Aaron can't help but wonder if it was a person that got transformed into a cat, but his butler only said that the being must be related to Curl, since she's also a sorcerer and promised to look into it once they've returned to the estate. Soon, Aaron is welcomed by both his parents as well as Curl at the palace gates. Now that the Pereiras are reunited, they quickly took to the dining table as Aaron shared stories of his time in Kronos Academy. His father was particularly proud of him for being acknowledged as an official trainee in the prestigious academy. Words he never thought he'd hear from his old man. At least Baron Pereira acknowledges his son. Gon's dad could never. The conversation turned quickly as his father mentioned that their butler, Marcus, shared that they encountered a talking cat on their way back. So that's his butler's name. Can't believe it took us 20 chapters to know that. Baron explained that the cat's name is Ruru and is a sorcerer who has an intelligence equal to humans. And yes, it's an actual cat. To this, Curl added that this cat is very powerful just by looking at it. What's more, Curl also said that this cat is a whole lot more powerful than any of the sorcerers she met at the capital. So is this cat a variant of Yoruichi-san from Bleach? Curl's mother also added that Ruru first visited the palace estate 10 days ago and asked to be Curl's tutor. Since the cat's a little suspicious, their parents had someone go check in with the Sorcerers Association to find out about this kitty. Ultimately, though, it's still up to Curl if she wants to be Ruru's apprentice or not. Suddenly, Curl slammed her hands on the table, demanding to know what Aaron thinks about Ruru, but our hero was obviously flustered and doesn't have a clue about sorcerers. But since he interacted with Ruru, surely he has an opinion about this kitty, right? Of course, her mother gently told her off, which Curl took badly, and Aaron, who's determined not to ruin the moment, decided to fish out of his pocket a gift for Curl, a pendant with a blue gemstone. As a tsundere of a little sister, Curl was speechless with Aaron's gift, while their parents just looked at each other and smiled. Of course, she said her thanks in a grumpy but shy way. But wait, there's more. Marcus also made sure to tell Aaron to buy souvenirs for his parents as well, and just as he was about to share them, Ruru came waltzing in the dining hall. This took the Pereiras by surprise, but Ruru only went on to say why the two have similar scents. Curl hurriedly grabbed Ruru, asking the cat what's it doing there. But the cat only said that it didn't mean to startle them and only wanted to persuade Aaron. That is, get him to persuade Curl to become Ruru's student. Ruru could see through Curl easily. If this cat could convince Aaron, then it's pretty easy to have Curl, since she's already exposed. A very red and mortified Curl walked out, shouting that she'll never become Ruru's student. On the other hand, Aaron and his parents only continued exchanging stories from the academy. Now that dinner is finished, Aaron lies on his bed, thinking of the events that happened today. He was happy that he heard his father tell him how proud he is of him, as well as them being so happy over the gifts he gave to them. Although it made him feel glad, it also saddened him because they've settled for being happy over something like that, which made him want to do more for them and become someone they could be more proud of. But he's a changed man now, so he decided that he'll make use of this time to resume his sword training. Our hero called for someone to tell them that he'll be at the training hall tomorrow at the crack of dawn, which is why he asked for several things to be prepared. The maid was worried since it took Aaron and Marcus half a month to return home, but Aaron assured her that he's more than excited to start wielding the sword again. In the Garen estate, Aaron, with a dejected look, has just been dismissed by his father, and as soon as he's out of the room, Viscount Phil Garen, Aaron's father, asked Sir Jack if something happened because of how his son is acting. With this, Sir Jack explained that they met Aaron on the way back, and Lord Garen asked if it was the same lazy lord who went to Kronos Academy. The gallant knight then proceeded to narrate what happened, and upon hearing this, Lord Garen blew a fuse and threw his teacup towards Sir Jack. So being an a-hole runs in the blood. He didn't stop there. He kept jabbing his finger on Sir Jack's chest, telling him off on what he didn't do back then, as Sir Jack remained calm and took the abuse. Then he talked himself that Jack may not have been able to intervene in this situation, but he once again roared in anger upon remembering that Aaron changed for the better. Phil Garen's veins are about to pop off, mad at the fact that Aaron has one-upped them, and it's not like Kronos Academy is a chamber of sorcery. And it turns out Phil Garen has been pretty envious of Aaron's father since long ago. How couldn't he? Aaron's father has thick, luscious hair, a pretty wife, and a sorcerer for a daughter. Not to mention that his kingdom grows prosperous by the day. Jealousy truly is an ugly disease. As Phil Garen continues to throw a tantrum, his other son, who has been sitting and witnessing all of this, urges him to calm down. He suggested that all they need to do is stomp on the growing weed that is Aaron. Right. Regaining his senses, Phil Garen asked his son, Ryan, if he has any plans in mind, to which the wicked eldest son of their household said that he does. The punitive expedition. There's an upcoming head conference of the 6 families of the Hale Kingdom which will take place in the Pereira territory. There, Ryan claims that they will make use of that event to drag Aaron down. Hearing this, Phil Garen was overjoyed, calling Ryan the pride of their family, and quickly dismissed Jack. On his way out, Jack thought to himself how much of an old bastard the Viscount was, while also worrying over Aaron, because compared to the lord of the house, Ryan Garen is much more ruthless, horrid, and cunning. The next day, the knights and guards of the Pereira estate walk into the training halls very early in the morning. It's not like they have any choice since the expedition is coming up. Plus, they need to do this unless they want more monsters roaming about in the kingdom. But one guard claimed that the expeditions have deteriorated over the years and have become nothing but a showcase for each family's greatness. However, the conversation was cut short after they saw Aaron has returned. What's more, our boy's busy doing pull-ups with an additional plate tied and adding weight to his body. They're quick to greet Aaron and ask what he's training for, but our hero only said that he's only doing personal training and he won't be a bother to them. Hearing this, they were quick to wonder if Aaron was disqualified from the Swordsmanship Academy, while another was quick to point the plate tied to Aaron's body. That's just for display, right? It's not really that heavy, but boy, were they wrong. As they were horsing around, Knight Orlan Jukran stepped into the halls to check what was all the ruckus about. Even he was shocked to see Aaron's development and wondered to himself what happened to the young lord in a year to be able to do pull-ups like that. But like many of the characters in this story, they were quick to downplay Aaron's feats and ultimately just focus on their own training instead. Now that Aaron's done with the warm-up, he drags his gigantic sword and was about to start swinging when he noticed that Ruru also came into the training grounds. Surprisingly, this kitty was busy grooming itself and didn't pester Aaron in any way, so Aaron focused on his own business as well. His own way of the sword, huh? If he wants to find it, he needs to stop swinging the sword just like the old man in his dreams. A week later, the guards and knights of the Pereira estate soon came to know that this new Aaron is no joke. They couldn't even keep up with the simple cardio running he's doing. The guards now acknowledge how impressive Aaron is with his training, but our hero could only think about the friends he made back in the academy who were much more impressive in his eyes. Those guys persevered through hardships without any help. Suddenly, his eyes wandered into the halls to see Ruru busy playing by himself. It has been a week, but this kitty still has been pretty quiet, and that's when one of the guards cautioned Aaron. He said that rumors were circulating that the cat brings bad luck to whoever's around it, even going as far as saying that Ruru is cursed. So that explains why the guards keep their distance over Ruru. Just as Marcus was about to call Aaron, our MC then called out Ruru on why I haven't been doing anything as of late. Wasn't it supposed to convince Aaron or something? The simple answer? Aaron's no fun and is too boring. In fact, he's as boring as hundreds of pebbles piled up in a river valley. That's one heck of emotional damage to our boy Aaron. But no matter. Ruru has decided to give Aaron a present, something he discovered from the humans called a bribe. And out of its purse, it fished out a teal-colored orb in exchange for Eren putting in a good word of Ruru to his sister. Marcus was now by their side and shocked to see that the gift Ruru presented is a cat's eye stone. According to Marcus, a gem worth this size is enough to buy a fourth of the whole Pereira estate. But hearing all this, Eren doesn't seem to be too impressed. If anything, he's just curious why Ruru wants Kurl to be its student so badly. To this, Ruru paused for a quick thought and just said because it felt like it. Ruru explained that it just really liked Kurl, that's why it wants her to be its student. Hearing all this, Marcus tried to intervene to say that it's not nice to bribe people, but Ruru took offense at this, thinking that Marcus must have underestimated Ruru to not know the value of money. Marcus tried to explain himself, but Ruru went on a long tirade of how it knows the value of things. Although it knows how humans value precious stones, Ruru said that other things are far more important, like the wooden ball that has a smell that Ruru absolutely adores, as well as a cattail filled with memories before Ruru started learning sorcery, and a stuffed bear given to Ruru by a friend. Who knew this cat would be so sentimental? Hearing all this, Eren smiled to himself, thinking how Ruru even knows the value of such things that can't be bought with money, and just confirmed it. He likes this cat. In the end, Eren refused the cat's stone presented to him, which greatly shocked the cat. Wasn't he listening when Marcus said a cat's stone is priceless? To this, Eren answered that he just heard from someone that there are far more important things that money can't buy. Eren sure pulled a reverse Uno card with that one. Though he still told Ruru that he'll tell her what our hero felt while conversing with the sorcerer of a kitty. Ruru may have been downtrodden for a hot minute, but this cat decided that it won't give up. Compared to Kurl, Eren's an easier target, so with a quick jump. It made its way out of the training halls and said that it will continue with its persuasion tactics. True to its word, Ruru came back the next day and tried a different approach. It tried to involve Eren in its daily activities. At first, Ruru hurriedly called out Eren with such urgency that he thought something grave has happened. Turns out the kitty just wanted someone with them as it ate. The second time, Ruru hurriedly called out Eren again the following day, asking what the white kitten on the roof is thinking. This silly interaction with Ruru left Eren laughing, though Ruru was a bit pissed. But that's when it hit him. He only has a year to find his way to the sword, as tasked by head swordmaster Ian. Remembering this, our hero got up and proceeded to return to the training grounds to resume his swordsmanship training. Even though it's been raining pretty hard, Eren continues to practice even harder than ever. He just can't sit around doing nothing, but at the same time, he also doesn't really know what to do. Unbeknownst to him, Ruru also followed him, observing what he will do. With so much frustration, Eren gave one concentrated vertical slash, thinking of finding his way to the sword. Ruru, on the other hand, saw something else. The figure of a long-haired old man reflected on the puddle as Eren swung his sword. Just when Eren thought his swing was for naught, Ruru started approaching him and asked if he has ever tried learning sorcery before. Confused at what he heard, our MC was about to ask for more info when he saw a shining white orb floating in the air where the droplets of rain are swirling around it. With this magical phenomenon happening in front of them, another unexpected turn of events happened. Ruru took a step closer and asked Eren to become its pupil. The raindrops continued to swirl around the orb, giving off a tense atmosphere. And what's more, Eren noticed that Ruru's not acting like itself. Is this cat actually Beerus in disguise? But this all happened in a split second, since Ruru resumed its usual antics of persuading Eren, but this time, to become its student. Eren flat out refused Ruru's offer, shocking the cat, with our hero explaining that he's a swordsman, not a sorcerer. But Ruru won't budge. This kitty is determined to teach Eren, which left him wondering how exactly he's gonna learn when sorcery isn't something you learn just because you want to. But Ruru begged to differ, since no one is more suited to practice sorcery than a swordsman with a strong will. And based from Ruru's observation, there's a high chance that our MC could awaken an ability that will help his swordsmanship. To this, our resident talking cat explained the difference between swordsmen, magicians, and sorcerers. Swordsmen, as well as others who practice martial arts, focus on their bodies, which is the inner world. By undergoing endless training, achieve a mysterious power called the aura. On the other hand, we have the magicians, who focus on the surrounding environment, which is the external world, and harness the mysterious power of nature called mana. Lastly, we have the sorcerers. To put it simply, sorcerers demand the impossible. They're the ones to break logic and make unreasonable demands on the world. Case in point, Kurl not only summoned a griffin, a legendary being, but she also made a move. Sorcerers are powerful, since they ignore the laws, set on making their desires become reality no matter how impossible it is. Ruru stressed that sorcerers have wills that are so strong that it's possible to change the world by themselves. To put it simply, a sorcerer's power is equal to their willpower, and seeing Aaron's vertical slash, Ruru sensed a strong will behind it, making him a strong candidate for sorcery. Even with the tiniest of help, Aaron can awaken his powers in this field, but even with all this convincing talk, our hero flat out refused Ruru's offer. This time, Aaron muttered his reason, but an annoyed Ruru told him to speak up, and finally, our MC revealed that the swordsmanship he showed is not something of his. This confused our resident kitty, but wait, Aaron realized that maybe Ruru can interpret his dreams, so he decided to open up about it. At the end of Aaron's story, Ruru guessed that in Aaron's situation, it may have been a case of possession. And no, not the conjuring type of possession. The kitty recounts how it has heard of a few instances where someone was possessed by a memory or a soul of a different person, though Aaron's case isn't exactly the same. Still, that shouldn't stop him from learning sorcery, right? With all this talk, Aaron realized that the old man's swordsmanship must really be something if a sorcerer like Ruru could somewhat interpret the dreams he had, right? But Aaron's one tough cookie. He refuses to learn sorcery, since not only does he refuse to awaken sorcery through someone else's will, he's hellbent on learning his way of the sword. Ruru asked further about this way of the sword our hero keeps talking about, apart from the vertical slash he kept practicing for so long. Seeing Aaron's annoyance and frustration at the same time, Ruru decided to advise its student, despite Aaron not agreeing to it. According to Ruru, what Aaron has been doing all this time is not an effort, it's just a waste of time. Is this cat blind or what? We've seen our MC slaving over this vertical slash since Chapter 2. Aaron now lies in bed, more puzzled and frustrated, especially because of what Ruru said. However, his thoughts got cut short after he heard a knock on his door, and it was none other than Marcus. His butler carefully asked if Ruru was anywhere in the room and told our MC that there's something Aaron needs to know. First, there's the upcoming subjugation expedition that will take place in the Pereira estate, so Marcus gave him the heads up that his father will most likely reach out about this soon. Then the other thing is about Ruru. It's about the bad rumors circulating about the cat. At the mention of this, Aaron gave a worried glance over his bed, but Marcus didn't seem to notice, so his butler proceeded to share what he discovered about Ruru. Based on his findings, Ruru is notorious for the trail of bad luck it left in its wake. It has been said that Ruru was a part of Oracle, a sorcerer's guild in the East Continent, and shortly after leaving the Oracle, it burned to the ground. Another ominous event tied to Ruru is when the second son of the Jackal entrusted his life to Ruru. Sadly, the figure passed away due to an unfortunate accident. Man, Ruru sure sounds a lot like Tsunade in this aspect. But wait, there's more. Even the wealthy Balvenie merchant group was struck with bad luck after adopting a black cat. Aaron was still doubtful about all he heard, but Marcus assured him that it was all true. The question is there evidence that Ruru was directly involved in these unfortunate events? To this, Marcus answered that there's no proof that the cat was there. So that was the single factor that connects all of these events. Additionally, Marcus said that there's a chance that Ruru may be innocent, and these all may be groundless rumors, but he strongly advises our hero to not put himself at risk, and then left shortly. In a quiet voice, Aaron spoke out loud that Marcus was only trying to look after him in the best way he can, and that our hero also promised that he'll tell Curl exactly how he felt while talking to him. Plus, Aaron thinks that this cat isn't malicious and has no intention of hurting others. Sure, it was a bit peculiar, but there's a lot of good characteristics in it as well, which is what Aaron would like to tell Curl. Hearing all this, a voice spoke from under the bed, asking what if something bad happens to the Pereira siblings, but Aaron only smiled, confirming that Ruru was indeed inside the room and heard all of what Marcus had to say. Since Ruru's already here, our MC asked if everything Marcus said was true, to which Ruru said yes. But when Aaron asked if Ruru was the one behind these incidents, this enchanted being quickly popped its head out of the bed to deny it. Ruru then went on, narrating his side of the events, but all Aaron could think of is that either Ruru is lying or it's just a series of unfortunate events which are both dangerous. But Aaron only told Ruru that he'll be fine and it's okay for them to remain friends, which scared Ruru. What if something bad happens to Aaron? To this, our MC replied that he also had his fair share of bad rumors surrounding him, but he assured Ruru that he'll be the one to decide what to do from then if ever something bad did happen to him. Hearing all this, Ruru can't help but get teary-eyed, as if this cat wasn't cute enough as it is. Now it's extra cute. Aaron was still talking about how he'll persuade the others, but Ruru was already busy pulling a gigantic orb out of its magical purse. Compared to the cat's eye stone, this new gift it's presenting to Eren is way more expensive, and dumped the item in Eren's bed in a hurry. Since Ruru made a pretty quick escape, Eren is left with a blue orb, remembering that it's one of the treasures Ruru showed him a little while back that was a little huge. Now, what could this orb do for Eren? The next day, Eren went to his father's office and expressed his wish to join the upcoming punitive expedition. Baron Pereira had to ask his son again if he's sure of this decision, which our hero affirmed with determination. As a word of caution, his father informed him that in contrast to fighting monsters, what happens during this event is more of a confrontation between families, which may be a lot more stressful than Eren thinks. But Eren was determined to do his part as part of the Pereira family and told his father that he'll do his best. A week later, the first coach to arrive at the Pereira estate is none other than Viscount Phil Garen along with his two sons, Ryan and Eren. It's the House of D-Bags, I tell you. Eren gave a nervous gulp, but the Viscount only greeted him with glee, saying that he has become much manlier than last time, while Baron Pereira offered to escort the Garens inside their estate. Soon enough, the dining hall is filled with all the prominent families chattering about. On the other hand, Eren sits quietly, remembering Marcus' warning that there aren't any families that are on good terms with them. Just because there are no conflicts with them doesn't mean the Pereiras also have a good relationship with them either. Seated at the table are Baron Bauer and Baron Fried, while sitting opposite them are Baron Lester as well as his two sons and Baron Russell with his son. The last two families are known to harbor animosity towards Eren's family, as well as the Garens. Marcus gave extra precaution over Viscount Garen, especially since they have not been on good terms with them since the previous generation. Just then, Eren's father proposed a toast, thanking everyone who came to their estate as well as for the peace and prosperity of the 6 houses of the south. They all raised their glasses in cheers, but since this was a first for Eren, he watched over what the others did and followed suit, drinking the wine hurriedly. Our hero was just thinking of how bitter it is when he became aware of several stares directed his way. The Lesters, as well as the Garens, were staring straight at him. Is it wrong to drink wine after a toast? Viscount Garen was the first to break the silence, telling Eren with a laugh that he held the glass wrong and lectured him about white wine's sensitivity to temperature. Because of how he held it, the oldest Garen said that Eren is unknowingly transferring the heat of his hand to the wine and that he should hold the glass by the stem next time. You'd think that would be the end of it, but this time, he lectured Eren about grabbing spices using the thumb and pinky, saying that these pieces of information are pretty common knowledge and such table manners must be maintained by nobles. Hearing this, Baron Lester and Baron Russell chimed in while Eren just kept quiet. However, Baron Pereira just kept quiet while the Viscount tried to save face, telling Eren's father that he didn't mean to offend or anything. This old snake, he's definitely mocking Eren for not knowing that. Baron Pereira only answered silently that he took no offense in that while Eren gave him a worrying glance. Thinking that he got away with the low-key insult to Eren, Viscount Garen then proceeded to ask Ryan about his thoughts regarding the symphony he recommended last time. Ryan answered in gusto while Baron Lester joined in the conversation, praising the young Garen and how he's well-versed in music. He extended the conversation to Eren, asking what our MC likes to listen to, but Eren only answered shamefully that he doesn't listen to music. Hearing this, Baron Lester said that it must be because our young hero is busy with Cronus Academy. Nonetheless, this old fart made a snide remark on how Eren should at least be cultured to some extent unless he wants to cut the conversation short and embarrass both parties. Like Viscount Garen, Baron Lester disguised this as a joke, while Ryan seats smugly across Eren, thinking that right now, our hero must feel pretty useless since all he did was lay around in bed all these years. Eren isn't the only one being put in a tight spot, his father is too. Now, Eren felt all the pressure and uselessness from not knowing anything. As he sits quietly, on the verge of a panic attack, his father asks him if he's alright since he's clearly panting and shaking by now. Eren excused himself early and apologized while his father just let him be. As he exits the dining hall, he starts running and crying, thinking of how much his family has endured for him all these years and how much of a bad son he is. He finds himself in the training grounds and was quick to grab his sword, hoping that every swing would calm him down. But this wasn't the only frustration he's thinking about. He still doesn't know his way of the sword. As he kept on swinging, he's reminded of his last conversation with Ruru and how the cat told him that overexerting his body just by going through the motions isn't enough to call it effort. For it to be counted as effort, one must pour their whole heart, body, and soul into doing something. So what Eren needs is also to put his heart into his actions. Their conversation ended with Ruru asking him if he put his heart into his swordsmanship as well, but to our young hero, even he doesn't know the answer to that. Eren just finished doing the vertical slash when he heard voices from behind him, surprised to see that our MC is indeed on the training grounds. Not only that, they also took notice that he has the right posture for swordsmanship, while the other proposed a duel while the old geezers are still talking. These kids are all bark and no bite. The owners of these voices are none other than the sons of Baron Lester, Kevin, and Caesar, accompanied by a tall man with dark black hair, Martin, the eldest son of Baron Russell. Like the others, he also took a jab at Eren, calling out our hero for not replying to the challenge as well as for not being able to hold the wine glass properly. Martin even voiced out that maybe Eren doesn't even know how to handle a sword properly since he only spent a year at Kronos. Boy, I can't wait for this guy to get schooled. However, the two younger boys were taken aback when Eren suddenly faced them, sword in position and with burning passion in his eyes, told them to come at him. Seeing how Eren is already in position and hearing his proclamation, Kevin was pissed that this once lazy lord had the guts to stand up to him. In a stride, he quickly walked over to where the swords are kept and chose one while thinking that Eren's no match against him. The dude only trained for a year, so Kevin thought that Eren would be no match for him. What's more, he thought to himself that he put our hero to shame properly. Spoiler alert, we all know who'll be shamed in a few seconds. Kevin got into position, smiling and thinking to himself that this would be an easy win, even telling Eren that he could have the first move when it all happened in a blink of an eye. The young Lester brat wasn't even finished talking when Eren came in one fell swoop and disarmed Kevin. His sword flying right out of his hand, our hero placed the tip of his sword onto Kevin's neck, who is now lying on the ground. Told ya someone's gonna be shamed in seconds. Caesar and Martin were beyond shocked when Eren quietly got up, asking who the next challenger was. Kevin. The poor sport that he is complained that this one didn't count and his excuse was that he didn't yell start yet. But Eren calmly said that they could go again. Just as Kevin tried to reach for his sword with trembling hands, Martin intervened and told him that he'll take him on instead. Kevin tried to have his way, but Martin gave a threatening glare that the younger one had no choice but to back up. Martin was half a foot taller than Eren and tried his best to threaten him, but Eren only looked on and never backed down while the two Lester brats kept telling each other that Eren's win didn't count. But since Martin's build is on a different level, they all thought he would win against our hero. Martin was the first to strike, giving a quick slash that Eren blocked, and he continued with his offense, one blow after another, thinking that Eren's blocks won't work. He was pretty hard at it for a time, and even the Lesters thought that he had the upper hand, but Eren only continued to parry his attacks with a blank stare. What happened to all that arrogance earlier? Suddenly, Eren countered Martin's attack with a powerful swing that blew the taller boy back. Now, it's his turn to try and block Eren's attack. We all know how much power our boy put into his swings, delivering one slash after another with Martin barely keeping it together. Sure, the taller boy managed to hold off Eren, but at the cost of his hands that are now throbbing in pain. As he paused to look at the state of his hands, Eren also paused asking if he's already done, but Martin is now shaking in fear, thinking that he doesn't want to do this anymore. Fellow was sure as heck ready to bounce the heck out of there, begging in his mind for someone to stop the duel. As Eren was about to deliver his vertical slash, another voice can be heard in the background calling off the duel since it was pretty obvious who the winner was. The owner of the voice was none other than Ryan Garen, who also instructed Martin to give up so as not to cause serious injuries on his hands. Seeing that Eren has improved, Ryan proposed a duel but with real swords instead. Eren was shocked, but his older brother only smirked as Eren agreed. As Eren held on to his weapon, Ryan kept telling himself how Eren's audacity has grown since he joined the Swordsmanship Academy and how he'd like to at least put a scar on our hero's face. Like Kevin, Ryan proposed that Eren could strike first, but Eren just kept quiet. Just as he was about to withdraw his offer, our MC accepted, striking one of Ryan's nerves. Intent on getting back at Eren, Ryan tried to rile him up by saying that he never knew he'll be dueling the Pereira firstborn like this since the last time they met. Eren was but a cowardly brat at the time. Hearing that, Eren can't help but tremble, but whether in rage or shame, we don't know. But he's a changed man now. Eren took a deep breath and closed his eyes to meditate while holding the sword. Seeing this, Ryan was just about to comment while the others were shocked to see what Eren did, calling him a sham. Just as quickly, Eren opened his eyes with a glare and Ryan was taken aback, seeing our hero deliver a vertical slash. Ryan was quick to move 3 steps back, and in a matter of moments, he was backed into the wall, panting and clutching his sword hard. With quite a distance between them, Ryan questioned himself if he was just scared of Eren for a moment there. Of course, he's in denial, as Ryan was about to attack. A sharp crack can be heard, and with a clang, his blade was cut in half. As his sword split in half in front of him, Ryan sees Eren standing calmly in front of him while the rest of his cronies' mouths were wide in shock. As Ryan tried to make sense of what just happened, he was now shaking scared as to how the sword broke when it didn't even clash against Eren's. His thoughts were cut off when he heard the familiar voice of his father walk into the training grounds, accompanied by Baron Lester, Baron Russell, and Eren's father. But Phil Garen was silenced when he saw that the sword in his son's hand was broken, and was even more shocked when he heard Ryan say that he lost a duel to Eren. Bet that even if all of them gang up on Eren, they'd still come home crying. Hearing this, Irene Pereira looked at Eren, who only looked away and wasn't even bragging about it. Our hero is pretty humble in victory, and we all know he's gracious in defeat. Ryan, being the conceited a-hole that he is, decided to downplay Eren's win and acted normally, over-dramatizing the events. He quickly went on a long explanation of how Eren's swordsmanship has improved and attacked him 5 times from a distance of 5 meters, which led to his sword being split in half. Phil Garen was quiet for a moment before going along with his son's act while Baron Lester joined in, and this activity just strengthened their alliance all the more. Shortly after, the families left one by one as the night went on. On the way out, Phil Garen lectured Ryan that as much as he's glad that his son lost on purpose to Eren to strengthen the family ties, he warned him that Ryan shouldn't change their plans as he pleases. Angry at what happened, Ryan called for Sir Jack Stewart to prepare 5 soldiers for him when they go back. Like Pope Francis said, wretched are those who are vindictive and spiteful. Back in the Pereira estate, Eren's father is discussing with him that it's okay if he doesn't join the punitive expedition, and urges his son to focus on becoming a trainee at Crummus Academy. But Eren has decided he wants to join the expedition and is firm on his want to participate no matter what happens. In addition to that, he also promised his father that he'll work on his shortcomings in the next 3 weeks and will only give up if his father finds it unsatisfactory. With that, their conversation ended, and as Eren went on his way, Kuril and his mother only looked at him with worry, especially Kuril. After the talk, Eren continued his swordsmanship practice, swinging his sword with such force that there was a gust of wind following it. All the while, he kept thinking about how he didn't want to let his family take his burdens from him, nor does he want them to get mocked for whatever he does. With everything, Eren is determined now more than ever to not let his family endure sadness and anger anymore. Just as he finished with the vertical slash, Eren asked out loud if his current actions and appearance are still in vain, and looked to his left to see Ruru standing on the balustrade above him. This time, Ruru answered him that his actions now have effort imbued in them. Eren quickly followed up if he's now fit to learn sorcery, which Ruru approved, but not this time. The cat advised Eren to calm down and control his feelings, since they'll start training tomorrow. True enough, Ruru's training for Eren commenced the next day. Now that they have the training grounds all to themselves, they could practice sorcery. But a moment of silence for Ruru's outfit for the day. Have you ever seen a cat wearing glasses and a bow tie? Well, now you have. Our resident kitty insists that you have to look the part, since small things such as these influence one's attitude. Back to sorcery training, now that Eren has a reason to learn sorcery, which is to protect his family. Ruru stressed that this desire of his needs to be stronger. To do that, they touched upon the subject of superstition, groundless rumors that have no reasonable proof. If you think about it, the belief in rumors is practically a necessity in the world of sorcery. No matter how absurd a story is, the power of sorcery is dependent on how much one's belief is poured into it, says Ruru. Even in ancient times, not only did people worship large boulders, but also the sun as their god, and tried to fulfill their wishes through religious rites, which is considered the strongest of all beliefs. Another effective way to get one's desire is through sacrificing one's self, but Ruru strongly advised against it, since there's a chance that he'll end up at the hands of the devil. So right now, the best course of action for Eren is to train his swordsmanship imbued with his strong desire. With the sun already high in the morning sky, Eren practices his swing more fervently than ever, and that's because his swings are imbued with desire. Recalling his last conversation with Ruru, Eren was shocked that the kitty sorcerer wanted him to continue with his swordsmanship training as is. But Ruru says it's different this time, since now they have a contract and is for our hero to swing his sword 1,000 times with sincerity. What's more, the master sorcerer tells his apprentice to think about how he could move forward not only with a genuine heart, but also how to improve himself. By doing repeated actions related to his desire, not only his faith, but also his heart will become much stronger, and will strengthen with every day that he fulfills this contract. Easier said than done. Eren struggled and wondered if he's doing it right. Does he just swing it with all this power, or does he have to think of his family with every swing? Or maybe he needs to reflect on his past while he swings it, as Eren puzzles over what he's doing. Ruru only looks on and thinks that it's already enough for now that Eren is thinking about it. So Eren spent his days swinging the sword with a desire to protect his family. But on the 10th day, Eren threw his sword down, wondering if he's doing it right, just as he thought that he may be wasting his time. Ruru appears, questioning what cools the fiery heart and smashes the rock-hard heart into grains of sand. Before Eren could answer, Ruru says that it's doubt. Doubt towards one's self is something natural. Ruru assures him. It manifests itself since the heart can always be burning with passion, and when his body has gone heavy, that's when doubt seeps in. When that happens, it's easier to fall into a pit of negative thoughts, which is why Ruru advised that it's better together. If Eren can't find it to believe in himself, then you should try believing in those who have believed in him. Hearing this, Eren was surprised, but Ruru was on a roll. The cat is now up on Eren's face, telling him to pay back those who believe in him by returning the belief the same way. But Eren, the emo boy that he is, gently held Ruru and returned the cat to the ground, saying there aren't many people who believe in him. Since he was busy running away from his problems, he doubts others believe in him, but Ruru shut him up by saying it believes in him. The cat even reminded Eren that our hero reminded Ruru that Eren's like an extremely smooth, pretty and sturdy pebble. People surely won't hate a pebble like that. But compared to Kurl, who is a sapphire, Eren is still pretty good. Plus, Ruru said it from what it has seen. There are actually many people who believe in Eren in contrast to what our hero originally thinks. With that, Ruru dismissed today's lesson and Eren is left wondering about their conversation as he lies in bed that night. He starts thinking about his family who has believed in him for more than a decade, as well as the sword headmaster and drill masters, as well as his friends back in the academy who have shown nothing but support for him throughout his stay there. Then there's Ruru too. Even if Eren thinks he's not enough, it still believes in him. As Eren closed his eyes thinking about them, a dark blue force suddenly surrounds his whole body, with his last thought being if he could ever become someone that encourages others. With that, Eren's whole body is engulfed in a dark blue force field, and in another part of the castle, Kurl was just flipping through her book when she felt the powerful sorcery. She quickly ran to Eren's room to see Ruru is trying its best to reach Eren, who is now floating inside a blue orb, and according to Ruru, his brother has awakened sorcery. Kurl quickly demanded what happened, and the cat narrated that Eren went inside his heart to realize his own desire. It's a space that no one but him can enter, ideal for manifesting, and while in there, he will continue with his training. As long as he hasn't obtained a result that he's satisfied with, Eren will continue to be encased in the blue orb, and no one knows when that will be. According to Ruru, it could take a day, months, or even years. While saying this, Ruru can't help but think to itself if he did manage to bring bad luck once again to those around him. Meanwhile, inside Eren's own heart, he's once again transported to the dream that has haunted him for years. The long-haired swordsman continues to practice and swing his sword, but this time, Eren was surprised to see the swordsman has blue eyes too, and is looking directly at him. What the swordsman? He's looking right at me. Eren thought to himself. Suddenly, the swordsman's body started to emit a blue aura that turned into gold. Is he going Super Saiyan on us? But no. The man's aura extended like tentacles and grabbed Eren by his forearms, pulling him to the swordsman, who is now all bright and yellow from the aura. Eren screamed as he was pulled with such force, and when he opened his eyes, he was now lying on the ground, thinking that he must have had a weird dream on a hard bed. He did a double take and realized that he really is on the ground and is wearing a different set of clothes. When he looked behind, the swordsman's house is still there. None of this makes sense. But wait, could this be a situation with no logical explanation sorcery? As Eren thought this, he approached the large sword lodged in the ground, thinking that he must have awakened sorcery. And if this place is realized by his desire, then it's definitely a place of training. With that, Eren picked the sword up and took a deep breath. This space is meant for only him, his place of training. Realizing that he's got the whole place to himself, Eren started swinging while thinking that he's determined to find his way of the sword here no matter what. In a blink of an eye, Eren realized he spent the majority of the day practicing the sword, and now night has already fallen. Disappointed, Eren wished to himself how there was daylight all day and was supposed to make his way back to the cottage when he noticed a light coming from behind him. As soon as he turned around, the sun was already out. The power of sorcery. Just to try things out, Eren wished for spring, as well as a nice breeze too. Then he ran inside the cottage, He wished to change his clothes, which happened in a snap. Not only that, but there's food already waiting for him at the table. After supper, he lay on his bed thinking how this is the most ideal training place for him and how incredible the power of sorcery is. Days pass, and it was already the 5th day Eren is spending here. He discovered that no matter how many times he sleeps, he'll always wake up in this dream. So does that mean he can't leave this place unless he obtains his goal? It would appear so. While training, he can't help but think about the swordsman in his dream, though, and how he's connected to him. But he cut off that thought and just focused on training, thinking he'll swing the sword 3,000 times today since he did it for 2,000 yesterday. With each passing day, Eren increases his swings, and by the 211th day, our hero couldn't swing past 6,000 times. This left him feeling a bit frustrated, but he brushed it off and tried to calm himself, urging himself to just keep swinging. By the 353rd day, Eren couldn't swing past 5,695 times, which left him feeling dejected, but then again, he realized that he hasn't rested at all the past year, so he decided to throw down the sword and stagger toward the cottage. He took a break, and by the 417th day, Eren stopped wielding the sword after 3,695 tries since his right hand is starting to hurt. Scared that he might injure himself, he decided to call it a day and said we'll resume tomorrow. The sun kept on shining in Eren's little world, and by now, it's already the 624th day since he entered this humble world. Lying in bed, he has not swung the sword for 96 days, already feeling depressed and tired of it all. It looks like Eren has reverted to the lazy lord. He now lies in bed, dazed, thinking that he's not even surprised he ended up like this. With a sigh, he recounted how he already lived half of his life as a deadbeat, and the diligence he showed in the academy wasn't his to begin with. It was the swordsman in his dream. Eren wallows in self-pity, especially now that everything has gone down the drain since the old man disappeared. With every negative thought that he's thinking, Eren continues to be covered comfortably in bed, thinking how he's only been dedicated for a year. Before he drifted to sleep, the last thing he thought about was how long he has been here, but it doesn't matter anyways. Eren. Eren woke up with a start. Who was that? His eyes suddenly went wide when he saw who the voice belonged to. Ilya is at his door, telling him to get ready for training. Because of this, our hero quickly got up too quickly and even slammed face first into the hardwood floor. Ilya laughed in behind her. Eren could see that the sun has just come up. So now, out they went for a morning run. While running, Eren thought how there wasn't a trail like this before, but before he could wander further, Ilya challenged him to run much faster. Just as he was trying to catch his breath, Ilya was already at the table eating and telling him to eat as well since they'll start training after. As he sat down and ate, he kept giving curious glances toward this silver-haired visitor, and when he tried to question how she ended up there, Ilya only told him to stop asking useless questions. Eren, this is all sorcery, remember? Everything's possible here. They immediately started training, and Ilya was disappointed at how Eren has slacked off in the last few months. His swings and form are pretty crappy now. But what surprised our MC the most is how Ilya told him his heart is completely empty and that he needs to fill it with sincerity like what Ruru instructed. Just when he was about to ask how she knew Ruru, Ilya went full on berserk and to not ask her useless questions. Because of that, she made him swing the sword 2,000 times more. Then came the night. Ilya praised Eren for the good work he put in today, and just as quickly, she disappeared like fog. Seeing her disappear like that, Eren felt a bit sad, but when he went to bed that night, he wondered how Ilya came to be in this world. Did he happen to summon her unconsciously? Despite all these thoughts, our hero fell asleep with a smile, thinking that it wasn't so bad. Next thing he knew, Eren is grabbed by the collar by a loud voice calling him a brat and to get up. This time, it's our favorite fiery red-haired trainee, Judith. She threatened to beat Eren up if he plans to sleep in more, and like the usual Judith, she dragged Eren outside while talking to someone. That someone is none other than Brett, and Ilya's back here too. Judith already initiated a duel with Eren, but as per usual, Brett told her that they haven't even warmed up yet. As the two started to bicker, Ilya pulled Eren aside to continue with her own training. Finally, the gang's back together again, even if it's just make-believe. As Eren continued with his training, doubt once again crept into his mind because of his poor form. But before he could sink deeper into negativity, Ilya called his attention, encouraging him that he was improving and that his form is only unstable. With a smile, she told him that he could do it, and when our hero looked to the other side, he could see Brett and Judith also giving him an encouraging smile. Now, all four of them are up early in the morning doing sprints, and each of them coaches Eren on his swordsmanship, which made him wonder why they're helping someone like him who's weak and lazy. Why do you have so much trust in me? Eren wonders to himself as the four of them have supper together. Eren is off to one of their runs, and by now, he could feel the exhaustion to the bone. He could barely breathe, his feet are getting heavy, and now he was nearing his limit. But how is it that despite feeling all these, he still feels that he can run a little farther? But before he could savor this feeling, a blur of red zoomed past him, and he could hear Judith proclaim that she won't lose with Brett and Ilya running close at the back. After their run, this time, Eren faces off with Brett, and boy, did we miss our blue-haired boy's speedy skills. Their swords clashed, with Brett stepping back and bracing himself for another attack that Eren parried. But he wasn't done with that one blow. He let out a barrage of attacks that Eren couldn't do anything but lift his sword in defense. Seeing this, Brett praised Eren's action, and that he was much more stable today than yesterday, and with that, Eren threw a big diagonal swing that Brett managed to evade. But just as he did that backstep, Eren was already positioned at his back that Brett had to swerve to block Eren's attack. Seeing this, Judith cheered on our hero while Ilya commented that it was the first time Brett kept his distance from Eren. Brett was impressed, but Eren only said that it was thanks to him. Just like that, time passed quickly and the sun is already setting as Eren thought to himself that he was wrong. There was no need for him to struggle by himself. He remembered what the fortune teller told him back then. As long as he has people who trust and support him, he can overcome anything. While thinking that, Eren just broke his record of 10,000 swings. Hearing that, Judith gave a stretch saying that their job is already done, but Brett only said that there's a chance that Eren may summon them again. Before they disappeared, Judith told our hero to not only stop feeling sorry for himself, but also to not doubt himself. Ilya also cheered him on one last time before disappearing as well. With a smile, Eren picked his sword up and resumed his training again, but with more determination this time. It's now the 1237th day since Eren entered the world, and today, he's out running pretty hard, and he's still training as diligently as ever when day 1292 came. Then day 1375, 1492, 1566, 1613, 1687, 1755. The first flower bloomed as the sun rose, with Eren standing still in the field. His form is much bulkier than before, and he grew taller as well while emitting a yellow aura, sword still in hand. He took a deep breath and is reminded that this was the feeling he had back at Kronos Academy, which made him wonder, how much have I grown? With a smile, he thought to himself that it's been a while since he summoned the Golden Trio, and just as quickly, they appeared. Judith was pretty shocked at Eren's growth spurt and was just about to tell him off if he summoned them for some crappy reason, but Eren picked his sword up and asked for a duel. Thinking it was a 1-versus-1 duel, Judith agreed, but Eren only chuckled and made himself clear. He was asking for a 3-versus-1 duel, and as if to make a point, he swung his sword that gave a pretty strong gust. Hearing Eren's challenge, the trio were quick to draw their own swords while Eren looked on with a smile. With a smirk, Eren braced himself and thought that this is not gonna be an easy win, but he just had a feeling that he won't lose. Eren closed his eyes to focus and tune into the surroundings. He could hear Ilya's footsteps, Brett's tightening grip on his sword, and even Judith's sweat as it glistened. He gave a smile, and in a flash, he was already in front of Judith, welcoming her with a powerful slash. On his back, Brett was already in position, ready to deliver his signature thrust, which Eren evaded effortlessly, while Ilya came at him with a horizontal swing which he managed to duck. He gave Ilya and Brett hell, even pushing Ilya back, but another figure leaped through the air with menacing eyes, intent on delivering a deadly blow. Judith landed with a force that destroyed the ground, but Eren managed to dodge her attack with a slide. But our feisty redhead wasn't done. She immediately went after Eren with a powerful slash that managed to break through Eren's defense. As Judith tried to taunt him, Eren countered Judith's attacks one blow after another. Brett and Ilya sprinted towards them, with Brett leading and joining in the fight as Judith kept her defenses up, blocking Eren's slashes. The blue-haired lord jumped in, parrying Eren's attacks, but Eren gave a quick slash using a large slash. Since the motion he did was too big, Brett and Judith used this chance to launch a double attack on Eren, and it was one blow after another, faster than any normal human eye could see. Eren managed to get away, but didn't have time to breathe, since Ilya was already at his side and unleashed a powerful swing that left the ground cracking. Of course, our hero managed to fend off Ilia's attack, and just as he did, Judith's up in the air once again and ready to swing at Eren with her full force. The impact not only gave a loud clang, but its pressure was so immense that the ground where Eren stood crumbled and exploded. As the dust started to settle, Judith asked Eren how he replicated Judith's swordsmanship, but our hero only smirked in response. Ilia also questioned him if the attack he used to fend off her blow was Brett's technique, which Eren also admitted that it is as well. Brett asked our MC how he was able to do it, but before answering, Eren looked back on all the training he did with them at the academy, saying that the only thing he knows is working hard with all his efforts. However, Eren added that he still hasn't mastered it all fully, but he intends to learn the trio's swordsmanship, while at the same time finding his own. He proclaimed how he wanted to make his will and swordsmanship much stronger, which is why he asked for the three's guidance. Of course, Judith was the first to speak up that what he was doing is cheating and theft. She has a point though, but Eren only answered that she should learn sorcery in turn, which earned him a sword thrown his way by our favorite redhead. Soon, all three of them took turns teaching Eren their swordsmanship, and as they sparred much later, our good boy MC managed to disarm Judith. Lying on the ground, she admitted that Eren won while also saying that she shouldn't have taught him in the first place, and soon, she disappeared along with the two. Now, Eren really thinks that he has become powerful, and just as he laid in bed that night, he thought to himself that he's ready to leave the place. Outside, a strong gust of wind started to blow in the front yard, and rumbling sounds can be heard of an object being extruded from the ground. A large metallic gate has appeared with a series of receding jambs. Come morning, Eren approached the mysterious metallic door, inspecting it as he touched its cold surface. He noticed that it has neither a keyhole nor a door handle, and noticed that the sword of the old man in his dreams is placed directly in front of the door. This could only mean one thing. Eren gripped the sword's handle, pulling it off the ground, and thought that this must be the key. Now that he noticed it, the sword now fits perfectly in his hands, or maybe it's because he has gotten taller. But just thinking about how he initially wanted to run away from the old man's sword is the very same sword he needs to get out of this place. Holding the sword in both hands, Eren started to meditate, and in doing so, also emitted a yellow aura from his body. It made him look back and think of how he did a lot of firsts, from getting out of bed to swinging a sword, and even running until he collapsed. He did all of that because he wanted to be like the old swordsman, but it was done all out of Eren's will. In one swift move, Eren delivered 4 consecutive blows to the metallic door that sent it crumbling. Eren is finally free, and this is his sword now, not the old man's. Eren opened his eyes to the sight of his toes right in front of him. In a familiar place, it was his room. He noticed that nothing has gone astray with the blue orb placed by his bedside table. Nothing didn't change much, right? He must not have been out that long, so he got up to see his parents, and as he ran through the corridors, he heard a meow. Ruru. But oh, this one's a white kitty. It's not Ruru. Just then, Marcus shoos away the cat, and Eren calls out their beloved butler, only for the latter to hang his mouth in shock. Eren was just asking where his family is and how Marcus has a lot of wrinkles when the older man suddenly hugged him tight, weeping as he did so. This puzzled Eren, but Marcus only continued rambling about how relieved he was and how he thought Eren would never get out of this fear. When it finally dawned on Eren, he grabbed Marcus by the shoulder and asked how long he was asleep. And to his horror, the loyal butler answered that he's been asleep for 5 years, which left Eren shaking. Did he just pull an Urashima Taro in the real world? A flood of thoughts came rushing to his head. What will now become of his promise with the head swordmaster in Ilia? And what happened to the punitive expedition? But Eren could only ask about his parents, and just as quickly, both of them hugged their only son with tears in their eyes. Eren apologized, already on his knees, for disappointing them, but his father reassured him that he was just so happy he made it back. Afterward, he asked for Kurl's whereabouts, and his mother explained that Kurl is now at the Principality of Caesar, and is a disciple of a powerful sorcerer called Skina Kitten. Turns out she did become someone else's disciple, and a cat too. Hearing that his sister is doing alright, Eren breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, with his long absence, he burdened his families once again, so our hero assured them that he's been training pretty hard for the last 5 years and have gained satisfactory results. Determined and more confident about his skills now, Eren proclaimed that he'll become the son that they'll be proud of. And just as quickly, since it's already April, our hero expressed that he'll be taking part in the punitive expedition this time for sure. Yes, please, we need him to kick the Garen's butts. As if on cue, a voice coming from the door mockingly asked Eren if he'll be joining the punitive expedition, and telling him who gave him the right to do so. As he looked around, Eren is greeted by a much older Kurl. She too has grown up to become a fine young lady dressed in purple garments and a white cloak. Eren approached her with a smile, but Kurl was anything but that. In fact, she was pretty hostile. On the other hand, their mother asked how Kurl could be here since she's supposed to be at the Principality of Caesar, but the question was drowned out when the youngest Pereira proclaimed that she'll be the one participating in the punitive expedition in Eren's place. They were all shocked, but Kurl only said that it's not surprising and no law states Eren should be the one to take part in the expedition. Furthermore, she reasoned out that Eren was stuck in the barrier for 5 years, so who knows what will happen to him if he joins this time. Our hero tried to explain that he wasn't just stuck. He underwent rigorous training and is a lot stronger now, but Kurl still refused. She added that the expedition raises the honor of one's family and that of the two of them. Kurl thinks she's the better candidate in terms of skills and situation. And if Eren is still bent on joining and is confident in his skills, then they might as well settle it with a duel, unleashing her mana. Her proposal shocked their mother, but Eren was just silent. After a pause, he agreed to her request and led her to the training grounds to show the powers he has obtained. With brother and sister facing off in the middle of the training grounds, the guards can't help but gossip among themselves about how they thought Eren really died and how they never thought they'd see him again. Kurl grows impatient, asking Eren what he's doing standing weaponless in front of everybody, but our hero only stood in position, his hands already set like they're holding a sword already. This pissed Kurl off, and just as she was about to pop off once more, Eren fabricated a sword out of thin air, ready to strike at his sister's signal. Everyone was shocked to see Eren forge a sword out of thin air, convinced that Eren really did learn sorcery. But in his mind, our hero thought that producing swords isn't such a big deal. Kurl, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and procured something out of her pouch. 3 small swords, then activating her mana, she threw them in the air where they became large swords that came to life, flying straight toward Eren. All 3 swords flew swiftly, but Eren managed to fend off the first one, feeling immense power from the attack that he feels that his arm will be fractured just from blocking it. The second sword came from below, which he managed to block in the nick of time, while the third one flew behind him. His parents warned him of the danger, but thanks to his reflexes, Eren managed to parry the third sword with a swing as well. But Kurl wasn't done. Still glaring, she powered up her mana, still controlling the movement of the swords, and kept on aiming them towards Eren, from which our hero managed to fend off confidently. Kurl tried again, and this time, all 3 swords came for Eren at once as the guards panicked, asking if they won't stop the siblings soon. Marcus was worried as well, but he was also puzzled about one thing. Why hasn't Eren attacked her sister yet? Still furious, Kurl raised the swords again, ready to attack, but eventually abandoned the idea. Tears fell to the ground as the youngest Pereira finally showed her true emotions while Eren approached her. As soon as he's in front of Kurl, our hero assured Kurl that there's nothing to worry about and he's confident this time around, apologizing to her for how it took so long for him to come back. Kurl burst into tears, hugging his brother as the eldest Pereira comforted his sister. The Tsundere's sister finally reveals her feelings. Back at the palace, Kurl warns Eren to be extra careful in this expedition since it's much more dangerous now that a demon has appeared. But for us listeners, things just got all more interesting. But back to the story, Kurl shared that just a month ago, traces of a demon were discovered in the south portion of the Garen territory. In their world, demons are wicked creatures who obtain power thanks to a contract with the devil, and they are sometimes comparable to sorcerers. Their power comes from a heart of pessimism, and they're nothing like regular monsters. Looking at Eren, Kurl decided that she wants to join the expedition after all, still worried for his brother, but Eren assured her that he'll be fine. And as much as she wants to, another figure has entered the room, barring Kurl from joining. It's her master, the sorcerer Skeena Kitten. Shocked at her master's appearance, Kurl was quick to explain that her older brother woke up after 5 years, so she had to go see him no matter what. But Skeena was busy introducing herself as the most beautiful sorcerer in Caesar to Eren, and she is indeed beautiful. Eren greeted her and thought to himself that she looks way too young for a 50-year-old. Did she use sorcery to make herself look younger? We know as soon a day when we see one. As if reading his mind, Skeena said that Eren's right, but she didn't read his mind. She could already tell what he was thinking from his look alone. And it turns out Skeena is just as proud of her looks, but Kurl told him to pay her no mind. Hearing this, Skeena took this as a compliment and was about to spill the tea on Kurl rambling about his brother for the last 5 years. In a panic, Kurl could only shout, but Skeena, If Curl promised to stay put, she'll keep her mouth shut about what Curl said back then. Seeing how his sister, his Chandera's sister, is being handled easily by Skina, impressed Aaron, and as soon as the two were left alone, she explained that she had to show Curl, who's boss, to have her as a disciple. And then, just as suddenly, she presented Aaron with a necklace with a blue crystal hanging as a pendant. According to Skina, this artifact can detect not only demonic energies, but dangerous factors as well, and it's also imbued with detoxifying properties for poisons. Aaron couldn't accept such a gift, but Skina insists, explaining that she and Curl worked on this pendant for the last 5 years. She poured her whole energy into it, hoping that she could give it to Aaron when he woke up one day. Touched at the gesture, Aaron gratefully accepts the gift as Skina bids her goodbye. Before she left, Skina told Aaron that he was much more exceptional than she originally thought and went on her way. Seeing that everybody is pretty much okay after all these years, Aaron walked over to the giant thing sitting on his bedside table, the blue orb gifted to him by Ruru. Where exactly is this cat? And when will Aaron get to take part in the punitive expedition for real this time? Back at the Garen base camp, Aaron sits by himself thinking about his last conversation with Kuril. According to her, Ruru was seen at the Pereira estate but suddenly disappeared one day and hasn't been seen since. Sensing that his younger sister still has a bit of animosity towards Ruru, Aaron tells her not to blame the cat or anyone else for what happened to him and asks that she exercise a bit of kindness towards the sorcerer kitty, and Kuril said she will try. Listening to Aaron talk, he really belongs to the League of Good Boys along with Tanjiro for his kindness. But back to the present, Aaron made it to the expedition, much to the chagrin of many, especially the snot-nosed brat from the Lesters as well as Martin, as the two exchanged rumors about what they heard about Aaron in the last 5 years, such as the Pereira family using his being stuck in sorcery as an excuse for Aaron to laze around in bed all day. And how was he allowed to join the expedition when he doesn't have any experience with monster expeditions? As if these brats had any experiences too. Meanwhile, Ryan quietly polishes his sword, listening to the two gossip about Aaron. In his mind, he's pretty glad that the once lazy lord joined in on the expedition so he could exact his revenge for humiliating him years ago. Well, I guess Ryan's not aware of Confucius' famous quote about revenge. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. Back to the sore losers at hand. Martin's actually surprised that Kevin, or Caesar, we really don't know which Lester brat this is, joined the expedition. To this, Kevin, or Caesar, said that it's because of the demon's recent appearance. The Twilight Knight's order, magicians, and priests were dispatched by the capital. What's more, Sir Hill Burnett, the vice captain of the said order, will be leading the expedition. So basically, the brat's only in it for the honor in this expedition. And as if on cue, Sir Hill Burnett did appear right behind Kevin, as Martin tried to shut him up. So it was the Kevin brat from the Lester family after all. Hearing what Kevin said, Sir Hill said in a very intimidating tone that they should not take part in this expedition. His physique, which looks similar to a ferocious mountain cat / a bulked-up Rob Lucci in armor, was enough to scare the nobles present there. Sir Hill further added that he's bent on defeating the demon only with the help of the forces he brought with him, but Viscount Phil Garin was the first to complain about the knight's sudden decision. Just as he was about to complain more, Sir Hill stepped forward and emitted a powerful ki, affecting everyone within his area with heaviness. And while doing this, he also gave a lecture about how demons are in a completely different league from monsters, and yet these southern nobles take this piece of information lightly. Well, it's about time someone told these nobles that this isn't a child's game. Turning his back on Phil Garin, Sir Hill also added that only he and the forces he commands are armed with strong religious faith and fiery loyalty to the nation, which is reason enough to slay the demon. But him being forced to accomplish the mission with nobles who only have honor in their minds, not to mention the fact that they prioritize that over the peace and welfare of the kingdom, Sir Hill flat out says he's reluctant to do so. While saying this, the vice captain semi-shifted to his beast form for a moment before lowering his ki. Everyone was left catching their breaths except for Aaron, who's pretty chill about all this. Our MC's OP now after all, but he was soon surprised to see Ryan kneel before Sir Hill. Once again, Sir Hill emitted his ki, pressuring Ryan, but the latter was bent on making a good impression on the esteemed knight. First, the eldest Garin apologized for his flimsy reason for joining the expedition and promised to do the vice captain's orders throughout the whole ordeal. Hearing his pledge, Sir Hill smirked and released Ryan from the pressure and started to laugh. The black-haired knight also apologized, saying his jokes went too far and that he's not someone who can turn down their wishes to join the expedition. However, He did stress the importance to stay vigilant against the demon, telling them to rest well as he took his leave. That night, Sir Hill sat in his tent assessing the list of nobles who joined the expedition, and out of all of them, the only one he deemed strong was Ryan Gairin. Soon enough, a visitor came knocking that broke him out of his reverie, and it was none other than the wandering knight of the Gavera Kingdom, Sir Tom Miller. As the two men caught up laughing with their stories, Sir Hill couldn't help but point out that maybe his visitor was a little too harsh on his disciple. Besides, his disciple was part of the 27th generation trainees of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, also known as the Golden Generation. But Sir Tom Miller was quick to point out that his disciple never made it to the official roster of trainees anyway, and is a far cry from the talents of Ilya Lindsay. And it turns out that after leaving the academy, Ilya went out and became an honorary knight of the Moonlight Knights Order, the greatest in the Aden Kingdom. Are we even surprised by her accomplishments at this point? Hearing this, the vice captain thought at least they have a genius, one that's comparable to the Egnet too, and wish they have one in the Hale Kingdom. Spoiler alert, they do have one, just staying low-key at the moment. And this is where Tom Miller pointed out that the Hale Kingdom has one, a genius swordsman on par with Ilya. Sir Hill thought he was just joking, but Sir Tom insisted that they do. According to what his disciple shared, this other genius came in a close second to Ilya during the final evaluation. Furthermore, this disciple of Sir Miller said that what he witnessed during a trainee's show of power at the final evaluation was truly shocking. Nani? This is the first time Sir Hill ever heard of this. Just as Sir Hill was getting pumped up, thinking if this genius was still a trainee at Chrono, Sir Tom said that he left the academy shortly after that. But since he's from the Hale Kingdom, the Wandering Knight said that this genius must have joined the expedition. Upon hearing this, Sir Hill couldn't help but feel rattled. He must know who this genius is. And finally, Sir Tom revealed it. His name is Irene Pereira. Finally, our MC is getting the recognition he deserves. The next morning, the expedition finally commenced, and after scouring the region, Sir Hill decided that they'll take a short break. While the other knights were resting, Ryan and Kevin were practicing their swordsmanship. One of the knights pointed out that Ryan was pretty skilled, but the other only said that they're just showing off. Well, if you want to talk about skill, we know a certain blonde gentleman with skills. Seeing that his son is gaining a lot of attention for his skills, Phil Guerin couldn't help but be happy, especially since their family has been lagging heavily behind the Pereiras. He thinks that if Ryan could pull this off, then their family's honor and status will return to power. So Ryan needs to be well-liked by Sir Hill at all costs. Lo and behold, Sir Hill stood up, walking toward Ryan. Now Phil Guerin is even happier, thinking that he must want to coach Ryan. Even Ryan's aware that Sir Hill is approaching. He's pretty confident and was about to demonstrate fancier skills when the vice captain walked past him. The vice captain went straight to his sitting Irene Pereira. Seeing that he's approached by his superior, Aaron stood up as well, though he falls a head shorter than the black-haired official. For a moment, the vice captain only stared at Aaron as he remembered the previous conversation he had about another knight regarding who our MC is and how he was stuck in a certain place due to sorcery for the last 5 years. But what's with him? Sir Hill thought and wondered why Aaron would leave Chrono. And then there's this sorcery he kept hearing about. Does it have to do with Aaron's younger sister? But doesn't matter. Now Sir Hill is face to face with Aaron, and told our MC to call him commander now since he's leading the expedition. He then straight up asked Aaron why he wasn't practicing swordsmanship like the others and is resting. To this, our MC just said that in his current state, Aaron doesn't think that it won't count as effort if he trained now. Puzzled by his answer, Sir Hill asked him why, and Aaron simply answered that his heart was not in it. Upon hearing this, Kevin scoffed in his answer, but Ryan silenced him, while on the other hand, Sir Hill only asked Aaron to elaborate. To this, Aaron explained that the reason he joined the expedition in the first place is to slay the demon as well as to increase the Pereira family's honor. What's more, he's also thinking of ways to have an active role in the raid, but since it's his first rodeo, he thought that there are other areas he should focus on to hone his skills other than sword fighting. He wrapped it up by saying that effort is made when one puts their whole heart into their axe, and to train swordsmanship when his heart is not in the right place is useless. The vice captain was silent, but there was no time to talk further since another knight signaled that it was time for them to go. Because of this, Sir Hill directed them to get back in formation while he told Aaron to be at his side as he plans to talk more about our MC. That's 1 point for our boy, Aaron, and 0 for Ryan. Seeing that Aaron has one-upped him again, Ryan grits his teeth in anger, but his father was quick to remind him to be patient and wait for his chance. Or they could just make a chance for him. To which the two conniving men agreed upon. So, back to Aaron. Sir Hill was amazed to discover that Aaron is already equipped with his sword, thanks to his awakening sorcery. Now, our MC further explains the things he prioritizes over swordsmanship training at the moment. First is the fact that he's never killed anyone or anything before, so he's preparing himself for the shock and confusion after his first kill. Second, he kept in mind that he should stay in line and not behave unpredictably, since it was one of the most dangerous things he could do on this expedition. Lastly, Aaron also aims to stay vigilant because of the demonic energy that surrounds the monsters and their underling. That being said, he's putting his focus on staying alert, detecting the energy, and warning the others ASAP. Sir Hill couldn't help but let out a laugh after hearing Aaron's priorities. This guy's a lot more practical than he thought, and our MC seems to be pleased with this idea. Sir Hill assured him that he shouldn't get too worked up about this and that he should leave it to the veterans. Besides, they got priests that could detect demonic energy, assuring Aaron that he didn't need to worry too much. But Sir Hill didn't get to finish his sentence. Aaron was already looking the other way with laser focus, and just as Sir Hill was about to ask what he was looking at, a gigantic demon, tall as a mountain, appeared out of the blue. And then they heard it, stomping sounds of other monsters coming in. Finally, some exciting action. Sir Hill was quick to command orders, telling the knights to get in formation while the 6 houses stay back and focus on protecting the priests. The creatures started pouring in at their 9 o'clock, and while the vice captain commanded them to counterattack, he was about to go up against the giant when a blur of clothing zoomed past him. With a running start, Aaron dashed in front of the monster, sword already in hand as the demon roared angrily. But in one fell swoop, Aaron went and slashed the being, its dark blood spewing everywhere as Sir Hill stood in shock at Aaron's actions. Finally, our MC's shining moment. To say that everybody was shocked at what Aaron did would be an understatement, since they've all got gaping mouths, seeing how our MC just slashed a hulking mass of ogre partially in half, the size of a mountain. It's like watching Levi go ham and slay the Titans. His father stood in horror and shock as Aaron went toe-to-toe with the demon, of which the latter has already regenerated the damage it took from Aaron's blow. With Aaron still in the air and just about to land, the demon smashed the ground he landed on with its fist buried in the ground. It was still seething, hissing, and looking if it managed to kill Aaron. But once again, Aaron pulls another Levi move and runs up to this giant's arm before leaping into the air and slicing its arm off. The giant let out a loud cry as Aaron landed with its hand still stuck on his sword and in blind anger. The demon was about to attack Aaron with his back turned, but our hero was already ready. With swift moves, he unleashed a barrage of swings and a big slash that made the giant fall to the ground. But no, it wasn't finished yet. The demon let out another roar as it meant to eat Aaron as a whole. Sir Hill shouted from behind, telling Aaron to get away, but our MC only changed his stance, gusts of wind starting to build up around him. And just as quickly, Aaron unleashed a wind technique similar to the Sword of the Sky, once again leaving everyone shocked at his prowess. The wind continued to blow strongly as everyone's eyes were glued to what was happening. With the ground shaking, trees swaying, and the dust finally setting in, they were shocked to see that Aaron blew the giant to smithereens, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Aaron stood silently, finished with the task of slaying the giant as it finally dawned on Sir Hill. Looking at Aaron, what Sir Tom said was true. The Hail Kingdom's marvel is here. But before he could admire Aaron's work, he quickly urged the others to slay the remaining enemies to seal their victory. Soon enough, everyone managed to slay the remaining creatures, and fortunately for them, there were no injuries or casualties. Seeing that everybody was okay, the vice captain commanded that the expedition will continue. Meanwhile, Aaron was contemplating hard on why he acted as such. It was the first time he felt so much rage that he acted upon his emotions. But why did he feel so much anger toward the demon in the first place? It was as if he was a different person back then. However, Aaron's train of thought got interrupted when the vice captain approached him and confronted him about his actions. Finally realizing just what he did, our MC quickly apologized for his brash behavior, especially since he said earlier that he shouldn't behave unpredictably in the first place, but Sir Hill only let out a laugh, seeing how our MC couldn't take a joke. He reminded Aaron that they're on an expedition, and at the end of the day, what matters most is slaying the monsters and demons. Because of what Aaron did, they were able to avoid casualties and injuries, so the vice captain congratulated our MC for a job well done on his first combat. Furthermore, Sir Hill also said that he looks forward to Aaron's future contribution, which made Aaron hold his head up. Just then, Irene Pereira came running towards our hero, asking if he was alright and suddenly hugging him tightly. Teary-eyed, the Pereira patriarch told Aaron how proud he is of him, and our hero can only return the hug, pleased at hearing these words come from his father. Calling the attention of Jing freaks, you could have done this to Gon too. While everybody's in celebratory spirits because of their first win, Ryan is already shaking with rage, calling the attention of Sir Jack and asking if he's got the thing ready. The Manga Vigor family affirmed while Ryan told him to do it now. What the heck is this sore loser up to now? Continuing with the expedition, Aaron is conversing with the vice captain and showing the artifact given to him by Kuril and Skina that could detect demonic energies. Sir Hill was admiring the pendant, thinking how incredible this object is that it could detect demonic energy faster than the priest's divine objects. As if to prove a point, Aaron's pendant started to glow and pointed to the left, signaling a swarm of demons approaching. Upon hearing this, Sir Hill commanded his spearmen to move to the left and stand by for battle, and just as quickly, the demons appeared. Since they were already prepared, it didn't take them long to subdue the beings, and from there, Sir Hill told Aaron that he will now rely on Aaron's pendant when detecting demons and to make sure to inform him ASAP as soon as it detects them. And that's another point for the Pereiras and none for the Garens. Speaking of the Garens, who were watching the two, were pissed off at this development, especially Ryan, but then again they can't do anything fairly, especially in broad daylight. Soon, the sun set, and they decided to camp out for the night. Some knights were talking about Aaron and how he's so skilled for a 21-year-old. He must be at least an expert level by now. They thought especially since he slayed the gigantic demon earlier in the day. But which made them wonder once again, where was he hiding all this time? Meanwhile, Aaron sits by himself and was about to eat a spoonful of his food when the artifact started to glisten, its tip already starting to blacken. Seeing this, Aaron remembered what Kuril told him, how the pendant can detect and detoxify any poison, and that he just needs to wait for it to return to its original color. As he waits for the poison to be sucked out of his food, Aaron glimpses over the group of Ryan, Martin, and Kevin, thinking that someone is after him and is most likely one of the three houses. Our hero deduced that it was most likely the Garens and decided to keep this information to himself since he doesn't want to worry his father. Besides, as long as he can handle it alone, it's fine for him. As the artifact finished detoxifying his food, that's when Aaron noticed that a piece of paper was stuck underneath his bowl, warning him that his food was poisoned. The writing's pretty crooked, which made him think if it was deliberate or if it was just written in a hurry. But Aaron just thought how he never expected that someone will help him out. Meanwhile, Sir Jack was standing a few feet away from Aaron, hiding behind the bushes as he watched our hero slurp his food. And just as quickly, he walked away silently, thinking he couldn't do this anymore. As Aaron finished his dinner, Sir Hill approached him once again, asking for a duel. Our hero was surprised, but the commander only said that since they'll be taking on the demon later on, it's important for him to assess the full extent of Aaron's power, so our hero was quick to oblige. As the two men stood face to face from a distance, most of the knights gathered around to see them clash. Sir Hill was the first to unsheath his sword and told Aaron to do so as well, from which Aaron quickly conjured his Dragon Slayer-like sword out of thin air, much to the shock of some knights. But the focus is now on the commander, as he emitted a chilling aura and suggested to Aaron that they should have a single move match and strike one another with full power. Aaron quickly agreed, and to this, Sir Hill smirked, impressed at how Aaron was not wavering one bit. Where is he drawing this composure from? The vice captain thought for a bit, but it didn't matter. Aaron is one exceptional lad. Finally, our boy is getting the recognition he deserves. Just as suddenly, Sir Hill took a step forward and halfway shifted to his beast form while emitting an incredibly powerful ki, which many of the knights felt and shivered from. But despite him changing into his full form, Aaron's ki is bright and solid as ever, just like steel, and what's more, it's continuously growing. Suddenly, Aaron's ki now took the form of the old swordsman in his dreams, who was just about to deliver the vertical slash, so the commander decided to power up and try to level with Aaron's. All the while, the knights are struggling with a heavy atmosphere, seeing how their captain is giving it his all for the fight when suddenly, another knight who just came to see the duel tripped and spilled his food in between Sir Hill and Aaron. It was silent and awkward for a moment, and just like that, Sir Hill's ki dissipated, glancing at the fallen clown, knight, in front of him. Looking back at Aaron, he decided to end the duel, saying that he's seen enough, despite the rest of the knight's shock reaction. Before walking away, Sir Hill announced that Irene Pereira is now allowed to act freely without his orders. With those kinds of skills, The commander said that it's best if he acted as such and added with a smile that our MC doesn't fall short of an expert rank. Attaboy Aaron. After dismissing the lot, everyone settled in for the night and Aaron lay thinking on his bed about the events of the day. For one, he kept thinking about how the feeling was similar to when he was dueling with the commander and fighting the large demonic creature. It was like a burning sensation was dominating Aaron's body, like somehow he was no longer in control of his own body. It was the same as when he had the first dream with the old swordsman. With this thought, he fell asleep, and once again, the swordsman in his dream is there, practicing his vertical slash in the rain. All this time, Aaron thought he had managed to escape from him, but wait, there's something different about this old man this time. This time, he's furious. The man in his dreams, he's changed. Back then, the old man has never revealed his emotions before, but why is he so angry? Before Aaron could find out, it was already sunup, but still reeling from the dream, Aaron remembered that whenever the dream changed, something in him also changed, but then again, he thought that maybe it has already taken place. As Aaron stepped out of his tent, Ryan stepped out of his hiding place, asking Sir Jack if he managed to put the poison in Aaron's bowl last night. The latter affirmed and even said that he watched Aaron eat it all, which made them wonder why our hero is still doing fine. Because of this, Ryan told Jack to double the dose tonight, to which the older man warned that if he did so, then Aaron won't just fall sick. But hearing Sir Jack somewhat take Aaron's side pissed off Ryan even more, asking the older man that it's bad enough that he's stressed by Aaron. But did House Garen's knight haven't had enough of his lord's beating last night? Before he walked away, Ryan reminded Sir Jack why he was in that position in the first place, and the older man could only follow his orders. Their band is soon to venture out as soon as they're finished eating, and just like last night, Aaron's food is once again poisoned. Thankfully, the artifact worked its magic while Aaron was left thinking if his enemies will keep poisoning his every meal. But hey, at least there's one person on Aaron's side. Seeing that there's another note attached to his bowl, warning him that it's poisoned. Soon enough, their group went on their way again, and while walking, Sir Hill noticed that Aaron's spirits are pretty down. But our hero assured his superior that he's alright before halting and looking to his left. Aaron suddenly sensed demonic energy, even before his pendant started acting up. And just as quickly, our hero went Usain Bolt and zoomed toward the demonic creatures. Aaron quickly conjured his sword and in one swing, sliced 3 of the monsters in half. The last one was much bigger than the others and had its fist up, directly smashing Aaron, but our hero managed to block its attack using his sword. With the 2 locked in a stare down, Aaron sliced it in half. But lo, behind him, a shadow quickly approaches, but thankfully, Sir Hill was watching his 6, telling our boy that he got his back. Man, that was a pretty cool entrance. Seeing Aaron's skills, the other knights started paying compliments to our hero, and many of them are already talking about the possibility of wrapping up the expedition without any problem within reach. Well, what kind of main character is Aaron if he can't take even small fries like these, right? Aaron, on the other hand, felt it himself. His senses are becoming sharper. But does it have to do with the old man? Aaron could only wonder. While Aaron's receiving all the praises, Ryan is about to pop a nerve out of anger. Why the hell is Aaron still doing well? Heck, he's even better than yesterday. To this, Sir Jack explained what he noticed on Aaron's artifact, shining when there's demonic energy present and how it has a detoxifying effect. This infuriated Ryan further, smashing his fist on the tree trunk near him. While he's plotting how he can one-up Aaron, Ryan thought the only way he could do that is if he kills the demon himself. As if. But sure, dream on, boy. Continuing with the expedition, it didn't take long for their group to reach a cave that looks as if it was artificially made, which they presumed was the demon's lair. Sir Hill instructed Aaron that the 2 of them should lead the group, but just before they go in, Ryan stepped up, requesting to be in the front line as well. The commander didn't have any problem with this, so he allowed the Garen boy to do so, but at the same time keep his guard up as well. As soon as they entered the cave, many of the knights started hearing a violin playing, and many quickly fell victim to the trap. They were hallucinating. The knights thought they have entered an amazing place, feeling at ease, and had urged others to get closer to the sound. Aaron noticed that some of the knights were acting funny and thought they must be hallucinating from the sound of music. Just as quickly, he told them that it was a trap, whereas Sir Hill shifted to his beast form and gave a loud shout. He reverted back to his human form and instructed his men to shake the others who hadn't come to their senses yet. As soon as they came to, the group finally came upon a tall, dark figure standing in front of the piano. Just then, a voice echoed, welcoming them as they kept their guards up. Sir Hill was already wary of how this demon is much stronger than he thought, and to make things even creepier, the figure sat in front of a piano and twisted its head around, revealing the face of a woman, asking them if they want to hear more of her music. Dang, she's hot and scary. The beautiful demon lady stood up, and as she did, skeleton musicians appeared right beside her. Sir Hill thought to himself that if it weren't for her red eyes, many might have taken her for a human instead. But this demon looks like it's trying to maintain its ego by keeping the form of a woman. As she should, she looks pretty hot. And if villains are bad, then why the hell do they look so good? Meanwhile, Ryan was already prepping himself mentally to kill the demon and surpass Aaron. Back to the demon, she proposed to play a tune for her visitors, but Vigor started acting up, which made Sir Hill reprimand him and told him to remain in formation. Against their wishes, the Lust lookalike demon lady went along and started playing a tune that was much different from the first one. This one is sweet and lulls the night into a deep sleep, embracing their tired bodies. The tune easily influenced the weaker members of the group, and yes, that includes Vigor, as they succumbed to the tune, but Sir Hill warned them once again to not fall prey to her tactics and not to look at her eyes, so they will not be hypnotized when suddenly someone zoomed past him and charged toward the enemy. Ryan rushed forward, thinking that he must stand out and kill the demon. It has to be him and not Aaron, so he has to kill her with one swing. Just your typical dumb and proud character running to his death, no biggie, seeing Ryan's action. The demon quickly extended her hair, attacking the dumb Garen boy, which he managed to fend off at first. He realized soon that her hair doesn't cut easily, and just as he was standing in defense, the demon quickly formed a hand figure using her hair and was about to grab Ryan's face. Lucky for him, Sir Jack stepped in to block the attack, urging the young lord to step back, but Ryan won't budge. And just as quickly, the demon wrapped her hair around the knight, then hoisted him up high in the air before coming face to face with Sir Jack. Just as she made her greetings to her captive, she assured the rest of the group that he won't kill him. Not yet anyway, saying that she's a pacifist. This enraged Sir Hill, and seeing his reaction, the demon proposed a deal: Sir Jack's life or the life of the self-proclaimed beautiful demon. Sir Hill and Viscount Garen were silent for a moment until the former instructed the other to not respond to her proposal. With this, he shouted at the demon, saying they will not negotiate with the likes of her, and upon hearing his reply, the demon started to choke Sir Jack. While she's doing this, she also mocked his effort of trying to save Ryan, who's now scared and frozen in place. Not satisfied with their response, she decided to change the term by hypnotizing Ryan, as Viscount Garen called for his son to return to their side. As Sir Hill warned the group to prepare for battle, the demon suddenly sprang her hair and snatched Ryan. Now, two of them hung in the air as the knights of Sir Hill started to charge. Seeing this, the Garen head commanded them to stop, but Sir Hill, furious at the old man's action, just told him to get out of the way. Now, where is Aaron while all of this is happening? But back to the Viscount, he made a split-second decision and told his men to protect Ryan and block the knights' attacks. This infuriated Sir Hill all the more, but the Viscount only shouted in response that he needs to save Ryan. Then he quickly turned to the demon, asking if the deal is still on. The demon said, and even swore in the name of her master, Lord Lastro. As if it's bad enough that the Garen house intervened with the mission, the Viscount also roped in the House of Lester and Russell with his shenanigans, threatening them if they refused. In response, Sir Hill commanded the knights to take down any and everyone who will get in the way of the expedition, regardless of the status, which left the Viscount shouting his name in anger. While all of this unfolds, the demon was amused and snickered, once again mocking Sir Jack about how they reacted differently when Ryan's life was involved. Laughing heartily, the red-eyed demon was looking forward to the chaos that will ensue between the two forces when noticed the lone figure, standing apart from everyone else and emitting a golden aura, our boy Aaron. Finally, some screen time, while everybody else was busy fighting among themselves. Aaron remained focused and meditated with his eyes closed and sword in hand. The demon just deemed him boring when Aaron opened his eyes, and before the demon could realize what happened, her upper and lower body split in half like the Red Sea as she was blown away from Aaron's attack. The demon's body crashed on the piano while Sir Hill looked on at what had just happened. Aaron is still focused on what's happening while the hot demon lady is on her knees, waiting for her body to regenerate. But it's taking real slow, making her wonder why, when a wound like that is not a big deal to begin with. Her torso was just about finished regenerating when Aaron dashed straight toward her, and like every other villain who results in using cheap moves when cornered, she decided to use a hostage to stop Aaron from attacking. Aaron only braced himself to angle his attack, and this time, she managed to cut off the demon's left arm and the hair that held Sir Jack hostage. This kid doesn't care about the hostages at all and is focused on me, the demon thought. Aaron sprinted back to her location to deliver another blow, but this time, the demon decided to block his attack, throwing Ryan away. The lady demon started to emit ki and used her hair to protect herself as our hero is about to slice her in half. Aaron's blade hit the demon, who is now wrapped in her own hair like a cocoon, shielding herself from Aaron. She thought she could heal while still being wrapped up, but then she noticed that she can't gather demonic energy at all. Is it because of Aaron? But there's just no way, she thought to herself. Now standing above the cocoon demon, Aaron did a vertical slash on the demon, but it still won't open up, so he decided to hit it again and again until the demon could start to see light seeping in from the cracks of her shield. Aaron continues hitting the cocoon, and that's when it hit her. She can't beat this guy. And if she made one wrong move, she could really die. Aaron continues hitting the demon, and with the last one exploding, a bright light dented the ground. As Sir Hill and the others looked on and waited for the dust to settle, a flurry of black sped away from the area, but Sir Hill, already in his beast form, was quick to intercept it and delivered another powerful blow. But lo, it's only her left leg, whereas the other half of her body. The demon, now literally torn in half, crawled hurriedly away from the impact zone, but Aaron's figure stood still, looming and terrorizing her. And just as she turned back, she was met with a powerful force that split the ground in half, once again cutting her vertically. But this time, there's no more regeneration. As her body cracks, she thought how this is all possible and how humiliating that she's defeated by a mere human, before evaporating to dust. The crack on the ground was no joke, and pretty similar to what Aaron did during the final evaluation of the Knights, still shaking from what happened. Roared in victory as the demon is defeated, Irene Pereira breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his son triumph once again while Sir Hill was only speechless, the echoes of the men chanting Aaron's name only growing louder. Despite not being witty nor much of a presence, Aaron sure knows how to appeal to the crowd. Sir Jack too was finally freed from the demon's clutches and looked in surprise as Aaron stood firmly, oblivious to the voices chanting his name. Our boy really thought there won't be any hostages if she's dead. With the expedition finally done, everyone returned to the makeshift camp of the Twilight Knights Order at the Garin family estate. Some of the knights were busy talking about how they couldn't believe the expedition went well, without a hitch, even with a demon using psychic powers as their opponent. And it's all thanks to Aaron. He's a lot different from what the rumors were saying about him. The Hale Kingdom finally has its own hero. Victory aside, there's that matter that needs to be addressed, which the knights assume will be handled by Sir Hill Burnett. It was something that shouldn't have happened in the first place. And by that, what they mean is Viscount Phil Garin acting out of line when they face the demon. In another place, the Viscount is in a closed-door meeting, explaining how he wasn't himself, which is why he acted that way, but Sir Hill was not falling for his excuse. But the thick-skinned Phil Garin said that he fell under the demon's hallucination and psychic control, and even if he loves Ryan very much, that doesn't mean he'll sacrifice the continent's peace by jeopardizing the expedition and prioritizing his son. The old fart even put on an Oscar-worthy performance, blaming the demon's wickedness, but Sir Hill wasn't falling for it. But because there's no evidence, he can't condemn the old fool. Meanwhile, Aaron lays in bed once again and gets up, thinking how the swordsmanship he did back at the cave was not one for his family. It was solely for slaying demons. Is it because of the old man from his dreams again? Once again, Aaron is plagued by this old man's identity and how he could rattle our hero like this, but just then, the announcement of an unlikely visitor pulled him out of his thoughts. It's Sir Jack Stewart. Aaron was surprised, but Sir Jack only said that he has something he needs to tell our hero about the expedition. But first, he expressed his gratitude to Aaron for saving him back then when no one else cared whether he lived or died. Not one of them, but in his mind, Aaron thought that he didn't either. His body just moved as if on instinct to kill the demon. Aaron was about to brush it off, but Sir Jack quickly launched into business and without batting an eyelash, revealed to Aaron that he poisoned his food back then. Sir Jack, however, also explained in detail that it was upon the instruction of Ryan. Still, the Garin Knight knew that he shouldn't have done it despite his liege's instruction as a knight and human. He apologized profusely about our hero and said that he will accept any punishment given by Aaron. But our MC was just quiet. Dang, Sir Jack really got more balls than all the Garin men combined. Finally, Aaron spoke up that he had his suspicions, but knowing the truth is still pretty surprising for him, then asked Sir Jack to take his leave since he's not in the mood to talk anymore. Because he's pretty distressed, Aaron insisted that the knight leave, but that he had no plans to let bygones be bygones, to which Sir Jack only answered that he will pay for his sins. With Sir Jack gone, Aaron is left all alone once again. Or not. Suddenly, a voice can be heard telling Aaron that nothing will happen no matter how much he racks his mind over it. Surprised by what he heard, Aaron turned around to see Ruru. Finally, our resident cute mascot is back. With his ears drooped, Ruru asks Aaron how he's been, but our hero just smiled, gently asking where the sorcerer cat has been all this time and that he was looking for it. Hearing this, Ruru felt unworthy, turning its back and went on rambling how if only it didn't force itself to teach Aaron sorcery, then he would have had a different set of abilities, nor would he have been separated from his family for 5 years. Aaron listened as the cat went on about how Curl would not have been sad, continuously blaming itself for what happened. But as Aaron tried to reach out and pet Ruru, it scurried away from his touch while Aaron tells the cat that all the bad things he heard about Ruru were just superstitions. Ruru clapped back that even superstitions hold power, explaining that as long as many people believe in it enough, then it'll become reality. What's more, even the weakest being can become the most incredible if many people believe in them enough. As Ruru continues to lecture Aaron, who is now slowly tiptoeing towards the cat, that sorcery created through the wills of people can change the world's principles. Suddenly, Ruru conjured a portal and was about to cross it, while saying that our hero's life will only be miserable if he's linked to the cat sorcerer. So Ruru promises not to appear in Aaron again when our hero managed to catch Ruru, just as it was about to pass through. While Ruru tries to move away from Aaron and tells him that black cats are bad luck, our hero countered it with what he was saying earlier. Now, Aaron will be by its side, and so our hero's belief in Ruru will be stronger than anyone else, proclaiming that the kitty will now be the symbol of good fortune. Eventually, Ruru gave up and sobbed in Aaron's arms. Aaron may not be witty, but this boy is just too pure and wholesome. We need more Aaron in this world. A short while later, Aaron fills in Ruru on his training while he was stuck in the sphere and how he managed to conjure his friends while training. The sorcerer cat was fascinated by what it heard, but Ruru just knew Aaron has a potential for sorcery. Hearing this, our hero got curious how Ruru knew such a thing, and our mascot just said, "It's because Ruru has been by Aaron's side ever since he came back to the real world." Ruru was what? Aaron couldn't believe what he heard, but the cat only said that he disguised himself as the white cat and was the one who slipped Aaron the notes about poison in his food. But more important than that, Ruru questioned Aaron if something happened since our MC seemed to be a lot different when he was facing the demon. Again, Aaron told Ruru about his dreams and the cat assumed that maybe the old man has a strong hatred towards demons. No, maybe it's deeply rooted in hatred toward devils, which surprised Aaron. Furthermore, Ruru said that maybe the old man is someone who lived about 150 years ago. Finally, we're a step closer to finding out who this old man is. Hearing what Ruru said, it surprised Aaron to hear that the old man from his dreams could be someone from 150 years ago. But our resident kitty said that his identity doesn't matter, since what's more concerning is how his will could influence Aaron's heart. But none of this matters now, since Ruru assured Aaron that there are times when he would falter, so it's best to just put his sword down for a little while and pick it back up when he's ready. Easy peasy. Plus, Ruru also offered to help carry the load with him, bragging about how he built muscles in the last 5 years. Laughing at this, Aaron is glad that at least he has Ruru with him, and how reassuring it is to be with someone he could trust. Speaking of trust, he's reminded of his friends from 5 years ago whom he made a promise with. How are they doing now? But back to Sir Hill, the vice captain kept walking back and forth, angry at how the other houses are siding with the Garens. His unlawful act should not go unpunished. How dare he condone the Imperial Knights like this? However, Sir Hill is broken out of his reverie when one of the knights announced that he has a guest, and an unexpected one at that. Seeing who it is, Sir Hill was left speechless. Now, let's hop onto the Garen estate, and here we see the Viscount acting his usual bastardy self once again, losing his shiz over a simple matter like the servant serving him tea that's not to his liking. He continues to blow a fuse, and now he's thinking about what he needs to do next. He managed to escape the Imperial Knights hounding about the expedition, but then again, that was their last chance to make a political comeback. As if he couldn't be stressed enough, Sir Hill just came waltzing into his study and saw his distressed face. The Viscount was about to send him away, telling the vice captain that they've already resolved the matter. But Sir Hill only grinned and told the old fart that something disgraceful happened during the expedition. Someone from House Garen ordered to poison Irene Pereira. The Viscount, shocked at what he heard, went on yelling at Sir Hill how he's accusing him of something outrageous and without evidence. But to the contrary, Sir Hill questioned the other about what he'll do if he does have evidence. As soon as the Viscount saw the witness, he turned white as a sheet. It was none other than Sir Jack himself. Now, isn't the Viscount just the very definition of screw around and find out? Sir Hill continued that the House Garen's knight told them everything, and because he's been truthful, they will be considerate and give him appropriate punishment. And in typical cheap villain fashion, Phil Garen tried to turn the tables and shift the blame on Sir Jack. Hearing this, Sir Jack only said quietly how the old fart is dishonorable, even to the end. And because of this, Sir Hill told him that he will officially request an investigation concerning this event. If Sir Jack is found truthful, then it'd be best if the Viscount confesses to his sins now, especially if he doesn't want to lose everything he has achieved so far. Now that that matter is done, Sir Hill returned to camp and was about to set out to the Pereira estate, hellbent on making Aaron a member of the Twilights Order. So he galloped on his course at full speed, only to find out that Aaron already went to Chrono Academy. Baron Pereira informed the vice captain that his son had several things to take care of and that, technically, Aaron's been an official trainee of the academy since 5 years ago. Disappointed that he was unable to recruit Aaron, Sir Hill still put in a good word and told our hero's father that his son is a treasure to the kingdom. No, the whole continent. Meanwhile, Aaron is now en route to Chrono Academy and was talking to someone about Sir Ian, the head sword master of Chrono. Our hero continued that he is one of the greatest swordsmen in the whole continent and led our MC to the right path. If it's him, Aaron's sure at least he could give sound advice about Aaron's situation, and to that, a pair of black ears popped out of Aaron's cloak, telling him that maybe Sir Ian could also tell him about his dreams. Because regardless of the field, those who are considered the best out there are no different from sorcerers, Ruru explained. In addition to that, the sorcerer cat also said that it's because they possess incredible skills and whittles that cannot be explained by logic, and so hearing that made Aaron a little hopeful. And since Ruru is Aaron's second sorcery teacher, our mascot decided to look the part. The sorcerer cat used its magic and donned a full Puss in Boots getup. This cat really took Kawaii way too seriously. Seeing how energetic and excited Ruru is about their trip, at least Aaron thought that he wouldn't get bored on the way to Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. In no time at all, Aaron and Ruru made it to Alcantara Metropolis, the city where Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy is located. The place is bustling with people as usual, with Ruru admiring the different kinds of magic it saw in the streets. The duo decided to look for a place to stay for the night and decided on Birthplace of the Sword. Ruru hopped off Aaron's shoulder, saying to look around first as our hero proceeded to the inn and was surprised at how vast it was inside, filled with swordsmen staring at him as he entered. Suddenly, a big man with a bald head approached Aaron, asking if he was a visitor at Chrono Academy, to which our hero said yes. Upon hearing that, a lot of the other swordsmen started to laugh. Seeing that anyone can just enter the premises now lately, but the bald man tried to intimidate Aaron and warn him not to overestimate his abilities. Just then, the men started to bicker about the tryouts, pointing fingers and making threats, but thankfully, the bartender just called Aaron over. As it turns out, pretty much everybody staying here is a visitor at Chrono, and the inn is pretty famous for hosting their bunch. Hearing that, the bartender asked if this was Aaron's first rodeo at the open visitor reception, and Aaron could only in response, much to the bartender's disappointment. So here's a quick rundown of what's been happening in the city lately. Since Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy is pretty much every swordsman's Disneyland, and because of this, a lot of swordsmen started visiting the academy. At first, the large numbers were just sent away, but there were those hardheads that refused to leave until they could fight someone, while there are also others who started calling Chrono a den of cowards. Because of this, the academy launched the open visitor reception system, wherein once every 2 weeks, anyone who wants to talk with their swords can challenge anyone on a certain day chosen by the academy. Because of this, visitors need a warrior card to compete in the said event, so the bartender led Aaron to the basement so they could test it out. As they reached the bottom, another man was there with a measuring device. So all Aaron needs to do is to hit it with his best shot, and the square on the top section will give him a reading. And yep, Aaron needs to hit it with his sword, though he initially thought he had to hit it with his fist. The old man told him that he could go ham since it's a magic tool and it won't break easily. Hearing this, Aaron was delighted, happy that he could use his full force, while the two old men talked about him, the other even saying that he looks a bit delicate. With that in mind, they made a bet. The silver-haired man bet that Aaron's score would be 300, but the bartender said that it would be 500. Because of that, the old geezer changed his bet to 501. The two of them grinning as they told Aaron to pick a sword. So imagine the look on their faces when Eren turned down the sword and conjured his own dragon's lair out of thin air. Eren closed his eyes to focus and, in a snap, braced himself to do the vertical slash, slamming the measuring device with all his might and scaring the two men. Seeing that the measuring device was still intact, Eren was happy when the bartender asked how he conjured the sword. "Well, it's simple. Sorcery," answered Eren. And now for his score. Our MC got a whopping 10,772 points. That's way out of the two men's bet. It's always so satisfying how Eren shocks other people with his strength and skills. With that, Eren was given a Silver Warrior card, and later that night, he told all about it to Ruru as they went to bed. Finally, tomorrow's the day. Eren can't help but feel excited at the thought of seeing his friend Judith after 5 whole years, and by the next day, he, along with many others, was directed to the place where the Academy will conduct the event. Ruru was pretty excited too and asked if they could watch for a little bit, and who could say no to those big googly eyes, since he has time anyway. Eren decided to watch for a little as well. As he sat down in the arena, he overheard the 2 swordsmen from beside him make snide remarks about a young brat who appears to not know the strength of the swordsman present today. Shifting his attention to what they're looking at, Eren is surprised to see a familiar face. It's Lance, one of his classmates. Seeing one of his former classmates again, Eren can't help but feel happy seeing Lance, and Ruru even said that he looks pretty strong as well. Looking at Lance now, he had a growth spurt and has a better physique than how he was years ago. Man sure leveled up from being one of Brett's cronies then. Lance now greets the rest of the swordsmen in the arena and introduced himself as Lance Patterson, one of the official trainees from the Academy's 27th cohort, and will serve as their opponent for today. Hearing this, many of the swordsmen started complaining about how the Academy sent in a trainee and not even a graduate to face them. If only these men knew they're about to be humbled real quick in a matter of moments. Lance was quick to admit that usually, graduates should be the ones facing them today, but Eren's former classmate said that he used his connections this time around because he wanted to fight people from outside. Since many are still reluctant to face him, Lance proposed that if any of the fighters are disappointed with him today, then he'll quickly call for his seniors to replace him. This doesn't sound like a bad deal, and just as quickly, a semi-bald-headed man stepped onto the stage and challenged Lance. That's when he noticed that the older guy wields a pretty large sword that reminded Lance of a certain someone in the crowd, which he doesn't know yet. As Lance raises his sword, he asked his opponent if the bigger man would like to have the first attack, which obviously infuriated him. So he quickly dashed and swung big to deliver a heavy blow on Lance. Too bad the guy's fighting with a trainee from the Golden Cohort, since Lance fended off his attack easily, and as the big guy looked on with shock, Lance was quick to disarm him using so much force that his opponent's sword came flying and struck the wall. Seeing that Lance's speed and power are on another level, many swordsmen tried and failed to beat Lance at the open visitor reception. He either brought them to their knees or left them weaponless. Because of this, it made a lot of them wonder, is this guy really a trainee? One of the swordsmen retorted that it's because he's part of the Golden Cohort. That's why he's so skilled, and they didn't call their batch like that for no reason. One of the spectators was already volunteering this man since he's the village hero, taking down 17 opponents all by himself, as Lance looked in their direction. Suddenly, Lance started to approach them with a man praying that the training won't seek him out, when all of a sudden, Lance stopped in front and greeted Eren. The two exchanged greetings, with Lance asking our MC what he's been up to. But Eren could only say that it's a long story, and it is, Lance, trust us. Thankfully, Eren's colleague didn't bother to ask for more details and told him that if he had come earlier, maybe he would have been able to meet Judith and Brett. Eren was surprised to know that Brett is at the Academy, and Lance quickly explained that Eren's blue-haired friend came back shortly after he left that day. However, Lance said that he accompanied Judith on a personal mission and left just a few days ago. Although he's happy that Brett returned to the Academy, he felt a little disappointed since he couldn't meet them, but our MC couldn't dwell on his feelings for too long since Lance told him to come down and have a match with him. This invigorated Eren, who quickly went down to the stage. With the two young men facing each other, the rest of the spectators can't help but speculate who Eren was, with some saying he looks familiar, while others thought that he's someone who failed to make it to the Academy. On the other hand, there's Ruru standing on its hind legs and cheering Eren with all its might. Seeing this, Lance asked if Ruru was Eren's pet, but our MC quickly told Lance that it was actually his teacher who taught him sorcery, and to prove a point, our boy conjured his sword out of thin air once again. Lance was shocked and at first thought that it was magic, but later corrected himself that it was sorcery, telling our hero that every time he sees him, he's always surprised by what he could do, In addition to that, Lance is pretty sure there are a lot more things Eren could do now. But Lance also said that he's not the only one who leveled up and got stronger. Holding his sword in front of him, Lance told Eren that he'll make him pay if he hadn't grown enough in the last few years. And with a running start, the two young men ran toward each other, their swords clashing loudly, but Lance was quick to shift his attack. Soon enough, he lets out a combination of swings that Eren blocks using his blade, which made many of the spectators think that Lance has the upper hand. But the more Lance fights Eren, the more he thinks about how this all feels familiar, and with each swing Eren does, his colleague is finally convinced of something. Following his hunch, Lance delivered a thrust that Eren managed to parry with a powerful squish of his sword. Taking a step back, Lance asks in between huffs how Eren managed to use Brett's technique. Lance is sure of what he saw. These are Brett's techniques, and just when he was about to ask more of it, Eren closed his eyes and got into position. Oh hell no, not this again. Lance already knew what was coming, so before Eren could deliver this technique, he sprinted in Eren's direction and started delivering one swing after another, not giving Eren a chance to pull such a scary attack. But Eren continues to parry his attack until our hero managed to break Lance's guard. To this, Lance quickly moved back to put some distance between them. And it's confirmed it really is Brett's technique. Lance was shocked at how Eren was able to learn his friend's technique, given that the last time he saw it was at the final evaluation 5 years ago. He can't have learned it just from seeing it once, can he? Well, Lance, Eren is actually a member of the Uchiha clan and used Sharingan to do it. But before he could wonder further, Eren snapped him back to reality and with a few leaps is suddenly up in the air and in front of Lance. Our hero swung his sword pretty hard, delivering quite an impact that even dented the ground Lance is stepping on. Then with the signature Lee by Ackerman spin, Eren used the momentum to deliver a much more powerful blow that's a signature move from Judith's technique. Because of his power, Eren pushed Lance back, creating a distance between them when the latter thought that he was pretty confident with his defensive skills. And with Judith and Brett not at the academy right now, Lance was sure he would win against anyone. But was he wrong? Is it not possible to win over Eren too? Spoiler alert. Nope, impossible. Lance suddenly lunged toward Eren and gave one powerful swing against our hero. But he didn't stop there. The spiky-haired trainee unleashed a continuous combination of swings and slashes that pushed Eren back. Seeing that Lance is pretty hard with the offensive, Eren did a vertical slash to break the other's momentum, but Lance was quick to evade the attack. He then jumped back and swung hard against Eren again. But of course, our hero's not giving in here. While fighting Eren, Lance admitted to himself that he can't beat our MC as he is right now since he knows the three of them work pretty hard to become stronger. But that doesn't matter to him because Lance won't back down without putting up a fight. Just then, Lance braced himself to send a powerful thrust to Eren, but our hero managed to duck to evade it, leaving Lance's guard open. And with one clean swing, Eren managed to disarm his colleague, Lance's sword flying high and landing on the far side of the stage. Still shaking, Lance just smiled and admitted his defeat. What a good sport this trainee is. The two trainees shook hands after the match, Eren calling it a good match while Lance could only ask him what the heck he's been doing for the last 5 years, seeing how he progressed this much. As Ruru listened to the other swordsmen talk about how they never thought Lance would lose, the cat suddenly felt a presence, so Ruru quickly jumped to the stage and told Eren that he's here. Eren asked who, but Ruru only pointed out to a figure near them, saying that it was his teacher. And true enough, head swordmaster Ian appeared on stage. The old man asked how Eren was, to which our hero answered with respect, but the headmaster was more surprised seeing a talking cat. But more important than that, Sir Ian asked Lance who won during their match, and the latter answered with downcast eyes that he lost to Eren. Hearing this, it seems that Eren wasn't slacking off after all, the headmaster said, but suddenly, our hero turned serious and started apologizing because he came back late. But before Eren could continue, Ian stopped him, saying that two swordsmen have met, so it's only natural that their blades must converse, right? Eren was shocked at the proposal, whereas Ruru only clapped with glee. With his sword already drawn and in position, Sir Ian even taunted Eren that he can't be that tired after fighting Lance, right? So finally, we're about to see Jamyusai in action once again. The crowd suddenly came to life once again upon hearing that the head swordmaster of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy personally made an appearance. Who wouldn't be excited? After all, he's the best swordsman on the continent. With the two face-to-face, Eren told his teacher that he won't hold back, so he's the first to move and deliver a blow to the headmaster. Of course, he was able to block Eren's attack, and with one hand behind his back too. Aaron then gave an upper swing, which was blocked once again, and just as quickly, Sir Ian broke through his guard. And like a good teacher, he already pointed out how our hero's attacks are too dull, then proceeded to provide an example, using the force of a collision to add more force and speed to his attacks. Just like that, Sir Ian roasted Aaron's attacks and told his student that he's like an open book. Just like his earlier sample, he used the force from the collision and rushed straight to Aaron, which left Aaron in a defensive position. Sir Ian was quick to notice that it was Brett's technique that Aaron was trying to do earlier and praised him since he was able to execute it pretty well, but the downside is that his flow is too interrupted. Aaron barely managed to block the headmaster as he came from his side to deliver a sneak attack, and once again, Sir Ian noticed another flaw of Aaron's. He was too slow to shift from offense to defense and punched our hero in the gut. Nani? Aaron? On his knees, this is the first time in a long while. The headmaster lectured Aaron that in real battle, there's no evaluation between offense and defense. But Aaron won't give up. He dashed straight to Sir Ian and unleashed another familiar technique. Strong gusts of wind started forming, swirling fast and surrounding the opponent. It's the Lindsay family's trademark Sword of the Sky. Lance couldn't believe his eyes as his colleague managed to execute such a move. But as for the headmaster, he only commented that it's not too shabby and suddenly launched a quick attack on Aaron that has so much power. Our boy got pushed far back. In addition to that, the old man also told Aaron his previous attack was lacking, but it's a bit better than his previous ones. As Aaron stood panting, the headmaster told him that there was one more thing our hero still hasn't shown him, and just as quickly, Aaron got into position. He closed his eyes, clenched his sword in front of him, and started to meditate. Seeing this, the crowd was pretty confused since neither men were moving and both of them also had their eyes closed as well, but Lance already knew what was coming next. Aaron's gonna do the vertical slash he did at the final evaluation. A moment later, Aaron opened his eyes and quickly delivered a vertical slash, but only gusts of wind can be felt. On the other hand, Sir Ian was standing still, focusing his energy when just as quickly, he fended Aaron's attack as the ground started to crack, and this time, the damage is far more significant. Seeing this, it makes you wonder if they ever charge Aaron for the damages he did to their buildings. But lo and behold, the majority of the damage was done by the headmaster, who is now seen doing the technique only doable by him, the aura sword technique. Sir Ian, with his sword still glowing, revealed to Aaron that he never planned on using his aura sword and praised Aaron for being able to find his own blade. With a forlorn look, Aaron answered it as the headmaster said, but before he could complete his sentence, the old man knew that our hero's heart is wavering, and that's something he wants to consult the old man with. Aaron was shocked to hear when Sir Ian turned to the audience, telling them that they'll be wrapping up today's open visitors reception, ushering everyone to go home. Putting on his cloak, the headmaster told Aaron to follow him since they already conversed with their swords, so this time, they should converse for real. Back at Sir Ian's office, Aaron sat as Ruru introduced itself as our hero's sorcery teacher. Happy to see a talking cat, Sir Ian replied with equal gusto and asked if he should use honorifics when addressing Ruru, but the cat sorcerer rejected the idea, since they're all teachers, and that they should be friendly with each other. Since they're doing introductions, Kara Finn introduced herself before Sir Ian could, with the headmaster adding that she's Chronos Swordsmanship Academy's head swordsman. After all, it's the first time she and Aaron have met. Right after, Sir Ian asked our hero what happened in the last 5 years and what he was feeling troubled with, to which Aaron began narrating everything. Hearing all this, Sir Ian pointed out that the dream seems to have a significant effect on Aaron. Speaking bluntly, Sir Ian said he cannot provide Aaron with the answer he was looking for, but he could give a word of advice. Leave Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. It surprised Aaron to hear this, but the headmaster continued to explain that he was welcome to stay and train. On the off chance that Aaron couldn't suppress the swordsman's will when he comes in contact with demonic forces, then he should just avoid getting into situations like this. That was a no-brainer advice, but hey, at least Sir Ian is doing his part as a teacher. As for his last advice, the headmaster also cautioned Aaron if avoiding such scenarios will really be the solution to address the man's will towards demonic forces, and added that there are many paths a swordsman could take. That being said, trying to avoid the will of the old swordsman may not just be the only way to address this problem. What's more, Sir Ian pointed out that it's a small world, and if he had a change in environment, then it follows that his view will change as well. And once it does, there's a chance that it could lead to a change of heart, and maybe, just maybe, Aaron might discover something that could even harden his already mighty sword. Or, there's also the possibility that he'll wield a different kind of sword in the future. The possibilities are endless. and Sir Ian sure knows how to give one heck of advice, as expected of this old man. But before Eren could decide on which path to take, he needs to journey and see the world, urging our hero to go and find out the identity of the man who's been influencing him since the start. Eren was pretty quiet upon hearing all this, but Sir Ian told him that the decision he needs to make is not an easy one, so he should think about this carefully. But Eren already decided. He'll leave Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, which earned him a surprised look from Sir Ian and Ruru. Eren admitted to himself that he has constantly avoided things and was always running away from things he was afraid of or didn't want to do. But not anymore. So where will Eren go next? And what kind of adventure awaits our hero as he takes on a brand new adventure? Kira, Finn, and Sir Ian are seen having a conversation about Eren after our MC left. Kira tells Sir Ian that for her, Eren still doesn't have what it takes to be called a swordsman. To this, Sir Ian tells Kira that they should give him some time, because if it's Eren, then he's sure that our hero will probably get through. I mean, it is a prerequisite for every main character to get over every hurdle thrown their way. It's in the main character guidebook. The next day, as Eren was about to leave the academy for his new adventure, Lance tells Eren about going to the west and adds that the 5 western kingdoms have a lot of swordsmanship academies and famous coliseums. What's more, Judith probably went there as well. As the two said their goodbyes, Lance couldn't help but feel bad at his defeat at the hands of Eren. But before he could start wallowing in it, Kira Finn walked up to Lance and gave him some advice for him to grow as well. To not let his inferiority complex get in his way and overcome it, just like how he always did. To be fair, Lance did improve a lot from when we last saw him a few chapters ago, don't you all think so as well? As Eren and his master Sorcerer Cat went on their way to the city, with no idea where they were heading, an orc suddenly appears and asks them for any food that they could give him. Wait a minute, this orc seems an awful lot familiar. The orc seems to remember Eren and tells him that he was the one who foretold his future 5 years ago. Eren was suddenly remembered the orc saying that he was the one who gave him the note. Eren and the orc then went to a diner, and as the orc was munching all the food on the table, Lulu, who we have been calling Ruru all this time because of a different scanlation, tells Eren that the orc seems suspicious and dangerous. And yeah, we're gonna roll with Lulu instead of Ruru from now on, okay? Cut us some slack, why don't you? Anyway, our MC, bless his kind soul, sensed that this orc was not a bad person and doesn't consider him as a threat. He couldn't be bad after all. He gave the note back to Eren that proved to be helpful to our hero. Although there's also the fact that the orc asked about his age back then. Maybe this orc knows something about his dream. After the orc finished his meal, Lulu walked up to him, still not very comfortable with him, and said that he was just basically a stranger who seems fishy. And at that moment, the orc suddenly puts out a wooden ball and shows it to the Sorcerer Cat, which in turn the little mystic couldn't resist the smell of the wooden ball. He immediately grabbed the ball like it was a fur ball. The orc explained that it has a powder in it which came from a plant called Taiho, of which the plant was found only in the northwest region. And hey, Cats seems to go crazy about it. That's why, at that exact moment, Lulu told Eren that this orc might be a really good person. The orc tells Eren that he'll pay him back for the food, but his payment would be his fortune-telling skills. The orc tells him that he is a fortune-teller orc, which, compared to a human fortune-teller, is much more powerful. So the orc started his fortune-telling and tells Eren that there's a persimmon tree where he lives, to which Eren responded with a no. Okay, so that was a flop. The orc immediately backs it up that maybe Eren was a child back then, but he doesn't remember it. In response to this, Eren told him that he was sure that there wasn't any persimmon tree back then. So the orc told him that maybe it's been planted at this time, so when he gets back home, there will be the tree. At this point, they were thinking that this guy was a fluke. Lulu then joins the fortune-telling, and the orc tells him that he likes raw salmon, which is pretty obvious to cats. Is you for real? Lulu immediately tells Eren that this orc is absolutely a quack, a sham artist. That's why he has no money for food. Before the two really believes that he really is a quack, the orc inhales deeply and gazes at Eren with eyes as cold as ice. It's like his eyes can really see through a human soul, and tells Eren that the burden in his heart became heavier. Eren was shocked upon hearing those words. He explains that something heavy, like an iron stake, is stuck in his chest, which is placed by someone. The two were in total shock at hearing these words from the shaman orc. He also explains that he's not using his skills as a fortune teller, but as an elementalist to look into Eren. An elementalist believes that the origin of life is made up of 5 types of energy: earth, metal, fire, wood, and water, says the orc, who has now taken a small bag containing sand and put it on the table. That's how he sensed the metal energy within Eren. The orc believes that the iron stake in his chest is disrupting the energy balance within his body, but he cannot just get rid of it. He needs to achieve harmony, especially since one of the energies within Eren is too strong. What our MC needs to do is borrow the power of incompatible energy to harness it. And as the orc says this, a metallic object that seems to be a metal alloy protrudes from the sand, serving as an example to what's happening within Eren. As the orc continues to explain this to Eren, he snaps his finger, and as soon as he does, the alloy was set ablaze. The orc continues to tell our hero that he needs to harness his fire energy to control the metal. What's more, the orc added that if Eren can manage to suppress his metal energy, then there's a high chance that it could turn into an opportunity. For now, our hero may be seeing the iron stake in his heart as a burden. But with the use of flames, he could create an incredible sword that anyone and everyone would desire. As the fortune teller told this, he smacked the flaming alloy with his 2 hands, then opened it to reveal a small sword. Convinced at what he said, Eren asks him what he needs to do, and the orc advised him to intensify the burning in his heart. And right now, there is but a small flame burning inside our hero now, which was not present when he first saw him years ago. The orc suggested that Eren should move. Just like how one puts a log to keep the fire going, our hero needs to work diligently to get the results that he wants, which will, in turn, make the flame grow stronger. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye, and as Eren and his sorcerer master turned their backs, the orc quickly called out to them and asked if it was alright to accompany the two. And since the fortune teller's been wandering the continent for the last decade, he could work as their guide as long as Eren provides him with a little salary. And no, this is totally not about the salary at all. Eren only took a moment to decide that he was good with the orc traveling with them. And as soon as he did, the fortune teller exclaimed in delight that finally he's gonna have a stable income. As soon as the two heard this, they just stared at him, but the orc quickly explained that it's not every day you get to see the growth of a promising young lad, so being able to witness it firsthand will be worthwhile. Lulu, however, just told him that he won't be getting his salary if he did his job poorly, so the orc only promised that he'll do well. And then they were free. Since Eren didn't have a specific place in mind on where he was going next, the orc suggested that they should visit Darinku. It's a city that has everything from dwarves to blacksmiths. Plus, he also said that dropping by Darinku before they reach the 5 kingdoms of the west could prove to be useful to Eren. Hearing the term blacksmiths, the sorcerer cat rebutted, while yawning that our hero doesn't even need a new sword to begin with, but the fortune teller explained that the purpose of their visit there is not only for the equipment. He stressed the fact that meeting figures who are the best in harnessing metal and fire could be a good experience for Eren, seeing the process up close. From melting a block of metal using fire that will take the form of a ball to see the ball shaped into a sword, witnessing this process up close could help Eren to learn how to control the fire in his heart. Now that the orc said this out loud, Eren's sorcerer teacher agreed, adding that they use this same trick when they do sorcery training. After all, it's much handier if our hero has a solid idea of what he wishes to happen in his head for it to be more effective. As soon as Eren remembers how a sword is made, Lulu suggested that they could use it for his mental training, and given how it's not his first rodeo in sorcery, this would be easy peasy. Convinced at what his sorcerer teacher had to say, Eren decided that they'll get to Darinku, and the orc was more than happy to lead them to a shortcut to reach their destination faster. Little did the two know that they will see the full skill of the orc in Darinku. Turns out, the fortune teller orc is a pretty good haggler. The two witnessed firsthand how the orc haggled with the innkeeper with so much intensity that he even threatened to cause a scene and shout, so the former had no choice but to concede. As soon as the innkeeper went back inside, the fortune teller orc told Eren to drop his stuff in their room, and added that he knows a good place to eat. In the restaurant, the orc used his regular customer card and guilt-tripped the server into giving them 5 free mugs of beer. You all can't deny it, even Eren can't. Our man Kubaro got some skills. At night, as the 3 of them lay to sleep, Lulu calls out to Kubaro to tell them a funny story. Can't believe this manhwa took this long to reveal the fortune teller's name man. So back to the present, Kubaro asked Eren if he knew who the 10 strongest people on the continent were. To this, our hero answered that the only one he knows is Sir Ian from Chrono. Then there's also the head of the Lindsay family, as well as Ilya's older brother Joshua. Hearing these names, the orc sighed in exasperation, questioning how could Eren know so little in this world, especially if he wants to be a swordsman. Of course, he doesn't Kubaro. He's been sleeping for over 15 years. then got stuck in a magical sphere for 5 more years. So anyway, the fortune teller started narrating that the strongest on the continent came from the 5 kingdoms of the West and the Holy Kingdom. It has always been like that for generations now. But there was one that stood out from the rest. Head Swordmaster Ian from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. He was the leading figure among these powerful swordsmen, who also include Captain Julius Hoole of the Holy Kingdom's White Knight, Captain Rigoberto Clark of the Red Knights, as well as the 5 heads of the major swordsman families, including Joshua Lindsay, and finally, Karakum, the mighty orc warrior. So that's 10 of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. But Kubaru also mentioned that Edenit is also worthy to consider in the list, making 11 of them. Aaron perked up at the mention of Edenit, but his sorcerer cat master complained, saying one more person is missing from the list. To this, Kubaru told the mystic cat that there was actually one more person considered the strongest. The fortune teller orc said that he's not familiar if it because of Sir Ian's meteoric rise, and even though the majority of the continent picks him as the strongest swordsman, Kubaru has an entirely different opinion. He thinks Kun is the strongest swordsman in the continent. The man's pretty impressive because he became a sword master at the age of 70. Can you imagine becoming an OP at the age of 70? At the mention of this, Aaron suddenly sat up on his bed with Lulu, saying that he must have been really determined to do something like that. Well, it did come with a lot of hardships and naysayers. Kubaru continued to narrate that Kun received a lot of criticism and ridicule for his foolishness. Pretty understandable though, the orc added, since who in their right mind would want to become a swordmaster at the age of 70? And yet, Kun did. He was bent on achieving his dream, and now, at the age of 90, is hailed as the strongest swordsman on the continent by some. Because of this fact, it affected a lot of people, not only swordsmen. Hearing all this, our hero can't help but praise Kun, but at the same time, Aaron also said that this legendary sword master must have also been pretty impressive at 50, even though he's still just an ordinary swordsman ridiculed at the time, Aaron said. In addition to that, our hero also said that there must be a lot of other people who are just like Kun, people who haven't been recognized yet and continue to move forward. They may have not bloomed yet, but someday, they definitely will, Aaron added. Hearing this, Kubaru grinned at our hero's attitude and agreed with Aaron's thought that there are a lot of people in this world who have yet to reach their time. But in his mind, the fortune teller orc thought to himself how Aaron's perspective isn't just limited to his blade, and that he was able to look at things from a broader perspective, which is pretty interesting. The next day, the trio set out early, with Kubaru pointing out that they just need to pass through the Alhad Mountains to reach Turinku. However, they just can't pass through here easily, since bandits roam about in the place, he added. Aaron was surprised to hear this, but the orc assured him that they only need to join a merchant group, and that there was nothing to worry about, especially since Aaron has a warrior card too. True enough, Aaron just had to show them his warrior card, and he was easily accepted into the group. Likewise, Kubaru was able to join another group easily as well, since many considered fortune teller orcs as symbols of luck. Lulu made a side comment about how gullible they are for falling to that superstition, but suddenly, the master-student duo got distracted by someone shouting their services to take care of shoes, armor, and anything to them in exchange for being paid. The owner of the voice is a young girl who's talking to a seated knight, asking if she could finish by the time they leave, which the former agreed to excitedly. Just then, the girl turned to Aaron's band, skipping over to them, much to the shock of Lulu to her sudden appearance. The little girl excitedly pointed out to the talking cat, saying how cute it is, and the other could only return the sentiment. The little girl, with a bright smile, introduced herself as Anya, not to be confused with Lloyd and your forger's Anya. Mind you, she tells Aaron that she could fix their shoes, armor, or whatever they want as long as they pay her. Aaron thanked her but declined her offer, so Anya happily went away. And as soon as she did, the master-student duo sensed that she was actually a sorcerer. In due time, the merchants and their respective bands started on their way. And while they were walking, Aaron shared something heavy that has been weighing on his mind. His sorcerer teacher was quick to notice this and called the attention of Kubaru, saying that Aaron has his face on. Seeing this, the orc asked our hero what his concerns were, and Aaron asked him if he could use his sword against people. Kubaru was confused at what he said, but our hero quickly added that he's never killed anyone before, and today, he felt that need. He's aware that there will come a time that he has to do just that, even if he doesn't want to. But will he not hesitate then? The need is there, but could he do so to fellow humans? After all, bandits are still humans, so is scaring and chasing them off the right thing to do? On the other hand, Aaron also thought of the possibility that if he let them go, the bandits could continue to do bad things to other people, so he can't really say that he did the right thing by letting them go. Man, Aaron's not pulling his punches with this kind of heavy topic in the morning. Even Kubaru couldn't help but laugh a little, considering Aaron's overthinking a pretty heavy subject, which is something he shouldn't even worry about right now. But Aaron couldn't help but worry, especially since he heard that there were bandits there led by a terrible man named Kajal. To this, Kubaru explained that Kajal wants to maintain peace, and that his group has been here for 5 years now. As long as you pay them, they'll let you pass, says Kubaru. As for the merchant groups, they look for escorts for intimidating bandits, not to fight them. So in a nutshell, these bandits seem more like businessmen. And the merchants don't really think of them as bad people too. The best explanation Kubaru could think of about this situation is comparing it to paying taxes in the city. But does Aaron even know how to do that? But Aaron, who's a little old-fashioned and clueless when it comes to things like these, questions Kubaru that doesn't that still make them bad people for taking money from the merchants? And how come the surrounding kingdoms and territories are okay with this? He adds. To his surprise, another mate answers our hero's question, saying that the merchants offer bribes to the surrounding territories and that they've established a mutual understanding. Lulu was the first to cave into this kind of talk, with the cat holding its head in frustration. And even Aaron admits that it's a pretty complicated situation. On the other hand, Kubaru just said that it's just how the world is, good and evil, right and wrong, and that there are a lot of things you can't categorize into one thing. Their conversation got cut short at the sight of the bandits approaching them. And as one of the merchants readily shows the toll, asking the bandits to let them pass easily, one of the bandits shouted in anger, telling the merchants to leave all of their belongings and to get lost. Well, so much for mutual understanding. Even the sorcerer cat had to wonder what happened to the mutual understanding Kubaru was talking about earlier. Hearing what the bandits said, the merchant was confused at his demand, with the former pleading with him to just let them be on their way. Anya was trying to get a look at what was happening when the bandit who spoke earlier, the group's leader Kajal, shouted once again that he won't repeat what he said for a third time and told them to get lost. Still, the merchant thought that Kajal was still joking, telling him to cut it out, but the bandit leader just told him to shut up and that from now on, this is how things will be. By now, the merchant group is growing restless, and Aaron's sorcery teacher hits Kubaru on the head, as the orc looks at Kajal in confusion, saying that he's never been like this before. Aaron, on the other hand, sensed something foul in the air, so he takes a step forward, with Lulu asking him what was wrong. Our hero only answered that he sensed demonic energy coming from Kajal. Lulu then asked if Aaron didn't feel like he was changing, like what happened at the expedition, and our hero noted that this demonic energy was pretty weak, which is why he still has a pretty good hold on himself. Upon hearing this, Kubaru asked what they were talking about, and Aaron explained that it had something to do with the iron stake in his heart. His emotions get intense as soon as he senses demonic energy, making him lose control as rage takes over. However, Kajal doesn't seem to have turned into a demon, which further confuses our hero. Just then, a certain knight from their band steps up, saying how this is the very reason why they can't trust bandits. Seeing him walk forward to them, some others from the group excitedly said that he must be Wolfgang, based on the sword he unsheathed, Glacial Blade. Seeing him, many of them breathe a sigh of relief since they know Wolfgang is a veteran among veterans, but the merchant from earlier still asked if the knight will be alright. To this, Wolfgang only told him not to worry and approached Kajal, warning the latter that they'll most likely suffer damages if they fight here. So, if they want to avoid just that, then the bandits might as well let the merchant group pass, as Wolfgang draws his sword in front of an unmoving Kajal. True to his bandit nature, all Kajal said was how nice Glacial Blade was, asking Wolfgang to hand it over. But the proud swordsman made the mistake of letting his guard down because of Kajal's praise that he failed to see the bandit leader take a big swing and played whack-a-mole with the swordsman, hitting right in the face. Wolfgang was smacked pretty hard that he flew in the opposite direction, losing consciousness as soon as he hit a tree. One of the merchants, upon seeing what happened, quickly urged one of the swordsmen, who has a warrior card, to step up and fight, but the latter was too scared to do so, seeing what happened to Wolfgang. By now, the merchants have started to quarrel with one of them, suggesting to just hand over their goods, scared for his life. But the other one was against the idea, and before they could reach an agreement, Kajal's voice can be heard over them, with the bandit leader saying that he's changed his mind, he's just gonna take all of them out, seeing how they pissed him off real bad. As soon as he said this, The demonic energy within him grew stronger, while the merchants cowered in fear, but Aaron only stepped up, saying he has a plan. Our hero walked over to where the bandit group was and told Kajal to stop what he was doing right now since he clearly wasn't himself. Annoyed at his sudden appearance, Kajal only asked who he is, and our MC introduced himself as Irene Pereira, an official trainee from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort. Hearing this, the merchants started murmuring among themselves, thinking the Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy? And did he mention the 27th cohort? Isn't that the golden cohort? But Kajal was unfazed, and if anything, he was irritated now more than ever, as he once again takes a big swing, while shouting at Aaron what kind of trainee he was if he can't even bring a sword. But our hero was unnerved and caught the head of Kajal's mallet with one hand. Next one OP move right there. That's our MC. The bandit leader was shocked, but Aaron only looked him in the eye and asked him where he got his necklace from. Our hero quickly threw him to the ground, and as Kajal started to get up to take a swing at Aaron again, our hero started to conjure his sword. But before we get to see what went down, let's take a little trip down memory lane when Aaron first woke up. In this scene, we see Curl talking to her older brother about how he's not weak anymore, telling him to wipe that blank look off his face. To this, Aaron thanks his sister for worrying about him, but that's not who Curl is worried about. She's actually worried for other people. According to the sorceress, when one is strong, they have to let it be known to other people. If they don't, people would only take one good look at their faces and assume the wrong idea. And if people do, then one has to keep teaching this lesson over and over again. Now back to the present. As Aaron conjures his sword, Kajal goes in, bent on hitting our hero, but Aaron is focused on executing a move that's just enough to scare the bandit leader. Aaron does his signature vertical slash with a force so strong it cracked the very grounds the bandits were standing on. As the dust starts to settle, Aaron looks down on Kajal, who is now on the ground, trembling at his feet. Just another baddest day for our hero, Aaron, who can't seem to catch a break. Aaron approaches the bandit leader and quickly snaps the necklace from him, and as soon as he did, our hero could feel the demonic energy emanating from the item. It's not as strong, but it's still pretty intense for a demonic energy that made Kajal act that way. Our hero then questioned Kajal about where he got it from, but the latter admitted that he can't remember since the memory was pretty blurred in his mind. Hearing this, the merchants were enraged, threatening to beat him up, but our hero decided that he'll believe what Kajal said and took the necklace from him, and at the same time asked the bandit leader if he'll open up the path this time. Kajal quickly agreed and apologized to the merchants for how he behaved earlier, and thankfully, the merchant group was able to pass the Alhad Mountains smoothly. Before they left, the merchants also thanked Aaron for what he did and offered to help him out if he ever needs anything. As soon as they left, the cat mystic immediately hopped onto Kubaru's head, saying that they shouldn't have let the bandits off the hook. But Aaron tried to reason out that they weren't like that in the first place, and because he already took the necklace, there shouldn't be any more problems after that. But Lulu wasn't convinced and just said that if they ever pulled a stunt like that again, that it will break their bones this time. Changing the subject, Aaron said that he needs to get back to training with his sword once again since it has been a while, but Kubaru only told him that he looks pretty strong earlier in the day. To this, our hero said that if he wasn't strong enough to take down Kajal, then a lot of people would have been hurt. So in line with this, our hero believes that the stronger he becomes, then the more option he will have when it comes to situations like these. And then there's the Rinku too. With Aaron confirming to the orc that a lot of famous swordsmen are present there, Kubaru affirms, saying that there is a good opportunity for Aaron there. Furthermore, the orc remembers the place for having a lot of duels, wherein the winner would get to have his own sword forged by a master blacksmith. Hearing that, Aaron smiled, saying he'll be looking forward to that, and as he did, Kubaru noticed that the fire in his heart grew bigger. Just then, Aaron remembered that he still has the necklace from Kajal and thought that he better dispose of it soon. With his sword already drawn, he was about to smash it, but Kubaru stopped him at the last minute and explained that these kinds of items can't be destroyed just like that. So what the orc did instead was to keep it in a fire element pouch with anti-demonic powers for now. And then the trio heard a child's exclamation. It's Anya. The little girl kept praising how cool Aaron's sword is and proposed to exchange it with her treasure. She want a what? Aaron just stood there looking at Anya as the little girl tells our MC to trade his sword for her treasure. She wants to give Aaron's sword to her captain as a gift. Our hero, quite troubled with her offer, just told Anya that he can't give it to her, since he's the only one who can wield it and is a precious item for him. But Anya only answered that she can wield, further puzzling Eren. Suddenly, Lulu appears behind the little girl, just in time for the latter to pull out her so-called treasure out of thin air, a gigantic golden pig, far bigger than her head. Lulu and Kubaru were impressed, especially the orc, who got his eyes shine on at the sight of the pig. But for Eren, he became cautious because of the intense amount of sorcery emanating from the object, and as he was about to ask what she uses it for, Lulu talked over him and asked how she made it. In turn, Anya gladly answered that she was able to make it with the money she saved for a year. Turning to Eren once again, she asks our hero to trade his sword with her golden piggy bank. But Eren was firm and said no, even when Anya told him she could make it bigger. To prove a point, she procured a pouch from her belongings and took one gold coin to insert inside the golden piggy. As soon as she did, the item instantly grew inside. This time, Lulu and Kubaru are leaning toward the idea of exchanging Eren's sword with the golden piggy, but this time, Eren gave a firm no, even reprimanding the two for rolling with Anya's request. For the last time, Eren told Anya that she can't have the sword, even if she did a cute little pout to appeal to our hero. But thankfully, she didn't take our hero's rejection to heart. In fact, she left the trio with a smile on her face, saying she'll do her best to make more money as she travels to Darinko. And maybe next time, Eren would change his mind. The traveling trio only looked at her retreating figure, with Kubaru saying how she's an interesting figure and Lulu saying that she likes her. Later that night, Eren was about to head to bed when Kubaru called for him, asking him to join the orc at the table. At this, our hero was quick to decline, saying he doesn't drink, but Kubaru just pointed to another man seated at his table who's got some pretty juicy information to share about Darinko. Curious about what he had to say, Eren took a seat, and as soon as he did, the man said that the greatest blacksmith of Darinko, the dwarf Vulcanus, has come out of seclusion. He further tells Eren that the swords Vulcanus make are so impressive that many swordsmen across the continent are eager to get their hands on his creations. One of the defining features of his work is that he engraves numbers on the swords he took a liking to, which became known as number swords. As of now, it's been reported that there are only 9 of them in existence. Now, here's the reason why Vulcanus number swords are in demand. It's because there are only 2 ways you can own one. The first is if you're a swordmaster, and the other is if the sent person is destined to become a swordmaster. Eren was surprised, but the man just continued with his story, saying how 10 years ago, 3 swordsmen obtained numbering swords, and as time went on, it didn't take long for these 3 to become swordmasters. And not just them, but all the others who have come to own a numbering sword. And here's the most important part: in 2 days, Darinko will hold a competition to determine who will be the owner of the 10th numbering sword. At the mention of this, a swarm of men immediately appeared on the man's side, curious about the competition, including Wolfgang, who's all bandaged up. They were all eager to know more about the guidelines for the competition, with the man, overwhelmed by them, only said that he was not sure about the details and told the lot to just wait for the details that will probably be announced soon. Hearing all this, Eren just said to himself how this would be a good experience for him, regardless if it involved his sword or not, seeing that many swordsmen must be taking part in the competition. So he decided that he'll compete as well. When Wolfgang heard this, he immediately abandoned the thought of joining. I mean, it's Eren we're talking about here. Even the rest of the men also conceded just like him. With that, our hero got up and bade goodnight to Kubaru and the rest, but the orc tried to encourage him to stay, telling our hero that there are a lot more interesting stories the man hasn't shared yet, but Eren just said he's tired and a little pressured. With that, Kubaru just let him leave, all the while thinking that Eren's pretty different from the rest. He thought that usually, swordsmen would jump at the opportunity of hearing more stories, but our hero's not into that at all. Sure, it could be his personality, the orc thought, but Eren is definitely different from all the swordsmen Kubaru has met until now. It's like he's the most far off from being a swordsman. Back in his room, Eren recollects the events of today and noticed how he almost lost control once again as soon as he sensed demonic energy. Thankfully, it was only a small amount, which is probably why he caught himself, and things wrapped up well in the end. Thinking that things like these may happen in the future again, Eren decided to do a little mental training. As soon as he did, he thought of an image in his mind of a shadow figure standing in front of a large metal block. Then came the next day, with the trio finally stepping foot in Darinko, the city of artisans. Kubaru wasn't kidding when he said there were a lot of swordsmen because the city is flooded with their lot. But the orc only said that they must have flocked the city upon hearing the news about the competition. While walking, they saw Anya approach a silver-haired man, calling him a cheapskate in an accusatory tone and asking the captain's whereabouts, while the man only laughed at her. Upon setting his eyes on the man, Lulu's tail suddenly perked up and the cat stood on guard while saying that the man Anya is talking to is actually a master. Kubaru was shocked, but he thought to himself that the man seems to be powerful, but a sword master? Is it possible a new one was born on the continent without his knowing? But the orc's line of thought got cut off when Anya and her companion approached the trio, with the man introducing himself as Jirag. Aaron and the others introduced themselves in turn, and Jirag was quick to point out that their little band is interesting, just like Anya. But he didn't mean any offense when he said that, but thankfully, Aaron's not the type to take offense at the little things. Well, a lot of us could learn a thing or two about not taking things personally from Aaron's chill attitude. Back to the group, Jirag asked our hero if he could see his sword, to which Aaron quickly agreed. The silver-haired man said that it's because Anya won't shut up about his sword, so Jirag has to see it for himself. As soon as Aaron conjured it, Jirag took one look and suddenly, one of his eyes reflected that of the old man in Aaron's dream. While thinking the sword isn't the only interesting he's seeing, our hero, on the other hand, flinched at the feeling of being stared upon, but just as he did, the feeling was gone just like that. Jirag apologized, saying he must have stared too much and made Aaron uncomfortable, adding that now he understands why Anya wants it. The little girl continues to ramble on the side about how the captain would love it, but the older man just reminded the little girl that she just can't take people's belongings. To this, she reasoned out that she was going to trade her golden piggy bank that she has been saving for a year for Aaron's sword. Still, Jirag told her not to bother them anymore, and with that, the strange duo walked away. Aaron only said that he looked strong, and now he's even more curious about what their captain is like. That person must be pretty amazing considering they have these two as their underling. But before they could talk more about Anya and Jirag, a sudden commotion caught the trio's attention. The crowd is in awe as the twin swordsmen Charlotte and Victor appeared. As usual, Aaron knows nothing, so he had to ask Kubaru if the two are famous, to which the orc confirmed. What's more, Kubaru also said that they could even stand up against a master together. Seeing the competition, Kubaru tells our hero that this won't be easy as he initially thought, but Aaron only answered that since Jirag will also be competing, this will be a good opportunity for him. Once again, he says that he'll just try his best and think of it as a learning experience. Kubaru was quiet for a moment, then told Aaron a solemn piece of advice, which he said our hero could ignore if he wants to. Sure, swordsmen need to fight against fellow swordsmen to better their skills, but Kubaru tells Aaron that he shouldn't just go around fighting others for the sake of learning from them. He then tells our hero that when Kun faced Sir Ian, was he just thinking of it as a learning experience? Of course not. He was bent on beating his fellow old man from Chrono, his urge to win getting stronger each time. Because of this, Kubaru believes that Kun was able to achieve the level he's at now since he continuously built his spirit. In a nutshell, Kubaru tells Aaron that if he wants to be a swordsman, then he better compete with the intention to win. Like heck yeah, finally someone gave our MC the pep talk he needs. Aaron was surprised to hear those words come out of Kubaru's mouth, so much so that they left him speechless. Kubaru, on the other hand, thought that he may have overstepped and quickly apologized to our hero, thinking he got too harsh with his words. Aaron, however, just thanked him for hearing all that since it made him finally understand what he thinks he's been missing all this time. Without elaborating further, our hero took his leave and headed straight to the inn, just saying that he needs to think more about Kubaru's advice. Back in his room, Aaron sat on his bed, already prepared for meditation and thinking of the desire to win. Honestly speaking, Aaron admitted to himself that it was something he never thought of. Even when he was at Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, he was just focused on becoming someone similar to the old man. On the other hand, his friends Brett and Judith all practiced their swordsmanship with the intent of beating their opponents. Remembering the general concept of sorcery, Aaron is reminded once again that the purest form of desire a swordsman can have is achieved through infusing desire with a strong fighting spirit. He somewhat realized that maybe this was the reason Kubaru gave him that advice. But then again, has Aaron ever felt something like that before? Aaron, you did. Remember when you wanted to overtake Ilya during the midterm evaluation? The next morning, Kubaru was still worried about the thing he sent to Aaron, but his intentions were good. Although he admits that maybe he got a little too greedy on seeing our hero's potential. Now, the orc regrets doing that and said to himself that he should have been more mindful of Aaron's temperament, but Lulu just told him he shouldn't worry about it. And just as the cat said this, Aaron came down and joined the two at the table. Lulu was quick to notice that there was something different about Aaron today. And even though it can't pinpoint exactly what it is, Lulu just said he looks much better. As for Kubaru, he saw that the fire burning in Aaron's heart is pretty much ablaze right now, burning with so much more intensity compared to the last time. Since they were all set, the trio went ahead and proceeded to go to the Darinku arena. At the arena, a lot of famous swordsmen were spotted walking around, including Double Blade Crashu, as well as the intimidating One Strike Randall. The three are now seated at the stands, with Kubaru pointing out that Charlotte and Victor may not be the guaranteed winners since there are a lot of talents joining the competition. Just then, the esteemed dwarf Vulcanus walked in, accompanied by two other dwarves, and without further ado, proceeded to introduce himself along with explaining the mechanics of the competition. Since everybody knows the prize of the competition is the 10th numbering sword, Vulcanus explained the rules and said that two challengers just need to step on stage and fight it out until one of them emerges as the victor. As soon as the other participant is out, another swordsman can step in, with the victor remaining on stage with the loser leaving. If the victor decides to quit, then two new challengers need to step up and so another battle will commence. Hearing all these, there were murmurs in the crowd, wondering how a victor will be decided through this method. But before anyone could ask, Vulcanus himself cleared it out himself. The goal of the competition isn't to find a champion. Rather, its goal is to find someone who will ignite inspiration within Vulcanus to create the 10th numbering sword. So until he finds that spark, the competition will go on as long as he wants. And added that the two other dwarves behind him share the same intent. So that's what it is. Kubaru thought that it was pretty interesting how he gathered all the swordsmen here to be able to complete the 10th numbering sword and not the other way around. Soon enough, the competition commenced, and the first two swordsmen to step on the stage were Victor and Randall. They hyped a lot of the spectators up, especially since the two were hailed as part of the strongest. Randall, however, was purely focused on Victor, telling the other man how much he despised pretenders like him. What's more, the masked swordsman also told Victor that he knows he hides a lot of wicked things behind his smile. Victor, on the other hand, seems pretty chill, just shrugging off what Randall had to say and even calling him his angry junior. Seeing the animosity behind the two men on stage, Lulu can't help but ask what's their deal, and Kubaru was more than ready to give his answer. According to the orc, Victor and Charlotte are pretty well respected among mercenaries, aside from the fact that they're pretty powerful as well. Their reputation has preceded them, with many stories going around about how they destroyed demon nests, offered services in the countryside for low pay, and even saved merchants from deadly monsters. But the fact of the matter is, the more famous you become, the more others are bent on taking you down, which is probably the case between Victor and Randall. Back on the stage, Randall asked Vulcanus if it was possible to kill their opponents. At the mention of this, some of the spectators got chills, but the legendary blacksmith didn't mind and allowed him to do so. Of course, this can only be if his opponent agreed to his proposal as well, and Victor was quick enough to say that he didn't mind either. For him, it doesn't matter, as long as he overpowers Randall, right? Taunting the other swordsman up front. Seeing that the two are pretty much ready to go, Vulcanus gave the go signal at the tap of his finger. As soon as he did, the two moved at lightning speed, and before you know it, there was a loud clink. We see a certain object flying in the air, and just like that, Randall's sword was broken, making Victor the victor. No pun intended. As Randall looked back at his opponent, Victor just sighed in relief, saying that he would have had a hole in his chest right now if he didn't manage to fend it off. The crowd went wild as Aaron starts to look alive and was impressed at how strong Victor was. Meanwhile, Anya and Jerog stand a certain distance away from the arena, just enough so that they could see how the fight played out. The silver-haired man praised Victor, saying that he was strong, with Anya asking him how strong he was. To this, he just said that Victor could be considered an expert swordsman, and based on Jerog's assumption, he'd at least be in the top 200 swordsmen in the continent. But more important than that, Jerog asked Anya if she already confirmed if it was those two, of which the latter answered in the affirmative. By those two, he meant Victor and Charlotte, with her explaining that they're the ones he's looking for. All right, since the gold lines turned red. Hearing that, Jerog gave the signal for Anya to leave a mark on them, but Anya said that she doesn't even want to spend 2 days worth on them. Still, she conjured 2 golden piggy banks, smashed them, and out came a string of gold light that flew directly to Charlotte and Victor's foreheads, with a golden symbol forming where the light has entered. Now, aside from these two, Anya broke another golden piggy bank, and this time, she directed the golden light to fly to Lu's forehead. The sorcerer cat let out a surprised sound and Aaron asked what was wrong. But Lulu just asked our hero to scratch its forehead for him, as Kubaru was having the time of his life watching the matches. Seeing that the golden light landed on Lulu, Jurog asked Anya in exasperation why she chose the cat as her target when it should have been Aaron. To this, she just said that it doesn't matter since the two of them are always together. He then asked if it's just possible to leave a mark on one person only, but Anya reasoned out that it's hard to mark a sorcerer. With their conversation going nowhere, Jurog just let her be and wondered how a spoiled brat like her became a sorcerer and a powerful one to boot. The silver-haired swordsman does know that Anya has her own criteria, but he still thinks it's pretty impressive that she has magical piggy banks that can grant any wish, as long as the value doesn't exceed the money saved in them. What do you know? Anya's golden piggy bank really is a treasure. One by one, the swordsmen tried their luck in beating Victor, but alas, he was way out of their league. If they didn't end up with a broken weapon, these men are brought to their knees, while Victor continues to dominate the competition with just a single strike. By now, Victor managed to take down 17 opponents already, with many of the swordsmen already saying that he'll surely be the winner of this competition. So what's the point in continuing this? Since no one was stepping up to challenge Victor, it didn't take long for Charlotte to enter the stage, with Victor saying that he was the only worthy opponent left in the competition. Charlotte glanced over to Vulcanus, trying to see what the dwarf's impression of them was, but Vulcanus only has his arms crossed and brows furrowed as he waits for the next match. Just then, Aaron stood up, ready to fight as Kubaru cheered him on. It was only a short walk to the stage, and just like that, the announcer was quick to let everyone know that a new challenger has arrived. Victor took one good look at Aaron and thought to himself that he was pretty strong, but our hero, respectful as ever, approached Charlotte and told the older man that he was willing to wait if Charlotte wants to fight first. But Charlotte let him take the stage and told Aaron that he must have forgotten his sword. Everybody kept on saying Aaron forgets his sword, isn't he getting tired of it? But our hero only answered that he has it with him, with Charlotte saying that maybe he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Finally, Aaron steps into the stage thinking that he knows what it feels like, the desire to win. As soon as he entered his stage, Vulcanus looked at him strangely, but our hero is too focused on remembering the time that Ilya overtook him at the midterm evaluations. See, Aaron, you do remember the feeling. I called it first. Remembering all that ignited our hero's burning desire to win, the very same thing his friends had. As he walks closer to his position, even Charlotte noticed the change in expression in Aaron, who's determined to win this time, no matter who his opponent is. But during this time, Vulcan has already jumped out of his seat, while the two other dwarves followed suit. Just as he was about to start the fight, Aaron told himself with so much conviction that he'll defeat them. And that's when Vulcanus interrupted Victor and Aaron as they came face to face, scurrying towards their location. The dwarf said in a hurry that he has decided. The owner of the 10th numbering sword is Aaron. Man, what a bone killer. And just when we thought we'd see another boss battle, well, that didn't exactly turn out the way we thought. Charlotte was the first to approach the dwarf, asking what he meant by that, while most of the swordsmen and spectators voiced out their complaints as well. Many of them were shouting about the unfairness of it all. They haven't even fought yet. Plus, they're starting to think that this was rigged too. But using his megaphone, Vulcanus told them to shut up. While he was at it, he reminded them that the purpose of this competition wasn't to determine the strongest fighter, but to find a swordsman that will inspire him. The two other dwarves were also quick to side with Vulcanus, saying that they also chose him as the winner, and just like that, the competition is over. As Vulcanus shooed away the crowd, he was quick to ask Aaron to follow him while Victor only glared at the dwarf's retreating figure. Still, they were good sports and congratulated Aaron for being chosen as the owner of the 10th numbering sword. Charlotte even told our hero that he already knew he was quite something, and even if he feels bad that they didn't get to win, he still congratulated our MC. Meanwhile, another figure seated among the stands is also not pleased with the turn of events. It's Randall, who sat quietly and just looked at the three people on the stage. Now back to the winner of the 10th numbering sword, Aaron. Our hero was made to exhibit his swordsmanship skills, swinging left and right as per instruction by Vulcanus. As soon as the dwarf was satisfied, he made our hero put his sword down as the two other dwarves examined it. They were in awe, with one of them asking what kind of metal was used to create it with how sturdy it is. The other one exclaimed that no matter how much effort he put through, his hammer won't leave a mark on the blade, which made him wonder how the sword got so many scratches then. While the dwarves worked on the sword, the trio stood by since they didn't expect that the owner needed to be present throughout the whole process. Kubaru said he's never heard of a method like this, and that's saying something since our resident orc has been wandering for the last 10 years. Aaron, too, was surprised to know that he has to show not only his swordsmanship, but his fighting spirit to the blacksmiths as well. But more important than this, Aaron couldn't help but ask Kubaru if the reason they picked him is that they sensed the old man's energy instead. Kubaru answered that there was a chance they did, but he also assured Aaron that he was doing well on his own. In no time at all, he'll be able to melt away the iron stake in his heart with his own flame someday. Still, Aaron felt dejected at that fact. Suddenly, Kubaru decided that this won't do, which made Lulu and Aaron turn to him. The fortune teller orc has decided that they need to get more out of this deal, especially since he saw how Aaron is upset right after he was called out here for a sword he didn't even need. Kubaru's haggler mode is on. The orc marched over to Vulcanus, as Lulu told him to request a sword for the cat too. To say Vulcanus was not pleased with Kubaru's requests is an understatement. In fact, he can't believe the audacity of this orc, asking the dwarf to give them Aaron's sword free of charge. But wait, there's more. Kubaru has 2 more conditions for the blacksmith. The first one is that he has to provide a sword for Lulu and tailored equipment for Aaron, while the second one is just him asking them to let them watch over the process. Naturally, threw a fit upon hearing this, asking why should he abide by Kubaru's conditions. To this, the fortune teller orc answered Vulcanus up front. It's because the dwarf is actually using Aaron to improve his rusty skills. The dwarf was shocked, and before he could reason out, Kubaru went ahead and added that even the other 2 dwarves, Pablo and Dwanson, haven't been in practice for a while. So that's what their names are. I was about to call them Dwarf 1 and Dwarf 2. Kubaru wasn't done yet, and said that the 3 had been wandering around for a while now to look for inspiration until they chanced upon Aaron. And our hero happened to light a fire in their souls, just by looking at him. And since they didn't want to pass this up, they grabbed the chance and were bent on using him ASAP. This accusation was far too much for Vulcanus, who can't help but question Kubaru's authority on why he has so many things to say on this issue. To this, our resident fortune teller orc just said that he's one of the finest guides in the land. But great job, Kubaru, you sure pulled a Shinichi Kudo logic on them. And just like that, Aaron was given a new set of equipment that was much lighter than his old one, while the sorcerer cat finally got its own sword paired with a suit of armor. With Aaron's spirits lifted, Kubaru was happy that he made more out of the deal. At night, the dwarves started to work on Aaron's sword, with Dwanson hammering his smoldering sword pretty hard, polishing its shape. As soon as the dwarf is done hammering it, he immediately places it into the furnace, reheating it as the blaze grows stronger. Seeing this, Aaron made a mental image in his mind of himself with a block of metal and a mallet placed in front of him. He notes to himself that it's not the time to use the hammer yet, but instead, he ignited the flame in his heart to heat the metal block. Aaron kept up with his mental training, and before he knew it, they already spent a month in Dorinku. While walking, Kubaru asks how his training is going, and our hero says that it's getting a little better with each day. But now, he can't help but notice how there aren't a lot of swordsmen in Dorinku lately. Kubaru pointed out that it's only because of the numbering sword that a lot of them visited the city at that time, and since it was already awarded to Aaron, they have no reason to stay anymore. Hearing this, Aaron got a little sad since he also wanted to spar with as many of them as he can. But to this, Lulu just gave him a situation. It's a circumstance wherein thieves gang up on Aaron to steal his prized sword, assuring Aaron that he'll be much stronger by having one. Speaking of the sword, Kubaru tells them that they should go and check out if the sword is finished by now. Or not, Vulcanus says he's sorry with an embarrassed smile and reasoned that creating the numbering sword will take much longer than he thought. Kubaru then asks him how long they have to wait to see the sword, and Vulcanus promises that he'll have it done in a year. He even promised that it will be the best sword and his greatest masterpiece, much better than the sword he's using now. As Kubaru was about to give him a piece of his mind, Aaron easily accepted Vulcanus' appeal. Because of this, Kubaru pulled our hero aside and started talking in hushed tones that the dwarf may weasel his way out of this and suggested a contract. But Aaron, this cinnamon roll too good for this world, said that they didn't come to Dorinku to get a sword in the first place. Plus, it got pretty nice equipment too. Since that's what Aaron wants, Kubaru just let him be, and the trio went on their way again. Lulu also wished them luck and that the sorcerer cat was looking forward to their creations. Our trio finds themselves on the road again, talking about where they should go next. Kubaru mentioned that Lathian is the next city, explaining that it has the most swordsman academies throughout the Mios Kingdom. Just then, A strange but faint smell wafted in their direction, of which the first to notice was Lulu. As Kubaru was just about to tell Eren to spar to his heart's content, the little mystic told them to stop. Lulu is now hissing, looking forward with wary eyes and saying that it can smell blood from up ahead. And right on cue, a strong wind blew just as the trio stopped in their tracks. Kubaru was the first to see the two hooded figures emerge from the bushes. It's Charlotte and Victor, who are both covered in blood. In a scared tone, he asked the brothers why they looked like that when they said that they'd been waiting for them. As they emerged, that's when the orc noticed the thing one of them has been holding. Kubaru was about to ask if it was what he think it is when Charlotte threw it in their direction, the decapitated head of Randall. Kubaru is now screaming, asking them how could they kill someone. But one of the brothers answered that they just got rid of a thief with a smile. They explained further that Eren has been the target of many, which is why the two worked tirelessly to deal with them all. And now, they're seeking Eren the payment for their services. Eren's face grew pale as the brother's face let out a sinister smile, asking our hero to hand the numbering sword. In a threatened state, Lulu told them that they don't have the sword since it isn't even finished yet, but Victor just told the cat off. He believes that Eren is hiding it using sorcery. Still, Lulu is adamant, insisting that they don't have it, and Kubaru also joined in, asking the brothers if they're really risking their lives just for a sword. He warned them that they won't just be criminals in Darinko, they'll be known wanted across the continent. To this, Charlotte thanked the orc for the concern, but they got it all figured out and no one's gonna suspect them at all. Especially since the brothers are known for their stellar reputation, they already got a story to run with. A band of thieves attacked Eren's small group, stealing his prized sword. Then swordsman brothers Victor and Charlotte happened to pass by but was a moment too late to save their lot. Kubaru was upset and disappointed at how the brothers turned out to be, but Eren was just quiet and asked them one question. Our hero told the two that he heard a lot of stories about them, of how they gained the respect of other swordsmen for their skills and notable deeds. So why are they doing something like this? Asks Eren. Our hero also said that if they don't give a proper answer, then they'll never have the sword, even at the cost of Eren's life. Victor was the one to answer Eren's question, and it was pretty straightforward too. The reason they did that is that the numbering sword is more important than everything else. Hearing this, Eren couldn't help but raise his voice in frustration. They were willing to do all that just for a sword. That the sword is much more important than all the lives they've taken even up to now. This time, it's Victor's turn to raise his voice, saying that a numbering sword isn't just a sword, and telling Eren that he knows nothing. Just then, Eren felt the demonic energy within the two grow stronger as Victor continues to tell them their side of the story. For the last 30 years, the brother duo was considered experts, and it's been 20 years since they've reached the limit of their skills. Charlotte said that they've done whatever they could to become masters and have dedicated their lives to achieving it. But even with all their efforts and dedication, they still haven't achieved that title yet, making them feel like they're trapped in hell. But they're not the only ones like this. There are a lot of swordsmen also struggling to overcome the last hurdle and become a master, putting their lives on the line for them to achieve it, just like what Victor and Charlotte are doing now. As the brothers' emotions intensified, so does the demonic energy that's engulfing the area. Eren already got his sword out, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The two men no longer resemble their human selves, becoming more demonic and emitting more of their putrid energy directed toward Eren. Meanwhile, our hero is still reeling from what's happening. How could he sense demonic energy coming from actual humans? Our hero braced himself for impact and released his ki, which took the form of the old man in yellow light. As they were about to face off, Jirog suddenly appeared from nowhere and called Anya. The little girl was already waiting for his signal, and as soon as he did, Anya broke several golden piggy banks, and out came the strings of yellow light. Suddenly, this yellow light formed a circular pattern that turned into a portal. Eren and the others now have their attentions turned to the light as the portal continues to glow. After what seemed like a lifetime, an armored foot stepped out from the portal while the two brothers looked on in shock. Kubaru also couldn't believe what he was seeing. As Eren anticipates the person emerging from the portal, Kubaru exclaims that it was the Holy Kingdom's captain of the Black Knights, Enrolls Crescentia. A baddie has just arrived. Sporting long black hair and a suit of armor, Enrolls stands by the cliff overlooking the place where Eren and the others are. Eren couldn't believe it. She was the person Ilya talked about. But Enrolls turned her attention toward the brothers, calling them by their names and said that they'd gone too far. Charlotte and Victor only glared at her, with Charlotte addressing her as Countess Crescentia and asking what she was doing in a place like this. But Enrolls didn't answer his question. Instead, She took off her cloak and was about to draw her sword, while also telling them that she was giving them a chance to explain. Charlotte snarled at what Enid said, turning his blade toward her attention, an act mirrored by his brother as well. The black-haired captain gave them one last warning, to explain their sides while they still can, before shouting at the brothers that this is the last ounce of mercy she will extend to them. As she did so, Enid emitted a powerful ki, violet in color, pressuring the men. But Charlotte only signaled for his brother, who also ignited his demonic energy, therefore countering Enid's ki. Disappointed at their response, the lady captain dropped her sword and in a blink of an eye, jumped from the cliff to Victor's face. And here we all thought Eren was OP. Turns out Enid is even more OP than him. The two brothers and Eren were taken by surprise at her unnatural speed, and Victor tried to take a swing at her, which she managed to deflect using only her hand. Victor could only look in shock as Enid gives him a hard kick that sent him flying in the opposite direction. Charlotte could only see a blur of clothing, and before he knew it, Enid was already caught up to his brother, who she once again kicked and ended up hitting the foreign stone wall. Charlotte could only scream his brother's name as Enid delivered the finishing blow, a direct punch. Charlotte ran as fast as he could toward them, but the sound of crumbling rocks and broken bones are the only things to be heard. Now that he made it to where the two are, Charlotte is speechless as Enid tells him to take a good look at the most pathetic way to die for a sword master. Enid stands in front of Victor's limp body, whose head she shoved far up into the stone wall. Fueled with anger at what happened to his brother, Charlotte dashed straight to her, but Enid only spared him a glance before she delivered a precise swing of the sword. Before he could see what happened to him, a pair of hands holding a sword flew through the air as blood splattered everywhere. Charlotte couldn't even process what happened to him and just said a silent "oh" as Enid stood behind him. As Charlotte turned to look at her, Enid says what a shame it was how a human could turn into such a thing. And without feeling the tiniest bit of remorse, the lady captain told Charlotte that it was time for him to go as he crushed his head with her foot, giving him the death that he deserves. Man, that was some pretty intense fighting, and Enid has yet to use her sword too. Eren and the others stood frozen in their tracks while Kubaru couldn't believe that she was able to kill two experts with her bare hands. Though Kubaru knew that it was a given since she was a sword master, seeing it up close is a different feeling. Such ruthless power. Suddenly, Anya is heard calling out to her captain, skipping happily as she hands over Enid's sword. Anya also offered to clean her hands and shoes, and this delighted Enid, who said she'll reward Anya for her efforts once they get back. Anya moved quickly, wiping Enid's shoes squeaky clean as Juro approached them as well. As soon as the silver-haired man was in front of her, Enid asked what he did think of it, but the man didn't have an ounce of a clue what she was talking about. Well, what Enid meant by that is her old-fashioned way of speaking, which she exclaimed proudly. Furthermore, she asks him if he thinks she could pass as one of the nobles from the Holy Kingdom with her manner of speaking. Jurog could only agree and let out a laugh, saying that she definitely improved. But their conversation was broken when someone from the side asked Enid how she could do that. To this, the black-haired knight looked toward the sound of the voice to see Eren facing them, with his sword drawn. Eren continues to ask Enid how could she have such conviction when killing someone. Our hero explains that he's not trying to be sarcastic or anything, but he's asking that question because he's genuinely curious. Meanwhile, Lulu and Kubaru hold their breath at what could happen next. Eren continues that killing someone is an act that most people are naturally reluctant to do, so how could Enid do it without a shred of hesitation? By now, Jurog is only looking at Eren with a smile, but our hero is way over his head, thinking that he can't do something like that, killing someone. With a hard stare, Eren continues to hold his stance, but Enid only winced. Just then, she called him by his full name and stepped closer to him. It didn't occur to Eren that Enid would actually know his name, which is why he lowered his weapon. Still in shock, but he wasn't prepared for what happens next. As Enid stops in front of him, the captain of the Black Knights tells Eren that she's appointing him as a member of the Black Knights, under the order of the Holy Kingdom, Arvilius. So did Eren accept and thus started his journey as a Black Knight, or could he have rejected the offer? Maybe we get to see Eren and Enid square it off. She wanted what? There was a pregnant pause, and the silence was so loud you could practically see a tumbleweed roll between Eren and Enid the hottie. Kubaru, on the other hand, wonders how does she know Eren? Moreover, she also wants to recruit him to the order. Enid just stares at Eren before our hero can answer. He refused. Lulu and Kubaru both turned to Eren in shock, but Enid was just smiling and commented how he gave such a swift rejection. So she asked him what part of her offer he did not like, but our hero reasons out that it's not exactly his issue. But before he can go on, Enrolls tries to sell him on the Holy Kingdom, adding that it's actually a pretty good place. The lady captain attempted to list a few of its perks, but unfortunately, she didn't sound too convincing. So there are things Enrolls is actually not good at least she's trying. But before she could list any merits, Irene once again flat out refused and told Enrolls he won't be joining the Knight's Order, with our MC still in the sword stance. At this, Enrolls glared at Irene, catching our hero off guard as he felt a particular force emanating from the lady captain. Lulu quickly pointed out that Enrolls was doing the same thing Gerard did. She was taking a look inside our hero, but it was over in a flash before anyone could do anything. And Enrolls just sighed deeply. After all, the rumors she heard were true about a young man with a lump of iron in his heart. Moreover, this lump of iron is coveted by many since it was no ordinary iron but a refined one that even Vulcanus was rearing to get his hands on it. Admittedly, even Enrolls herself said that she'd also want that, but now that she's seen our hero up close, it looks like Irene still hasn't managed to become its owner. Irene knew what she said was true. He was offended by it, but what could he do? Before he could reply, Enrolls once again appointed him as a Knight of the Black Knight's Order, which was mandatory this time. Even Irene became more pressured and agitated as he heard what Enrolls said, but still, he refused. This time, Enrolls became more forceful, highlighting the fact that he has no choice but to join unless he risks getting swept away by this power, which could cause chaos in the whole continent. And that's when our resident sorcery mascot jumped to his rescue. Lulu hissed at the lady captain, defending Irene's intention of not joining the order. The cats got more spunk than we all thought. Irene's sorcerer teacher said that our hero gets stronger by the day and won't get swept away by a power like that. Turning her attention to Lulu, Enrolls' mood suddenly changes. Impressed by Lulu's attitude, the lady captain said that she likes the talking cat, which made Lulu hide behind one of Irene's legs. Despite being scared, Lulu firmly told Enrolls they should just return where they came from while Irene quietly answered that he was doing his best. But no, Enrolls can't believe his choice, and our hero only replies that he'll prove it to her, that he can control the lump of iron in his heart. The lady captain questions how he will manage to do so, to which Irene relates what happened with Vice Captain Hill Burnett at the Hale Kingdom. Remember him, guys? The hunk of black mane with golden armor a couple of chapters ago. Yeah, anyway, back to the story. Irene recalled that even though he wasn't aware of it then, the lump of iron in his heart started manifesting when Hill Burnett emitted a fierce fighting spirit, similar to a demon's. In line with this, our hero told Enrolls that if she could cast the same type of fighting spirit that Hill Burnett did, he would prove to her that he won't be swept away easily by the power in him. In other words, Irene wants to duke it out with the Enrolls. At least, that's what she understood based on what Irene said. As if to confirm things, our hero, announcing his title as part of the 27th cohort of Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, formally declared that he wants to duel with Countess Enrolls Crescentia. Once again, a deafening silence ensued, only to be broken by Lulu's cheering for our hero. At the same time, Kubaro quickly assessed that the lady captain definitely had a fighting spirit on par with demons. After all, she had slain so many of them. But Kubaro never voiced out his concern that this may be too much for Irene to handle, also wondering if our hero has some ace up his sleeve. Irene stands on guard, anxious and thinking he's been feeling strange for a while now. He can't explain why he's so angry. He tried to rationalize it, thinking that maybe it was because he knew Enrolls' past with Ilya, but then again, it was not that. It makes him even more frustrated since he doesn't understand his feelings at the moment and can only clench his sword tighter. Meanwhile, Enrolls is chill as ever, only commenting that once she emits her fighting spirit, that will signal the beginning of the fight. Irene agreed, and as soon as he did, Enrolls emitted a powerful aura and drew her sword at the same time. And then, her aura got even more powerful that it was almost sinister as she extended it to our hero. This triggered the giant old man oversoul on our hero's part, and seeing it before her eyes, Enrolls thought that she was right. Irene couldn't control the power when suddenly, it all cleared out as Irene closed his eyes. Now meditating, Irene calmed himself, thinking he should use this emotion on something else. In his mind, he's busy molding the lump of iron in his heart while using the flame within him. He noticed that the angrier he got, the more the flame grew, and as he continued to hammer the lump of iron, the flame grew incredibly. The same flame now surrounds Irene's whole body, but he's too busy looking at the object right in front of him. There were radical changes in the lump of iron, so our hero thought he could change it this time as he grabbed the handle. As soon as he did, he felt a surge of power that electrified his whole body, and in the real world, our hero was growing bright by the said power, preparing to execute the vertical slash. Eren shouts as he thinks to himself that he can overcome this. Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators couldn't believe what was happening in front of their eyes, except for Ignet, who's now smiling at our hero's progress. And then, Eren was back to his usual self again. But this time, he was more determined than ever as he told Ignet that he was about to attack. Eren sprinted toward Ignet with so much speed, but the lady captain matched our hero's effort just the same. It was all a blur of clothes until Eren took the first swing and slashed the ground as Ignet jumped to the side to evade his attack. Even Eren admits that the lady boss is fast, while she only looks at him unfazed. Our hero dashed towards her again, leaping from one point to the next as he delivered one slash after another, while Ignet continued to back away from his attacks. Jarug only smiled a little, seeing that his captain was starting to fight back while Kubaru and Lulu looked on in shock. I mean, your mama just blew Eren's Dragon Slayer-like sword away with one hand and a lot of force to boot. But Ignet's attacks didn't stop there. She took a swing at Eren again, and this time, the impact was so intense that the ground started to cave from the force. Thankfully, Eren managed to block it, but the next attack was an explosive force, literally, that blasted our hero away. As he was thrown from the impact, Eren thought he needed to find his footing quickly, struggling heavily when he heard a voice speaking from behind him, asking if he had the luxury to look away in the middle of the duel. And yes, that voice belongs to Ignet, who was instantly behind our hero after delivering an intense attack. With one swing, the lady captain disarmed Eren, his sword flying out of reach, but he managed to hold on to the handle at the last second. Gritting his teeth, Eren shouted as he swung at Ignet with just one hand. Yem even raised his sword in the defensive position when the lady boss told him not to get cocky, as she raised her fist and punched him in the gut. Eren flew in the opposite direction as Kubaru and Lulu called out to him in earnest. Meanwhile, Ignet just looks on, her face never changing, as Jarug asks her if she will take Eren with them. But the lady captain just told him that he has no intention of going back on her words. After all, Eren did prove himself like he said he would. Besides, the lady captain found him interesting since our hero really did try to beat Ignet and gave his all. That's one heck of a boss-level fight, and the second time we see Eren get humbled aside from his battle with Sir Ian. Later, Eren woke up to the sound of his voice being called out, to which he instantly got up. This shocked Kubaru and Lulu, watching him rest as the sorcerer cat asked if he was okay. Our hero asked where they were when he let out a loud gasp, seeing that Ignet was sitting right by his bedside, watching him silently. Now that Eren was awake, the lady boss reached out to Eren, telling him they should finish the conversation now that he was up. As she moved closer, Eren flinched in response, and boy, did he get the shock of his life with what she did next. He raised his shirt, exposing his stomach. Eren and Lulu panicked, with the sorcerer cat even calling Ignet a perverted witch, but the lady boss only told the sorcerer cat to watch his language while Ignet assessed the large bruise on Eren's stomach. Lulu looks on with curious eyes as Ignet uses sorcery to heal Eren's wound until it begins to fade. Kubaru, who was also watching all this time, quickly identified it as holy magic. After healing him, she assured Eren that he wouldn't have trouble moving, but our hero was just quiet. When, out of the blue, Eren asks Ignet what kind of sword she uses, and at the same time, addresses her as captain. Ignet could only smile at the odd question thrown her way and, in return, confirmed if our hero was a trainee of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. When Eren affirmed, Ignet understood it must be something that head swordmaster Ian, who Ignet called an old geezer, had said. Moreover, the lady captain tells Eren that this may be too deep for him to understand now, but she tells him anyway. The sword that Ignet uses now is the blade that will make her king. Kubaru reacted strongly upon hearing this, asking Ignet if she would start a rebellion, but the other only told him not to get ahead of himself. And before she answers her question, Kubaru should hand over the pouch in his pocket first, saying she will purify it. As soon as she got the pendant from Kubaru, Ignet told the elementalist orc that they were at a period of peace right now only because the kingdom Ignet serves prohibits war among other kingdoms. But many centuries ago, and maybe even way before that, war only happened because an archdemon ran amok. As Ignet purified the pendant, she also told them the world wasn't all that peaceful. She doesn't know how to save everyone's suffering. Ignet also admits that she doesn't know how to control the wicked artifacts that are finding their way into their world and returns the pendant to Kubaru as soon as she purifies it. These all started when she first thought how nice it would be to create a free country in their world using her own hands. It looked like Kubara was about to say something, so Evenet assured them that she had no plans to incite a rebellion and would achieve her wish peacefully. As she walked past Lulu, the lady captain told the cat that Lulu needed to work even harder to maintain the relationships that it has right now, although it's good to enjoy the happy times. Evenet stood before the large window and asked Aaron who he believed in. Before he could answer fully, Evenet said that she believes in herself and that her conviction is solid, which is why she could walk her own path without any doubt. Aaron could only stare at her in surprise, and she jumped on the windowsill. Evenet told Aaron that she would make him the same offer once they meet again someday, but this time, not to the steel in his heart, but to Aaron. The lady captain jumped as soon as she said this, parkering out of the room and shocking both Kubaru and Lulu, who quickly looked down to see her. But Aaron spoke up for the first time after listening to her this whole time. He recalled that when Emet killed Charlotte and Victor, he felt that what she did was right. And for him, it seemed the right thing to do, especially since he felt the conviction from every act she did. All the while, he had been hesitating, and it made him angry. While the lady captain acted as necessary, Aaron couldn't do the same. It took our hero a while to understand that he wasn't angry at all. He was jealous of her. Soon enough, the trio is back on the road again. They have their own carriage this time. With Kubaru in charge of the reins, Aaron continued to practice his mental training while Lulu watched over him. The cat looks at him intently as Aaron sweats while sitting still. In his mind, he's still trying to mold the steel in his heart according to his liking. But the steel didn't change much so far, even when Aaron used the fire to torch it. Moreover, the fire isn't as intense as before, but our hero refused to give up and continued hammering the steel. Just like that, Aaron spent the day doing his mental training, and now the sun has set, with Kubaru already done preparing dinner. As the orc opened the carriage door, Aaron greeted him and didn't notice that it was already dinner time. Kubaru asks him how his mental training has been progressing, and our hero admits that there isn't any significant progress yet, but he believes that his hard work will pay off. And that's when the orc noticed that the sorcerer cat was still out cold and tried calling out for Lulu, but Aaron thought his sorcery teacher was concentrating and won't wake up anytime soon. Hearing that, Kubaru can't help but question Lulu's methods, but Aaron quickly jumps to the cat's defense, explaining that each sorcerer has their own methods. Lulu's just happened to be this way. Since Lulu won't wake up soon, the two men decided to share a hearty meal, with Aaron impressed at Kubaru's cooking skills. Later at night, our hero picks up his sword again and practices his swordsmanship, leaving Kubaru impressed. Aaron has dedicated most of his time to training, not even wasting a single second as Kubaru looks on, thinking how he's such an upright man. Seeing Aaron work his butt off day and night just makes us slobs next to him. He's more put together than the rest of us. After their long days on the road, our trio finally reached a new town, with Kubaru explaining that they would arrive at Lathian sometime tomorrow. They checked into a nearby inn, with Lulu and Kubaru racing to get to the bathroom as Aaron made himself comfortable and sat on one of the tables. Just then, he heard a voice ordering a bottle of whiskey, while another nagged it, asking what was so good about the drink anyway. Aaron's ears perked up. He knows this voice, and as he turned to look, the first voice called out to the other one for always ordering food they can't finish. Our hero's eyes widened upon seeing two familiar heads, one red and the other blue, as they continued to bicker about food. Judith was just about to counter Brett's argument when she noticed Aaron sitting right next to them. She grabbed Brett's shoulder, facing the opposite direction, which is why he hadn't seen our hero yet. This time, Judith called Aaron by his name, as our hero stood up, happy to see her and Brett, while her two friends couldn't believe what they were seeing. Finally, the gang's back. Brett was just about to ask what he was doing here when Kubaru and Lulu appeared out of nowhere and placed themselves right between Aaron and the two. They were quick to square up, asking who they were and what they were trying to do with Aaron. The funny thing about all this is we know Aaron is more than capable of defending himself, but it's touching to see these two show such loyalty to Aaron. Judith was anything but intimidated, and she was shocked at Lulu, the talking cat. Kubaru still has his guard up as he looks at Brett and Judith warily, saying they're pretty strong. Exceptionally strong, Lulu adds. But before things could get worse, our hero stepped up and informed his two companions that these two in front of them were his friends and fellow trainees from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. Brett and Judith introduced themselves while Aaron told his friends that the two on his side were his masters, Kubaru, the fortune-teller orc, and Lulu, Aaron's sorcery master. The orc quickly apologized for acting the way they did, saying that they jumped to conclusions because of what they went through the past month, also known as almost getting mobbed by brothers turned demons and meeting Emit Crescencia and the boss battle that followed. Brett didn't question it, but Judith, on the other hand, was pleased to see Eren got taller and instantly put our hero in a chokehold. Judith complained about how he didn't even contact them all this time, which made her and Brett think he was dead. As Lulu looks on worriedly, Brett asks our hero what happened, with Eren answering that it's a long story. Judith then released Eren from her headlock, saying they could just talk later, but for now, they needed to have a match first. They all went outside and decided on one of the training grounds that was no longer being used. The first to face off was Judith and Eren, but the former questioned him where his sword was, thinking that maybe he changed his primary weapon after all these years. As usual, Eren shocks his friends when he procures his sword out of thin air, thanks to sorcery. Brett exclaimed in shock, while Lulu only snickered upon seeing his reaction. Meanwhile, Judith just grinned and was glad that at least Eren wasn't slacking off these past 5 years, and just as quickly, she launched her attack. Dashing toward our hero, Judith's powerful blade met Eren's, and the blades let out a loud clang followed by an immense aura that resulted from the impact. Kubaru was shocked to see someone on par with Eren, but our hero quickly showed Judith what he learned from his training. He squished his sword and did a turn, with the resulting swing blowing Judith away. As he regained his footing, Eren dashed toward the other with great speed and swung at Judith, who had her guard up and noticed something out of Eren's moves. Brett watched in awe, confirming that the techniques Eren is using right now are his and Judith's. Seeing Eren use their technique, Judith can't help but ask him what he has been up to for the last few years. But Eren reminded her that she was the one who said that they'd talk later. Before anyone could switch their attacks, Brett came running and told Judith to move out of the way. He can't help but fight Eren now, but the redhead refuses. Since it came to this, they all agreed to have a 3-way fight. There was a flurry of clothes as blades clashed, sending sparks and their edges echoing with every swing they parried. Brett lunged at Eren, slashing him swiftly, but our hero managed to dodge. And in turn, his blue-haired friend got into position for his signature thrust toward our hero. Eren managed to block it, with Brett saying that he's pretty conflicted on what to feel, seeing how Eren is using both his and Judith's techniques. The blue-haired royal questions Eren about how he learned it all when he just saw it once, as our hero replies to tell him all about it later. A flurry of red appears on his side as Judith slashes Eren, breaking off his and Brett's interaction. Judith then questions both guys about how they could run their mouths in the middle of the fight, with her executing the first move. Eren leaped, avoiding Judith's strike, and he instantly did a vertical slash as he landed, but even with Judith's off-balanced state, she managed to deliver one blow after another at our hero. And here comes Brett, about to join the fray once again when he just about managed to avoid a big slash from Eren. As the blue-haired swordsman found his footing, he noticed Eren was already on his side, coming from a spin and ready to take a swing. Of course, Brett dodged that one, but you know what didn't? The ground. There was a loud crack as the platform from where they were fighting suffered the effects of Eren's attack. Brett couldn't help but comment on how ridiculously strong Eren was. On the other hand, Kubaru was left speechless at how the trio kept going on with their matches. Neither of them looked as if they were ready to give up. What's even more shocking for him is how they enjoyed all of this. The three went at it for a while until Judith told Eren that he had gotten much better than she expected. Our hero returned the compliment, saying the pair are way more powerful than he imagined. Brett finally called it quits for the three of them, seeing how the two were still relentless. Judith was about to kick the fuss, but Brett only pointed out that the sun had already set and they needed to go. She eventually conceded, but not before asking Eren to do one last thing, the vertical slash technique he did ages ago at the final evaluations. With a small smile, Eren got into position and started meditating. It took him just a second to get in the zone, shocking both of his friends as he delivered the iconic vertical slash. Eren almost split the stage in half with his technique, while his friends marveled at its destructive power. Brett even said it's even more refined than last time. Knowing Eren, Judith remarked that our MC must have worked his butt off again. I mean, who wouldn't after seeing Eren's? Even some of our subscribers said our hero inspired them to go to the gym. But Eren, the humble lad he is, just told the two that it hadn't been long since he could better the move like this. As the group made their way back to the inn, Brett started to fill in our hero on what he missed, saying that he went back to the academy. Eren told him that he already knew since Lance and Sir Ian informed him, and hearing this, Brett questioned him if our MC had gone back to the academy. Meanwhile, on Judith's end, Lulu started walking side by side with Judith and praised the female swordsman for her strength back there. But Judith was every bit uncomfortable with Lulu near her, and our resident mascot was oblivious to all of this. Still, Lulu presented Judith with a shiny red jewel, the same color as her hair, but Judith only backed away as our furry little friend offered her more of those jewels. Brett started to call her off, surprised that she was saying no to stuff like this, and in reply, Judith answered in hushed tones that black cats are bad luck, thinking she might get cursed. But our poor Lulu heard all of this, and the sorcerer cat sat teary-eyed with drooping ears before Lulu ran crying to Aaron's arms. Later that night, the three former trainees sat together at the table, with Kubaru and Lulu giving them space to catch up. Brett praised how both are good people, well, orc and cat, as Judith immediately asked Aaron what happened to him after getting back from the academy. Aaron sat contemplating what to tell them before he decided to open up about where it all began, before he stepped foot in the academy when he started having recurring dreams about the old man. It took a while for Aaron to tell them everything, right up to the part where Sir Ian encouraged him to leave the academy and set out on a journey. The two were quiet after hearing all this while our hero grew anxious at how he probably sounded so ridiculous right now, but Judith just told him that it must have been tough. Aaron was surprised at her comment, but the red-haired girl continued, saying she was pissed off at Aaron when she first heard his story. After all, Judith believed she was the strongest person in the academy, but looking back, she admits that it's absurd to think of it that way, especially since Aaron was there. She also told him that she felt cheated at first because our hero was there, led by some other person's will who also happens to help him. But she realized that Aaron worked twice as hard just to overcome the man in his dreams. Our hero did not expect to gain empathy from Judith, but cheered him on and acknowledged the hard work he had done all this time, that Aaron could only grit his teeth to hold back his emotions. As the two were having a moment, it got broken when Brett commented that he trained Judith, so she's now the decent person she is. And in line with that, Aaron should be grateful since it was no easy task for the blue-haired noble. Upon hearing this, the two started going at it once again while Aaron just looked at it fondly. He even noticed that Brett became brighter than back then. Speaking of Brett, he asked our hero if he wants to travel together since he's on a personal journey right now, with Judith seconding the motion. This suggestion took aback our hero. Sure, he didn't mind, but he started to worry if these two would get along with Kubaru and Lulu. Fast forward to a couple of drinks later, the fortune teller orc is now besties with Brett, sharing a fondness for alcohol. In fact, Brett's pretty happy that now he's got a drinking buddy since Judith was such a lightweight. Agitated at what Brett said, the redhead suggested a match to settle it, but Brett just tried to humor her off. And after a few more hours, it's now Judith's turn to sob, apologizing profusely to Lulu for how she called our mascot the bringer of bad luck. This time, it's Lulu trying hard to get away from Judith's hold. The sorcerer cat struggled to break free since she was too strong, so Lulu ended up asking Aaron for help. Our hero looked at them all fondly, breathing a sigh of relief since he was worried for nothing. They all got along just fine. And now, they are 5, plus 2 horses. The next day, the gang set out with no specific destination in mind. Brett and Judith were shocked when they heard that the trio was going to Lathian and told them they shouldn't bother going there at all. It was the worst, at least according to both of them. Curious to know why they would say something like that, Aaron questioned the two, and Judith answered it was because no one wanted to spar with them. She recalled how not only the swordsmanship academies refused to welcome them, even the famous swordsmen were too stuck up and refused to meet them. Hearing all this, Kubaru asked if the two presented their certification cards that prove they were from Chronos Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort, to which Judith answered in the affirmative. Well, there you have it, the reason why the other swordsmen are not entertaining them. Kubaru points out that everybody pretty much calls them the Golden Cohort because of their stellar reputation. So if anyone ever went up against them and lost, that would hurt any academy's and swordsman's pride. Judith got more annoyed, but Lulu had already hopped onto Aaron's head, asking where he wanted to go next, but even our hero was not sure where to go. Since they're all undecided, Brett suggested the city of Partisan, an up-and-coming spot where many swordsmen and free folk gather, which the group gladly agreed upon instantly. The gang continued to travel for a week, and during that time, they managed to bond and get to know each other better. Kubaru still prepares the food, and he gained a new fan of his cooking in the form of Brett. Meanwhile, Judith is the same as ever, eager to train, and invited our hero for a little after-lunch exercise. The more they fought, the more Aaron got used to Judith's attack pattern, but the latter didn't seem too worried that our hero got the hang of it. To Aaron's shock, Judith's blade started to glow a bright red color that Kubaru was surprised to see, asking if it was an aura sword. But Brett was quick to explain that she was just emitting a little aura, which is different from a swordmaster's aura sword. As Aaron and Judith continued to clash swords, Brett further explained that his companion was still practicing using it, which is why it couldn't take a specific form yet. But you gotta admit though, it does put pressure on the opponent. While the two were busy sparring, Brett thought that he had just managed to understand the nature of aura swords. Then there's Aaron, who had already mastered two forms of aura application: manifestation and focus. This notion makes Brett believe that his blonde friend is the one most likely to become a swordmaster out of the three of them. I think that's pretty obvious. He's our main character after all. But first, you gotta be humbled a few more times, like now. Judith and Aaron's fight ended with our hero admitting defeat, much to the redhead's joy. That's 9-1, giving her a 90% win rate. As he stood panting to catch his breath, our hero couldn't help but think he was the weakest one out of them all, even if he expected it to some extent. It's hard to beat these two, after all, he thought. But if Aaron's this weak, then are we worms or something? But Aaron's reverie got cut off when Brett called off the physical fight. Instead, he asked them to fight with words now. Our hero was confused for a sec, but in no time, Brett started to break down and discuss the events of his second sparring day with Judith. He explained how she quickly dodged to the side as he changed his attack first, which also made her realize this. Moreover, the blue-haired noble pointed out that Judith has a habit of dodging to the side and attacking forward when she gets flustered, and it's becoming a frequent attack pattern now. The other admitted and said she would be mindful of her habits from then on, but our hero could only listen to them, sword still in hand. Brett then turned to him, asking what he thought of their sword discussion, where they analyzed and discussed their swordsmanship while going over their last match. Since it's his first time seeing the two talk about this, our hero told Brett that he'd probably sit this one out and listen to them for today. Once again, Aaron thought just how amazing his friends were and exclaimed that he was excited to get stronger, so he could join them in their discussion next time. Bless this manhwa for the excellent portrayal of healthy competition. Amen. Later that night, Kubaru asked Aaron if he was not having dinner, but our hero said he'd spend the night training and return by morning. Judith, who heard all this, decided to follow suit and train as well. She was determined not to let him get ahead of her too much. And since Judith has gone, Brett also stood up so that the fortune teller orc can't help but ask them their deal. The blue-haired noble explained that every time Aaron displays a considerable amount of conviction, he grows beyond belief, and his redhead companion knows this, so she trains hard so she will not be left behind. Brett then asks Kubaru if something like this has happened during their travels, and the orc answers with a smile that it did. Brett expected that much, and Kubaru could only laugh in confirmation. Outside, Aaron is busy practicing his vertical slash, but he's been thinking that what Sir Ian said was correct. There's no point in just trying to copy someone. As he continues to swing his sword, Aaron feels that he needs to decide on his swordsmanship's core. His basis is the old man in his dreams with the vertical slashes and the swordsmanship he learned at the academy with his large sword. With these two at the core and adding Brett and Judith's fighting techniques, our hero committed to perfecting his own swordsmanship style. True enough, by the next time they sparred, Judith emerged struggling and was pissed at how Aaron managed to get stronger once more. Brett is also on his knees, huffing for air, but unlike his companion, he has come to admit that the world is simply like that. He added that he felt the same when he first watched Ilya 5 years ago. Speaking of Ilya, we hope to see her so we can finally say the gang could be complete for real this time. Back to the current situation, Kubaru once again thought of how impressive Aaron was and how he quickly narrowed their gap. Then he noticed Judith, who grew frustrated at Aaron's speedy development. Using his powers, the fortune teller orc sees the intense fire energy surrounding the resident redhead's body and notes that people like her hate to lose. Moreover, Kubaru said her next assignment would most likely be controlling that energy. Much to Kubaru's surprise, Judith became even more powerful just 2 days later, and Aaron couldn't help but defend against her attacks for dear life. Her attacks are much more tenacious, and it was checkmate for our hero in no time. Judith exclaimed with joy at how she managed to win over Aaron this time, while Kubaru remarked that she picked that last move from our hero's fighting style. What's even more shocking for the orc is that she could only learn that move if she had the innate talent and tenacity to become stronger than everybody else. These kids are literally helping each other grow. As Judith relished in her victory, Aaron could only praise his friend for pulling a move like that, and now the redhead was more than happy to head to Partisan to spar with other swordsmen. Unknown to them, Lulu's quietly observed their progress from a nearby tree and remarked that this trio had no idea just how strong they were. Well, it's only a matter of time before they do, once they arrive in the city. In Partisan, Judith was shocked to see the number of swordsmen walking about in this emerging city of the West, while Kubaru commented that it's just like a mercenary town. The orc and Lulu proceeded to head to the inn while the trio went out to Harem's Swordsmanship Academy in the hopes of finding good game. Before he knocked on the door, Brett told his friends they must keep their identities as Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy trainees. As soon as he knocked, a tall man with cropped hair answered their call, with Brett declaring their intent to spar with the swordsman in their academy. At first, the man only looked at them, seeing how they were all young, and was about to ask which school they came from when a voice from inside asked what was happening. The man who greeted the three, Sir Kent, replied to the voice inside that they were guests seeking a duel. The same voice ushered them in, and the three were greeted by a man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. He introduced himself as Headmaster Harem, while the trio quickly returned the gesture. The older man thought these three were no ordinary youngsters, so he took upon himself to handle this one from Instructor Kent. The headmaster gave them a tour of the institution, pointing out that the trainees were using the first floor and also verifying if these three came to the academy to duel. He ushered them to his office if they were, making Brett question who their opponent would be. The headmaster proposed with a smile that he would fight them, much to Instructor Kent's shock and Judith's delight. At the office, the headmaster asked which of the three would like to go first, and to their surprise, Aaron stepped up to the challenge first. Of course, he had to ask if it was okay with his friends first. See, he's really a cinnamon roll, too good for this world. Brett said that it was unexpected of Aaron, but the two let him have this one. Before they get started, Headmaster Harem urges the use of wooden swords so as not to hurt anybody, which our hero quickly obliges to. With the swordsmen standing far apart, the duel commenced at the signal, with the headmaster making the first move and sprinting toward our hero. Headmaster Harem thought he'd look at how strong Aaron was when our hero whacked the headmaster's head in one fell swoop. So much for the boss battle. Well, that was embarrassing, to say the least. The headmaster instantly fell as Aaron bonked him, with Instructor Kent running to help him, leaving Aaron confused at the unexpected turn of events. Judith was horrified, exclaiming that Aaron had killed him, but our hero turned to her in panic, saying he didn't as Instructor Kent shook the headmaster. Obviously, the other two didn't fight the headmaster, so they all just sat at the headmaster's office. Aaron apologized again, but the headmaster, now sporting a bandaged head, told our hero he shouldn't be sorry since it was a fair fight. With a smile, Headmaster Harem asked if they were from an academy, but none of them answered immediately. As the group's diplomat, Brett responded that they were all from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, to which the headmaster asked if they were from the 27th cohort, also known as the rumored Golden Cohort, to which the blue-haired noble indirectly answered yes. Hearing that they came from Chrono made a lot of sense to the headmaster, who said it was the only place that could produce talents like them. Their reputation precedes them since Headmaster Harem has heard about them, but he had no idea they would be this strong. He thought the three were just playing with him. Aaron was appalled when the headmaster said this, but thankfully, the older man was good-natured enough to understand that it wasn't the case and believed that the trio was genuinely looking to find a good sport. Since that's out of the way, Headmaster Harem finally addressed the elephant in the room. These three had no idea how strong they were. To explain further, he asked them what level swordsmen usually aim for. For most people, they would answer Swordmaster, but in the case of swordsmen, they would most likely answer that they wish to attain the expert level. Realistically speaking, it's the highest level swordsman of ambiguous talent, background, and effort can reach. But Headmaster Harem said that the expert level might seem too much of a title for others, and added that all the head teachers in the academy are at expert levels. That being said, he told the trio that no headmasters in the academy could handle their abilities. At best, 4 or 5 of them in the institution could fight the trio, but eventually, Aaron and his friends would win. After saying this, the headmaster told them they should be proud, but Judith did the opposite. She sighed gloomily. Seeing Judith's reaction brought a grin to the headmaster's face, so he told them that one person in the partisan was stronger than the 3 of them. At the mention of this, Judith slammed her hands on his table, eager to know just how strong this person was and if they were a master. The headmaster was taken aback by her intense reaction and said this person wasn't a master. Still, he's more famous than the other masters, taking into consideration that there are 100 publicly known masters to date, and that this person is the next strongest in line. This person is none other than Jet Frost, the 101st strongest swordsman. And our favorite trio just came in the nick of time, since Jet Frost will be hosting training duels in his residence 2 days from now. But of the three, it's Judith who is the most excited of all and proclaims that they must challenge him. 2 days later, the trio made their way to Jet Frost's manor and were surprised at the sheer number of the crowd waiting at his front door. Aaron asked if there was a chance they could take part in today's training, while the headmaster just sighed in frustration since a lot of people also came today. Moreover, he said that if Jet Frost just came out and fought every time he was challenged, these swordsmen wouldn't flock to his home like this. The three were surprised at the headmaster's sudden appearance. Judith asked him what he was doing there, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, the older man told them that Jet Frost was way more skilled than he was and that dueling with him helps him out a lot. It was Brett's turn to ask him if he knew Jet Frost, and that's when the headmaster revealed that the esteemed swordsman was an old friend of his. Hearing this, Brett couldn't help but follow up that if he's friends with Jet, can't he just ask the other to duel with him anytime? Headmaster Harem said he tried and got rejected when he did. Then suddenly, Jet Frost's butler, a kind-looking old man named Glenn, came out to greet the swordsmen gathered outside. Seeing that a lot of people came today as well, he told them that only those who passed the test were allowed to duel with his master. As he said this, Glenn presented the swordsman with a scale, explaining that if they scored over 5,000 points, then they passed. Aaron was surprised to see that it was a magical scale, with the headmaster asked if he had tried one before, to which our hero answered yes. Aaron also added that he scored around 10,000 points, to which the older man could only look at him warily. It's not easy to get such a high score like that. One by one, the swordsmen started testing their strength on the scale. Some passed while others failed, and then it was Headmaster Harem's turn. The butler was pleased to see him again. He passed, just like the others, scoring 12,081 points and saying that one learns a few tricks once one gets the hang of the scale. Finally, it was our hero's turn to hit the scale. As he procured his sword, Glenn asked if it was a magic sword, but Aaron explained that it had no other characteristics besides being a hard sword. To avoid any issues, Glenn prepared a similar sword that Aaron will use. As soon as he was handed the sword, our MC slammed the scale pretty hard that Glenn couldn't believe the numbers, including Headmaster Harem. Our hero got a whopping 18,817 points. Then, it was Judith and Brett's turn to hit the scale. She got 16,581 points while Brett scored 16,601, making them both passers. Brett approached Aaron, telling him that even he won't let them win in terms of raw power, but our hero just said to him that their scores weren't that far off. Sure, Aaron, that's more than 2,000 points in difference. Meanwhile, Judith has been pretty quiet that Brett couldn't help but tease her, saying he should have just let the redhead beat him. This incited a strong reaction from Judith, who reasoned that she was just off-center, which is why her score is a little lower. But since the test is done, Aaron urges his friends to gather with the rest of the group. As he and Brett walked ahead, Judith was brooding about how she was the weakest one again out of the three of them. Back to the situation at hand, Glenn declared that since a lot of swordsmen passed, there would be a 3 versus 1 duel, asking the passers to form groups of 3. Would you look at that? It's as if this was made for our trio. As we all know, they're pretty strong, so it didn't take long before our heroes smoked out the weak competition. Surprisingly, Headmaster Harem made it to the final leg too. Glenn tells the headmaster that Jet Frost will fight him one-on-one, with the latter saying that now he gets the special treatment as his friend. So this leaves our trio as the final challengers. But just before the headmaster went off to face him, Brett had an idea which he whispered to the older man's ear. The blue-haired noble left it to the headmaster, who only told him not to worry and proceeded to go inside. But just like that, his fight with Jet Frost didn't last that long, and the headmaster found himself staring intently at Jet Frost's blade. He admitted that he's just no match to Jet Frost, with the latter stating the obvious. Still, the headmaster thanked his friend since he learned a lot, but that was a given since Jet Frost said he was guiding the duel. Since they're done, Harem tells his friend that he only has one last team left to fight, while the white-haired swordsman says he is eager to finish it to get some rest. And that's when Harem told the other that Aaron's team proposed a bet which perked Jet Frost's interest. Since they're a team of young swordsmen, Harem tells his friend that the trio is prepared to do anything Jet Frost wants in a month if he wins. But on the other hand, if he loses, he'd have to train them individually for a month. The white-haired swordsman couldn't help but laugh at the proposal, but at the same time, he found it interesting and had already planned to make them clean his mansion. At this, Harem smirked, happy to see that his friend fell for it. And then he finally saw the three, which made Jet Frost fidget from where he stood and asked his butler why didn't he tell him that the trio were experts. Glenn told his master that he didn't inform him of this crucial information since Harem revealed to the butler that Jet Frost drank his wine. The white-haired swordsman tried to reason out that there wasn't even any left, and now he was left with this pickle. Hell have no fury to a man whose wine got stolen. Jet didn't have time to argue since the three already introduced themselves and were already positioned to start the fight. As if that wasn't enough pressure, they all emitted their own aura and said they looked forward to his guidance. Wait, did they just say Chrono Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort? The rumored golden cohort? Before Jet Frost could decide whether he made the right decision, he heard the three call out the start of the duel. And before he realized it, Eren was already in front of him about delivering a swing had he not raised his sword to counter it. As their swords clashed, a powerful impact made the older man question how our hero could be that strong. Jet Frost pushed back with equal force, fending off Eren's attack with the old man slashing our hero. But this time, there was another attack forcing open Jet Frost's guard. It was Brett's quick slash, as Eren ready to deliver a blow right behind the blue-haired noble. As he was about to counter, he felt someone was right behind him, with Judith almost slashing him. But the older man was quick on his feet and dashed in the opposite direction, creating some distance between them. As he did this, the older man looked back and thought that the trio had great teamwork and needed to turn this into a one-on-one duel, but he didn't get to finish that thought as he saw someone's blade almost make contact with his face. He leaned back just in time, or else he might have lost half his head, but just as he was about to get into position, he already saw Eren was just about to cut him down. Jet Frost, bless his reflexes, used his feet to propel his body out of Eren's attack zone, just in time for Brett to catch him off balance. The older man spun around the noble swordsman and thought these kids were not giving him time to think. And then, there was a loud clash of blades as Glenn watched in awe that his master had a hard time dealing with them, while Harem looked on with a grin, clearly enjoying the show, and said that it was worth making a bet after all. This was getting a little too intense for Jet Frost's liking. And as the older man gritted his teeth, he really thought that he might end up teaching these three if it continued like this. With the mere thought of teaching them, Jet Frost found renewed vigor and emitted an intense aura that even the trio felt instantly. The former Chrono trainees stopped dead in their tracks as Jet continued emitting his aura, which only grew intense by the moment. He stopped and acknowledged the trio's strength, and now decided to return the favor and fight seriously. And based on his looks alone, things are about to go down hard. Brett struggled with Jet's heavy aura, making it harder for the younger swordsman to move since it seemed he was about to be cut by the white-haired swordsman's aura alone. But Judith didn't let the pressure get to her and charged directly at the older man. In an unexpected move, Jet threw his sword at her, which made the redhead block his attack. Then he was gone. Brett was still looking at where he last saw the older man, thinking that he had magically disappeared, when he noticed at the last minute that Jet was right above him. And that's not all, the older man had another blade with him, as Jet unsheathed his other sword from behind. The blue-haired noble hesitated since he couldn't read the older man's next move, whether it would be a slash or a thrust, but Brett thought that he needed to block his attack. But the older man used Brett's hesitation against him and emitted a sinister aura this time, rendering the noble immobile in fear, which Jet used so he could send a thrust toward the younger man. Or not. Jet just tapped the tip of his blade to Brett's chest. That's one down. As he raised his blade, Jet saw Eren from the reflection, who tried to sneak up behind him. But the older man kicked our hero so hard he flew in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Judith lunged toward him, but the older man was pretty nimble. He maneuvered his body out of Judith's way, jumped, landed right behind her, and slid his blade just a few inches away from her neck. So that's two. Now, only Eren is left. But before he moved on to Eren, Jet called out their blue-haired friend, commending him for his stable swordsmanship. Even the older man was pretty impressed with his technique, seeing that it's rather developed for his age, while he was quick to point out that Brett lacked insight, or maybe the younger swordsman was just too cautious. Brett reasoned out that there was no way he could avoid an attack like that, but the older man told him that he only put enough force on his attack, at least just enough that Brett could handle it, while adding that he was pretty committed to his role in these guidance duels. Plus, he also said that the blue-haired noble backed away as a result of losing composure. Jet then turns his attention to Judith, saying her attacks are pretty simple, which she got confused about. To elaborate further, he asked her if she forgot how to thrust, pointing out that she only used slashing techniques, and by doing so, Jet said that she's not using her sword to its full potential. Since he's done pointing out the flaws in the pair's technique, Jet turns to Eren, saying he'll have more fun with him since he's the last one. And since he's feeling gracious, Jet told Eren that he could attack first, noting that Eren's attacks are pretty heavy. But wait, there's more. He even told Eren to come in with his full power. Upon hearing this, Rhett and Judith started to laugh wholeheartedly, while Harem could only look at the two strangely, wondering what they were laughing at. Eren got a little worried with Jet's suggestion, saying that he may end up damaging the place, but the older man just smiled and said it's a risk that he needs to take when it comes to a duel. This older man is in for a treat, since Jet gave him the okay. Eren suddenly got into the zone and started meditating with his usual stance. Jet already saw the glowing aura emanating from the younger man's body until it suddenly went ablaze. He questioned himself about this immense aura and was surprised to see Eren controlling it. Meanwhile, Eren thought that Jet was far too strong, seeing how he managed to overpower the three without even tapping his full power, so he'll use this opportunity to be trained by him. As Eren thought this, the blaze from his aura got more intense, thinking he won't pass this chance up. With that, Eren raised his sword, his golden aura crackling around him, and was about to deliver the vertical slash when Jet yelled stop. Our hero caught himself before his blade struck the floor as the older man admitted defeat and asked Eren to put his sword down. It's good to know that our man Jet finally got some sense into him and prioritized the safety of his home. I mean, God knows what state his manor will be in once Eren unleashed that vertical slash attack. Since Jet admitted his loss, the three were quick to line up with shining eyes and told him that they looked forward to his guidance since he had no choice but to keep his end of the deal. The next day, Jet led them to one of the training rooms in his residence, complete with a large transmutation circle inscribed on the floor, telling the trio that this will serve as their training grounds for the next month. As he said this, the older man activated something on the wall via sorcery, which instantly shifted the gravity in the room, making it heavier. Ah, the good old gravity room circa Dragon Ball. The trio were surprised at this change of atmosphere. Body's heavier than normal, but Jet said that a healthy body makes for better aura efficiency. Moreover, overcoming challenges like these could also increase their aura, at least according to Jet. For their first task, Jet had them move all the rocks placed on the right side to the left, which they can accomplish until noon. He warns them that if they can't even complete at least that much, then they lack the willpower, which leads to their disqualification. Our heroes quickly got into it, and it wasn't until 3 hours later when Jet decided to check on them. Surely, they're done by now, right? What he didn't expect is to see the three still reloading the rocks to the opposite end. Jet didn't think that the task he had for them would be that hard until Glenn appeared, and informed him that this is their third time moving those rocks. This took the swordsman by surprise as Glenn explained that the trio already finished it before 11 o'clock, but since they don't like keeping still, they decided to keep moving it to keep the momentum. Annoyed at how the three are being carried away, Jet said that he'll just see how long they'll last. On the second day, the three were made to do crunches with a log placed on their bent knees for added difficulty, and they were also made to run lapses while pulling weights. Out of the three, Judith is starting to look worse for wear that even Jet started to notice it as well, though he didn't comment on it. At night, as Eren lays in bed, Lulu questions our hero if they're still doing stamina training even now. The sorcerer Cat commented that it has already been a week and asked him if their guide has no plans of dueling with them, but Eren just told Lulu that Jet has a plan. Hearing this, Lulu remarked that he was such a joke, considering he's the 101st strongest swordsman. At the mention of his title, Eren thought being called the 101st strongest swordsman didn't appeal to him in all honesty. Back in Jet Frost's manor, the white-haired swordsman sat silently while mulling over his three students. He thought that they weren't built on talent alone, as seen in their eyes. He took a sip of his wine and remembered his past self since it was the same case for him. He had the same fire in his eyes back in his younger years. The next day, Jet told the trio that he would start to guide them based on their individual needs, starting with Eren. To get a better grasp of our hero's fighting tactics, the teacher and students sparred to get an assessment. As soon as they finished exchanging blows, Jet told Eren that he was doing great and the thing he should work on is his passiveness. To further elaborate, the older man pointed out that our hero is stuck on the idea that he's slower than his opponents, so someone who's light on their feet like Judith will most likely string around Eren throughout the duel. Hearing this, Eren pointed out that he's really much slower than Judith, but Jet showed him a technique utilizing his power. The older man explained that just because he's slower or less coordinated means that he should act passively. What he needs to do is expand his territory and occupy more space. As he said this, Jet unleashed his aura, growing bigger as he approached Eren. He showed Eren to continue expanding his space bit by bit to work to his advantage, and once it has become hard for his opponent to run away or counterattack, then that's proof that they're forced into a corner. Since Jet not only explained but demonstrated his advice, Eren understood his advice better and then proceeded to teach the other two. The training went on, and this time, Jet is now observing them with so much intent, especially the sparring between Eren and Judith. Our hero noticed that his friend's overworking herself again, but the hard-headed Judith just told him not to treat her like she's some weakling, and that she's just getting started. The redhead believes that she'll win this time, but unbeknownst to her, Jet already had a different thing in mind. This time, the older man intervened and asked Judith to come with him, telling her that he has another piece of advice she should follow. The instructor tells his student to put down her sword and come meet him in his chambers. As for Eren and Brett, he urged the two to take their lunch and eat first, since his chat with Judith may take a while. So the two went ahead and were peacefully having their lunch when they heard Judith's voice echo through the dining hall. The two were startled, and as they looked over in the direction of Jet's chambers, Judith came out stomping and fuming with rage. Brett asked her where she was going, but she just snapped at Brett. Curious to know what happened, the two men went to Jet's room and asked what they talked about. The older man was pouring himself a drink as Brett and Eren waited for his answer, but he took his time. Day drinking during lunchtime? He's just my kind of guy. Anyway, back to the story. Jet revealed that he gets reminded of his younger days whenever he looks at the three of them. Times when he was happy just by holding a sword. He related to the two how he became an expert at a young age, and soon enough, people started calling him as the next in line to become a swordmaster. But reality was much harsher, and Jet found out the road to becoming a swordmaster is full of struggles. He faced a lot of opponents across the continent who were much stronger than him, and he also got compared to a lot of them, which led to more frustration on his part. Until finally, Jet caved into the pressure that he could no longer focus on his swordsmanship. Talking about this now, the comparisons, competitions, as well as the desire to win were too much, and now, Jet thought that if he just had better control and moderated that fiery emotion. Unfortunately, in the world of swordsmanship, a thing called moderation doesn't apply to competitions. Plus, seeing geniuses like Brett and Eren would only make the feeling of impatience grow stronger. He told them all this because he advised Judith to break away from the competition and comparison mindset. Instead, he told her that she should try to focus on why she picked up swordsmanship in the first place. But saying those might have the opposite effect on her, which is why she stormed out of his chambers earlier. But as soon as he said this, there was a rattle on the door, with the two turning to see who it was: Judith. Compared to earlier, Judith has a calmer demeanor now and apologized to Jet for what she did. Moreover, she knows that he was not trying to make her feel bad and admitted that her friends are not only better than her, but that she has also been overworking to catch up to them. But Judith didn't pick up the sword just for fun. She did it to survive. She explains to Jet that for her, competition and the results of a duel are all tied to her survival. And the very reason she's wielding the sword today is because of competition. So if it entails overworking herself over and over again to rise above and be better than her competitors, then so be it. To hell with overworking. Judith says that she doesn't care about the pain she suffers in the process, since she's confident that she can overcome those as well. As Judith said this, the fire in her heart burned brighter, and Jet could only do was stare. At a girl. Just like that, their month-long training under Jet Frost came to an end after a week. Eren thanked the older man for taking them under his wing, to which the latter only asked where they plan to go next. Brett said that they have no idea, and upon hearing that, Jet suggested that they should check out the Land of Attestment. It's one of the 5 kingdoms of the West, which is also known as the Pride of the Kalyard Kingdom, known for its amazing battle arena. Moreover, Jet said that the sudden appearance of a certain swordsman made the battles in the area grow in number. And to make more things interesting, the older man told them they should know who the swordsman is, since she was also from the 27th cohort. At this, Eren perked up as Jet revealed that the current champion of the Land of Attestment is Ilia Lindsay. Finally, we're getting the band back together, or are we? Back in the carriage. Eren thought that of Ilia, with Judith saying that she must have gotten even stronger now. On the other hand, Rhett said that maybe Ilia must have overcome what happened back then. At the mention of this, Judith asked him what he was talking about, and that's when the blue-haired noble revealed that Carl Lindsay, the crown prince of the Lindsay family, disappeared without a trace, much to Eren's shock. According to Brett, when Ilia got home after the final evaluation, her older brother had already gone missing. What's peculiar about his case is the fact that he disappeared without a trace, as if whisked away by sorcery. But Yuna family's resident magician could find no traces of him. This left Ilya feeling frustrated, but the family continued to look for him, but no progress was made in the next 3 months that followed. Because of this, rumors started to spread that Carl may be dead, in which all the rivaling families who had always been jealous of the Lindsays started making ill remarks about the family's future. Aaron was speechless and worried for Ilya. He had no idea she went through something like that, but Brett assured them that their co-training must be fine now since she became the champion of the land of attestment after all. She wouldn't earn that title if she let what they said get to her. What's more, Brett said this reunion would make up for his loss to her during the final evaluation, which Judith quickly agreed to. In no time, their band reached Azenmarkt, Kallier Kingdom's battle city. Lulu was excited to see this many people, while Aaron quickly noticed that it seems to be populated by the affluent. But then again, Lulu points out that there are also many beggars on the streets, but Kubaru just said that's the way it is. So, Azenmarkt. There are many battle arenas in the place apart from the land of attestment, which makes betting and gambling popular. Just then, a merchant sprung up on the group, seeing that they seemed to be interested in duels. Aaron was just about to explain, but the man talked over him, saying that he has something that's desired by many. 4 tickets to champion battle at the land of attestment happening at 4 p.m. today. So of course our hero had to buy these. Their group made their way inside the humongous arena, way bigger than any of the arenas they'd ever been to. Judith is pretty happy to see how huge the place was and the fact that it's filled with people. Her seatmates started making small talk, with one of them asking who they placed their bet on. The man answered that his bet was Ilya, for obvious reasons, and because not only is she the youngest champion in history, but she also became a sword master at 18. Judith turned to the man upon hearing what he said, but soon enough, her attention shifted to the main stage as the announcer's voice welcomed them into the arena. For today's battle, the announcer introduced the challenger, who is the second in rank among all the swordsmen at king level, Cedric Cooper. For his opponent, he excitedly announced the undefeated swordsman, undeniable talent, youngest champion ever, and the swordmaster, Ilya Lindsay. As she stepped onto the stage, Ilya drew her sword that was already surrounded by a certain force that Brett and Judith made no mistake about it, an aura sword. Aaron was also shocked but said nothing, as we finally saw Ilya walk into the stage, making the crowd go wild. And hot damn, she's prettier than ever too. With both swordsmen already in position, Ilya made the first move, and in a split second, she was already in front of Cedric. This caught the latter off guard, but he had to move fast because Ilya unleashed a barrage of attacks that left him defending his very life, thinking that he can barely dodge her attacks. Just then, Ilya prepared for a stronger attack, hitting Cedric in the chest and blowing him to the other part of the stage. Lucky for him, he had his sword up when she did that, but his sword is already chipped and started to crack. He thought that if he took one more blow from that aura sword, then his blade will be destroyed for sure. Moreover, he can't let this duel end without landing at least one attack. So he decided to take offense and was about to thrust his blade when Ilya spun out of his attack's range and slashed his sword, breaking it in half. Just like that, it was over in less than a minute, with Ilya already walking away as she's once again declared as the champion. Kubaru couldn't believe her, since this wasn't even a challenge, and asked the trio if she was really a trainee like them. All three were speechless, but Kubaru especially noticed that Aaron doesn't look too good. Our hero just stood up and told the orc he'll go for a little walk, while Kubaru told him that he'll wait for him at the inn. Is Aaron overwhelmed by her power? Now that he's out of the arena, Aaron can't help but wonder what was that all about and if he was just imagining things. But no, he was sure he sensed it clearly. Dark demon-like energy coming from Ilya. So Aaron thought he has to meet her as soon as possible. But first, he needed to gather information and remember that Kubaru used to get information from pubs, which is why he made his way to Aizen Pub. As soon as he stepped in, all eyes were staring intently at him, but our hero didn't care and went straight to the bartender. He greeted him and asked for some information, but the bartender warned Aaron that this was no ordinary pub and urged our hero to leave if he doesn't want any trouble. But Aaron said that he'll compensate him for his troubles, although not by a lot, as the bartender continued to wipe glasses, not even looking at him. Aaron asked the older man where he needs to go if he wants to meet the champion of the land of attestment, Ilya Lindsay, which shocked the older man and drew the attention of another. The other dude, a thug who you don't want to meet alone at night, told Aaron that he can answer his question, but only if our hero agrees to bet with him and win. Aaron asked what bet is he proposing, and the man answered that they'll take turns punching each other. Basically, Whoever lasts longer is declared the winner, so if one of them gives up or faints, then they lose. He's asking our hero Aaron, who has 18,817 points on the power scale, in a hitting match. This is gonna be good. Aaron only narrowed his eyes, wondering if this is how the city operates, but agreed to what the man proposed. The two stood facing each other with the thug asking Aaron if it was cool with our hero if he hits first, which Aaron agreed to. Without a word, he punched Aaron's face with all his might, which made our hero's face swing in the opposite direction, as the spectators looked on. Aaron wobbled a bit for being out of balance, but got praised for taking it well. Even the thug said that he'd be disappointed if it ended easily, saying that they should take their time and enjoy this. Aaron just replied that it was his turn, and boy, was he not prepared for what came next. Aaron hit him with so much force that not only did his cheek take the form of Aaron's fist, he flew hard and crashed to the other side of the room as Aaron only looked on. Maybe Aaron should add One Punch Man to his title too. So will our boy Aaron get to meet Ilya soon? And is their silver-haired friend really under the influence of a demon? Find out next time. And he's out. We have a winner by knockout. The burly man's underlings quickly swarmed to his position, still reeling from the punch Aaron gave, while the other spectators couldn't believe their eyes. A man his size, their boss, knocked out by just a punch. One of his underlings started to approach Aaron, threatening him for what he did to their boss, but a voice from the crowd told the man to calm down. At this, Aaron and the underling turned to look to see a man with pointed ears, while another person from the crowd called him Chief Reporter Hinch. But the underling didn't want to stop, threatening the man with pointed ears. He was about to take a swing when Hinch glared at him, and this time, it was his turn to threaten the man by saying that the former would find himself in tomorrow's newspaper. Surely, this pub would become pretty popular by then, right? Hearing this, the underling backed up, and Hinch used this opportunity to pull Aaron away from the pub while saying to our hero that he'll tell him what he needs to know. Soon, they went outside, and that's when Hinch formally introduced himself as the chief reporter of the weekly arena. Judging from Aaron's getup, the reporter assumed that Aaron was a swordsman and asked for his name. At this, our hero introduced himself, and upon hearing his last name, assumed that our MC's not from the West. This time, it's Aaron's turn to ask him a question, asking Hinch why he was willing to help him. At this, the reporter thought that he can't really tell our hero that he was just looking for his next big scoop, so what he told Aaron instead is that they should help each other while they can, and that he's free at the moment. And with that, they continued walking along, with Hinch asking Aaron why he wants to meet their champion, and if he was her fan. Aaron told him that he was actually a friend of Ilya, and that they haven't seen each other for a while. Upon hearing this, Hinch got more curious, since Ilya is known as a strange champion, but our hero just continued to ask the reporter how long Ilya has been in the city. He went on to explain that Ilya became the champion as soon as she arrived, and how much of a big deal this was, since it's been a long time since someone this powerful came to the city. Hinch also said that if Ilya continues to reign as champion, then there's a chance she would beat Edenit's record. At this, Aaron turned to him and asked if Edenit really was a champion of the land of Attestment, but Hinch was even more surprised that our hero didn't know this, considering it's a popular story. Hinch, our hero spent over 10 years sleeping, a year in training, and 5 more years trapped in a magical sphere. What exactly do you expect Aaron to know? But back to the story. Hinch told Aaron that even the public have started comparing the two lady swordsmen. Edenit reigned for 5 months, and since it's December by now, if Ilya could maintain her crown, then she would be the first swordsman to surpass Edenit's record. Aaron didn't say a word after hearing this, but there's a certain look on our hero's face now. In due time, the two men reached the place where Ilya, the current champion, resides. Aaron thanked him and went ahead, but Hinch stayed behind a nearby tree, wondering if Aaron will get an audience with their champion, especially since even the lords of the manors were turned away. Aaron introduced himself as soon as he was face-to-face with the estate guard, saying he wants to meet Ilya, and presented the Lindsay family's platinum card. At this, the guard was shocked and asked our hero to hand it over so he could check and verify it, which Aaron gave to him without a fuss. Soon, a dark-skinned woman with orange hair walked out of the estate and met Aaron outside. She introduced herself as Emma Garcia, Ilya's bodyguard, and told our hero that her mistress refused to meet him even if his platinum card was real. With that, she apologized and politely told Aaron to leave, but Aaron was surprised to hear that his friend refused to meet with him. Emma only added that Ilya came here as a swordsman, and not as a lady of the Lindsay family, which is why she preferred not to meet him and focus on her training instead. At this, Aaron asked if she mentioned his name to Ilya, but Emma told her that she hasn't yet and planned to do so as soon as she got back inside. This time, Erin asked the lady bodyguard to mention his name to Ilya, adding that her friend Erin was there to see her, which Emma did so. It didn't take long before the gates of the manor opened up and Erin was ushered inside by Emma, much to the shock of Hinch, who was watching all of these from behind the tree. He didn't expect our hero to be a real friend of Ilya's at all. Hinch, there are a lot more things that would surprise you about our man Erin. Finally, found himself in front of the door to Ilya's chambers and knocked before he heard someone from inside tell him to come in. But before he did, Erin took a deep breath and opened the door to her chambers, greeting Ilya with a smile. The champion greeted him back, sitting on the table, and before long, had him sit with her. Guys, Ilya is in a dress. That's not something you get to see every day. Now that he's face to face with Ilya, she asked him what his excuse was for being late all these years, but our hero could only laugh in embarrassment and tells her that he'll explain everything. After what seems to be forever, Erin finally reached the latest happenings on his adventure, where he is now joined by Brett and Judith, who all decided to go here to the land of attestment. Ilya didn't say much about their adventures and only mentioned how a lot of things have happened to Erin, and after a short pause, our hero told him that they came to see her match yesterday, just as soon as they reached the city. He also said that he was happy to see that she even grew stronger from when they last met, but this time, our hero can't help but comment on how she seems unstable to his eyes. Erin added that this might just be a wild guess, but he thinks the reason Ilya came to the land of attestment is because of Ednet. At the mention of her name, Ilya's soft look at our hero turned into a glare and she started to emit a dark and threatening aura, asking him what he was getting at. Erin noticed that her aura continues to grow intense by the minute, but continued to tell the champion that he hasn't forgotten the year they spent at Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. Not even for a moment, and even now. He says that he placed a high value on the times they spent there, especially now that he's reminiscing about it, and grows fond at the thought of all the valuable people he met there. But out of all of them, Ilya is someone special to Erin since she was the one who first reached out and helped him when he was struggling back then. Erin told Ilya outright that his relationship with her makes it more precious than the others. If we didn't know the whole context of this story, then I bet a lot of you probably think we turned Shujo and our hero just confessed his feelings to the leading lady. But back to Erin's dramatic dialogue. Our hero even reminded her of what she said after the final evaluation, saying she would no longer be swayed by others. So he urged her to stop this while she still can. But Ilya didn't say a word and only gritted her teeth. Our hero tries one more time to convince her by saying that nothing will change if she keeps on trying to chase Ednet, but Ilya already stood up and admitted to him that she couldn't break free from how people looked at her. Just then, her aura turned sinister as soon as she thought about the dang parasites that just couldn't get enough no matter how much she tried. The champion went on to grab her sword and said that she has done her best over and over again just so they would stop slandering her brother and the Lindsay family's name, but the answer came to her in the form of her sword. Now manic, but with an even more sinister aura, Ilya continued that the aura sword has been telling her that she was on the right path and that she was not wrong. If anything, Ilya said that the wrong one is her past self, and is now in an agitated say, asking Erin if he has anything else to say to her. But our hero calmly stood up, confirming if she has chosen to do anything to keep the champion title, no matter what, to which she affirmed. Hearing this, Erin told her that he knows what to do now, which made her flinch. But our hero only confirmed to her again that there are only 120 days left before she could break Ednet's record, and if that is so, before it happens, Erin vowed to take Ilya down no matter what it takes. At this, our hero looked at her in all seriousness while emitting a golden glow from his aura. Ilya couldn't believe what she just heard, but Erin is more determined than ever, adding that he's going to take her down once she has to defend her title 4 months from now. Now this is a battle we wouldn't want to miss, but Ilya could only ask if he's being serious, and he said he was. Moreover, our hero thinks that if he beats her then, maybe she'll take his words a little more seriously, then proceeds to walk away from her. But Ilya, having the pride of a champion, somewhat mocked Erin if he thinks he could really beat her, to which Erin admitted that with his ability right now, he can't. This is why he's going to train hard so that he'll be able to. And before he walked out, Erin apologized to Ilya for how their conversation turned for the worse, especially since they haven't seen each other in a long while. Moreover, our hero tells her that he still considers Ilya his most precious friend, though it's a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. With that, he bade her goodbye and walked out of her chambers. Back at the inn, Kubaru and Brett sat at the table as Judith lay on the bed with Lulu, thinking about Ilya. The redhead was aware that their co-training has gotten stronger, but knowing that the latter achieved swordmaster level was a little too much for her to process. Judith knows that Ilya is way above her level though, but maybe in a couple of years. She didn't get to finish that trail of thought since she sprung up and promised to beat everyone one day, shocking Lulu awake. The sorcerer cat told the redhead how she scared her, but Judith was nice enough to apologize when the door to their room opened and in comes Aaron. Lulu asked where he went, and that's when he revealed to the group that he went to see Ilya, shocking both Kubaru and Brett. What's more, Brett is even more appalled at his friend challenging Ilya. But Aaron was serious with the challenge, telling Brett he'll do so in 4 months, but Brett could only question his blonde friend's life decisions. Meanwhile, Judith, who has been quiet all this time, could only hang her mouth with all she's hearing. And while Brett could only frown upon Aaron's decision, Lulu kept a positive mindset and believes our hero would win. Then there's Kubaru, who also shares Brett's realistic take on what our hero plans. A sword master is in a different league after all, even if Aaron is strong. Our hero is well aware of this fact, but he doesn't care even if Ilya is a sword master, since he believes this challenge is something that he has to do and that he's bent on winning no matter what. Our man said it with so much conviction that Judith is left speechless once again. In fact, the resident's loudmouthed redhead is feeling something dark budding in her heart that just made her grit her teeth in frustration. But suddenly, Judith returned to her usual cheerful self and encouraged Aaron with his plan. And while she's at it, the redhead said that she'd also challenge Ilya before walking out of the room to train. Outside, Judith thought that she can't sit still, not after hearing our hero talk like that. Back in their room, Brett commented that Aaron seems to have encouraged Judith with his idea, then turned to ask him if he has a plan. But Aaron wholeheartedly said that he doesn't have one, which is why he's going to cook up something now and ask the blue-haired noble how can he beat Ilya. Are we even surprised that Aaron's winging this one as well? And of course, he had to ask Brett how he could defeat Ilya, while Brett only sighs in exasperation, thinking what he did to deserve something like this. But even if the blue-haired noble complains about it, obviously he'll still help our hero out. Brett says it's not impossible to beat Ilya, since there have been 3 recorded instances when a high-ranked expert swordsman beat a swordmaster. Even Kubaru attested to this, saying he has heard of this as well. But to do that, Brett says there are 3 conditions that need to be met. First, Aaron needs a sword strong enough to withstand an aura sword, which prompted him to ask our hero how strong his sword was. Aaron thought about what Vulcanus and the other dwarfs said about his sword being so sturdy that they can't even put a dent in it. So he just told Brett his blade won't break easily, since a lot of trustworthy people vouched for it. Hearing that, Brett gave the okay, which prompted him to condition number 2. Aaron needs to have his own technique, something that the opponent can't predict. Brett said that for Aaron, it should be his signature vertical slash, and advised our hero that he needs to refine it so that he can use it freely during a fight. Aaron promised to work hard on it, intent on beating Ilya. However, Brett pointed out that hard work doesn't always equal results, but since it's Aaron they're talking about, they just don't know how things might turn out. And excuse me, Brett, but hard work can beat effort, just ask Rock Lee. And now, for the last and most important condition. Brett said that Aaron's swordsmanship needs to be on par with a swordmaster. He went on to say how Ilya became a swordmaster because she worked hard for it, and it's not because she just got lucky, emphasizing that she's a true swordmaster because she perfected her swordsmanship before completing her aura. With that, the blue-haired noble told Aaron that things could get pretty hard for him if he can't narrow the difference in skill between him and Ilya. But Aaron just said that he'll do his best with the remaining time, and that's when Hinch sprung out of the blue, excitedly asking if Aaron will really challenge the champion, making Brett splash beer on his face. Aaron was just as surprised at the reporter's sudden appearance, but Hinch is already thinking how he was right. There is something about Aaron, and it was worth tailing him. And as a reporter, he can't miss out on a scoop this big. Lulu only pointed out that Hinch was an elf, prompting him to introduce himself to the rest of Aaron's group. But Brett only threw him a bombastic side-eye as he wiped the beer off his face and asked if the elf had been eavesdropping on them all along. Hinch just told him that he just happened to hear what they were saying since he has sensitive ears, but then turned his attention to Aaron. The elf said that he heard all the conditions Brett listed down, but it seems that the blue-haired missed a single detail which made Brett question himself if he did. But Hinch continued and said that the 4th condition that needs to be met is in terms of the stage. According to him, the stage that a challenger can stand on solely depends on their rank, and explained the hierarchy to the group by saying that a challenger receives a rank at the beginning and then progressively gets promoted to a higher rank the more they undergo ranking battles. Moreover, only the top 10 swordsmen who have reached the king level could challenge the champion. But here's the thing, even if Aaron meets all the qualifications, there's a lot of competition going on, so it's going to be hard to seek the champion for a challenge unless he could catch the public's attention. And that's the fourth condition, according to Hinch. Now that he's heard it, everything made sense to Kubaru. The fortune teller orc told Hinch that they just need to make Eren the talk of the town, which the elf affirmed and said that our hero needs to increase his commercial value as a swordsman. Then with sparkling eyes, Hinch turned to Eren, pleading with our hero to let him help with this and even promised to turn Eren into the biggest star the land of Attestment has ever seen. The next day, they quickly got to work starting at the training grounds of the Land of Beginnings. Like in many other battles, there's that one reporter who has a lot to say to fledgling swordsmen, but now he's busy scribbling notes upon learning that two of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy's trainees from the Golden Generation were participating today. He was quick to identify Brett Lloyd as one of the rising stars, as well as Judith, who he described as a commoner swordsman on par with Brett's level. This bald reporter's pretty fired up since both Brett and Judith cleared all three of their matches easily. And if his assumptions are right, then they'll most likely rank up to Bishop soon. He's intent on getting this story first before the weekly arena, thinking he has a better scoop than Hinch. As soon as Brett and Judith finished their matches, reporters swarmed around them, asking a variety of questions, from why they went to the Land of Attestment, or if they'd want to prove the strength of the Midland region in their area, but the two only moved forward and refused to answer any questions, even from the bald reporter. Just then, another reporter called out to Baldy, but the latter is too annoyed and scolds the former for not keeping an eye on Karis and Tristan's matches. His underling told him that both matches were already done. Then, we caught a glimpse of a bearded swordsman in the midst of an attack, but in one swift movement, Eren passed him by, and as soon as he did, the bearded swordsman's blade shattered instantly. Back to the underling reporter, he told his boss that those two swordsmen he named lost to this young man, who's none other than our hero. After this match, Hinch was quick to catch Eren for a quick interview, stating our hero's name and confirming if he was part of Chrono's 27th cohort as well. The rest of the reporters only questioned him since they didn't know who Eren was, but scribbled down what Hinch said anyway, thinking the elf has no reason to lie about such a thing. Once they heard that he was indeed part of the 27th cohort, the reporters started asking our hero about Brett and Judith, and more so about their reason for coming here. Hearing all of this, Eren remembered Hinch's coaching from last night, telling him that he should sound ambitious and confident, so our hero told these reporters that he can't answer on behalf of his co-trainees. Instead, he told them about his pledge. As a proud swordsman of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, Eren announced that he'll defeat all of his opponents with a single blow till he reaches Queen level. At this, Hinch only smiled at him while Eren continued and said that his goal here is to prove himself and not to train. He wrapped it up by proclaiming that he will become the champion. This is war. It didn't take long before our trio became the talk of the town, seeing how they all reached Bishop level easily as soon as they showed up, while another claimed how impressive their matches were when he saw them yesterday. These two men were busy reading today's paper, with one of them commenting how he has never heard of Eren despite being part of Chrono's 27th cohort, but the other answered him, saying that Eren left Chrono after a little while for unknown reasons. And the former was surprised to read that Eren aims to become the champion, calling it a fat dream. But his companion only said that having at least one obnoxious character makes this all the more entertaining. Back at their inn, Hinch looks pretty happy seeing that Eren's interview is a pretty good start and people are definitely talking about him right now. Our hero was relieved to hear that so now. Hinch bade them goodbye so he could work on a follow-up story, and away he went. As soon as he left the room, Eren asked Brett if Judith went out to train again, and the latter explained that their redhead friend will continue training by herself for a while, and then took a seat in front of our hero. As soon as he was seated, Brett told Eren that there was something he's been meaning to ask our hero and pointed out that Eren has been pretty restless for a while now, even while he was doing the interview earlier. That being said, he questioned Eren why he was willing to go that far to beat Ilya. At this, our hero turned his head down and was quiet for a moment before he finally told Brett everything. At this, the blue-haired noble couldn't believe that Ilya may be turning into a demon, but Eren could only sigh and confirm that she was. Our hero told his friend that he thinks once negative emotions start to build up inside someone, like negativity and rage, then this sets off their transformation to becoming a demon, similar to how the brothers Victor and Charlotte were a couple of chapters ago. Eren pointed out that there are times people could overcome these negative emotions like how Jet did, but in the case of Ilya, our hero said that he felt similar demonic energy emanating from her. This is the reason why Eren is hellbent on defeating Ilya, since if he can't stop her now, then she'll most likely succumb to the energy and get taken over one day. Now that he heard Aaron's reason, Rhett told him to just keep this between them and not tell Judith since he doesn't know how their friend will react upon knowing this. But back to the main issue, Rhett told our hero that it's not easy to defeat Ilya with only 4 months worth of training, but still. Aaron said that he has to try and do what he can. Suddenly, Lulu popped out of the top bunk shouting at Aaron for not telling the sorcerer cat about such an important detail. Rhett only turned, not even surprised, and asked that wasn't this cat supposed to be with Kubaru. But Lulu is now focused on Aaron, confirming if what the cat heard is right about his need to improve drastically in a matter of months. Aaron affirmed and asked his sorcery teacher if he could do anything, and Lulu said it's possible with sorcery, emitting an aura as the cat said so. This time, Lulu told Aaron that it was time for a special lesson and said that with every swing he makes, Aaron needs to swing with a powerful wish in mind. That same night, back at the champion's estate, Ilya sits in the dark, thinking about Aaron while holding the bracelet he has given her years ago. She furrows her brow and can't believe how Aaron could not understand her, out of all people. She continues to hold the bracelet he gave her and convinces herself that they're just misunderstanding one another, which is why Ilya decided to go and meet the priest. A mentally unstable girl with a priest? Sounds like trouble to me. Back to our hero. Aaron set out the next day with Lulu to go seek John Drew, one of the top instructors in town that Hinch told our hero about. Since he's got a week before his next match, our hero decided to meet with this instructor. As soon as they reached the front gates of his manor, they were greeted by a flock of people hoping they could get a chance to train with John Drew. Aaron approached one of the guards, saying he came upon the recommendation of Hinch, and fortunately, the latter acknowledged our hero and led him to the instructor's estate proper. Lulu and Aaron couldn't believe their eyes at how grandiose the place was, since they had to take a carriage to go from the gates to the reception room. Can you imagine living in a place where you have to be escorted to the receiving area from the gates via carriage? Me neither. Sucks to be us, man. En route to the reception, the guard asked Aaron if he was here to seek a lesson with his master, which Aaron answered yes, but the former warned him that this may be a difficult feat, especially since John Drew is pretty content with his life right now. Moreover, he warned that his master wouldn't budge easily no matter the price, but he admits that John Drew does love money, but Aaron and Lulu were unfazed. Later, as the master and students sat in the drawing room, Aaron asks his master what he thinks about the situation, but the cat isn't worried at all, especially since John Drew supposedly likes money. Just then, a voice sounded telling Aaron that he was much younger than he thought, and in comes Viscount John Drew, House Drew. Our hero quickly got up to introduce himself while John confirmed if Hinch was the one who sent him to his residence. Aaron answered yes, and without further ado, the lord of the house talked business and asked our hero if he was prepared to pay a fine price for his services. And that's when Lulu intervened. The sorcerer cat said that it will pay for the services, while John was shocked at seeing a talking cat and asked if Lulu was a sorcerer. Using sorcery, Lulu procured golden mice as payment for John's services, and from the looks of it, the latter's mouth starts to drool and his greediness started to show. Since it doesn't seem to be enough, Lulu procured a whole lot more using sorcery, and this time, the instructor let out a loud gasp at what he was seeing. It didn't take long for him to accept Aaron under his wing, bowing to both Lulu and our hero that he'll do his best to guide, and while Lulu commented that this is how money should be used. They quickly moved to a different and larger room, with John telling our hero to show him all the swordsmanship techniques he knows. Aaron was confused for a moment before John explained that he'll be able to decide on an effective way to train him once he analyzed our hero's physical abilities, swordsmanship, battle sense, habits, and mannerisms. With this, our hero only looked at Lulu, to which his sorcery master gave him the nod of agreement, but not before a quick flashback. Before he went to seek John Drew, Lulu made Aaron focus and concentrate on his swinging, reminding him that with every swing, the earnest wish to save Ilya must be present. The sorcerer cat urged Aaron to imbue that very thought into every swing. Back to the present, Aaron closes his eyes and takes a deep breath while remembering his earnest wish. As for Ilya, the champion kneels in front of a man in a hood on an altar somewhere. Ilya prays and asks the priest if everything she has done so far is meaningful or if maybe they were all just pointless. The champion reveals to the priest that she's unsure if she's still walking on the right path. Then at the same time, we have Aaron, who's busy swinging his sword with the very intent of saving Ilya. Back to her, the priest told her not to be afraid and taps her head as Aaron continues to showcase his skills in front of John Drew. One powerful swing after another as a faint glow starts to emanate from his body. Just then, the hooded priest tells Ilya that she silenced all kinds of envy, jealousy, criticism, and ridicule, and further advised her not to be swayed by a simple breeze. As he said this, He reached out to Ilya, his hands emitting a violet glow, while Eren takes a big swing, saying he'll become stronger. And as he did so, a force started to build up around him. John and Lulu were shocked by the latter pointing out that Eren managed to use sorcery and created his own training space. Our hero is now inside a blue sphere that acts like a force field. Back to Ilya again. The hooded priest tells Ilya to continue devoting herself until all the wind in the world disappears, giving the champion a sinister smile while Eren continues with his swings, telling himself that he'll save Ilya. But the champion has fallen under the priest's words, "Between you and me, I think it's a golden rule to stay away from any hooded figures in general, since we don't know if they're friends or foes." But Ilya didn't know any better. Eren's training space maintains its form and envelops our hero, with John surprised at our hero's sorcery. Lulu explains that the space is created through his wishes, where he'll achieve the progress he wants to attain there. Oblivious to his surroundings, Eren continues to swing his sword while his sorcery master orders John not to interrupt his training until our hero stops on his own. It took a while before Eren put down his sword and took a breather, and as soon as he did, his training space started to fade and Lulu approached to confirm if he was done with his training. Before he could answer, the little mystic asked our hero if he doesn't feel tired, especially since he's been swinging his sword for a whole week. Upon hearing that, Eren turned to Lulu in shock and find it hard to believe that so much time has passed already. But Lulu assumed that he must not have been aware of this, but more important than that, the cat asked Eren if he made some progress. Our hero thought about it a little and only said that things had become a little clearer as he smacked his fist into his hand with a loud whack. Moreover, Eren also thinks that his senses might have sharpened. Just then, John comes walking toward them and told our hero that they have more pressing matters to attend to. His next battle is today at 2:00 p.m., but Eren was only mildly surprised. In all honesty, Eren's level of chill is something we should all attain if you want my 2 cents. Now, later that afternoon, an impressive crowd is gathered at the arena for the bishop-level duel. It's Dominic versus our boy Eren. The announcer introduced our hero as the ambitious swordsman from Chrono Academy, while also questioning if he would keep his one-strike pledge. At this, the crowd started talking about Eren's one-strike pledge until he reached the queen level, saying how ridiculous this was, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people came today who are curious about him. As soon as the announcer signaled the start of the match, Dominic came rushing toward Eren, desperate to land the first blow, but all our hero could think about is how it was different from before. As Dominic braced himself for a big swing, Eren raised his sword to counter-swing it, and as soon as he did, there was a loud clash with a force so great. Dominic's mouth hung open to see his blade cut in half, while our hero thought that he can see his opponent's movements more clearly now. There was a deafening noise as the crowd went wild with cheer, and the announcer declared the match is over with Eren as the winner. Even the naysayers from before couldn't believe what happened, seeing him win with just a single strike. As soon as Eren stepped off the stage, a crowd of reporters immediately swarmed him and congratulated our hero on his win. They were eager to catch a word or two from the rising star, asking how he feels right now, but Eren remained passive and just told them that he just kept his promise and will continue to do so until he reaches the queen level. Man, that's a cool outro. And all the reporters thought so too, which is why they're even bent on getting more out of Eren, but our hero just walked away. Currently, the pub is ringing with Eren's name and how he defeated Dominic, a bishop-level swordsman, with one strike. You can trust the folks to overhype Eren's win even more, and now his accomplishments from before are being brought up, like how he defeated a demonoid from before based on an interview with Hill Burnett. The majority, if not all of the people from the bar, are eager to know when our hero's next match is. Now that he's done with his match, Eren returned to John's estate and his instructor greeted him, saying that he saw our hero's match earlier. In addition, his instructor finally figured out what Eren lacks. The older man told Eren that his swordsmanship is way too formulated and that he needed to incorporate a few unconventional and irregular movements into it as well. In line with this, he told Eren that he'll teach him a couple of skills, but before he could finish it, the older man pointed out something behind Eren that made our hero turn to look. No sooner than he did that, John spat on Eren, but thankfully, the latter managed to avoid it. "That's just nasty, brah." Eren just looked at him, taken aback at what he did, but John was already brushing it off as if he didn't do one of the most disgusting things ever and apologized to Eren, saying it was just a joke. As a sign of apology, he offered him a handshake, but Eren's already disgusted, looking at the spit on John's hand. When our hero finally realized it, the older man already had a blade pointed at him. John told his student that for him, Swordsmanship is all about following through with intentions while disrupting opponents. Additionally, he also said that it's about gaining the upper hand through tricks and mind games. So now, what our hero needs to learn is something people call ploys. Finally, somebody needed to teach our MC about the streets, so this is a good start, though I always thought he learned it from Judith. So for the next 10 days, John had his hands full training Aaron with various ploys, and it didn't take long for our hero to get the hang of it. True to his teachings, John did use a lot of ploys, including multiple weapons such as mace and a sword on our boy. But Aaron cannot be stopped by things like these and managed to fend off his instructor's attack as the older man jumped back. And as he did, he can't help but be impressed at how Aaron learned all of John Drew's ploy tactics in just 10 days. What's even more impressive is that he just taught him that, but our hero grew incredibly stronger compared to before. Later that night, as Aaron lies asleep, they started having the same dream, and this time, he has become more wary. It's been a while since he returned to the place after all, but what's more surprising is the fact that the man swinging the sword looks much older, which made Aaron question if the former is gradually aging. Now he can't help but wonder why he showed up this time and was curious about what the older man has to say, but before anything else, Aaron started to get down on his knees. Our hero thought that he'll accept the old man's help if that's what the other man is doing, but at the same time, he also told him in his mind that he'll decline the offer if the older man plans to get into our hero's way. Aaron got into his meditative position and thought that he will no longer be dragged along to the old man's will, and as he did, he started to emit his golden aura while also thinking that he will move forward to the things he desires most through his own will. Back in the real world, the sleeping Aaron continues to emit his golden aura as Lulu took a closer look at him. The sorcerer cat thought that even in his sleep, Aaron can do image training now, which made the cat comment on how impressive his dedication is. Does our MC even rest? Even God rested on the seventh day, man. Then came Aaron's next fight, and like his previous one, he managed to not only overpower and defeat his opponent with one strike, but he also managed to destroy the other swordsman's blade. This routine went on for his next 3 fights, that in 3 days, our hero easily attained Rook level. Aaron keeps winning all of his matches one by one, that he also started to have his own fans, seeing how unstoppable he was. But even if the whole crowd was celebrating with him, there was one person who became speechless at his accomplishment, Judith. What could be running into the redhead's mind seeing her friend achieve things like that? It's only a matter of time before Aaron could come face to face the champion, as the announcer's voice boomed about how there's no one left in the land of opportunity to challenge him, so now he has officially been promoted to queen level. Our Aaron is set to conquer the land of glory next. The whole arena chanted Aaron's name as our hero only looked back and gave a small smile. Meanwhile, from the stands, Kubaru, Lulu, and Brett were so happy to see their friend's achievement and were beaming with pride. Even Brett admits that he couldn't believe how strong Aaron has gotten and was just about to ask Judith what she plans to do. But the blue-haired noble didn't get to finish what he was saying, since Judith stood up without a word and walked away without even looking back. As Judith made her exit, the redhead thought that she would never lose when it comes to tenacity and believed that her will was the strongest. But seeing what Aaron has achieved lately made Judith question if she's unable to beat him in anything. As she grows more frustrated and occupied by her thoughts, Judith failed to notice what's in front of her and accidentally bumped into someone, making the other drop his book. The lady swordsman picked it up and apologized as she handed the book back to the hooded figure, and as she turned to walk away, the man called out to Judith and removed his hood with a smile, asking if she has a moment to spare. Wait a minute, white hood and robes akin to a priest? This can't be the same priest as Ilya's, right? Back to our hero. He proceeds to his next match, and this time, there's more action finally. Aaron's opponent raises his sword and slashes the ground our hero used to stand on, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. After that, the other swordsman followed it up with a barrage of attacks that Aaron evades, making the older swordsman pissed. So he decided to change tactics and settle for a surprise attack behind Aaron, but our hero already saw this coming. The older swordsman thought he could catch Aaron with this attack, making a big swing, but as soon as his blade was about to make contact with our hero, Aaron disappeared. And this time, it's Aaron's turn for a surprise attack behind the older swordsman, sending a thrust his way. The older man could only scream in fright as Aaron stopped his attack with his sword, almost cutting his opponent. And the match is over. Aaron wins once again. The crowd goes wild again as the announcer voiced out that our hero's winning streak doesn't show any signs of stopping anytime soon, and that no one expects that he'll be beaten. He just needs one more win before he gets promoted to king level. Is queen level child's play for him? Later that night, Kubaru and Brett sat together to celebrate their friend's recent wins since the plan has been going so well so far. Brett even commented that various articles have been written about their friend, then Kubaru brought up that Judith is almost at queen level as well. The blue-haired noble confirmed and added that her next match is a promotion duel. And that's when Kubaru turned the conversation about Brett, asking him why he's not as dedicated to dueling as his two other friends. Moreover, the fortune teller orc said that Brett is not attached to his sword unlike Aaron and Judith, but Brett just drank. So Kubaru proceeded to ask him why he was like that. To this, Brett put down his drink and remembered about his time at Chrono, when he first knew that he was graduating. The blue-haired noble stood in front of Sir Ian in his office, asking the head swordmaster if he was not taking a test, but Sir Ian was puzzled, asking what test he was talking about. That's when the young swordsman told him that Judith told Brett that she was sent to see and experience the world, which would serve as training for her test. But Sir Ian answered that this was only for trainees who lack something, and because the older swordsman believes that Brett has all the qualifications, there was no need for him to take the test anymore. In line with that, the head swordsmaster declared him an official graduate of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy and congratulated him. Back to the present, Brett only smiled and said something to Kubaru, which made the fortune teller orc applaud him. Wait, what did he say? Why was this blurred out in the comics? Just then, the door opened, and in comes Judith with her head down and a blank look on her face. The blue-haired noble approached his friend with worry, asking what kind of training she has just been doing, but Judith only looked at him and told Brett to spar with her right now. This doesn't look good. Brett went along with Judith's wishes, and soon, the two stood in the middle of a clearing in a forest with Brett asking her how she managed to find a place like this. He was all smiles and told her that he'd like to see how effective her training has been while drawing his sword. But Judith was serious and different tonight, calling out to him like that. Even Brett noticed that she seems different from usual when Judith got in a position with the same blank expression and told him that she wants him to be serious. At this, the blue-haired noble obliged with Judith like that. Did the priest get to her too? Back to our hero, he exclaimed in shock, prompting Lulu to ask him what was wrong, but Aaron was surprised something to see surrounding his body now. At this, the sorcerer cat asked if Aaron was talking about his aura and if he wasn't able to see it before. Aaron told his teacher that he could only sense it, but he never saw it before. The little mystic told him that this is actually a good thing, since it just proves that his newly heightened senses from training made all of this possible, as Aaron admires his glowing aura. Just then, John Drew's butler comes running and informed our hero that his next match is already set. Aaron asked when, and the other man said it was tomorrow, but the main cause of his concern is his opponent. The next day, an even bigger crowd is present at the arena as their voices boom with the announcer announcing the main match for the day and introducing the star of the Chrono Storm and the current strongest rookie, Aaron. The crowd cheered as the announcer continued, and this time named our hero's opponent as someone who has just been promoted to queen level. Known for her fiery spirit, it was said that she was the one who issued the challenge, and it was none other than Judith, Chrono's counter swordsman. Judith has also garnered several fans who cheered for her, but Brett could only look at her with a forlorn face from the stands. A battle between two Chrono trainees, which is also an unavoidable match between comrades. The crowd is more hyped than ever and is curious who will be deemed victor of the match. As soon as Aaron stepped on the stage, he asked what Judith was thinking since she chose him as her next opponent, but Judith found his question amusing. In turn, she asked him if it wasn't obvious enough and proclaimed that she challenged him because she wants to fight. Judith is fiercer today, claiming that she'll surpass Aaron this time and will go after Ilya next. No sooner had she said this than the announcer started the match, and Judith dashed straight to our hero, their swords clashing with so much force that debris started to fly in all directions. Meanwhile, Aaron only told her to give her best shot as he puts more pressure into his blade and proclaimed that he was not backing down either, his aura glowing brighter than ever. Both swordsmen broke off from their clash, and it was Judith who started running toward Aaron again, and her blade met him in another powerful blow. But it didn't stop there. The red-headed swordsman started a barrage of intense and quick attacks that a cloud of smoke formed on Aaron's position, thanks to the dust and debris. Done with the attack, Judith paused to see what happens next when she realized his blade is about to make contact with her face. The crowd couldn't believe such a powerful technique, impressed with Aaron's skills, and Brett even admits that she's being overpowered by our hero. Just then, Aaron told Judith to brace for his attack as it was his turn to be on the offensive this time. Judith managed to parry and fend off his attacks, but it was pretty obvious she was struggling as she did so. Judith couldn't wrap her head around Aaron's raw power, thinking that he wasn't like this when they were training back then, and wondered what he's been doing since. She also knew that if she made just one wrong move, then her sword will end up flying. And it was bad enough that it was starting to crack. Still, the redhead admits that he's at a level that she can't handle, and that it's hard enough just trying to fend off his attacks. With one more blow, Eren pushed Judith back with his swing, and that's when she realized that the gap between them is too unreal, as she stood panting for breath while Eren remains unfazed. At this, Judith starts to wonder what she needs to do to win the match and even questions herself if she can beat him. But just then, she gritted her teeth and lunged at him for another attack, thinking that she'll just keep at it until he collapses. Judith continues her attacks and plans to do so until Eren collapses, once again clashing their swords with so much intensity. Just then, Judith lunged and jumped, thinking she could catch Eren off guard with a mid-air attack, but Eren countered her attack with another powerful swing. There was a loud thunk as Judith had her hands over her head, sword nowhere in sight, as the announcer declared Eren as the winner. The next thing we know, Eren is standing at a podium in front of a crowd as cameras flash to take his photo. As usual, Hinch was the first in line to ask him a question. Now that Eren reached king level and is near the end of the Land of Attestment, the elf questions if he really has no plans to stop. Eren answered by saying his goal hasn't changed and that he won't stop until he achieved it. He also declared that he will take anyone who tries to get in his way, then wrapped up the interview. As he descended the podium, Kubaru, Lulu, and Brett stood waiting for him with his sorcery teacher congratulating him on his promotion. The blue-haired noble joked about Eren getting comfortable with the interviews and remarked about his friend's looks, but our hero only brushed it off. More importantly, Eren asked where Judith was, but Brett was silent for a moment before telling our hero that she disappeared after the match. Moreover, he explained that she was probably disappointed and advised to give her some space for a little while, which Eren agreed to. Now, it's already night and Judith has not come home for 2 days, making Brett sigh in exasperation as he sat on the bed. He thought that the disappointment must have really gotten to her badly this time and remembered that she was at a similar level with Eren not too long ago. Sadly, she was overpowered this time, and the fact of the matter is, she was pretty serious about winning over Eren this time around. Brett remembered that she was also a bit restless, and that's when it hit him. Remembering the day before the match, Judith looked oddly grim. Then he flashbacks to his previous conversation with Eren about how pent-up negative emotions like negativity and rage sets off a transformation. Without another second to waste, Brett ran off into the night looking for Judith, assuming that something bad may have happened to her. He searched everywhere and even went back to the arena to check if she was there, but unfortunately for him, she wasn't. Out of breath, Brett's on his knees and racking his brain on the places she may have gone to when he remembered the training grounds in the forest. So the blue-haired noble made a run for it while fervently praying that Judith didn't undergo what he thought she might. Back to the priest, the white-robed man was having his dinner and remembered the events a few days before when he asked Judith if she would like to pray together with him. And then we get back to Brett, who had finally reached the clearing, huffing, and saw Judith sitting silently atop a large rock. He approached her and called out her name, but stopped once he saw what she was doing. Back to the priest again. This shady man drank his wine silently, thinking that it was such a shame that the red-headed swordsman turned down her offer, explaining she has other things to do. So she wasn't influenced by the priest after all. That's a relief. But okay, back to the two, one last time for this chapter. A stream of tears fell on Judith's cheeks as she told Brett that even she was aware, from the moment their swords first clashed, that she couldn't win against Eren. Then she turned to shout at Brett, explaining that she's been doing her best and working hard to catch up and surpass him, but every single time, their gap widens. By now, Judith is sobbing and sniffling hard, frustrated at her loss as Brett came closer, and this time, she raised her head and met his eyes, all wet with tears. This was the first time that Judith has ever shown vulnerability, which made the blue-haired noble's eyes widen in shock as she clung on to him and sobbed hard. This was the moment Brett realized that Judith will never change. Once again, he's reminded of that time back in Sir Ian's office, when Brett asked the older man if he could delay his graduation. He reasoned out that he, too, would like to go on a journey and said that he may be able to learn a few things on the way as well. Brett promised Sir Ian that he will return one day with Judith, and then fast forward to the time when he and Kubaru were talking about why this noble was not as attached to his sword as his comrades. Brett revealed to the fortune-teller orc that he might have found something more important than the sword for him. So that was the blurred line from earlier. Who knew Brett would be the romantic type? Now, at the present, as Judith sobbed to Brett, he put his hand on her shoulder and thought that he would protect Judith, who only continued to cry for a good while. Our ship finally sailed everyone, That's 5 years in the making. It's another day at the arena, and as usual, people came to watch which swordsman will be hailed victor today. But many of the spectators are preoccupied, whispering among themselves if it really was Irene Pereira standing over there. For a change, our hero's not exchanging blows with fellow swordsmen today. Instead, he's busy watching king-level matches. One of the things Irene came to understand in king-level matches is that all of the swordsmen fight using their auras. Right now, 2 swordsmen battle it out with one of them surrounded by a white light as his aura while the other swordsman has red as his. Irene noted that both swordmasters' auras intensify around the shoulder and arms as they swing, and as he said this, one of the swordsmen took a swing at his opponent which the other avoided by focusing his aura on his legs and leaping through the air. Another observation Irene noticed is that the aura around their lower bodies gets stronger as they move. As soon as he said this, the swordsman with the white aura landed on the stage and dashed straight to his opponent, but the other was ready. The swordsman with the red aura took a swing to counter the other, but his opponent ducked and managed to checkmate him, his blade already pointed on the other's face. As soon as he did, the announcer proclaimed that the white-haired man called Donovan is the winner. Back to Irene's observations, our hero noticed that even though the red swordsman had more mana, he was defeated by his opponent. This just goes to show that how you use your mana throughout the fight will determine who wins the match. Shortly after the fight, the people started exiting the arena, including our hero. He was deep in thought, thinking that he needs to master utilizing his aura if he wants to close the gap he has with Ilya, and decided that he should train as soon as possible. And that's when he heard Brett, asking if he came to see the match as well, and our hero greeted him since it's been a while since he saw his friend. The blue-haired noble asked him what he thought of the match since king-level matches are on a different level, and Irene could only agree, adding that it was a good reference for him. Suddenly, our hero changed the topic and asked if Judith already came back, but Brett only glanced to the side before answering Irene. Before our hero could notice what he did, Brett answered Irene that Judith came back a couple of days ago, which brightened our hero. He even said that he'll drop by the inn sometime soon, and without another word, our hero went on his way. As soon as he's out of sight, out comes Judith from one of the columns, walking stiffly as Brett asked her why she hid like that and if she was trying to avoid Irene. But Judith was shocked at this presumption, feigning ignorance as if she didn't know Irene was just here. Moreover, her excuse was that she just got back from the bathroom, but Brett only looked at her. Before he could ask any further, Judith awkwardly walked off in the other direction, saying that she'll be resuming her training and to call her if there's another good match going on. Brett could only sigh and smile at Judith's silliness, and thought that it will take some time before she gets comfortable with Irene again. Fast forward to a few days later, Irene continues to train with his aura, focused on going through the motion while at the same time gathering aura into the region that he wants to strengthen. Even Irene realized that he's been using this principle all this time, but now that he has an image in mind, it's not that hard to do so anymore. Now, his only concern is how he can train and make his control better, since aura application seems like an abstract concept to him. Just then, Lulu came waltzing in and asked him if he'll be matching today's match as well, and our hero affirmed, saying this is one match he wouldn't miss for the world, and picked up Lulu as he said so. Man, don't we all wish we have a cute and powerful talking cat as our advisor? There's a reason Irene wouldn't miss this match, and it's because it is the championship defense match for February. As the announcer proclaimed this, the crowd cheered loudly, and even more so when the reigning champion, Ilya Lindsay, stepped into the stage, and for today, her opponent is the 4th-ranked swordsman, the veteran Grayson, who is also from king level. Irene and Lulu sat silently on the stands as our hero made a mental note that there's some type of flow when it comes to making an aura sword. Just then, Ilya started to emit her aura, including her sword, which Irene noticed is similar to when he uses his downward slash, the act of emitting aura from the body and infusing it into the sword. But suddenly, Ilya dispersed her aura, much to the crowd's shock, and that's when Irene overheard the men from his side talking about how she won't be using her aura sword from now on. The other guy was clueless about this, so the other filled him in about the rumors circulating concerning that if these battles were just about swordsmanship, then anyone could not only take on Ilya but beat her as well. Because of this, the champion chose not to use her aura sword anymore. Back to the battle, Grayson asked Ilya if she was being arrogant with what she just did, but the champion denied it. And before the announcer could declare the start of the match, the 2 swordsmen already made their move, and in an instant, there was a loud clash as they come together to exchange blows. Seeing this, Irene noticed that it was different this time. The moment both of them swung their swords is when they strengthened their auras in the exact necessary spot. Aaron noticed that both Ilya and Grayson only have their auras on their arms and feet. Just then, Ilya took a swing at her opponent, which the other blocked. Aaron remarked that he only concentrated his aura at Ilya's strike point, which is why he managed to fend off the attack. Seeing this, our hero can't help but comment on Grayson's aura application proficiency, since it's on a whole different level. What's more, he's using the least amount of aura with maximum efficiency. But that's not enough to deter Ilya, who is now in the middle of consecutive attacks. She's relentless, and with every hit, she managed to inflict small pricks in Grayson's body that even the older swordsman admits that he's being overpowered. Now filled with dread, Grayson asks himself if he has now reached his limit. Even he admits that Ilya surpasses him in everything, whether it be in terms of strength, speed, and stamina. He didn't think that the gap between them would be this much, and thought that maybe if he was a little younger, he could have won. But he quickly took the thought back and even wondered if he'll win even if he was much younger now. As he distractedly thought about this, Ilya used this opportunity to deliver a quick and powerful slash that resulted in Grayson's broken blade. Ilya sheathes her sword back as the announcer declared her the winner, successfully defending her title. The crowd chants her name, but our hero only looked on. Sucks to be him, but good game, brah. 4 days later, Aaron is accompanied by Kubaru, with the latter asking him why he wants to meet with Grayson and adding that he might be a little sore since it's only been a few days since he lost. Our hero answered that it was because he wants to ask the older swordsman for a favor, but since it was sudden, he was not sure if the other guy could do it. But Kubaru only assured him and said that he's good drinking buddies with Grayson, so he just needs to trust the orc. Moreover, Kubaru said that it'll be easy to win him over if Aaron promises to treat him. At this, Aaron couldn't help but feel thankful that he got Kubaru by his side and remarked that he may be able to learn how to train aura application. Soon, they were able to see his manner, and despite being a few meters away, Aaron stopped mid-track, which prompted Kubaru to ask him what was wrong. But Aaron could feel it. He could sense demonic energy coming from the place. The two of them ran inside quickly, with Kubaru asking his drinking buddy what was going on. Instead, they were met with a sitting Grayson, asking who they were as his demonic aura got stronger. Moreover, Grayson has blood streaming down his cheeks and glares at the two, telling them he doesn't recall inviting anyone over. Is the dude turning into a demon? The room was oozing with demonic energy emanating from Grayson as the two stepped into the room. Kubaru was shocked and couldn't believe that he would turn into a demonoid, but Aaron assured him that it was all right since the older swordsman hasn't fully transformed yet. Just then, the orc noticed that Aaron's energy has changed, and it was not like rough steel anymore. It was denser and much more refined, and he was perfectly controlling the old man's energy. As our hero walked toward Grayson, Aaron stands in front of Grayson with a ladder asking him why he came, and to this, Aaron replied that he has heard that people in Eisenmarkt like to duel and bet, so he proposed to have a duel with Grayson. The condition is that the loser will have to listen to the winner's requests, and at this, Grayson started to stand up and found Aaron's proposal interesting. He smirked and without another word, grabbed his sword, which intensified the demonic aura around his body, and told our hero that what he wants is Aaron's life. Aaron, on the other hand, procured his sword through sorcery as he readied himself for battle. The air in the room reeked more intensely of demonic aura as soon as the older swordsman grabbed his sword. Grayson dashed straight to Aaron to give him multiple powerful slashes, which our hero fended off without a problem. He decided to give another powerful slash to our hero, but he's still calm and fended it off just fine. Seeing that Aaron won't budge, the older swordsman decided to hit him from the top, which Aaron evaded by getting out of his attack area and turning to the side. As soon as he did, Grayson lunged toward him and swung his sword like a whip. Aaron noticed that the older man's fighting style uses irregular movements like a snake, making it hard to predict. Luckily for our hero, he trained with Viscount John Drew and said to himself that he wouldn't be able to react to Grayson's attacks if it weren't for that. Imagine that. Those petty fights were of use after all. Aaron continues to defend while the older swordsman keeps coming at him, but there was one obvious difference from this fight compared to the rest. Our hero can now see the flow of aura, and as he did, Aaron started to counter since he saw Grayson's feints and true intentions. Our hero swung at his opponent with a powerful blow, leaving Grayson unguarded and shocked, as well as Kubaru, who was watching from the side. The attack literally blew Grayson away, and even the tile floors started flying about. The older man could only look in shock at what just happened, but Aaron followed it up with another powerful swing, and this time, Grayson managed to block it, but the older swordsman is confused about what was happening. Why is he being overpowered? The two are now face to face, neither swordsman giving in until Aaron decided to push forward, forcing another intense blow on Grayson, who now moved back to evade him. Golden streaks fly everywhere every time Eren swings his sword, as the older swordsman questioned himself if he can't win even with a demon's strength. As soon as Grayson thought that, he lunged at Eren, refusing to accept that he was being overpowered again. Can't imagine being a veteran swordsman and losing to kids twice. Man, my pride would be shattered. As Grayson desperately fought back, the demonic energy grew more intense since he gave in to anger and frustration at how he can't accept being overpowered once again. By now, the older swordsman's physical features started to change and his consciousness is starting to fade, only fueled by anger and demonic energy. Kubaru warns his friend to watch out, but Eren just told him not to worry as he kept his position. Instead of raising his sword, our hero closed his eyes and took a stand, saying he was no longer afraid of demonic energy as his aura produced a golden glow around him. In contrast to Eren, Grayson is now somewhat deformed, brought about by his succumbing to the demonic energy, as Eren infused his sword with aura, taking a swing at Grayson with a mighty force. There was a clash of gold and purple, but the former proved to be more powerful and an explosive force burst through. As the smoke cleared out, that's when Grayson noticed that his sword is now broken into, but it was still emitting a dark aura. He let go of the sword and dropped to his knees as the demonic energy started to fade from his body. The older swordsman thought to himself that he was finally back, tears streaming down his face now that it was over. Kubaru comes running toward them as Eren knelt in front of Grayson, who was ready to call it in. With our hero firmly grabbed his arm, and with Grayson's eyes looking like a dead fish, he thanked Eren with the fire in his heart slowly dying out. The older swordsman thanked Eren because he was able to spend his last moments as a human, while Kubaru could only look on to his old drinking buddy with sad eyes. The orc noticed that Grayson's fire is getting weaker, and even if it was unfortunate, this is the end for his swordsman friend. Just then, Eren's voice rang in the room, asking Grayson what he meant by last moments, and as soon as he did, there was a blaze evidently coming from our hero. Kubaru could only look with wide eyes, speechless at what he was seeing, as Eren told the older swordsman that he saw his match from a few days ago. Our hero continued, saying he was inspired once he saw him and Ilya fight on par, which further ignited the blaze in Eren's heart, adding that he wants to become stronger like Grayson. Suddenly, the air changed inside the room, and in place of the violet energy, there was this golden glow coming from Eren as our hero continued to praise Grayson's last match with Ilya. There are strips of golden light surrounding both swordsmen as Eren thanked Grayson for showing him such a brilliant fight. Immediately, the fortune teller orc noticed that the flame in Grayson's heart is starting to burn once more, with the older swordsman returning to his natural state. What's this? Can Eren transfer life force now? Back to our hero, who's now surrounded by his flickering golden aura. He reminded the older swordsman of their bet and that the loser has to do what the winner wants. Since Eren is the winner, what he wants is for the older swordsman to continue showing his amazing battles to people. As he said this, Eren touched Grayson on the shoulder, with the other man's fire now burning just as bright as Eren's. But what about Eren's training on how to train aura application, and will it be enough to surpass Ilya? Tune in for more next time. And just like that, Grayson got a second shot at life, with renewed life force and cleared of demonic energy. The older man thanked Eren for saving him, but our hero brushed it off like it was no biggie. Our hero's skills grow by the minute. Soon he'll be a jack of all trades. But before Kubaru and Eren left, the fortune teller orc mentioned to his drinking buddy that he sensed very heavy demonic energy from the sword he wielded before, which prompted him to ask where Grayson got it. But the skilled swordsman just said that he doesn't know. When he went home one day, he just found the sword lodged in the middle of the room, and as soon as he touched it to try and pull it out, Grayson could no longer break away from it. But now that he got his old self back, the older swordsman told the two that he'll head straight to the temple and confess his sins to cleanse his body of evil through abstinence as soon as it has recovered. But Kubaru used his skill and assessed Grayson's current state. The older swordsman no longer has any traces of evil left in his body, so there's no more impure energy. Gotta thank the Eren effect for that. So without another word, Kubaru and Eren bade their goodbye to Grayson and returned to the inn. While walking on the way back, the fortune teller orc told our hero that he was reminded of what Ednit said back then. The incident wherein a human is possessed by a demonic aura has happened quite a few times already, starting with Kajal, the brothers Victor and Charlotte, and now Grayson. This made Kubaru think back to what Ednit said, that peace may have been compromised a long time ago. And speaking of Grayson, the orc remembered that Eren was supposed to ask the older swordsman for a favor. But Cinnamon Roll Eren said that Grayson should focus on recovering for now, and there's nothing they could do about it. Turning to Eren, Kubaru asked what was the power he used earlier, but as always, our MC didn't know what was it as well. What he does know is that he fought with the intent of not losing to Grayson's demonic energy, and before he realized it, something changed within him. With this, Eren thought that maybe he could use this power on Ilya as the orc only stared at him in silence. Little did Eren know, Kubaru was also preoccupied with our hero's newfound powers, an energy that purifies the demonic aura and a flame that restores life force. Hey, maybe next time, Eren could grow money on trees. Not that he needs it anyway. Back to Kubaru, the orc wondered how will his master react if he saw Eren. Now, let's take a look back at the inn, where Brett tells Judith to not skip her meals and eat properly, but our resident redhead has just about had enough of his nagging. Just then, Brett pointed out that he is here, and Judith was quick to turn around and see Eren greets her and is already pulling out the seat next to hers. The redhead froze, not expecting to see our hero, as she awkwardly greets him back and then looks back to the blue-haired noble with fuming eyes. Brett, on the other hand, just commented how it was getting hot and used it as a cue to get some beers. As soon as Brett came back, the blue-haired was quick to ask our hero what he's been up to lately, especially in regards to his training. And Eren answered in a pout that he's not doing good and he feels stuck, adding that controlling aura isn't as easy as he originally thought. At that, Brett paused mid-beer, as Eren said that he can't grasp the idea of it when Judith made him stop speaking. The redhead then proceeded to question him if he has ever learned aura application. And that's when Eren truthfully answered that he only started seeing his aura a few weeks ago. Hearing that, Judith further questioned him about all the techniques he's been showing them all this time, and our hero said that he's been training based on instinct ever since. Hearing him say this, the two could only sigh in exasperation at how absurd Eren was, but it was Judith who voiced it out. They can't believe that he was that powerful just by practicing on his own. But back to business. Brett told Eren that they learned aura application during the later portion of their training at Chrono Academy. However, not everybody could practice it, and only a few were able to execute those theories. He then pointed out to our hero that he has been able to manifest his aura since the final evaluation, which makes him a natural. But our clueless hero only said that he wasn't even aware of it. Once again, Judith is silent hearing all this, and suddenly, she stands up and told Eren that they should go since she has no choice. Our redhead took it upon herself to teach Eren the chrono-style aura application. Finally, the two have made up, but then again, knowing our hero, he probably has no idea Judith felt bad. Judith threatened to beat the living daylights out of Eren if he couldn't keep up with her teachings, which our hero was quick to agree to, as Brett just smiled to see his friends getting along again. Back at the forest clearing that served as Judith's training ground, the redhead began educating our hero. She explained how there are 6 basic concepts when it comes to basic aura application. First, there's accumulation, where one gathers mystical powers within them, and the second one is called strengthening, wherein they display that said power. The third one is called hardening, which allows one to endure strengthening, followed by the fourth one, which heightens sense, enlightenment. Now, there's also focusing, wherein one gathers their aura in a particular spot to show greater strength, and then finally, there's an external manifestation of the power inside one's self. As Judith explains all these, she starts manifesting her own aura to show Eren. Furthermore, she told our hero that the technique he used during the final evaluation used 2 concepts, focus and manifestation. Now, Judith said that while those 2 concepts are important in creating an aura sword, she stressed that he can't neglect the 4 others, since having all 6 of them work in harmony creates the most ideal conditions. Now that Judith explained it, Eren understood that it was pretty similar to his special attack, which also made him think that he can create his own aura sword with all 6 aspects. But for now, our hero made a mental note to keep training and be better at the aura application, which he started now. With that, our hero decided to start reinforcing the basics with these aura applications. See, these are pretty much similar to Nen, just a different universe. Eren kept practicing religiously, and before he knew it, a month has already passed. He spent his days training at Jandru's estate, and right now, he's busy focusing his thoughts to accumulate his aura. And once he has accumulated enough, he focused it on his hands, to be followed by manifesting it into his sword. As Eren did this, his aura spiked up, but as soon as he tried to manifest it to his sword, it fizzled out. Well, that was a flop. This isn't the first time this has happened, and our hero wondered why this keeps happening whenever he tries to manifest aura to his sword, as if the sword is absorbing the aura. The curious thing about his blade, though, is that it feels sturdier than before, but before he could dwell on it, Hinch came running, informing our hero that his next match has already been set. His next opponent will be Ricardo Pinto, and according to the reporter, this dude is the former champion of the land of attestment. So is this going to be another boss battle for our hero? Gotta say though, he must be the male version of Erza Scarlet. At the mention of the former champion, Aaron stood in attention as Hinch explained that Ricardo is the top among experts, and other than that, he also returned with a fearsome weapon in hand. Word has spread quickly that Ricardo inherited Volcana's first numbering sword from his swordmaster father, Harrison Pinto. Aaron verified if the numbering sword Hinch spoke of is the one that can withstand an aura sword, to which the reporter affirmed. But the thing is, if our hero won this match against Ricardo, then that would grant him the right to challenge the champion. Still, Hinch cautioned him that this won't be an easy win, but Aaron just smiled, catching the reporter off guard, and our hero said that someone with a numbering sword will be the perfect opponent for him this time. Moreover, he told Hinch not to worry because he'll win no matter what. Then came the day of the match. As usual, the crowd is pretty hyped, hoping to see another impressive battle today. The announcer quickly introduced the return of the former champion, Ricardo Pinto, and the new rising star Irene Pereira for today's matchup. The red-haired swordsman told Aaron that he has heard of the latter recently since the people have been focusing on our hero lately, saying that he's pretty popular. He admits that a lot of the people in the crowd are expecting Aaron to win today as well, but Ricardo proclaims that our hero is 1,000 years too early to stand against him, igniting his aura sword as soon as he said so. It wasn't long before the announcer declared the match to begin, and this time, Aaron also started to manifest his golden aura, telling his opponent that he can't be sure of what he said. At this, Ricardo raised his head in question as our hero lunged at the other swordsman, thrusting his blade toward his direction with so much speed. Ricardo managed to react in time, but he has to say, Aaron's got some speed. But psych, Aaron used a feint and was suddenly behind Ricardo. The other swordsman barely made it in time for him to swing his sword to defend himself from Aaron's attack, resulting in a loud and powerful clash that echoed throughout the arena. The force was so intense that Ricardo got a bit humbled by Aaron's raw power, just like many of our hero's previous opponents. Among many things, Ricardo was not prepared to clash swords with someone this strong so naturally. He got blown away by Aaron's attack, as he raised his sword to counter Aaron. The older swordsman had to admit that our hero packed a punch with that power of his. The red-haired swordsman's arm trembled as he noticed Aaron continues to increase his strength apart from his massive aura, but he was snapped back to reality when our MC dashed straight in front of Ricardo, clashing his sword against the other swordsman. At this, the former champion had no other choice but to defend from Aaron's attacks while at the same time noting the latter's special focus. Even he had to admit that our hero's aura application skills are quite advanced. It's about time he acknowledged Aaron's skills, or else he'll be swept away before he knows it. Now, Ricardo got more serious, telling our MC that he's not all talk after all as Aaron braced himself for the former champion's next attack. The two exchanged powerful blows one after another that sparks and debris keep flying everywhere. The announcer excitedly narrated how the two swordsmen are giving a spectacular show exhibiting their impressive talents that it's difficult to believe that they barely started the battle. As the crowd cheered, the announcer couldn't help but commend the former champion for his performance as well, as expected of the former champion. Meanwhile, Ilya and her bodyguard Emma watch from the balcony as the two swordsmen battle it out. The champion is focused on the fight, and it's Aaron's turn to be praised by the announcer. Considering he had a 40-day break from his previous match, our hero was fighting on par with Ricardo. As for the former champion, the signs of struggle are starting to show on his face, evident that he's not only being pressured by Aaron, but he also finds our hero pesky. And do you know the reason why he said so? It's because Aaron keeps aiming for Ricardo's sword. Even the announcer has noticed this, with Aaron giving extra heavy blows on Ricardo's blade, the next one so powerful that a cloud of dust resulted thanks to the impact. Aaron's attacks made the announcer wonder if our MC is aiming to win by weapon-breaking a numbering sword, as the crowd looked on incredulously. Meanwhile, Brett pointed out that Aaron thinks he could go up against an aura sword once he breaks a numbering sword, which made this stunt all the more incredible. But Ricardo was not having it, scowling at the fact that Aaron's trying to break his numbering sword, so this time, the former champion rose to our MC's challenge. He taunted our hero to give it all he has. And that's exactly what our hero did. Aaron became more forceful, landing multiple blows on Ricardo's sword, but the latter didn't let our hero have his way easily. The former champion also came at Aaron with all he has, with sparks of red and glow flying every time their swords clashed. And you know it's one heck of a battle when the stage is full of dents and craters from how much force the two swordsmen are showcasing. If consistency has a human form, it would no doubt take the form of Eren, since our boy just kept at it, hitting Ricardo's numbering sword with so much blunt force. And what's even more impressive is that he never lost his cool. And unlike him, his opponent began showing signs of stress as our hero told himself that he was not going to lose. Our boy's putting his desire with every swing, and it's paying off big time, since the spectators could see his opponent being pushed back, much to their shock. But our hero didn't stop there. Despite landing one forceful blow after another, the energy he exerted in every swing is the same as the first one, and in quick succession too. Eren thought that whatever comes his way, he'll make sure to win, which is why he will continue pushing himself harder each time until he stood toe-to-toe with Ilya. Our hero's aura is obviously starting to grow more intense as he continued with his offensive attacks against Ricardo. Eren tells Ilya to wait for him, and with this next swing, our hero did the unthinkable. He cracked a numbering sword. As the announcer tells the crowd how our MC is overpowering the former champion, the spectators got their eyes glued on the two swordsmen, especially with how Ricardo's sword just cracked. The next clash was even more evident as it gave a different sound, distinct enough that even they know Ricardo's blade is starting to give way. Judith and Brett held their breath as Ricardo pulled back to see the damage his sword has taken, the crack getting bigger as fear and anxiety started to settle in the former champion. But our MC is all about business, and he's not going to stop. For his final attack, Eren braced himself and lunged at Ricardo, too fast for the eyes to see, with the only proof that he won is Ricardo's numbering sword shattering in front of him. The crowd's mouth hung open as the announcer declared Eren the winner, simultaneously followed by a thunderous applause that erupted from the arena. Judith and Brett couldn't believe that Eren was really able to pull it off, as he made another unbelievable win. As the announcer told everyone that the championship match will take place next month, our hero was too focused on looking at the champion's seat, with Ilya also looking at him intently in return. Next, we'll be seeing the champion battle of April as Eren and Ilya will face off. Finally, Chrono Swordsmanship Academy's top two students are about to face off. Our hero sure did go through a lot to where he is right now, but back to the story. Eren continues to do what he does best, training. The gang's back together again, and this time, they're on the forest clearing that served as Judith's training ground. But this time, it's our MC who just took a deep breath and tried to enforce his aura onto his sword. Unfortunately, it's still a flop, and based on his observations, it looks like the sword absorbed the aura again. Judith noticed that he was trying to make an aura sword with what he just did, but Eren admitted that he hasn't been able to do so despite trying for a couple of days now. Seeing Eren struggle and hit a wall with his training gave the redhead a bit of satisfaction, and she even mockingly asked him if he really believed that he could master something like this in a matter of months. Judith just really had to rub it in our hero's face that what he wants to achieve is a pretty difficult feat. And suffice it to say, the redhead's enjoying his misery, but our hero could only ask and wonder why she's acting like this. As if that wasn't bad enough, Judith went on full petty mode and acted like a child, taunting Eren but unknown to her. One of the spectators, also known as a certain blue-haired gentleman called Brett, finds what she's doing pretty cute as Lulu side-eyes him suspiciously. And Brett the simp is finally showing his true colors. Now, let's hop on to the champion's estate. Unlike Eren's crew, who's pretty lighthearted, Ilya has been busy training religiously that her bodyguard looks at her worriedly. I would too, especially since Ilya has been hard at it for a week now. The silver-haired beauty already looks so worn out, and Emma couldn't help but wish her mistress would stop overworking herself like this. Back to Eren. The sun is beginning to set as our hero sits by himself on the large boulder in the forest clearing. He's deep in thought, wondering if he could really bring back the old Ilya, but just then, a voice sounded telling him not to doubt himself. As Eren looked up, he see Judith looking at him with a smile as our hero asked the redhead if it was that obvious that he was starting to wallow in self-doubt, and she answered yes. There was a moment of silence before Judith admitted to Eren that for the past couple of days, she has been annoyed at him for a couple of reasons. For one, there's the indisputable fact that our MC got stronger in such a short time, and he was also able to catch on quickly and learn how to control his aura better than her as soon as she teaches him something new. Although Judith also said to him that she doesn't really know what's up with their silver-haired co-trainee, but the resident redhead truly believes that everything will be alright because of who Eren is. Our hero cares for others more than anyone else could, and before she could get any sappier, Judith decided to give Eren a big whack on the back and just told him to do his best so that he'll have nothing to worry about later. Later that night, as Eren lays on his bed thinking about the big day tomorrow, our hero hopes that he could do well against his fight with Ilya, and as soon as he shuts his eye, he is transported into a familiar place in dreamland. Once again, Eren stands before the old man who is busy swinging his sword, but something has definitely changed. Compared to before, the older man's cold rage seems less intense and he seems to be calmer too. Just then, the swordsman turned to Eren and started walking toward our hero, much to his shock. Eren froze as the old man looked at him and mouthed something. But before he could figure it out, Eren woke up with a start and just sat on his bed thinking that the older man was trying to tell him something. Now what could this swordsman have said, and why now of all time? And we're back at the arena. Can't believe the crowd got a lot louder today than in the previous battles, and it's because it's the much-awaited championship match. It's the dream stage of any swordsman in the land of attestment, and today, the highly anticipated battle of the year is taking place. There is a deafening cheer as the crowd goes wild with the announcer introducing the level king powerhouse and the eye of the storm, rising star Irene Pereira. And for today, he will be challenging the land of attestment's current strongest swordsman, the undefeated swordmaster, and their very own champion, Ilia Lindsay. The two swordsmen rose in ranks and both have reputations and skills that preceded them but only can be the champion. With that, the announcer declares the match to begin. Now this is one boss battle we can't miss. Ilia was the first to move and dashed straight to Eren, and before he realized it, she was already right in front of him. With a big swing, she landed the first hit, which our hero managed to block in time, but the champion was not giving him enough time to recover as she made a turn and was about to hit him from behind. This time, our MC met her blade with his, their swords clanking loudly and with such speed that the crowd had trouble keeping up with the fight. As both swordsmen raised their weapons to deliver another blow, Ilia realized that Eren was about to do a downward slash, which is why she jumped back and put some distance between them. But if people thought she was running away, the champion merely used this ploy to gain momentum and brace for another attack that catapulted her at an incredible speed to Eren. Eren's crew couldn't believe what she did, impressed at how Ilia even used manifestation in her footwork. Before she darts off in the opposite direction, Ilia condenses the aura on her feet and then bursts it to propel herself even faster. It's pretty impressive since not everyone can do this and is considered an advanced technique. This is just like the chakra training Team 7 had to do in the early days of Naruto. Now, back to the fight. True to what the guys said, Ilia had more force in her swings, and not only that, she was hitting Eren with consecutive swings that our hero had no choice but to defend from her attacks. But Eren decided he'll no longer be her punching bag and decided to fend off her attacks with one big swing that forced the champion back. Even Ilia couldn't believe that happened, but before she could dwell on this further, Eren started to hit back with so much force, putting into action the aura control he learned from all these months. He came running at Ilia as the announcer narrated that the champion has been knocked back, a never-before-seen event. Now, Ilia feels the pressure getting to her that even the crowd noticed her struggles, which prompted the announcer to voice out the unquestionable. Can Eren actually take down the current champion? But at this, Ilia started to fight back, preparing to unleash a technique the crowd was not familiar with. But not Brett. He knew what she was trying to do as she unleashed a hurricane-like technique, the Sword of the Sky. But our hero stood bravely in front of it, not budging an inch, as he braced for a big swing. And Eren did another commendable feat. He countered Ilia's technique using the Sword of the Sky as well. The wind was blowing so hard in the arena with the debris, smoke, and dust mixed in together as the crowd was wowed. Even Brett and Judith couldn't believe their eyes at their friend for pulling a technique like this from his sleeve. As soon as the dust settled, the anxiety is evident now more than ever in Ilia's face, shocked at how our hero was not only able to replicate her family's technique, but also used it against her to counter it. But this time, Eren was the first to speak up, asking the champion how much time she's gonna waste, and told Ilia to bring out her aura sword. Hot dang, that's one intense fight and we haven't been to the good part yet. But what the heck was that? The announcer is losing his wonder over Eren's use of the very same technique Ilia attacked him with and nullifying it as well. But Eren knows this is not her best, telling Ilia to take out her aura sword and threatening her that he'll break her blade if she won't do so. At this, Ilia got angry and brought out her aura sword instantly. The crowd went wild since the announcer narrated how the champion has now brought out her aura sword once again. With people already looking forward to an even more intense battle, the priest watches silently from the crowd. Surprisingly, a lot of people are betting for our hero to win and claim the title in this match, will he? Jumping back to business, Ilia unleashed her aura sword along with it, and before Eren could take a good look at it, she zapped right in front of him with a swing. Our MC, bless his inhumane reflexes, managed to dodge her deadly swing by leaning his body far back, but Ilia already launched a bombardment of attacks before he could even gain his balance. Seeing this, Judith said that they may have spoken too soon about Aaron dominating the match, but Lulu has a firm belief that our hero could win. True to what the little mystic said, Aaron is not giving any signs of defeat, and instead, he's holding out pretty well against a powered-up Ilya, matching her every swing with equal brute force. This time, he took the lead and sprinted straight at her, already in the middle of doing the downward slash, surprising the champion. She managed to evade him, but still, there's so much power and technique in that one slash that people can't help but point out these two swordsmen are neck and neck. As for Ilya, her pride couldn't allow herself for performing this poorly against an expert. But girl, he's not just any expert. He's Aaron, for gosh sake. Before she could fully succumb to the pressure, Ilya decided that she needs to finish this quickly, which is why she went for the offense again, clashing against Aaron, who was all ready for her attack. Furthermore, another reason the champion thought of ending this match is that she doesn't want the public to see her struggle. Surely, rumors will start circulating as soon as they saw this. Back in the stands, even Brett noticed that Ilya is starting to get impatient. Meanwhile, Lulu, who has been quiet all this time, made several observations during their fight and was quick to assess that Ilya is the one who has better skills than Aaron. But our hero is putting up a good fight, thanks to all the training he did, apart from being fired up courtesy of the dark energy coming from the champion. And with their current conditions, there's no doubt that our hero is Ilya's worst nightmare right now. As if to prove a point, Aaron and Ilya clashed again, which resulted in a large cloud of smoke due to the impact. The champion jumped back to assess the damage, and as soon as it cleared, Aaron walked out and is resilient as ever. This very act pissed the champion so much that resulted in an increase in her aura, the violet glow crackling around her body before she went for the offense and slashed her hero, blocking her attack. Seeing Ilya get frantic and impatient to win, Aaron thought how he has always been thankful to her as they continue to fight, and while thinking so, the aura surrounding his sword starts to crackle. If she didn't reach out and helped him back then, our hero thought that he would never have gotten this far, so he feels grateful to her. Contrary to Aaron's melodramatic thoughts, Ilya continues to struggle as she thrusts her sword toward our hero, but Aaron managed to get out of the way. Back to our hero's thoughts, Aaron said to himself that it was his turn to help Ilya now. And as he said this, his sword began to shine so bright Rihanna's diamonds couldn't even compare. There was a change happening inside our hero as he continues to hit and reform the sword in his mind, and this time, he managed to produce a new and improved look of his blade. Now, back to the match. Aaron's blade, now in a different form, glows continuously as he prepares to attack Ilya. Meanwhile, the crowds didn't foresee this development, nor did they think they are gonna witness the reformation of Aaron's now illuminating sword. And you bet your butt Brett and Judith couldn't believe their friend managed to pull off an aura sword right in the middle of the match. There was a bright flash of light, followed by a loud clash, and then suddenly, the announcer exclaimed how much of an upset this match is. The crowd saw Ilya's sword break in half just in time as Aaron was declared the winner of the match. Of course, our MC not only ended it coolly with a hero pose, but he also got a brand new blade. Bro really just became the newest paladin. As the new champion of the land of Attestment, the crowd began to chant Aaron's name in unison as Ilya knelt on the stage. Now that it's over, many thoughts of anxiety started to flood the former champion, but more than anything, she doesn't know what to do now. Before she could wallow in self-pity any further, Aaron called out to her with his aura still intact. As he got closer, our hero asked Ilya if they can make up, as much as it was embarrassing for him to say this while reaching his hand out to her. Little did he know, Ilya felt a warm feeling wash over her, and the final strains of the violet demonic aura dispersed into thin air. Seeing Aaron smile brightly with his hand extended to her, the former champion could only sigh and smiled back while reaching her hand to his. So is their ship canon or what? Many of the spectators who saw this are still reeling from witnessing the birth of a new champion, and everyone's pretty much in a celebratory mood. Except for one. The creepy priest stood up without a word and accidentally bumped his seatmate's shoulder. Of course, the latter didn't take to this kindly and grabbed the hooded priest by the shoulder, calling him out for his lack of manners. And then suddenly, a violet aura emanated from the priest, affecting the bald man whose memory of this recent event was wiped clean. Obviously, the creepy priest didn't like how this all ended, especially seeing Ilya, who now has an aura clear as the sky. But his major concern right now is Aaron, who has an anti-demonic energy. Wondering exactly where our hero is, I'll tell you what he is someone you don't want to mess with. The next day, Brett reads aloud an excerpt inspired by Aaron's recent win, claiming that his title as champion is under dispute. And get this, it's because of one of the most ridiculous reasons ever. According to the article, the use of sorcery blades that can change form during battles should not be allowed, and because of this recent event, talks about a rematch have been brought up. However, former champion Iliad has spoken up about the issue and said that she accepted her defeat, of which controversy following Aaron's win was silenced. Because of this, the Land of Attestment welcomes its new champion. Hearing this, the first to voice their annoyance is Judith. She finds it ridiculous about all the things Aaron pulled during the final match, as Brett does his best to calm her. Kubaru, on the other hand, is quiet and just made a mental note of how amazing Aaron is, making the impossible possible. The orc finds his friend's unbreakable devotion toward his goal and his bravery in facing whatever adversity is ahead commendable. Now, Kubaru can't help but compare the Aaron from back then and how much he has changed, but whenever the orc looks at him, he gets this bitter feeling which he can't help but wonder where it stems from. Back to the trio, Brett asks Aaron what happened to his sword during the match, and Aaron told him that his sword has maintained its new form, but he has no idea why it changed suddenly in the first place. At this, Kubaru suggested that maybe it had to do with the dream he had, which Aaron said it could, so next time he will ask. Judith questioned our hero who he was gonna ask, and Lulu was the one who answered, saying our hero will ask the man in his dreams. The redhead was surprised that Aaron could do something like this, but our hero just said that he has a feeling he'll be able to ask him now. A week later at the champion's estate, Aaron visits Ilya with a bouquet in hand as our hero asks how she's doing. But before she could answer, the former champion noticed that Aaron bought her a bouquet of Adonis flowers, smiling sweetly as our hero shyly answered that he was not sure what to give her, but he did remember that she seemed to like these flowers from before. Ilya answered that she does love them and told him to come in. Is our ship sailing? It looks like it is. The two had a talk wherein our hero told Ilya that he'll be leaving the Land of Attestment, although he has no specific destination in mind. Still, his mind is made up that he'll leave in a couple of days. This time, Aaron questions her about what she plans to do from here on, and the former champion was quiet for a moment before clenching her hands, admitting that she has no idea what to do next. She told him that after their match, she came to realize a couple of things and how far astray she has gone. Aside from these, the goal she's been chasing all along, which is related to Ignet, is too much for her. But now that the path she has always been chasing after disappeared now, Ilya admits that she has no idea what to do next anymore. It's mainly because of this, which is why Ilya doesn't know what to do and where to go next, looking worried as she said so. And you all know what happens next, right? Aaron told her to come with him. Ilya blushed, surprised at Aaron's suggestion, though we think she's somewhat hoping for something like this as well. But Aaron just explained in all seriousness that they're both in the same boat, no pun intended, and that he's still trying to figure out what he needs to do as well as where to go next. Our hero added with a smile that the only thing that keeps him going is the people who believe in him, which he thinks is the same for Ilya's case. At this, the former champion's blush grew brighter, as our hero added that he was able to come this far because she believed in him all those years ago. So now, he wants to return the favor and believe in her this time around. He added that she shouldn't worry since he believes she can do it, urging her once again to come with him, which Ilya agreed to with a smile. Or so they thought, because Brett is against it. That's one plot twist we didn't expect, that even Judith was surprised, but more so Aaron. Their silver-haired friend already had her head hung low upon hearing this, but Brett was not done. He told Ilya that she was fine being by herself all this time, so now he questions what made her change her mind to join a group this time. Aaron tried to answer on her behalf, saying that they're part of the same cohort, and they did spend time together training, but the blue-haired noble ignored him, calling for Ilya's attention and asking her to answer truthfully. Did he ever consider him and Judith as his comrades? The former champion didn't answer, and Brett continued, pointing out that she only ever trusted Aaron before. At this, Judith started to call out Brett for running his mouth like that, but the latter remains unchanged. What he did propose, though, is that they should try getting closer first, smiling at Ilya. The two women were surprised at his turn, and Brett told them that people could get closer by sharing secrets, which is why he went first. With all seriousness, Brett revealed to Aaron and Ilya that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. Not really the kind of secret we had in mind, but that's a start. Back to Judith's cute but childish secret. The blue-haired spilled the tea on how she didn't curse and acted like an angel for a few months, hoping she'll be on Santa's good list this year, but everyone was too shocked to say anything. But really though, Judith believing in Santa at the age of 14 just screams peak Judith energy. As the blue-haired noble went on to divulge her secret, the embarrassed Judith facepalmed, trembling with shame at how he had the audacity to reveal this, and whacked Brett in the head. As Judith went on beating the crap out of Brett, Eren and Ilya just exchange looks with a smile. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, both our ships are sailing tonight. And yes, Eren's really out here collecting nakama with each storyline. Rhett, who's now a poorly drawn character thanks to the beating he received from Judith, hung by her hand as the redhead roared, forcing the others to spill their secrets as well. She refused to go down alone, so might as well drag them with her. And for the first time, we see the former champion and the current champion of the Land of Attestment tremble in fear in front of a dragoness Judith. Later that night, everyone is asleep in their own beds, including our very own Eren, who was soon transported to the usual place where the old man swings his sword. As soon as he stepped foot in the place, our hero was quick to approach him for the first time ever and asked who he is. In addition to that, Eren also asked why he kept showing up in his dreams and what he was trying to tell our hero last time, before his fight against Ilya. The older man just stared at him and once again got into position, as Eren's newly forged sword appeared in between them, lodged in the ground. At this, Eren just remembered that this older man was also a swordsman as well, and before anything else, the language they should first converse in is through their blades. With Eren finally realizing this, he dislodged his sword from the ground, rising to the older man's challenge. It hasn't even been long since we saw the boss battle between him and Ilya, and now we got another one. The pacing of this man was getting better each time. The older man made the first move and lunged straight at Eren, his sword already mid-swing, as our hero met his head, resulting in a collision with dust and smoke flying everywhere. The two were not letting on as Eren braced himself, while the older man remained impassive, and now they have both manifested their golden auras. Just then, the older swordsman made a big swing and slashed our hero, who managed to block it but got pushed back in the process. Huffing for breath, Eren told the older man that he was pretty strong and that he was also aware that his opponent spent countless days practicing to achieve this kind of strength. Moreover, he told the older man that he also wants to be like him before dashing straight at the man in his dreams. As Eren drew closer to him, he focused his aura on his hands, amplifying his hold on the blade as he prepared to execute the downward slash. There was a ray of light, like lightning, and the next thing the older man saw is his blade shattering right before his eyes as the tip of Eren's blade points at him. Surprisingly, the old man spoke, for the very first time, looking at Eren fondly and tapping his shoulder while saying he'll be rooting for our hero. As soon as the old man said this, he started to vanish into thin air as Eren tried to grab hold of him, but as soon as he did, he woke up from the dream. Well, that exactly didn't answer Eren's questions, but that's some development right there. As soon as the gangs all rounded up, Eren quickly disclosed what happened in the dream to them, and just as Judith asked if the older man told him that he was rooting for him, Rhett followed up with what came after that, to which our hero said that the older man vanished like smoke. But what's bothering Eren the most is that he feels like he won't be seeing the older man ever again, while Kubaru only stared at him. After narrating his thoughts, the orc decided to speak up and suggested to the group if they would like to go to Drukali next. At the mention of this, the foursome looked at Kubaru, awaiting further explanation, but Judith only asked where it was located, which Brett answered, saying it was an orc city in the northwest. Kubaru added that it's his hometown where his teacher, the orc tribe's grand fortune teller and great sage Guruvaru, resides. The fortune teller orc also explained that with his abilities, he may be able to find out about Eren's dreams and the mysterious older man that kept appearing in them, which caught Eren's attention. Brett gave the okay, telling Kubaru that he was okay with going to Drukali, and asked Judith's opinion, which the latter also didn't mind and had other things in mind. For our resident redhead, it's enough for her that she gets to fight the two strongest people here every day and turn to Eren and Ilya. Speaking of Ilya, she's also fine with going to Drukali, and Lulu is already excited since the little mystic has never been to an orc village before. Finally, a new adventure. And with that, the group was quick to depart the Land of Attestment the next day. But before they did, Ilya bade her goodbye to Emma, telling her bodyguard to send word to her parents as the dark-skinned lady promised, also wishing her mistress a safe trip. Just then, the silver-haired swordsman remembered that she forgot to give her greetings to the priest. However, Emma told her that he already left a couple of days ago, citing that he had an emergency he had to attend to, which is why he sent his regards to Ilya through Emma. The former champion didn't question this too much and finally bade her bodyguard goodbye. As their carriage retreated to the distance, Lulu bade one last goodbye to everyone and told them to take care. Now that the Land of Attestment's champion and the former champion has left, the people started to chatter about how they can't believe both of them left on the same day, which only means that the champion seat is now vacant. Soon, Everyone's fired up thinking they could finally take over the champion's seat. But of course, we're not staying to see which of them gets the top spot. Now, back to our heroes. Since Drukali seems to be a long way away and the crew didn't have anything planned, they took their time traveling and spending their days leisurely. For now, they stopped for a short break with Brett proposing that he'll drive the carriage next time so Kubaru could take it easy, especially since he has always looked after them all this time with the chores. Judith was quick to jump in, telling the orc that for today, she'll be the one in charge of making lunch as Brett promised that they'll take care of things this time around. Or so he hoped, because a short while later, Aaron questioned if the food Judith cooked is edible, seeing how it was nothing but a charred disfigured object on a stick. Honestly though, what exactly did they expect from someone who only got sword fighting in their mind? Thankfully, Ilya came to the rescue and offered them soup, with Kubaru and Brett surprised that the former champion at least has some skills. The skill to produce poison with food, that is. I don't know what the heck Ilya put in there, but soup is not supposed to be purple, which left the three guys belching and gagging. Ilya couldn't believe that they even called her soup poison, but at least Judith and Lulu were nice enough not to show her that her food is indigestible, pushing it out of sight, seeing how the two ladies are useless with cooking. Kubaru decided that he'll take over it once again and advise them to get out of the way unless he calls for help. Now, as the orc got busy with their dinner, Ilya started guiding Judith on how to manifest her aura to her sword, telling her to think of the blade as an extension of her body, while Brett busies himself picking flowers. He made a small crown and put it on top of Lulu, who was sleeping peacefully, their legs Zoro and Chopper. Please tell me I'm not the only one who sees them like that. As for our fortune teller orc, he sits silently by the fire, watching the flames crackle as our hero plops down on the log beside him. Kubaru asks Aaron if he's done with training, but our hero answers with a question, asking the orc if something has been weighing on his mind. At this, Kubaru just let out a sigh and told our hero that nothing really gets past him when it comes to things like these, so the orc decided to be truthful, revealing to our hero that he's afraid to go back to his hometown. He explained that the reason why he left wasn't really the best, and he was afraid to return alone. As cowardly as that may sound. Hearing this, Aaron finally understood why his friend has been wandering around the continent for the last 10 years while Kubaru apologized to him for wanting to lean on them for something like this. Kubaru even thinks it's pretty pathetic for someone his age to act this way, but Aaron, bless his kind soul, never judged Kubaru for it. Moreover, our hero pointed out that it was Kubaru himself who suggested going to Drukali and was the one who had the courage to do so despite the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the orc trembled, overwhelmed at Aaron's word but could only muster a simple thanks. Moving forward, the next day while on the road, their carriage wheel broke under the hands of Brett's driving skills. Kubaru could only sigh in disappointment since both ladies already brought him down with their cooking, and he really believed the blue-haired noble would be different from them. Brett apologized as Judith told him off while the former reasoned out that he was not familiar with navigating this terrain. Lucky for them, our merchant's coach came just in time to their rescue. Seeing them, the orc hurriedly ran over them, asking for help, and thankfully, the two merchants were pretty open to helping our heroes. As Kubaru brought the men over, he explained that they were heading to a nearby orc tribe and agreed to help them out as they introduced themselves as Frederick and Kenjal. Our four swordsmen did the same, including our little mystic, but upon hearing their names, Frederick started wondering where he heard these names before. But since they had to go, Frederick didn't dwell too much on it and away they went, with our crew sitting pretty at the back of the caravan. This time, it's Ilya's turn to sigh deeply as our resident mascot approached her, asking if she was okay since the former champion doesn't look too good. At this, Ilya told Lulu that she can't help but wonder what she'll do from now on, although she admits that a weight has now been lifted off her shoulders, like most of us who got used to struggling. Ilya feels uneasy if getting that load off is a good thing. And that's when Lulu decided to sit on her lap, telling her that she needs to stop thinking about anything as soon as her head feels overloaded, shocking the swordsman. The sorcerer cat pointed out that if she kept thinking about it, then that just means she'll continue to worry as well, which is why Lulu advised her to just let everything go and give her heart a little break. Now, to practice what the cat preaches, Lulu urged Ilya to follow its teachings and proceeded to stare blankly at nothing. Seeing them like that, Judith couldn't help but chuckle at the two, thinking they looked silly with what they were doing, but just then, Frederick let out a shout, telling his fellow merchant that he finally remembered, scaring the older guy. The former kept on telling him that the people they have just helped are the Golden Generation, the very same Golden Generation who became more famous in the land of Attestment. Frederick is full-on hyped right now after remembering this fact, but the older man just questioned if it was really them. Frederick was pretty sure of it since he noticed they got the same names, but he only got smacked by the older guy, pointing out that just because they share the same names as the swordsman from the land of Attestment means that it was them. Besides, Kenjo also pointed out that they'd most likely be fighting in an arena somewhere and making a lot of money rather than be stuck in the middle of nowhere, even telling the younger merchant to just take a look at them. And true enough, the whole group is now busy staring at nothing, heeding Lulu's words of advice from before. Not gonna lie, these are not the best looks for our heroes, and it's kinda hard to convince people how powerful they are looking like that, which made Frederick think that he must have mistaken them for the Golden Generation. But they were about to find out soon enough that he was right. Just then, a shadow zoomed past their caravan, followed by the merchant's shout, telling everyone to wake up. As Kubaru asked them what was going on, Frederick is frozen in fear, only looking ahead as a group of orc bandits started to approach them. Moreover, one of the orcs who was leading the pack looked extra intimidating and is believed to be the leader, known for killing anything and anyone who gets in their way. And as if on cue, the orc leader ordered his men to kill them all, making the others run straight to our hero's caravan, shouting in intimidation as they did. One of them leaped in the air and was about to hit Frederick, but our OG Aaron came in and sliced the orc in half, protecting the merchant. He told Frederick to stand back as the rest of the golden cohort dashed straight to the enemy, swashbuckling their way to subduing them. It's been a while since we've seen Brett in action, and we have to admit, the blue-haired nobles still got it as Judith did her usual fighting technique. Meanwhile, we have Ilya, who managed to decapitate not just one but 3 orcs in one swift move, sprinting at an incredible speed. Frederick could only hang his mouth open, seeing our foursome in action and the fact that they're all taking down these orcs in single blows, despite the common belief that orcs are way stronger than humans. They ain't called the Golden Generation for nothing, man. Seeing them do all these in real flesh just proves that they're the real deal as our foursome continue to fend off the bandits. Our hero got some of that action for himself, and despite seeing how the 4 of them slayed their comrades, many of the orcs kept at it. Aaron stabs the orc who just shouted a battle cry, his blood spilling all over him, but he didn't have time to react since another one was already charging toward him. Our hero draws his blade out of the previous orc's body and takes a big swing, cutting in half the bodies of 5 other orcs. From here, Aaron realized for the first time that he just ended 6 lives in an instant, which left him reeling for a bit. Brett saw our hero seems to be struggling and called him, asking if he was okay since he doesn't look too good, but Aaron told his friend that he was fine. Even our hero is aware that now is not the time to hesitate and feel melodramatic about it as he prepares to fight off the rest of the orcs coming their way. Our hero's skills also attracted the leader's attention, and because of this, he decided that he should get serious as well. He grabbed one of his men and crushed his head, instantly killing the latter and shocking both Aaron and Judith, who saw it unfold before their eyes. As soon as the blood from his underling spread on his fist, he experienced not only an instant aura boost, but also his body began to grow buffer and turn to a blood-red color. As soon as his transformation was over, the orc leader gave a war cry as Kubaru looked on, shocked at seeing someone perform blood magic since it was forbidden. The powered-up orc leader started running towards Aaron and Judith, seething with rage as he shouted that he'll kill them all when out of the blue, a giant hammer flew out of nowhere, smashing the orc leader to the opposite direction and smashing him to the nearby rock cliffs. What's this now? Is that Mjolnir? The leader of the orc was stunned, roaring as he was still being kept in place by the hammer on his chest, but Aaron was already looking in the direction where the hammer came from, and suddenly, there was a movement from a nearby cliff. Immediately, there was another orc much older than the orc leader, since this one had long white hair tied into a braid and clad in golden braces and shoulder plating. This other orc was instantly in front of the red one, smashing the latter that resulted in an explosion that shook the ground. As soon as the smoke and dust settled, this white-haired orc, who's now wielding an axe, yelled and ordered his warriors to charge. As soon as he did, a swarm of orcs clad in violet cloaks started descending from the cliff he emerged at, and they're pretty strong too. Like Aaron and the gang, these orc soldiers took down the bandits in one fell swoop, decapitating and killing them all in a single blow. Rhett was also shocked at the development, wondering who this army of orcs are, as Kubaru came forward and told him that they are Drukali's orc warriors, and leading them is the Drukali clan's former chief and elementalist. Moreover, Kubaru added that this esteemed elementalist is one of the top 10 strongest in the continent called Orc Karakam, his father. Holy crap, so does that mean Kubaru has similar fighting abilities to his old man? Now, the orc father and son are face to face. Kubaru greeted his father, but the older orc didn't share the same sentiment and ordered his son to go back, and added that this is his last act of mercy as his father. But before Kubaru could even reason out, his father suddenly turned hostile, telling him to leave and never set foot in Drukale again. But Kubaru was undeterred, saying he can't do it and that he also needs to talk to Tarakan, but the older orc was not having it. Just then, Eren stepped forward and intervened between the two orcs. Our hero obviously took Kubaru's side, explaining that his son mustered a lot of courage to return and asked the older orc if he could at least just consider talking to him first, but Karakam ignored his suggestion and questioned our hero's identity in response. Eren introduced himself as Kubaru's friend and apprentice, but the older orc told him off, saying that this issue is between their clan and bloodline, and since he's a stranger, he has no say in it. Our hero wasn't backing down though, and told Kubaru's father that it does concern him since it involves his teacher and friend, stressing that he's not a stranger. Attaboy Eren. The older orc took a moment before questioning our hero if he was prepared to share the burden with Kubaru, and of course, our hero affirmed and said that he was willing to do anything for Kubaru. Hearing this, the older orc seemed satisfied, but just then, he took a big swing, powering up his hammer, and hurled it toward Eren. Fortunately, our hero managed to block it in time, though it did knock him off his feet. But Karakam was already lunging toward our hero, and this time, he attacked Eren with his mighty axe and slashed him as Eren continued to be pushed back. The older orc was not done, and as he grew nearer Eren, he pulled his hand back, calling his hammer once again to smash Eren. Seeing this, our hero was shocked that the hammer was moving by itself and our hero was blown away from the impact of the attack. Watch out, Captain America. Now, back to the battle. Kubaru's father thought that Eren's doing pretty well in softening the blow of his attacks by covering himself in the aura, as our hero now started to emit the golden glow from his aura. Even the older orc admits that Eren's doing a good job at utilizing his metal energy, but before the younger swordsman could fully recover, Karakam came at him again. Thinking just how long could Eren last in withstanding his barrage of attacks, he managed to blow Eren's weapon out of our hero's hands, telling him how impressed he was that he was able to block these attacks with his human body. But despite seeing his effort, Karakam tells Eren to give up, but our hero conjured his sword out of thin air, surprising the older orc who was wide open as he is in the middle of swinging his axe. With Eren's slash, Kubaru's father was blown back, but more important than that, he wonders if Eren uses magic to bring his sword back. This time, Karakam tells Eren that he acknowledges our MC's strength and added that it won't be easy to win if he doesn't get serious. For his last warning, the older orc tells our hero that this is as far as he goes, commanding him and Kubaru to leave this place as he clanks both weapons in his hand. Not only that, but Karakam also threatened Eren that he would make it so that our hero could never wield a sword again if they refused to leave. But this time, it's Lulu's turn to intervene. The little mystic is now emitting a violet glow, angered at the older orc for his attitude. As the sorcerer cat tells him off, Lulu levitates and continues to form a violet force field that grows by the minute and threatened Karakam that if he attacks Eren again, the older orc would regret it. Suddenly, there was a burst of light with Eren calling out to Lulu, and soon enough, a little girl with horns and wings popped out. You know crap's about to go down real bad when the resident mascot takes on human form. Lulu's a she, and more important than that, those horns and wings, could she be a dragon? That kinda explains why she has this hoarding obsession. But anyway, back to the current situation. Violet sparks of lightning are flying everywhere as Lulu looks down on Karakam, while Brett and Judith stare wide-eyed at their once sorcerer cat friend, wondering if she has turned into a dragon. Even Lulu herself is shocked at the transformation, especially her wings. She didn't like the stiff ones. She wants her wings to be fluffy. Karakam could only keep his guard up, looking at the sorcerer when Lulu remembered and procured a magic staff, telling Eren that she'll punish the older orc for him. Using the staff, the once little mystic pointed the staff at Karakam, and as soon as she did, there was a Genki Dama of fire that went past Karakam. What? The older orc just stared, confused at the direction of the attack as Lulu started to panic seeing that she missed, and by a few good meters, mind you. Unfortunately, the ones who are in the danger zone of the giant fireball are the rest of the Drukale orcs. They came running and panicking at the approaching mass of fireball, which landed just a few meters away from them. Luckily, none of them got hurt, but they did do a little extra cardio to avoid that. From this, a large crater was left as a grim reminder of how they would have ended up as s'mores if they didn't move out of the way fast enough. Meanwhile, Lulu gave up on using that attack again, saying that it was too difficult as Brett and Judith hang their mouths open at what just happened. Just then, Kubaru stepped up once again, telling his father and Eren to stop fighting. The fortune teller orc once again appealed to his father, telling the older man that he was not sure of the decision he made all those years ago, but every time he hears that Drukali is safe, he can't help but think that he did the right thing. Still, Kubaru thought that there may have been other ways to resolve the issue, and he lost many nights of sleep just thinking about this until it dawned upon him that he missed Drukali, where all of his loved ones and people are. As he said this, Kubaru knelt and bowed his head, trembling as he revealed his truth for the first time. Moreover, he told Karakum that his unworthy son came to give him his greetings for the first time in 17 years. At the gesture, Karakum couldn't help but feel a tug in his heart at his son's actions, but he didn't do anything else apart from saying to Kubaru that they'll talk in the castle. At this, Kubaru felt a sense of relief wash over him as he cried silently, his head still hung low. As soon as everyone settled down, Lulu reverted to her cat form and quickly jumped into Eren's arms as our hero asked what just happened. But the little mystic just told our hero that she also wanted to protect Eren, which is why she had been doing some training as well. How sweet. Still, there's her form earlier, which our MC can't help but ask if it was her true form, but even Lulu herself didn't know what that was, yawning as she said this, and added that her body just transformed by itself. Speaking of body, it looks like that transformation took a toll on our resident mascot as she told Eren that she was tired now and fell asleep without another word. Eren cradles her into his arm, urging the little mystic to get some sleep and recover. Meanwhile, Ilya also approached our hero, telling Eren that they also need to get some shut-eye too, especially since they need to get up early and head straight to the castle tomorrow. But before everybody can rest easy for the night, they had to clean up the aftermaths of the battle. Eren and the group started to pile the orcs' dead bodies and burn them together. As the heavy smoke wafted in the air and the fires crackled with their remains, our hero stood silently at the flames as Brett approached him. In his own way, the blue-haired noble asked our MC how he was holding up and if he had any regrets from what transpired a while ago. Eren answered no, and before he could say more, Brett told him that in the future, there are a lot worse things that they have to deal with and advised our MC to prepare himself. Apart from that, Brett also stressed the fact that as long as he made up his mind and decided to wield the sword, then there should be no room for hesitation in his heart. And that also counts for when they have to get their hands bloodied, since it's not only their burden to bear, but also a part of their responsibilities as swordsmen. Hearing all this, Eren was just quiet and agreed to everything his friend has to say. It took a few days more before the gang could finally leave for Drukali's castle, and as soon as they sighted it, Lulu cried in delight at the mere sight of it. Eren and his group were ushered to a spacious and grand receiving area, while Kubaru, on the other hand, had to undergo entry inspection and tells his friends that he'll be back soon. The group was obviously worried about him, but the fortune teller orc told them not to, and as soon as he left, Judith started to comment about how she thought it was a bit much that the orc had to undergo something like this. However, Brett pointed out that their friend used to be the crown prince of Drukali, which is why he should be held accountable for what he did. Now that the foursome, plus Lulu, are left by themselves, it didn't take long before another orc appeared and ushered them to another room, explaining that Lord Terrakin is waiting for them. Needless to say, Eren and the gang got up without a word and followed the said orc, and this time, Judith asked if Terrakin is Kubaru's younger brother. As always, Brett is the one who answered her question, adding that Terrakin is also the tribe chief, and since they're already talking about him, the blue-haired noble also told Judith that they should be on guard since there's a rumor among the toughest orcs saying that Terrakin is the most aggressive of them all, as the redhead started to keep her head down and worry. Soon, the foursome and Lulu entered a huge chamber with a large table in front where a figure sat by himself. A short-haired orc greets Eren and the gang and introduced himself as Terrakin, and the next word he uttered are words of gratitude for escorting Kubaru safely back to Drukali, smiling as he did so. So much for an aggressive orc. Seeing him like this, Brett and Judith wondered where exactly did those rumors come from, since the person before them seems to be warm-hearted. Just then, Eren spoke up and was about to question Kubaru's inspection, but the chief orc told them that he's already cleared and is currently undergoing several administrative procedures. Now, Terrakin asked them how much they knew about their situation, and our hero admitted that they don't know much and asked what happened between them. Terrakin hesitated a bit since he didn't know where to start, but eventually settled with their father Karakum, who has 2 wives. Terrakin's mother, the first and legal wife, had trouble bearing a child for so many years and eventually gave up on having one, and during this time, Karakum's mistress, Kubaru's mother, was able to conceive and gave birth to him. Because of this, Kubaru was naturally named as heir, but when Kubaru turned 10, the legal wife gave birth to Tarakan, which started the whole messy situation they're in right now. Now that there are two sons, opposing forces started to formulate, with one faction supporting Kubaru as the crown prince, since he's the firstborn, albeit illegitimate, and then there are those who show their support toward Tarakan, the legitimate child and rightful heir. What's important to know about all this is that these two brothers have a good relationship with each other, and yet tension grew between both sides. To end all this, Kubaru decided to leave in silence to avoid conflict, but now, after 17 years, he reappeared and became someone both parties felt unwelcoming to, which once again ignited the tension somewhat. However, Tarakan sees how much courage his older brother must have mustered just to be able to return home, while also telling the younger orc that he will no longer run away or cower in fear when the going gets tough. Furthermore, Kubaru also told him that traveling with Eren and the gang helped him become more courageous, and because of this, Tarakan expressed his utmost gratitude to our heroes, and because of that, the tribe chief decided to give them gifts as a reward. At this, Lulu was quick to jump on his table asking for a reward as well. It's good to see our little mystic back to her fluffy and adorable self. Now, for the rewards, Eren and the gang were taken to a separate room, and they all exclaimed in shock as they were led to the Drukali's treasure room. It's one of the most coveted places and is known across the continent, and rightfully so. The chamber is full of artisan weapons and other objects one could only dream about, and Tarakan is telling them to take whatever they like. Could Eren find something that would help him decipher his dream? And what about Kubaru's teacher, who could interpret this for him? Stay tuned for the next episode. Well, this ain't One Piece, but we sure do know treasure when we see it. Eren and the gang stared in awe as their eyes took in the sights of every object displayed there, the most prominent of which are the various weapons. Even the very walls are covered in weapons as well. Lulu was quick to point out that one of the axes there is even as big as Kubaru. Tarakan, on the other hand, approached Brett and Judith and explained that his brother suggested a weapon for this duo. Much to Judith's surprise, the chief orc led them to a pair of swords hanging on the wall called yin-yang swords. One silvery white in color, while the other one has a brownish-black tint as its scabbard. And of course, it had to be a couple of swords for our brave ship. Tarakan went on to explain how one of the swords has a cold energy, similar to the shadows, while its pair has a warm energy like the sun. Apart from being called yin-yang swords, these two blades are also intuitively referred to as the red blade and the blue blade. So yeah, it's most definitely for Brett and Judith, all right. Just look at their color association. The two swordsmen quickly inspected their new blades, and as soon as they did, each of the sword's blades changed color respectively, much to Judith and Brett's shock. Even Tarakan was surprised by the change the swords exhibited just now, and he couldn't believe that the swords finally showed their true forms. Now he understands why his brother recommended the yin-yang blades to these two, since it clearly shows that they are the sword's respective masters. Still, Brett was respectful enough to ask if it was okay for them to have something legendary like this, but the orc chief assured them that it was all right. Heck, even the swords have chosen them as their masters, so he tells the two that they shouldn't hesitate to accept these gifts, and that they would love if both Brett and Judith accepted it wholeheartedly. So that settles two of our heroes. Let's go and check out Eren this time. Currently, our MC is still looking around the esteemed armory with his sorcery teacher and Ilya by his side. He even asked Lulu if the cat has chosen for herself, but the latter only answered that there are too many to choose from, which is why she can't decide. They already walked through a couple of swords, the majority of them as big as themselves, but Lulu finds some of them too sharp while the others are way too big. Just then, Eren and Lulu simultaneously looked at a shiny pendant, sparkling with white, blue, and orange at its centerpiece. Both master and student hurriedly pointed out that this is the one they want, confusing Ilya. Our MC, however, explained that even if he doesn't know why, the pendant stood out to him the most, which is why he chose it. Lulu, too, added that she has a good feeling about it. Since they have chosen their pick, Tarakan went over to their group and, seeing that Eren and Lulu chose the pendant, told the two that this pendant once belonged to an incredible elementalist many years ago. However, the origins of the pendant date too far back that Tarakan has no idea about its background whatsoever, so personally, he wouldn't recommend it to them. However, as a mystic believer himself, the orc chief said that he wouldn't ignore a sorcerer's intuition, which is why he freely gave the pendant to Eren and Lulu, making the two appreciate the gift even more. So that's that. Now, Moving on to the former champion of the land of attestment. Iliad is still busy looking around when Judith came up and asked if she has decided on a weapon of choice yet. However, the silver-haired swordsman just chose a small sword, similar to a dagger, much to Judith's surprise. But hey, who are we to judge? With a skill like that, any weapon in her hand could be deadly. Still, the redhead couldn't hide her surprise since she thought Ilya would pick something much bigger, but the latter just chose to remain quiet. Little did they know, their friend is having an internal struggle with what she wanted to do, which is something she still doesn't know till now. What's worse is that she doesn't even know anything, whether it be what she likes or the type of blade that fits her. But she can't exactly say this to her friends, can she? Well, that's a problem for another time. The next day, Kubaro finally finished his administrative duties and met up with Aaron and the rest of the gang. Lulu was the first to question why their fortune teller orc friend chose to suffer alone, instead of opening up this burden to them, but Kubaro just laughed it off, seeing how his younger brother must have filled them all in on what has happened within their tribe. But more important than that, Kubaro got bad news to share. His teacher, who they believed could interpret Aaron's dream, had already died a year ago. Our hero was surprised to hear this, while Kubaro explained that this isn't something surprising for him, considering his father is already in his 70s, while his teacher is much older than the former orc tribe chief. But it's not all bad since Kubaro has some good news to share as well. The orc told Aaron not to worry, since Kubaro said his teacher left a letter for him. At the mention of this, Aaron raised his head in question, while Kubaro shared that maybe his teacher knew all along that he'd come back many years later, along with our hero and the rest of the crew. Moreover, his teacher Guru Garu also left a riddle at the end of the letter which he hasn't solved yet, and he believes that once he solves it, Kubaro will be able to get whatever his late teacher has left for him. He just needs a little time to decipher it. At this, Aaron's mood instantly lifted, telling his orc friend that they'll just wait for him as he works on the riddle. While waiting, the rest of the crew did what they do best, swordsmanship training. So while Kubaro is left to his devices, our favorite team went ahead to the Drukali arena to spar with each other. While they were busy sparring against one another, some of the orcs came down to take a look. The spectators knew the majority of them, from the Ilya of the House Lindsay as well as Brett from the Lloyd family, when one of the orcs questioned who Aaron was, addressing him as the kid with the long sword. The first orc explained that although he did not come from any prestigious family like the first two, Aaron is a disciple of a noble man, and the only swordsman they didn't talk kindly about is Judith. In fact, they even knew she came from lowly beginnings and started talking smack about her. One of the orcs pointed her out as the red hair without a last name, not even bothering to mask his disapproval of how she managed to join their crew, and calling her a disgrace of a warrior. Little did they know, Judith heard it all but chose not to say anything, doing her best not to get aggravated by what they said, so she just gritted her teeth. Brett also told her to hold herself back since if she blew up right then and there, it could spell trouble for Kubaro. And the tension is high enough as it already is. Even Judith is aware of this herself, which is why she told him that Kubaro's situation was the only thing that's holding her back. A few days went on, and before everybody knew it, a week has already passed and the four swordsmen continued to spar while waiting for Kubaro. By now, a crowd of orcs have gathered at the arena, and even they were impressed with Judith's skills, despite calling her a weak human, as the other orcs said that she was good despite growing up poor. The correlation between these two factors doesn't make sense to me, but these orcs sure do love to talk smack within earshot of other people. Hearing this, Judith let out one exasperated sigh, and in the next second, she called out one of the trash-talking orcs and told him to come down and fight her instead of running his mouth like that. The orcs couldn't believe it. She was picking a fight with them. And to prove that she meant business, she started calling them names like fools and jerks in their own native language. This made them all the more surprised, asking her how she knew their language. To this, Judith fired back saying she learned it thanks to Kubaro, who taught her a few cuss words in orc language. What's more, she jabbed at their ego, saying how she's disappointed at them for being such disgraceful warriors. And to add the final nail in the coffin, Judith issued a challenge to all of them, shouting that if they got something to say, then they best say it inside the ring, and how she'll take all of them on. But instead of the first two orcs who rose to her challenge, a certain armored orc intervened and stepped up on the ring and in front of her, saying he couldn't pretend not to hear what she just said. This orc, who is the vice commander of the Crimson Axe Battalion named Gunther, is much taller than Judith. However, our redhead refused to back down while Brett looked on worried, since the orc facing Judith right now is the one Kubaru warned them about. Moreover, Gunther told Judith that he couldn't let what she said slip since she just insulted their whole tribe as a Drukali warrior, telling her to take responsibility for what she just said. But before he could continue what he said, our redhead cut him off, surprising Gunther while Judith told him that it's his people he should be teaching manners about instead of directing it to her. She also pointed out that they were the ones who were talking high and mighty about bloodlines and honor, but their words don't exactly match their actions. And it most definitely does not reflect the whole orc tribe as Gunther's anger began to build up. Instead of lecturing her, Judith told the orc warrior that he should take responsibility and just battle it out to find out who among them is the real warrior. Now, she's done it. The orc warrior is full-on mad right now, telling Judith that he'll make her regret saying those words while our redhead continues to taunt him, but before the two could brawl it out, another orc came running, calling out Gunther. This other orc informed him that Guruguru the Great, Kubaru's teacher, has appeared on the Spirit Mountain. This both confused and shocked Gunther, who asked if the late sage just came back to life, but the other orc had trouble explaining what just happened. So all of them came running to Spirit Mountain to discover Kubaru on the ground, surprised and looking up at a floating figure in front of him. It was Guruguru indeed. Seeing the old sage, Gunther asked Kubaru what he did, but in his mind, Gunther is wondering what Kubaru is planning, seeing how he revived Guruguru, the animosity already building up. But the old sage already knew Gunther was wary of Kubaru, so he just told the orc warrior to relax and assured him that what he was worried about won't happen, shocking the Drukali warrior. Moreover, Guruguru explained that he's only here to chat with his disciple, which he hasn't seen for so long, as well as to express gratitude for his companions who brought him back. After he's done with all this, Guruguru said that he'll leave and advise those who have no business with them to leave and give room to Kubaru and the rest of Aaron's gang. As soon as it was just them, the old sage thanked Aaron and the crew for bringing Kubaru back, since even he wasn't sure if he'd get to see his disciple again. As soon as he finished expressing his thanks, Guruguru used his orc vision to assess them, and he was quick to pick out Aaron as the person Kubaru must be talking about. The old sage confirmed that it is just as Kubaru said and straight up told Aaron that he can interpret his dreams for him. At this, Aaron listened more intently as Guruguru told him that the man from his dreams that he's been curious about all this time is actually a past version of himself, one from a long time ago. So yes, 10 points for you all who guessed that it was Aaron's past self indeed. Hearing all this, Rhett and Judith couldn't believe what the old sage just said, even repeating it to confirm if they heard it right. Guruguru confirmed that it is so, but he couldn't show him his past life right now since he first needs to prepare himself, and asked Aaron for a bit of time to do so. And while he's at it, the old sage told the crew that he prepared something for them while waiting, since he didn't want them to get bored, which surprised them. However, before Guruguru could give them his gift, he first needs to consult with Tara Khan, telling his disciple to fetch the orc chief for him, which Kubaru willingly did. They went about their business with Tara Khan also present at the scene, and after much deliberation, Kubaru approached his friends that they'd come to a decision. But it was Tara Khan who continued, saying that the gift they'd like to present to Aaron and his friends is the aura application method passed down to Drukali's high-ranking warriors called the 5-element divine technique. At this, all of the orcs, as well as Aaron and the crew, were shocked, and one of the orcs named Halifa, from the Lady of the Court's faction highest authority, was the first one to voice out his disapproval. Tara Khan questioned why the orc warrior is against it, and the latter answered with another question, asking them why they decided to reach such an important decision like this among themselves only, especially since this is something that concerns the 5-element divine technique. It's a special technique wherein the great warriors of their tribe dedicated hundreds of years of their lives to create the very essence of the said technique. Halifa stressed how they could just give away something as important as that to some humans they barely knew. Despite Halifa's outburst, Tara Khan answered that they weren't simply giving it away, and reminded the other orc that the heroes of the past shared their knowledge with other tribes as well, which resulted in the creation of something much more valuable. It's because of this that their tribe was able to enjoy an era of prosperity. This time, it was Gunther who voiced his disapproval, reasoning that Aaron and those people from the stories are different since those high-ranking warriors proved themselves to be worthy, whereas Aaron and the group haven't. He did acknowledge the two swordmasters, Aaron and Ilya, as well as Brett's noble lineage since he's a descendant of the Lloyd family. But Gunther pointed out that Judith isn't and has yet to prove her lineage or her worth. Moreover, Gunther told Tara Khan how Judith insulted their whole tribe as Judith could only grit her teeth and was about to speak up. If it wasn't for Brett, who intervened and told Gunther not to leave out the rest of the story, Tara Khan would not have been aware that the orcs were the first ones to insult Judith. But they weren't letting up. Halifa stressed once again, before everything else, that Judith hasn't proven herself as a warrior is an undisputed fact, which is why he requests for Tara Khan to call for a council meeting. The orc chief agreed but told Gunther that he will not disregard what they have said earlier and ordered the Drukali warrior to put his honor on the line and tell the whole truth at the council meeting, which he agreed to. Since the council meeting is a top priority, Tara Khan told Aaron and the rest to wait for them once again, which is what our heroes did. It's not like they have a choice, don't they? While the rest of the orcs gathered for the council waiting, the four swordsmen sat waiting on the stands, and it was Judith who broke the silence, telling them that it was all her fault and that she should have just kept her mouth shut. Judith apologized for it all, saying that now they also have to suffer because of what she did, and because she can't undo what's already done, she'll take responsibility and fix this. Instead of accepting her apology, Aaron had to ask if she was really Judith, since he can't believe that she was actually apologizing. The sun must be rising in the west tomorrow then. Anyways, Aaron's comment brought back the short-tempered Judith, but before she could lash out, Tara Khan and the rest of the orcs came back, signaling the end of the council meeting. The tribe chief began by saying that he heard about the issue earlier from Gunther and, as the representative of their tribe, apologized to her for how they acted. However, Tara Khan also told them that they have reached a decision during their council meeting, and unfortunately, they didn't acknowledge her qualifications. Despite hearing all this, Judith's face remained the same, while Tara Khan explained that even if her qualifications were acknowledged, it could change if she manages to pass their tribe's customary warrior trial. That being said, the orc chief asked her if she was fine with that and ready to take on the challenge. After considering all he said for a bit, our resident redhead was quick to accept it, shocking both Brett and Aaron. But before they could say anything else, Judith said that the gift was prepared for all of them, at least according to Guru Garu. With a smile, she told her friends that this means this is a trial that she could surely surpass. Finally, we're loving this Judith mini-arc that the story is giving us. The challenge took place the very next day at the arena, where Judith stood alone, inside the ring, as the spectators booed her with all their might. Now, here's the thing you need to know about the trial. The warrior trial is a test to prove yourself as a skilled warrior, and it requires the participants to take part in hand-to-hand combat. To win the trial, the participant must face off and win against 3 high-ranking warriors in a row so that they could be acknowledged as a skilled warrior. Our resident redhead ditched her cloak and armor and now sports a comfortable camisole as she ties her hair in a pony, while Lulu cheers on from the side with all her might. For the first trial, Judith's opponent is none other than Gunther himself, who is doing his best to intimidate the former. Despite the orc standing a good 3 feet taller than Judith, she shows absolutely no signs of anxiety or fear, as the crowd continues to hurl insults toward her. Before they duked it out, Gunther told her that she'll finally see what true warrior is like, but Judith didn't back down one bit. As soon as they signaled the start of the match, Gunther quickly lunged at her, using his height as an advantage, but he soon realized the error of his move when Judith leaped and punched him at the chin, the force making his head throw far back. Halifa, who was watching it, was surprised at the attack, while Brett looked invigorated. Ha, that's our girl. Now, back to the fight. Gunther gritted his teeth, trying to regain a semblance of control, but our resident redhead is too quick for him, and she kept moving about and threw quick and powerful punches at him consecutively. The orc had no choice but to raise his arms in defense, and as soon as he did, Judith kicked him hard on the ribs, making him dizzy with pain. Seeing how Gunther is all bark and no bite, Judith tries to taunt him again to do better since his friends are watching, but she was too quick for him to catch. Until finally, Judith positioned herself behind him, and before she could deliver the finishing move, she asked Gunther once again what exactly is a real warrior. And before he could answer, our redhead caught him in a powerful chokehold before squeezing it tighter and slamming his body on the ground. And yep, those were Gunther's famous last words. The orc crowd couldn't believe it. How could a mere human beat an orc with her bare hands? And as they sat there, speechless, Judith walked away, dusting off her hands and belittling Gunther's arrogant butt. It serves him right though. Meanwhile, Brett's already up on his seat, cheering a little too loudly for Judith, as Ilya and Lulu give him the bombastic side-eye, but Brett just ushers her to do the same to her next two opponents. There's no time for celebration, however, since Judith's next opponent stepped inside the ring. And while he's at it, even this orc said that Gunth talked big and became careless. Now, standing in front of our redhead is Garam, her opponent for the second trial. Compared to Gunth, this orc is more jacked up in size compared to Gunth and sports a few scars here and there. As soon as the two of them came face to face, Garam asked if Judith was cool with getting down to business ASAP, which she obliged, as the crowd found a new hype for Garam since he's the strongest of the three orc warriors fighting today. What kind of taijutsu could this orc have up his sleeve? As soon as they signaled the start of the match, Garam disappeared from Judith's sight, leaving her surprised, but thankfully, she was quick enough to see the incoming fists surrounded by mana coming her way. But despite seeing this, she couldn't get out of his trajectory, so our redhead had no choice but to receive the blow head-on with only her arms to block the force. She skidded all the way to the opposite side of the ring, thanks to the force, as Garam warns her that this match will be different from the first one. The orc added that since he doesn't like to take chances, he'll go all out from the start. Seeing how Judith skidded all the way to the opposite side of the ring, Garam decided to approach her and walk steadily as our redhead tried to regain her stance, still trembling from the force of his blow. Brett tells Aaron that this fight won't be easy with the others agreeing to him, especially since our hero sees that the orc has more aura than their friend. Although he's aware that not everything can be based on the amount of aura alone, it sure as heck won't be an easy fight. Judith gets into her position once again as they call for the match to resume when Garam moves forward and throws a swing at her. She manages to evade the first strike, but for the second swing, she didn't have time to react well, so it threw her off balance. Thankfully, our redhead is quick on her feet, but she sees her disadvantage seeing how Garam has a longer reach than her, thanks to his long arms. So she thought that she needs to get closer to attack, but as soon as she did, his knee covered in aura came flying toward her, once again blowing Judith a few good meters away from him. Now this is one tough MMA fighter of an orc she's fighting. Now that she has skidded to a stop, Garam concentrated a lot of his aura on his left foot and then used the force to propel himself toward her, while his left fist is all powered up by aura. This surprised Judith, thinking that he was aiming for her right side, but then she was a fraction of a second too late to notice his right foot, powered up in aura and is already mid-swing. It's a fake. Before he made contact, Garam told her with a quiet voice how pathetic she was, with Judith this time flying on the other side of the ring, her body bouncing off the ground. The Drukali warrior approaches her once again while telling her that he's not sure if she managed to win earlier because of sheer luck, but he reminded Judith that everyone in the world is born with their own limitations and innate destiny, reminding her that everyone has a predetermined place in life. While he's giving this speech, our resident redhead is already up on her feet, a little too roughed up and huffing for breath, but still good to go. Now, Garam stands in front of her. Living as he said that today, he hopes she realizes the gravity of the words he just said. For the last time, he tells her to give up, warning Judith that this is the last ounce of generosity he'll offer her as a true warrior, but instead of accepting his offer, Judith decided to just get on his nerves and told him how he likes to keep running his mouth. Classic Judith. As she spits blood from her mouth, she tells him to come at her again, which definitely struck a nerve on Garam's part, and is also the reason why he was quick to throw a kick at her. Lesser reflexes. She had her guard up when his shin made contact with her body, but he quickly followed it with a right hook. This time, Judith ducked while Garam covered his right leg with aura again, telling her that he'll make her pay for what he just said. But he wasn't able to swing his right leg fully since Judith already grabbed it. As she did so, Judith generated a crazy amount of aura, focused it on her head, and bashed it right into his solar plexus, making Garam bow out in pain. Karakum, who was watching on the side, used his ability to see that Judith's aura is firing up, literally, and he's impressed how she hit him right in the solar plexus as well. And that crap not only hurts like hell, man, it robs you of your breath. Man. And that's exactly what's happening to Garam right now, who's trying to gasp for air apart from being blown backward. Judith, on the other hand, used this opportunity to hit back, and she did so by dashing toward him and covering her fist with aura as she punched him hard in the face. Streaks of fire surrounding her attack. Even a Drukali warrior noticed this, with her fist feeling hot on his face, but right now, he has to focus on the fight. Meanwhile, Karakum couldn't believe that Judith has the fire element infused in her aura. How could she use the 5-element divine technique without learning it first? She's just like Aaron. For real, truly a part of the golden generation. Back to the fight. Garam and Judith now slug it out as both warriors match each other blow by blow. In one of their attacks, Judith even managed to slam her first right into Garam's, and every time, more fiery streaks emerged from the attack, making the orc pull his hand back as the fires licked his skin. On the sides, Kubaru's father is busy analyzing Judith's aura, especially now that he discovered hers contained the fire element. It's even more concerning since the element of fire is the trickiest of them all, since if one cannot control it properly, the user will just end up being consumed by their very flames in the end. Now, back to the fight. Both fighters are injured from each other's blow, but none of them is still letting up and continuing to duke it out. Garam managed to sneak a punch on Judith's face, but our redhead remains unfazed, bearing it all with the thought of proving herself to win. As the fight wore on, Karakun continues his observation of Judith, noticing how she doesn't know how to manage the element properly yet and is just blindly using her body to withstand it. Well, what did you expect, old man? Y'all didn't acknowledge our girl's qualifications, so she's duking it out with this beast. So, back to the fight. Garam once again sneaks in another straight punch to Judith's face, but instead of staggering back, she get him back with a high kick on his face. While all of this is happening, it made Judith realize a couple of important things. For one, she's always known that she's jealous of her friends. She'd be lying if she didn't admit it, even to herself, but the thing is, she never blamed her birth for where she is right now. But she has to admit, Brett's freedom, Aaron's tough spirit, as well as Ilya's innate talent made her want to be like them. This is the very reason why she was jealous in the first place, but she doesn't hate the fact that she's always jealous of them. Judith is well aware that this inferiority complex of hers and her desire for more are the reasons that she's standing where she is today. While she's contemplating this, Judith has her guard up as Garam threw another punch her way that pushed her back, but instead of showing pain, she only grinned back at the orc. And before he knew it, there was a bright streak of orange light that dashed straight to him. Brett's not the only one cheering loudly from the sides anymore. Aaron and Ilya are both up and shouting, cheering their friend on as she battled it out with Garam. This is the most emotion we've seen Ilya show that's not toxic, so this is new. Bonus points for carrying Lulu in her arms too. Concentrating all of her aura in her first, Judith decided that she'll continue to do her own way, hating and being jealous of her friends until she becomes the best of them. Now powered up from the aura, Garam gave one last look of horror as the last thing he saw before he got knocked out cold is the flaming fist of Judith as it landed on his gut. Garam lay motionless on the ground as it was announced that the match is over with Judith as the victor. Our girl really went out with Falcon Punch as her finishing move. As her name was called out, our redhead cried out in joy as the rest of her friends cheered from the side. Unlike them, the crowd couldn't believe it. She beat two of their high-ranking warriors straight in a row. But no matter, the next orc warrior is up as they started to chant Fahan's name. This time, their cheers are fiercer, urging the Drukali warrior to avenge his fallen brothers, but before he could even walk up to Judith, Halifa stepped up and intervened. It was Halifa who approached Judith now, while the crowd cheered thinking that the older orc would be fighting on their behalf. But Aaron became concerned for Judith, knowing that his friend is in no good shape to take on another powerful opponent. But in true Judith fashion, she just raised her fists and told the older orc to bring it on, glaring at him as she did so. But what he said next caught her by surprise. "We give up," Halfia said. "Nani?" This made Judith less aggressive and dumbfounded, but Halifa explained that she not only has proven herself as a skilled warrior, but she also possesses an unbreakable spirit and inextinguishable flame, showing all of them that she deserves to be called a warrior in her own right. Once again, he admits that they lost and acknowledges her as a true warrior. Finally, Judith getting the recognition she deserves. After Judith won, things settled down for a little bit, and it was not until a week later, before our heroes were summoned to learn about the 5-element technique in the company of the Drukali warriors, led by a Drukali elementalist named Goruva. The Elder Orc informed our 4 swordsmen that before they begin teaching the technique, they must first conduct the 5-element ceremony and inform them of the object in front of them, an urn from Drukali elementalists that was passed down from the time of their ancestors. To begin the ceremony, they must first put their hand inside the urn, take out the formless energy, and throw it to a certain distance. As they do this, they get to find out which element they are compatible with, which will aid them in learning the 5-element technique. Garua first called on Judith, asking if she would like to give it a try, which our resident redhead obliged to. A lot of the orcs were eager to find out what she will draw, including Halifa, who was also present there. And as soon as her hand came up, there was an orange orb floating in her hand as Garuha instructed her to throw it on the side. As soon as she did, the orb exploded and became a blazing torch that rose at least 10 feet in the air, leaving everyone surprised, including Kubaru's father. As soon as the flames died down, Judith turned to Garuha, asking if she did right, but the elder orc looks as if he had just seen a ghost. He told her that the flame Judith had is the largest he has seen so far during the 5-element ceremony, and added that he sensed it before, during her trial, that she's naturally blessed when it comes to the fire element. Since she was done, Judith stepped aside and Garuha called Aaron next. As soon as he dunked his hand into the urn, he quickly threw the energy on the side, and with it, streaks of fire blazed as well, forming a circular pattern on the ground. What's even more shocking about Aaron's energy is that in the middle of the circular flames, a metallic alloy, shaped like a sword, emerged from the ground. What in the Full Metal Alchemist is this? If Karakun was surprised by Judith's energy, he was even more shocked by Aaron seeing this. His energy is metal-wielding fire. He noticed how the flames on the ground refined into a massive metal energy, which is pretty crazy. Even Garuha couldn't believe it as well, as if manifesting 2 elements wasn't impressive enough. Aaron was even able to create a metal with such a distinct shape, which made him wonder just who the hell this kid is. Since curiosity got the better of him, the Elder Orc decided to ask our MC if he has learned elementalism before. Aaron answered that he learned about the basic theory from Kubaru. Upon hearing this, it made the Elder even more shocked. Like, hot damn, could this day get any more bizarre? But at the same time, he now low-key understood why Guru Garu wanted to pass on the technique to them, since he was already able to control it after learning just the basics. Unlike the Orc Elders who were low-key losing their crap at seeing Judith's and Aaron's energy, the two seemed pretty chill about it, but our redhead was quick to point out that her flame was bigger than Aaron's. This caught our hero off guard since he's not following her logic, but Judith just explained that she'll never lose when it comes to fire no matter what. Aaron just conceded, not knowing how to reply to a statement like that, which annoyed her even more. Little did they know, their blue-haired friend is relieved to see that Judith seems to be back to her usual self. He was quick to notice how she has been different ever since they were in Eisenmarkt, but it looks like there's no need for him to worry anymore. Seeing her laughing once again, Brett thought to himself how proud he is of Judith when he let slip out loud how he thinks Judith looks so cute when she smiles. Oh too bad for him. Ilya's within earshot, who only gave him an incredulous stare as Brett slapped his hand pretty hard to shut his mouth. He tried to explain to Ilya that it was all a misunderstanding, but the former champion just backed away from him. While this time, it's Aaron and Judith who are wondering what their friends are doing. Moving forward to the next swordsman, Garuha called on Ilya, and surprisingly, the former champion also has an affinity with the fire element as well. It was only Brett who differed from the rest of the crew. Unlike the rest who are more adept with fire, his energy is akin to the water element. And with that, the ceremony ended with Garuha applauding them for having exceptional energy levels, and he was pretty sure that it will get much better as they progress with the lesson. Karakun stepped up and told Aaron that he will personally teach him as our hero expressed his thanks to Kubaru's father. Just then, one of the orcs came running and told Karakun that he has a message from Guru Garu. According to the messenger, the old sage has finished all the necessary preparations to look at Aaron's past life and asked to bring him and the rest of the gang back to Spirit Mountain. It didn't take long for our heroes to come running to Spirit Mountain, and as soon as they get there, what welcomed them is a large transmutation circle drawn on the ground with 5 blocks of stone placed in the middle, and a small one right above the middle slab. Is it just me? Or is this manhwa starting to get into Full Metal Alchemist? What's next? Do they sacrifice people for the Sorcerer's Stone? Anyway, back to the story. Kubaru explains to them that they all need to lie down on a stone slab, including Lulu too. So that explains the small slab of stone. Now, Guru Garu floats about, telling Aaron that it's time for him to finally meet the man in his dreams that has left him confused all this time, as our heroes each lie on their respective stone slabs. But before he started the process, Guru Garu asked him one last time if he was alright with sharing his past life with the others, and if he has no objections whatsoever, which Aaron told that he has no problem with sharing it all with them. Since that settles it, Judith asked the old sage what they were supposed to do while the ceremony takes place, but at the snap of his fingers, the group instantly fell asleep. Now, our heroes are off to Dreamland. It was dark at first before someone started blinking, and in front of him stood 2 armored soldiers, addressing him as their lord and urging whoever they are talking to that they should depart soon. Just then, a man cloaked in red with brown hair, closely cropped to his sides, and eyes similar to a dead fish, stepped up and told his men that they should go. The three of them started walking in the middle of town, followed by numerous chatter and murmurs of how they can't believe this person is actually leaving his territory, right when it was infested by demonic creatures. But the man calmly continued walking, as another bystander narrated that this man is said to be possessed by a demon and even killed his own child. And who knows, maybe he, himself, is already a demonoid. With the murmurs getting clearer and louder, it didn't take long for the people to start shouting and blaming the man for bringing the demons into their town a couple of months ago. They started calling him a coward since now, of all times, did he choose to leave the town. Right when the people needed him most, one of the townsfolk even stepped up, trembling with a garden fork in his hand, demanding the lord of the town to speak. The man, who with a bandaged head, could be seen crying and enraged, demanding to know if their lord is truly the one who brought the demon into their town. To add, he even asks if he sold off his people to the said demon, demanding the nobleman to speak. But unlike the rest of them, the nobleman remained calm, telling them that it was no use trying to leave quietly after all. And since they're already here, he decided to tell them his story. It's up to them if they choose to believe him or not. Like many Gand heroes, this nobleman suffered a terrible fate wherein everything turned for the worse when it showed up a week ago. Out of the blue, the man's child suddenly stopped breathing, much to his wife's panic and horror, when just as suddenly, they heard a sinister laugh, followed by a red smoke screen and a voice asking if he would like to save his child. From the smoke screen emerged the clown demon that filled the family with instant terror. The demon addressed the man as Karen Winker, telling him that the life of his child is now at the mercy of his hams, wherein he proposed the cruelest deal Karen has ever had to choose from. He could either save his child or his wife. At this, Karen shouted in confusion, asking why he had to make such a tough decision and listen to the demon's demands. But to this, the clown demon only gave yet another sinister laugh, this time asking if he ever stopped and wondered if it was just a mere coincidence that the demons started appearing in this territory. What's even worse is this demon claims that whatever's happening to the territory right now, as well as to his child, is all his fault. Naturally, the man was confused, but the clown demon only told Karen Winker to accept his fate and make his choice. But even before he could do it, his wife suddenly spoke up and told him not to worry while handing him the baby. He looked even more confused until she got off the bed and started running toward the window as a horrified and crying Karen told her not to. Everything happened so fast that despite pleading with her, his wife continued climbing the windowsill and took one last look at their territory. As Karen rushed over to stop her from what she was about to do, his wife gave him one last smile, telling him to take care of their child before jumping to her death. Karen could only howl in agony, seeing what she just did, and then suddenly, he heard their child start to cry. As he turned to look, he saw that the demon has its baby in its arms while saying that it was against the rules and that his wife's actions weren't part of the choices. And as if the horror was not enough, the clown demon called off the deal and proposed a new one as the man started to huff in panic and horror. This time, the demon claims that the choices will be much easier, making him choose between his child or the lives of the people in her territory. Man, this is just as evil gets. I can't believe we're getting a crossover between D. Grayman and Full Metal Alchemist in one sitting. With the demon making him choose between the people and his child, Karen Winker tells the townsfolk who blocked his way that he lost both his wife and child on the same day. He believes that it was the best decision he could make at the time as the man started to cry, this time out of sadness and pity for their lord. But Karen said that wasn't the end of his horror, as the clown demon told him that he is cursed, and if he continues to stay within their territory, some type of disaster may befall the land. Once again, Karen addresses the townsfolk in front of him, saying that he does not plan to seek help from them, but his only wish is for them to not block his path. With that, Karen Winker went on his way, traveling the lands until finally it was just him. While walking down a beaten path one day, the clown demon once again appeared, snickering and asking him why there was no one following him anymore. It didn't stop there, since the demon kept pestering him with a lot of questions, like if this is how the townsfolk send off their lord who sacrificed himself for them, and asks Karen if he wants to kill them all since they have been nothing but ungrateful. Instead of falling to his taunts, Karen continued walking without a word, not even looking at the demon, as the latter floated over him and continued running its mouth. The demon went on about how his people should suffer and lose their families like he did for them to understand Karen's sacrifice and sadness. Just then, an idea popped into the demon's head, and this time, he appeared upside down, right in front of Karen, offering him to enter a contract with the clown demon. The sinister being told him that if he did that, then he could become a demonoid and slaughter everyone. He could even toy with them as he pleased, but before the demon could finish what it was saying, Karen walked past him without so much as a glance. Seeing that he's not reacting to any of its taunts, the demon found him boring and wondered if he picked the wrong person after all, saying that if it knew this would happen, then the clown demon should have just sent the demonic creatures to the next territory over. At this, Karen stopped dead in his tracks and finally turned to the demon, asking the evil creature what it meant by taking the demonic creatures to the next territory. Now that he got a reaction from Karen, the clown demon found him interesting again, since the man finally turned in his direction. Karen, on the other hand, is close to losing it as he asked the demon if the demonic creatures that plagued his territory, as well as his child's curse, were all his doing. Before answering, the demon snickered mockingly, admitting to the man that it was all of his doing. Karen Winker was never under a curse in the first place. At this, the man started hyperventilating, realizing the pointlessness of it all since this was just a game for the clown demon right from the start. As he thought more about the situation, Karen demanded to know why the demon could do such a thing, shouting at the evil creature with all his might what he did wrong for him to experience all of these. As for the clown demon, he paused for a moment and thought about it before answering that he was simply just a little bored, smirking as he said so. What's even worse is that this creature just happened to take a liking to Karen without good reason, saying that it was like fate. Hearing this, the man fell to his knees, forlorn at the truth as the clown demon began to disintegrate thanks to the red smoke screen surrounding his body. With that, he bade his goodbye to Karen Winker, saying how much fun he had, and told him that if the man wants to see him again, the only thing he needs to do is to come to the end of the mountains to the south. And just like that, the clown demon vanished without a trace while Karen, who was still on his knees, was seething with rage, tears still in his eyes. From here, he vowed to kill the demon and got up, saying that he doesn't care how many years it will take. He'll make good on his promise. Since he had no place to go, Karen walked on from one town to the next until he found himself in a little village. The eldest of the town welcomed him with open arms, but the man was too tired to care, despite the town leader's welcoming remarks. As he walked away to his new lodging, one of the townsfolk looked at Karen warily from afar. And yeah, he's the same dude that narrated the start of this manhwa way back in the first chapter. But back to Karen. Although his face doesn't show it, he's glad that this little town has not heard the rumors about him yet, so he decided to stay in this area and train to get stronger before setting out again to find the cursed demon. Day and night, Karen swung his sword without rest, and even the townsfolk from before were surprised to see how diligently he practiced his sword. By this time, Karen has been living for a year in this small town, and word had already spread that the stranger does nothing but swing his sword day and night. But looking at Karen like this, the man knows from the look in his eyes alone that the stranger has quite a devastating story to tell. As the little girl approached her father, the older man warned her daughter not to wander into other people's backyards just as she pleases, while Laura apologized and reached her arms out to be carried. Just then, the man threw a glance in the direction of Karen and was surprised at what he saw, prompting Laura to ask what was wrong. The man answered in mild surprise that the stranger is actually smiling, while holding the flower that Laura gave him. Finally, a not-so-heavy scene for the tragic Karen Winker. While holding the small yellow flower in his hand, Karen stopped and wondered about this familiar feeling that was starting to well up inside him, but he can't quite put his finger on it. But he knows what this feeling is, the unconditional devotion from his parents, as he remembered his childhood, being loved by them when he was young. With this in mind, he started practicing his swordsmanship again, swinging but with a different feeling this time, and from there, more feelings started to pour in. He also remembered the loyal support of his people, remembering their admiration for him, and based on this feeling, he took his next strike. Then, there's also his lovely wife and precious child, feeling him with warm emotion. Thinking about all these emotions he felt back in the moment, he continued swinging while also realizing that it's been a while since he felt something like this and devoted himself to the sword with a clear mind. Keeping these feelings close to him, Karen now swung his sword no longer fueled by pure hatred from the clown demon, but with these warm and familiar emotions instead. And before he noticed it, the seasons had changed from autumn to winter back to spring again. By now, Karen has grown incredibly in physique and mentality. He's still plagued by nightmares that come out from his shadow, enveloping him in darkness and blaming him for what happened. As they started to swarm him, Karen spoke out loud that he first thought that it was the demon who sent these horrific illusions to him, but now he understood that all this time, It has been his anger, hatred, and all the negative emotions that consumed him which birthed all these nightmares. As soon as he finished talking, the nightmares disappeared like smoke, as he says that now he can finally move forward. Just then, Karen starts to emit a golden glow, taking a firmer stance as he feels it in his gut that the demon is somewhere here. With his sword shining brightly, he holds it close before delivering a mighty downward slash into the darkness. As soon as he did, what appeared right in front of him was the clown demon, victimizing yet another human who was already on his knees, a red smoke screen surrounding them. Both the man and the demon were surprised, more so the latter, not expecting Karen Winker to come to seek him. The demon asked what Karen was doing there, but instead of answering directly, the latter just told the creature that he's not surprised to see him up to no good once again. But this time, he won't let the demon do as he pleases. As he said this, Karen started to swing his sword, which made the demon conjure a violet orb, but before the clown demon could finish doing this, the old man already slashed him in half. Still, the evil creature lives, wondering how Karen managed to slash through the darkness. As he continued to puke blood from his mouth, the creature thought that he can't block Karen's attacks, so he decided that he needs to flee quickly, crawling and bloodied on the floor as he tries to conjure an exit with his magic. But the old man was quick to notice that the clown demon is attempting to escape and was about to run after him when he suddenly felt something that made him drop to his knees. Karen wondered if he had just reached his physical limit, lodging his glowing sword on the ground for balance, as he knelt panting for breath. He can't help but ask why it had to happen now of all times, just when he has finally created a sword that can cut through darkness, and yet he can't make the clown demon pay for his sins. Feeling devastated at what was happening and with the demon already escaping, Karen begged with all his heart for these feelings of his, as well as his will, to be passed on to someone as he lost consciousness. This is so heartbreaking to hear, but hey, at least the old man got one clean hit before he went off, right? Back in the real world, Judith, Brett, Ilya, and Kubaru are all awake and are looking at Aaron as it was finally revealed that Karen Winker continued swinging his sword to his last breath to fight the clown demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. And in this life, the one who inherited Karen's dying wish is none other than Aaron, who sits quietly and without a word. It took a lot to process what they've just discovered about the old man's identity, especially for Aaron, who has struggled to understand just who he is and why he kept appearing in his dreams. After the ceremony, our hero sits by himself in the arena, looking at the setting sun when Brett approached and decided to join him during his contemplation. The blue-eyed noble asked our hero what his plans are for the future, which the former admitted that he has no idea of, confused by everything that has happened even until now. Brett could only sigh in agreement, especially since it was a lot to take in. The two sat together for a little bit, with Brett telling Aaron that sometimes he can't help but reminisce about their days back at the academy and admitted to our hero that he disliked him for a time back then. At this, Aaron turned to look at him, as Brett continued to explain that he already knew there was a gap between him and Ilya, something he struggled to accept. But at the same time, there goes Aaron, who progressed at an alarming rate despite Brett ignoring him for a good portion of their time there. And when Aaron finally got to surpass him, it made the blue-haired noble hate him with every fiber of his being, since it made him feel like everything he has done was for naught. These feelings were pretty heavy for Brett, and he thought he would never be able to get over them, but back then, before he departed for home, the blue-haired noble recalled how Aaron approached him, telling how the former's sword swinging made our hero feel alive. After hearing that, Brett said that it took some time for him to realize what was important to him, which he managed to realize soon after. For Brett, being someone's family or friend, as well as his life as the Lord of the Lloyd family, is much more important than swordsmanship. And yet, there's something even more important for him to do that he found out a little later, with the image of Judith appearing in his mind. Then right out of the blue, Brett said out loud that he likes Judith, shocking Aaron. Yes, guys, Brett's not emotionally constipated like most guys. But back to his dialogue, Brett tells Aaron that he knows their redhead friend wants to become the best swordsman on the continent, and it's a rough road where one could be left with nothing if they don't manage to reach the top. He's also fully aware that every second's bound to be a competition that could be pretty tiring, which is exactly why he wants to be by her side to extend his support. Moreover, Brett also told Aaron that he wants to see Judith be happy as soon as she achieves her goal. After sharing all these, the blue-haired noble told our hero that he should also do what he wants and follow his heart, urging him to follow the path which he thinks is most important to him. If he does, Brett says to Aaron that he won't regret it, tapping him on the shoulder while giving him a reassuring smile, which our hero returned. The next day, Aaron resumes his 5-element training in the arena, and this time, he approaches Karakum, asking the older orc if he could spar with him again. The former orc chief obliged, weapon already on hand, as he tells Eren to come in him. With the older warrior's approval, Eren decided to rush in, sword in hand, as he uses aura manifestation to cover his body and attack Karakum. The resulting clash left a powerful impact, and the older warrior was quick to notice that something was different compared to the first time they clashed. This time he could clearly feel the fire energy in Eren now, since the flames in his heart have combined. Filled with glee, Karakum comments about how there's something that has definitely changed within Eren, and asked our hero if he obtained something from seeing his past life's memories and what made him change. To this, our hero told the former orc chief that he has something he wants to do now, apart from his family and friends. Another reason why he wants to wield his sword is that he wishes to do it so that more people can be happier. As he said this, he attacked Karakum with a large swing that the older orc managed to block, making Eren jump back as the former told him that our hero has quite a big dream. As Karakum draws back his axe, he tells Eren that his dream is even bigger than someone who just wants to become the best swordsman, saying it sounds like he has chosen to walk the path of a hero. Apart from this, Karakum also warned him that it's something that not anyone can just say lightly, asking Eren if he even knows the weight of the words he just said. But Eren, who's now more determined than ever, told him that even if it's embarrassing to say out loud, he'll gladly walk the path of a hero if that's where the road he chose led to. As he said this, the fire in Eren's heart flared up all the more, covering his whole body with a golden aura. The two warriors lunged at each other exactly at the same time, and the resulting clash produced a powerful impact, but neither of them budged. Karakum was the first to speak out, telling our hero that he acknowledges his guts for saying that he'll walk down the said path, but also reminding him that it takes more than guts to do so, questioning Eren if he's even aware of how much responsibility a hero has to take on. Our hero was quiet as he skidded on the opposite side of the ring, while Karakum shouts from the other side that he was not convinced that our hero is the type of hero who can handle such responsibilities. Instead of answering him, Eren leaped high in the air, his sword drawn back, as he delivered a vertical slash toward Karakum's position, which the elder evaded. As Eren lifted his head to look at Karakum, he told the older warrior with a smile that all of the swordsmen he met until now have said that swordsmen talk through their swords. At this, the Drukali warrior smirked, as our hero told him that this decision isn't something he thought of just because he saw his past life. It was a dream close to his heart, born out of all the experiences he had in life so far. So even if he didn't see his past life memories, Eren believes that he still would have chosen the path of a hero, telling the older orc that he'll show him just how determined he was. As he said this, our hero shouted toward his opponent to let him spar with the older just a little longer, which made Karakum happy, saying that it was what he wanted to hear and promises to beat up our hero pretty badly. Eren and the rest of the crew spent quite a while in Drukali, and during the 4th month of their stay, Gorua thanked them for listening and working hard all this time and began praising the crew, starting with Brett. The older orc commended him for being able to master another element apart from water. But even if that is so, Gorua also told him that water is most definitely the element he has the most affinity with, achieving such mastery in a short time. On the other hand, there's Judith, who has put all of her focus on the fire element. Gorua warns her that if she just focuses on the said element and blocks the others, then there's a high chance that she'll engulf herself in flames one day. But instead of worrying, Judith told their teacher that it was alright since now she can handle any amount of fire in her heart. Plus, she admits that she can't even feel any other energy apart from this, which Gorua didn't question any further. And of course, we have our hero Eren, who Gorua applauds for creating a harmonious balance between metal and fire energy. The only concern the older orc has about him is that his energy flows in reverse. With this technique, it's normal to see the enhancing cycle at work, which is usually wood feeding fire. Then fire creates earth as earth finally becomes metal. But in Eren's case, they see the control cycle taking place, so Gorua tells him that if his fire continues to grow, then he needs water energy to control the heat, and urging him to be careful. Our hero thanks the older orc for his advice as the later moves on to Ilya. Compared to the rest, the former champion didn't have the biggest development these last few months, but he assured her that she's still growing and to keep going instead of worrying. Ilya tells the older orc that she will do as he advised, but as soon as she did, the former champion looked glum, something Eren didn't fail to notice. The following day at the arena, Eren tells Brett that he intends to stay for a few more days, which made the latter question if the reason he's doing so is he's worried about Ilya. Our hero admits that being worried about her is part of it, but he also added that he has no plans to go back to the academy just yet. He added with a smile that before he goes back, there's someone he'd like to meet, then proceeded to ask Brett what his plans are with Judith. The blue-haired replied that they'll go back to the academy as planned, and at this, our hero said that it seems like they were about to bid their goodbyes for now, although it was a little sad. But instead of feeling sad about it, Brett just told him that this is only temporary, and they'll see each other again soon. Our hero agreed, and since the sun's hanging low and it's near nighttime already, he tells Brett that he needs to get back to his room, while the latter said that he'll go with Judith, urging him to go on ahead. In the ring, Judith is busy practicing with the sword Kubaru gifted her. Thinking how she felt the tenacity of the old man through Aaron's memories, there was a strength that he gained through devoting hard work in his life, which made her think that if she could only work just half as hard as him, she could do it. As she thought of this, the aura surrounding her body flared up, swinging harder each time. Thinking that with just a little more, she could achieve it, she just needs to give it her all. Soon enough, her trail of thoughts get off track as Brett approached her, asking for a duel since it's been a while since they did something like this. As the noble man raised his sword, he told Judith that this is also a good chance for them to assess the results of their training, which the redhead readily obliged. Soon enough, their blades came clashing against each other, fiery sparks flying everywhere every time they did so. Red is obviously on the struggling end, but he praises Judith, saying that she's like a whole new person now, as his opponent just told him that he picked the wrong time to challenge her, because right now, Judith's all fired up, the flame in her heart igniting even brighter. At this, Brett realized that her fire energy is getting intense and overwhelming his water energy when Judith suddenly threw a big swing at him, making Brett fall back as water droplets started to pour everywhere. Brett is still sitting on the ring, the setting sun on his face, as Judith came running toward him, asking if he's okay. Meanwhile, he questions her if he did something wrong since he almost got fried just now. Judith got closer, now also wet from the water droplets of Brett's energy, apologizing because she didn't know this would happen as she bent over to check on him. As she did, she tells him that she really didn't do it on purpose, a look of concern evident on her face, but seeing her like this, Brett was too stunned to reply. "Boy, our man is whipped." Right then and there, Brett blurted out that she likes Judith, confusing her and asking what he likes, but he flat replied that it's her, she likes her, making our redhead blush instantly. It's really happening, guys, Brett is sailing. Judith could only keep on saying what as Brett repeated that he likes her for the third time, earning a hard smack on his face with an embarrassed Judith shouting at what he just said. Brett, who was once again on the ground, asked what was that for, but Judith only huffed in reply, beet red, and asked him why he would joke about something like that, telling him that he was lucky she didn't cover her fist in flames. As soon as he recovered, he told Judith that he wouldn't joke about something like this, which left her all the more flustered, asking if he really likes her. Man, gotta applaud Brett's patience with her. At this, she asked him why he chose her, but he only commented why she kept asking a lot of questions, this time getting embarrassed as well and asking her if he really needs to spell it out loud. But before she could even answer, the blue-haired noble started listing down the things he liked about her, saying how she has a cute smile, and that he finds her cute whenever she wolfs down food, makes fun of Aaron, or when she plays with Lulu, and even when she's just training hard. Brett looks her in the eye and tells Judith that he finds all of it beautiful in his eyes, leaving Judith flushed and speechless. With a surprised look, she just asked him if she looks beautiful to him, but Brett just told her to stop asking questions and instead say something now. He moves closer to her and asks Judith what he thinks about him. With the setting sun as their backdrop and the love confession taking place in the arena, it couldn't get any more romantic than this.